60. The Lay of Yeearmaid, number 3. I have tried to spell the names so as to convey some idea of the sound of the Gaelic words to English minds. J. F. C. 1. Hearken a space if you wish a lay. Of the tribe that from us are gone. Of Mac Caol and of the Fiend. And of the prince there's a woeful song. 2. Going to Vain Goban to hunt. The boar that the weak arms cannot wound. That venomous boar, and he so fierce. That grey eyebrows had with her herd of swine. 3. Grain. O Yearmaid, slip not the hounds. And trust not, but this is a party of guile. For it is hard to withstand Mac Caol. And he is in sorrow deprived of a wife. Lay Of Diarmaid. The MS. Came to me without division into verses, I have so divided it, being nearly certain that I am right. The people talk of Siathranan, quatrains, and the meter is clear, and fits the music. J. F. C. 1. Eistib Beg Ma 120 S. Ale Lab Layoid. Era Muinter a DH, Foul Buin. Mac Shumhale, S. Aaron Finn. S. Mac and Rye, Gu Beal Style True. 2. Dol a Bain Gulban a Shielk. And Tuark Knock Dirge Na Hm Cly. 121. Se, N Tork Nim, Sero Garg 122. Bhaig Mala Liath 123 Aig Sealed Muck. 3. Graden. A Diarmaid Na League Na Gadhair. S Na Crade Na Kai N Faghade Brage, 124. S Gur Deker Kur Re Mac Chumhale. S Kumalays, Bith Gun Chile. 4. Yearmaid. O grain, wilt thou not keep still? And for thy first love earn not shame. I would not let slip my share of the hunt. For all the wrath of the men of the Fiend. 5. Grain. Son of Oisein, valiant chief. Since exploits were done through thee. Be thou mindful of thy hand. Here is the death to be shunned by thee. 6. The monster awakened out of the sleep. She went round about the glen. And when she heard the din of the Fiend, east and west she turned her head. 7. The well-skilled shield withstood her then. And the spear went into the belly of the boar. It broke in the midst of the shaft again. And the toughest head was upon the hog. 8. The ancient blade was drawn from sheath, with which each battlefield was won. The son of King Guaigean slew the beast. And he withdrew himself whole again. 4. Dermot. A Graden Knock Furich Thursday Samhack. S na Oisein Nair Do D, Chudgale. Cha Legion Sa Mo Chud de Nt Sealg. Son Fierge Fur na Fin. 5. Graden. A Meek O Duibni, a Flaith Thrain, 125. Nis O Rinny Dukton 126 Leet. By Sa Quimnich Du Lame. Co and Tugo, N Turner Leet. 127. 6. Duisgan Ola, Beist 128 as in T Swain. Chadai Muchwert Era Gleen. Elmware Chul I Ferum Nam Fian. Thug I, En Ear, Essen Yara Scene. 7. Chaden Sjayath Erla 129 Na Dale. S. Chaden Teasleaf and Tar 130 in Turk. Brizd I Eater 131 in Cran Aris. SBHAN Seen Bu Rhine Era Muick. 8. Therneed and T. Sean Lawn a Troll. Lays M. Binnick Bwade Gatch Blair. Marb Mac Rai Duibn a Beist. Thyrane 132 E. Fin Na De Slan. 9. We sent the white hog to Leodrum. And wishful we were to go to spoil. 133. 10. The fairy glen and the glen by its side. Where used to be voice of hero and bird. Where was the hoarse sound of the Fiend. Upon the mountain after their hounds. 11. But anger settled on Fian of the Fian. And he sat moodily on the mound. About Mac o Duan of the mighty arms. It was torture that he came whole from the boar. 12. After he had been silent a while. He spoke, and it was ill to say. O Yearmaid, measure the boar. How many feet from his snout to his tail? 13. Yearmaid. Let us take thy counsel, Een. Since it was grievous coming from home. He measured the boar on his back. King Guaigean son of the rounded foot. 14. 15 feet of the measure good. Are in the back of the wild swine, 134. 9. 135 Trier Shinna Muck Bon du Leodrum. Sbu Deosat Shin Adala Reubad. 10. And Gleen Sith, San Gleen Re Theab. Far Embiode Goose Lowick A's Loin. Far Embiode Torman Nam Fian. Aaron T. Sliab and Day Nan Khan. 11. Gu Nd Luid Sprocht Fin Nam Fian. S. Should E. Gu Kian Era Knock 136. Mu Mac O Duibni Nan Armaid. Bu Creteach Lays Tyan Slan O. N. Torque. 12. A Kayan E. Bith Trice Not Thosed 137. Labhair E. S. Gu Mb O. Re Rad. A Diarmaid Tomhais and Torque. Ko Myad Troid O. Shock Gair. 13. Dermot. Gabam sa du Comherl, Fin. O. B. Athreach Lane Tyen on Tay. Thomais En Torque Era Dryam. Mac Rai Duibn, a Bu Cruin Troid. 138. 14. Coig Troidi Dug de En Def Tomhas. And in Dryam Na Mus Fiadhain 139. 15. Fun. That is not his measure at all. Measure him again, O Yearmaid. Against his bristles measure him. And thou getst each jewel, 140, of a warrior proud. 16. O Yearmaid, measure again. Softly against, the hare, the boar. And thou shalt get thy prayer from the king. Thy choice of the tough keen spears. 17. He rose, and that was no journey of joy. And, as he measured the boar for them, the venomous spike of agony pierced the heel of the hero not mild in strife. 18. Yearmaid. Give a draught from thy palms, O Een. Son of my king for my succor. For my life and my dwelling. Fun. O Khan. O king, it is I that will not. 19. I will not give to thee a draught. And neither shall it quench thy thirst. And never hast thou done me good. That thou hast not helped my ruin. 15. Fin. Chine eat sin eider a Tomhas. Tomhais e Reithis a Diarmaid. Tomhais e Enegade a Chulg. Esgeeb Thursday Lowick Burb Gach Sud. 16. A Diarmaid Tomhais a Ris. Na Agade, Gumin, and Torque. Esgeeb Thursday T Akanaic On Rai. Roga Nan Sleef Ruigan Goyert. 141. 17. Dh Iric, S Cha B En Turaz Aid. S Gu En Du Thomais E Dade and Torque. Chade Mbir NMH Bu More Crad. An Sail and Lowick Knock Tlath San Trod. 142. 18. Dermot. Thwyer Diok Bar Du Bazan, Fin. 143 A Mikimo Rai, Gus Mo Chobhair. 144 Air Son Mo Bid Agus M Aadaic. Fin. Okan, Arai, Esmi Nok D Thobhair. 19. Cha D Thwyer Mice Duits Diok. S Cha Mo A Chaisgias Dhet Iota. S Cha D Rin Thursday Ryam Do M Lees. Nok Du Lisake Thursday Do M Aimlias. 20. Yeearmaid. I have never done ill to thee. Hither nor thither, nor east nor west. But travelling with grain in a yoke. While she planned to bring me under spells. 21. In the rowan tree dwelling, and thou in straits. Bold was I for thy succour. At the time when death was upon thee. It was I that went joyously to thee. 22. E'en, 'tis to thee that my succour was good. Hast mind of the day of the combat of Caol? The Cairbre and his tribe was before thee. And I was behind thee to help thee. 23. How wretched my face towards Bean Golban. On another day was I good for thee. When the white tooth was hitting thee. I turned upon her from behind thee. 24. And I succoured thee in that time. If the women of the fiend should hear. That I was wounded on this ridge. Dejected would be their faces. 25. How wretched my face towards Bean Golban. 145. 20. Dermot.146. Cha du rin mis ortsakron. Thal, na bose, an ear, na en yar. Ach emicht lo graden en embraid. Si turgam thobher fo gisabe. 21. Sa, Bruggen Cairain, S2 nad, chas. Budena mais gad, chobher. Esnwera bha ntug du muin. S mis a chade thugad lo miadhale. 22. Fin, S and dut bu math mo chobher. And quinnich leet lata kath conale. Bha en Cairbre romhad, sa muinter. Sbha mis as du de gad, chobher. 23. S gertru m, agade re bain gulban. Lath, I'll be you math dut me. Nwera bha en dud gil gad, wallet. Thiandade me or, as du again. 24. S chobher me ort enzen where sin. Na, en cluanid nathan na fin. Mis a bith leont and driamesio. Bu tursak abayad and at heart. 25. S gertru m, agade re bain gulban. 26. How wretched my face towards Bean Golban. As I pour in a flood forth my vigour. And though I be the son of Oduin. Farewell be to courting for ever. 27. There was Yeearmaid on the hillock. Heavy the hair was and fine. And he ever losing the life, blood. From the wound of the spike in his soul. 28. Fun. Poor is the counsel that grew with me. To slay the son of my sister. For grain that ill of a woman. That never again will make my joy. 29. That is great the loss on the hillock. For the price of the wild swine. Grain king's daughter of Guaigean. Yeearmaid and the two hare hounds. 30. Yeearmaid, deceiver of women. Son of King Guaigean of the brilliant hue. No maiden will raise her eye. Since the mould has gone over thy visage fair. 31. Yellow without white in thy hair. Long thy cheek. Thine eyelash slow. Blue without rashness in thine eye. Passion, 147, and beauty behind thy curls. 26. Gertru m, agade re bain gulban. Esme ar tolbruch dad emo niarda. Es gad as mice mac o duibni. Sorade lays and t-surid em fiesda. 27. Gu rob dermot, Aaron tulik. Bu grin em fault as bu trom. Se re sire chal na fala. Lolata beer, Arabon. 28. Fin. Es bocht a, comherl, a chin agam. Mac emo feather a marbhot. Ersun graden, and tialkas natha. Es knock din I rithis mo limhuin. 29. Es mor sinna the dh easbwid na tulik. Talib na mus fladhain. Graden, Nagian rai choig ullen. And de Gear Twillian, Agus Dermot.148. 30. Dermot, Fearm Helad Nam Ban. Mac Rai Duibn, a Bu Glan Snuad. Suriad Cha Tog Sol 149. O Chadir Air Du Nuis Glain. 31. Bid Gun Gil, and Nad, Fault. Fada Du Leak. Maul Du Rask. Gurm Gun Braze and Ad, Shoal. Kays, S Maze, N Kul Nan Cleached. 32. O yesternight it was green the hillock. Red is it this day with Yearmaid's blood. And with the een it had been wretched. Unless it had been ordered by Fian. 33. Oisian. On this night's night though I be wretched. There was once a time that I was not weak. Not lacking men, nor arms, nor feasting. See each thing changes in the world. 61. The Lay of Dermot, number 4. One more version carries the legend to the extreme northern and eastern Gaelic frontier. It varies somewhat from the others, but the main incidents are the same. The story is called the Boar of Ben Lagal, and is thus told. There lived once upon a time a king in Sutherland, whose land was ravaged by a boar of great size and ferocity. This boar had a den or cave in Ben Lagal, Pr Loyal, full of the bones of men and cattle. It came to pass that the king swore a great oath, saying he would give his only daughter to the man who should rid the country of this monster. Then came Fingal, Ossian, Oscar, and I know not who besides, and tried in vain to kill the boar, whose bristles were a foot long, his tusks great and white, and whose eyes glowed like Beltane fires. But when Diarmaid saw the king's daughter, whose robes were white, and beheld her blue eyes, and her long yellow hair, as she stood in the gateway, he said to himself, that come what would he would win her. So he went out ere it was yet dawn, and when he came to the boar's lair he saw the monster lying, as large and black as a boat when its keel is turned up on the shore. Drawing a shot from his bow he killed it on the spot. All the king's men turned out and pulled the carcass home with shouts to the palace, and the king's daughter stood in the gate, beautiful as the May morn. But the king's heart was evil when he saw that the boar was dead. He went back from his word secretly, saying to Diarmaid that he should not have his daughter till he had measured, by paces, the body of his fallen foe, once from the head to the tail, and once again backward from the tail to the snout. That would Dermot gladly do, and the wedding should be the morrow's morning. He paced the beast from tip to tail without harm or hindrance, but on measuring it backwards the long poisonous bristles pierced his foot, and in the night Diarmaid sickened and died. His grave and the den of the boar may be seen in Ben Loyal to this day. This seems a different and a sadder legend and the one which gives the Campbells their boar's head crest, nearly as tragical as the fate of Adonis. But it is common in the west of this county to call the Campbells MacDermot, c.d. Sutherland. It may be interesting to shew this legend of Dermot, as the word is spelt nowadays, in another shape. The following is taken from a MS. Which came from Cawdor Castle, and is now in my possession. It is called Genealogy Abridgment of the Very Ancient and Noble Family of Argyll, 1779. The writer explains that in the following account we have had regard to the genealogical tree done by Neil Macewan, as be received the same from Eachern Macewan, his father, as he had the same from Archer Macewan, his grandfather, and their ancestors and predecessors, Senachis and pensioners to great families, who, for many ages were employed to make up and keep such records in their accustomed way of Irish rhymes, and the account left by Mr. Alexer Cole then, who had access to the papers of the family, and Pedro Mexva, a Spaniard, who wrote The Origin of Diverse and Sundry Nations, in his book entitled The Treasury of Antiquities. The first statement is as follows. The Campbells were of old, in the Irish language, called Clan Auden or Oduim, BH and MH being pronounced as the Roman V, ID est, the sons, children, or posterity of Duim, knights of the MacDuims. Particularly from Diarmaid MacDuim, who makes such a figure in the Irish history, that from him they are sometimes called Seol Dermd, i.e., Diarmaid's seed, or Sliach Diarmaid, i.e., Diarmaid's offspring. In the next paragraph it is said, Yet to this day, 1779, in the Irish language or Gaelic, they, the Campbells, are called both by the name of Campbell and Oduim. I may add that at this day, 1861, the name of Campbell is very rarely used in speaking Gaelic. A man is called Campbell ach, a Campbellite, or the Campbelltonian, but individually, he is Ian Rua, Russet John. If he has the common burnt sienna beard, Ian Fada, Long John, if he be tall, Ian Na Ceardach, John of the Little Hill, if his farm be so called, or John McAllister, if his father's name be Alexander. In short, surnames are not yet in full use within the Highland bounds. In the next paragraph the rhymes of the Senachis, of the Argyll family are again called Irish, and thus it appears that in the mind of this writer Irish and Gaelic meant one and the same language in 1779, as I hold that they are in fact now. The story goes on thus. Although the common and ordinary method of reckoning the genealogy of the surname of Campbell or Clan Oduim is to begin at Arthur of the Round Table, King of the Britons, as a person very great and famous in history. Yet we shall begin at some ages before him, by shewing the occasion of his accession to the crown of the Britons, as Boethius and Buchanan have it in their History of Scotland. And accordingly the writer begins with Constantine, grandfather to King Arthur. The half-mythical heroes of Welsh and Breton tales, and of medieval romances. And personages who still figure in Irish and Scotch Gaelic popular tales, as something more than mere mortals, Arthur and Dermot, primeval Celtic worthies, whose very existence the historian ignores, are thus brought together by a family genealogist, and most of these West Country genealogies agree with him in claiming a descent from King Arthur for Mac Callan More. The fact proves nothing, and is of little interest in itself, but when brought to bear upon Celtic mythology it acquires an interest, for it shews that peasant stories are sufficiently old to have found their way into family history in Scotland, as well as into what is called the Fenian literature of Ireland. The Irish theory crowds whole centuries of adventure into the lifetime of a single generation of one family, of which Finn was the head, and which was exterminated, as it is said, about AD 277 or 294, at the Battle of Gabra in Ireland. The Scotch genealogist boldly asserts that it is plain that the family can trace their predecessors from father to son for upwards of 1,360 years. And produces Dermot as one of a Scotch family all alive in 913. He goes on to shew how King Arthur brought Ireland under tribute, and received it at Cathair Lurian, now Westchester. The next worthy is Smoroy More, or as others have it, Sir Moroy More, a son of King Arthur, of whom great and strange things are told in the Irish traditions. He was born at Dumbarton Castle, on the south side of the fort, in the place called the Red Hall, or in Irish, Tuair na Ceardach, i.e., the Tour of the Red Hall. He was called to his by name, the Fool of the Forest. He was a wild and undaunted person, and married a sister of King Andars, the 49th king of the Scots, and was contemporary with Columbus Pius. Called in the Gaelic Caol, or Callum na Ceardach, because, when he retired from company they were always sure to find him in his cell at prayer. Now there are a great many poems and stories still extant in Gaelic, some printed, others still as traditions, in which a great fool plays the chief part. I would refer to number 35, volume 2, and to the Lay of the Great Fool in this volume. A long version of the last has been printed already. There is besides an Arthurian tradition in England of a buried army and a sleeping king, and a wizard who appears occasionally about Alderley Edge, not far from Chester, and this has a counterpart in a story got from Islay, which localizes the very same legend in another shape at Dumbarton. And that tradition of warriors sleeping a magic sleep in a cave is known in Barra and in the Isle of Man, in Spain, and over nearly the whole of Europe. And here again tradition and genealogy point to a common origin for Celtic tribes, and to a northwestern route, and to a common mythology, for to the best of my knowledge this legend is unknown beyond the Celts in the north. Having brought King Arthur to Dumbarton, the genealogist takes to dates, which I give as I found them, and goes on with a list of worthies, most of whom are unknown to fame. 6. Ferrather Hour, i.e., Dun Ferrather, AD 620. 7. Duan Mór, who married a daughter of Duke Murdoch of Moravise, or Murray, or Elgin. And gave a name to the family, which has been variously explained. Odinbin and Macoduim might suggest a Scandinavian descent, and some old seerover for an ancestor, who called himself a son of Odin. It has been suggested that the warriors of Finn were fair Norsemen. Some Campbells are proud of the gingerhackle, which commonly adorns their chins, and claim to be Northmen, but if the name be Gaelic, as I believe it to be, I am compelled to translate Duan Mór as the Great Brown. The Browns are a numerous and respectable clan, and there is no cause to be ashamed of the connection, for Brown is synonymous with Don, and there are Browns and Dons of high degree. 8. Arthur Oig Mac Duim, i.e. Young Arthur, son of Brown, 684. 9. Ferrether Au Mac Duim. The other Ferrether, son of Brown, 730. X. Duim Fault Dirig Mac Duim. Brown of the Red Hair son of Brown, 786, who married the granddaughter of Conall Gulban, one of the sons of Neil Na Ceardach, king of Ireland, who was so called because he had 9 chains, fetters, or prisons, for confining captives taken in the wars. This Neil was father to Longurius, who reigned when St. Patrick came to Ireland. So here comes in another hero of Gaelic romance, Conall Gulban, of whom there are more stories told in Gaelic at the present day than of any other individual, Finn always excepted. As St. Patrick here makes his appearance on the stage with Dermot and Conall Gulban, and as he brought Christianity, and mayhap civilization to Ireland, it seems reasonable to suppose that such an event would stimulate the bards. And that about the name of St. Patrick all the floating legends of the old pagan history and mythology would group themselves, as they are in fact found to do, in the Irish dialogues between St. Patrick and Ossian. In these, the old blind poet tells the glories of his departed race, and argues with the saint in a very discontented and rebellious spirit, to say the least of it. Oisein, whose tribe was exterminated about 277, converses with St. Patrick, who was born about 372, flourished in 430, and, according to this genealogy, was contemporary with Longurius and Conall Gulban. 11. Ferrether Finruo, i.e., reddish-white Mac Duim, son of Brown. 12. Duim Derrig, i.e. Brown the Red, 860. 13. Duim Don, i.e., Brown, 904, was contemporary with Constantine, 75th king of the Scots. 14. Dermot Mac Duim, 943. And having arrived at this Diarmaid, to whom all popular traditions trace the Campbell clan, the writer breaks off into a digression on the origin of surnames. Of Diarmaid he says, this Diarmaid Mac Duim, from whom the Campbells were called Caol Dermot, i.e. Dermot's seed, gained great reputation in Ireland, and in all their traditions there is honourable mention made of him for his conduct, valour, and loyalty. He was contemporary with Malcolm I, 76th king of the Scots. He had to wife, Grain, niece to Cormac Vic Art Vic Chuan Chud Chathach, and thus his son was great-grandchild to that famous Irish monarch, Con Chud Chathach, so called because he fought 100 battles. Dermot, say the Irish writers, was one of the Fenians, and they were exterminated AD 277, that is, 666 years before the date of the Diarmaid and Grain of the genealogy. And then we are told how Diarmaid and Grain had 2 sons. Arthur Armderig, 977, red arms, and Duim Dedgheel, brown white tooth, who had to his son Gilcom or Malcolm Mac Duim, who, after he had married a daughter of the lords of Carrick, by whom he had 3 sons, of whom afterwards, and after her death, in the reign of Kenneth III, the 80th king of the Scots, the said Malcolm Mac Duim went to Normandy in France and married the Heretics of Beauchamp, i.e., Campus Bellis, or Pleasant Field, sister's daughter to William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy, afterwards King of England, of which lady he had 3 sons, who were called Campbells after the name of their lords in Normandy. Further on we are told how the representative of the French branch came over and married the heiress of a knight of Loch Eva, and how the clan took the name of Campus Bellis. And how, centuries later, French worthies were entertained at Inverary, and acknowledged themselves to be of the same race and descent as their entertainer. And other genealogical incidents are related in the same quaint style down to the writer's time, and to John Duke of Argyll. 44. John Campbell, 18ii. Campbell, XX. Mac Callan Moore, v. Duke, 1768. Who, amongst other deeds, caused remove the old burgh of Inverary, but has reared up a much prettier and more fashionable burgh royal, about a furlong south of the palace, upon the Gallo-Philean point. So here are Dermot and Graidhinn, the hero and heroine of so many Gaelic myths, stories, poems, and proverbs, the Venus and Adonis of Gaelic mythology, brought into juxtaposition with King Arthur and his knights. Honestly married and planted in Scotland, A.D. 943, as Mr. and Mrs. Brown, a family tree grafted on their stock, and the growth of the tree itself all set forth as true family history in 1789. There probably were people who bore these names. There are hundreds of Dermots, and Dermids, and Dons, and Guns, Maydermots and Macdermots, still to be found in Ireland and in Scotland. There are Gwynns in Wales, and there are many similar family names in France which have been booked into the family tree, which springs from Oduim. But it is surely time to give up the attempt to convert Celtic mythology into comparatively modern history, and to fix a time and place for the slaying of Dermot by the venomous boar of Baingulban. In a learned note in the Transactions of the Ossianic Society, Volume 5, p. 62, 1860, I find that the Celtic legends about magic boars which pervade Ireland, Wales, and Scotland, have already attracted the notice of Irish scholars, and that they are taking a wide view of their popular lore. The sacred swine of the ancient Celts are supposed to have given rise to this tradition. It is suggested that there was a porcine worship which was analogous to, if not identical with, the existing worship of the Hindu deity Vishnu, in his avatar as a boar. And that Dermot was a reformer who tried to abolish the worship of pigs, and died in the attempt. To me it seems perfectly hopeless to attempt to explain a legend which is at least as old as the loves of Venus and Adonis, by referring it to any one time or place. It is like making Hercules a doctor or a drainer, and the hydra sulfuretted hydrogen embodied in an epidemic, and cured with steel. Let this tale of Dermot rather be taken as one phase of a myth which pervades half the world, and which is still extant in the Highlands of Scotland, and in Ireland, amongst all classes of the Gaelic population. Let all that can be got concerning it be gathered from the most unsuspecting and the most unlearned witnesses. And when the traditions are compared with what is known to the learned, there is some chance of digging knowledge out of these old mines of fable. At all events, I have now shown the same legend in a poem, a popular tale, a proverb, a family tradition, and a family history. I have shown it in Ireland, Cantyre, Islay, Lorne, Skye, the Long Island, and Sutherland. And I believe it to be an ancient pagan myth, which belonged especially to a tribe of Celts who took possession of Argyll, and which has been transferred to the family of the chief of the most numerous clan. And perhaps to the real leader of the tribe, together with everything else which a race of family historians thought likely to adorn their favorite topic. There would seem to be two distinct forms of the myth, one the wildest and best known to the people, the other more rational and best known to the educated, classes. 150. Fables. I am told on good authority, that stories in which beasts play a chief part are perhaps the most interesting of all in a scientific point of view. I accordingly give a few here, which should belong to no. 17, in Volume 1. They will serve as a contrast to the heroic traditions with which I had intended to fill this third volume. Their value consists in their close resemblance to well-known stories, found elsewhere amongst peasants, and published in modern times, and in their possessing traits of their own, which seem to indicate that they are parallel traditions derived from a common source. Not stories derived from others, and following in their wake. For example, the whole of the incidents in the story of the fox and the wolf are to be found in Grimm, but they are separated. Some of the incidents are also in the Norse tales. But the Gaelic tale fits Highland ways of life exactly, and the story is so widely spread in the Highlands, and can be traced so far back. that it seems almost impossible that the unlettered men who tell it to their children should have got it from modern books which they could neither read nor understand. 62. How the Fox Took a Turn Out of the Goat. From Hector Boyd, Barra. There was a grey goat and she had kids, and if she had, the fox went on a day around them, and he caught them, and he killed them, and he ate them. Then the goat came home, and she was black melancholy and miserable when she came and was without them before her. She took on her way and she reached the house of the russet dog, and she went up on the top of the house, and the fox cried out. Who is that on top of my bothy, maiden my dearie? That will not leave my cauldrons to boil. That will not leave my bonnachs to bake. And that will not let my little one go to the well. Goat. There is me grey goat, harried out, seeking the 3 kindly kidlings, and the grey-bellied buck, and the buck lad. Fox. Well then. By the earth that is beneath, by the ether overhead, by the sun that is gone down, that I have never seen thy set of kids. There was no bird in the flock that she did not go to, and she returned home and she did not get them. This story is known to that section of the poorer Gaelic population, which is, and which has been young, but though everybody knows it, nobody will tell it. I persuaded an old woman on the banks of Loch Horn, to tell it to me in part, and so far as it went her version was better. Chade a bober glas don tray. Agus, brizd straba cas. The grey goat went to the strand, and a straw broke her leg, and when she came home there were na tri miniana mineglass, Tarina taraglas, Dryomina dryomaglas, Agus and boc cianaglas. The 3 kindly kidlings grey, with bellies grey-bellied, and with backs grey-backed, and the buck grey-head, and the ram, something, which I forget, and a whole party besides, whom my informant would not name, all gone away. And she went to the fox, and his clearing oath was Aaron Draighen Aaron Drees. Aaron Talum Fomo choice. Era Gryan Chad Seor. Cha en Faka, Mice Ryam. Du Chuid mean. By the blackthorn and the briar. By the earth beneath my foot. By the sun that has gone west. I have never seen thy set of kids. It is manifest that there is a great deal more of this, but I have not got it. 151. 63. How the cock took a turn out of the fox. And no creature ever took a turn out of him but that cock. From Hector Boyd, Barra, September 20th, 1860. The russet dog came to a house, and he caught hold of a cock. He went away with the cock, and the people of the townland went away after him. Are they not silly, quoth the cock, going after thee, and that they cannot catch thee at any rate? The cock was for that he should open his mouth that he might spring out. When he saw that the cock was so willing to go along with himself, he was so pleased. Oh! Musician, wilt thou not say it is my own cock that is here, and they will turn back, said the cock. The fox said, Shiemo haelak, and when the fox opened his mouth the cock sprung away. I have already given a version of this in Volume 2, the main difference is, that the cock here calls the fox a musician, as the fox in the old story called the crow, when he did him out of a cheese by the same stratagem. Sealair is used to express a silly fellow. 64. The Hen. From Hector Boyd. Learnt this story from Donald McKinnon, Ladines, Barra, who died 12 years ago at the age of 60. Castle Bay, October 4, 1860. There was a woman before now, and she bore a hen in rock by the shore, after she had been driven into banishment in some way or other. The hen grew big, and she used to be going to the king's house every day to try if she could get something that she might give to her mother. The king came out on a day of these days, and he said to her, What, thou nasty little creature, art thou doing standing there upon my door? Well, then, though I be little, and even nasty, I can do a thing that the fine big queen thou hast cannot do, said she. What canst thou do, quoth the king. I can spring from spar to spar, with the tongs and the hook for hanging the pot trailing after me. He went in and he told that to the queen. The hen was tried, and she did it. They tied the pot hook and the tongs to her, and she sprang over 3 spars, rafters, and she came down on the ground. Then they tied the pot hook and the tongs to the queen, and she went and she took a spring out of herself, and she cut the edge of her 2 shanks, and she fell, and the brain went out of her. He had 4 queens, and the hen put them all out with this work. It would be better for you to marry my mother, quoth the hen, she is a very fine woman. Avoid me, said the king. Thou hast caused me loss enough already, thou nasty creature. Well, then, that is not what is best for thee, but to marry her, said the hen. Send down thy mother so that we may see her, said the king. She went where her mother was, and she said to her, the king is seeking you, mother, I was asking him to marry you. She went up, and she herself and the king married. Then there was a Sunday, and they were going to sermon, the king and the queen, and they left within but the hen and the son of the first wife. The hen went when they went away, and she went to a chamber, and she cast off her the husk that was upon her, and the lad went into the room, and he saw the husk that was upon her. He caught hold of it, and he put it into the hot middle of the fire. She came down and she had no tail of the Caol. She came where the lad was, and she had a naked sword, and she said to him, Get for me my husk, or else I will take the head off thee, against the throat. The lad took much fear, and he could not say a word to her. Thou nasty creature, said she, it is much for me that thy death should be on my hands, I don't know what I shall do now. If I get another Caol they will think that I am a witch, and I had better stay as I am. When the king came home he saw that fine woman within, going about the house, and he had no knowledge what had put her there, and the king must know what sort of a woman she was. She told every whit. She herself and the king's son married, and a great wedding was made for them. I suspect this is a fragment of some much longer tale. I know nothing like it in any other language. 65. The Keg of Butter. From Hector Boyd, Barra, who learnt it from Neil Muilearteach, and from many other old men. Neil died 10 years ago, past 80 years of age, Castle Bay, September 20th, 1860. The russet dog and the wild dog, the fox and the wolf, were going together, and they went round about the sea shore, and they found a keg of butter, and they buried it. On the morrow the fox went out, and when he returned and he said that a man had come to ask him to a baptism. The fox went and he arrayed himself in excellent attire, and he went away, and where should he go but to the butter keg? And when he came home the wolf asked him what name was on the child, and he said that there was Foville, under its mouth. On the morrow he said that a man had sent to ask him to a baptism, and he reached the keg and he took out about half. The wolf asked when he came home what name was on the child. Well, said he, there is a queer name that I myself would not give to my man-child, if I had him, there is Muilearteach, about half and half. On the morrow he said that there was a man there came to ask him to a baptism again, and he went and he reached the keg, and he ate it all up. When he came home the wolf asked him what name was on the child, and he said that there was Bull-Eamlich, tackling, licking, or licking all up. On the morrow he went and he said to the wolf that they ought to bring the keg home. They went, and, when they reached the keg there was not a shadow of the butter in it. Well. Thou wert not without coming to watch this, though I was without coming here, quoth the fox. The other one swore that he had not come near it. Thou needst not be blessing that thou didst not come here, I know that thou didst come, and that it was thou that took it out, but I will know it from thee when thou goest home, if it was thou that ate the butter, said the fox. He went, and when he went home he hung the wolf by his hind legs, with his head dangling below him, and he had a dab of the butter and he put it under his mouth, and if it was true, it was out of the wolf's belly that it came. Thou red thief! Said he, I said before that it was thou ate the butter. They slept that night as they were, and on the morrow when they rose the fox said, Well, then, it is silly for ourselves to be going to death in this way with great excess of sloth. We will reach such and such a townland, and we will take a piece of land in it. They reached the townland, and the man to whom it belonged gave them a piece of land the worth of 7 Saxon pounds. It was oats that they set that year, and they reaped it, and they began to divide it. Well, then, said the fox, whether wouldst thou rather have the root or the tip? Thou shalt have thy 2 choices. I'd rather the root, said the wolf. Then the fox had fine oaten bread all the year, and the other one bad fodder. On the next year they set a crop, and it was taught a root, potatoes, that they set, and the potatoes grew well. Which wouldst thou like best, the root or the crop this year, said the fox. Indeed, thou shalt not take the twist out of me any more, I will have the crop, top, this year, quoth the wolf. Good enough, my hero, said the fox. Then the wolf had the potato tops again, and the fox the potatoes. Then the wolf used to keep stealing the potatoes from the fox. Thou hadst best go yonder, and read that name that I have in the hoofs of the grey mare, quoth the fox. Away went the wolf, and he began to read the name, and on a time of these times the white mare drew her leg, and she cast the head off the wolf. Oh, said the fox, it is long since I heard it. I would rather be a clerk than be reading a book. He went home, and the wolf was not putting trouble upon him any more. I heard this story often myself in boyhood. There is some portion of dialogue that I remember, not in this version. When the fox speaks to the wolf about the christening, the conversation goes on in this manner. Madad ruad. Och. Hewn. Thal. Madad aluid. Day the Thursday, facin an. Madad ruad. The iad gam iarad gu goisteached. Madad aluid. Och, and d, thade Thursday an. Madad ruad. Och, thade. Fox. Och. Hein. Yonder. Wolf. What sayest thou there? Fox. They are asking me to sponsorship. Wolf. Och. Wilt thou go there? Fox. Och. I will. H. MacLean. See Norse Tales, page 472, where the creatures are fox and bear. The Boar and the Fiend, Grimm, number 189. The notes in volume 3, Grimm, shew that this is widely spread. See also number 2, Grimm, volume 3. Where the creatures in company, in various versions, are cat and mouse, cock and hen, cock and fox. See also Stories on Proverbs, 1854, London. Send not the cat for lard. The actors are a kitten and a rat, the scene, a belfry and a garret. 66, The Fox and the Little Bonnach. From Hector Boyd, who learnt it from one John Campbell, who died 3 years ago, at the age of 30 September 20, 1860. The fox was once going over a loch, and there met him a little Bonnach, and the fox asked him where he was going. The little Bonnach told him he was going to such a place. And whence camest thou? Said the fox. I came from Guaigean, and I came from Ossian, and I came from the slab of the Bonnach stone, and I came from the eye of the quern, and I will come from thee if I may, quoth the little Bonnach. Well, I myself will take thee over on my back, said the fox. Thou'lt eat me, quoth the little Bonnach. Come then on the tip of my tail, said the fox. Oh! I will not, thou wilt eat me, said the little Bonnach. Come into my ear, said the fox. I will not go, thou wilt eat me, said the little Bonnach. Come into my mouth, said the fox. Thou wilt eat me that time at all events, said the little Bonnach. Oh, I will not eat thee, said the fox. At the time when I am swimming I cannot eat anything at all. He went into his mouth. Oh! Ho! Said the fox, I may do my own pleasure to thee now. It is long since it was heard that a hard morsel is good in the mouth of the stomach. The fox ate the little Bonnach. Then he went to the house of a gentleman, and he went to a loch, and he caught hold of a duck that was in it, and he ate that. He went up to a hillside, and he began to stroke his sides on the hill. "O king! How finely the bullet would spank upon my belly just now!" Who was listening but a hunter? "It will be tried upon thee directly," said the hunter. "Bad luck to the place that is here," quoth the fox, "in which a creature dares not say a word in fun that is not taken in earnest." The hunter put a bullet in his gun, and he fired at him and killed him. See Chambers' Popular Rhymes of Scotland, 1858, 231. See also Wolf Stories, where a wolf prays to Odin that an axe may fall on his head, and a man throws one. Gaelic omitted. The following two stories, LXVI and LXVI, were got in Islay from an old man, whose name has not been sent to me. They were written by Mr. Carmichael, an enthusiastic Highlander, and a good Gaelic scholar, who was stationed in Islay in July 1860, and is now, 1861, at Carbost in Skye. The main incidents of these stories are quoted in the introduction, as known in the Isle of Man. The Fane, are here found in the spot where the Lay of Diarmaid left them, stationed near the old, Pictish towers, opposite to the Isle of Skye, and they next appear in Islay, where the forging of Finn's sword, the son of Lewin, is a well-known legend. The incidents are told in the Isle of Man of a Baron, and the scene is partly Druntheme. Finn's patronymic, by a change from the common spelling which hardly changes the sound, here becomes MacDougald, or the son of Black and White. Another slight change would make it MacDonald. And thus the most numerous clans of the West Highlands, the MacDonalds, MacDougalds, and Campbells, seem all to have something to do with Mac Cumhall and his men, who may have been Irish warriors, or Celtic gods, nevertheless. For nearly all these West Country traditions point back to Erin, and the deeds of the Fiend are not always those of mortal men. There is a curious poem of 26 verses about the smithy, Ceardach Meac Luhan, in Gillies' collection, 1787, p. 233. Several of the phrases in the story are in the poem, and the incidents are much the same. I have often heard that a number of poems were collected in Islay by a minister, and published, and verses about the forging of Finn's sword are still repeated there. Probably the poem is the one of which I have heard. 67. Caol Reidhinn. Why the name was given to it. From Mr. Alex Carmichael, Excise Officer, Islay. On a certain time, when the Fiend had come home from the chase to the house of Ferabhuil, at the foot of Farabean in Ardnamurhan, they were much astonished to find their wives so lusty, fair, and comely. For the chase was very scarce at the time with the Fiend. The Fiend determined that they would know what their wives were getting to make them thus. And when they went away again to the chase, they left Conan, one of themselves, at the house, so that he might find this out. Conan kept a watch, and the meat that they had was the hazel top boiled, and they were drinking the brie. It is said besides that they used to wash themselves with this. The women understood that it was to watch them that Conan had been left at the house, and they were in a great fury. In the night when Conan laid down to sleep, they tied his hair to 2 stakes which they drove into the earth on either side of his head. Then the women went out to the front of the house, and they struck their palms with a great lament, till they awoke Conan. Conan sprang on foot with great haste, but he left part of his hair and of the hide of his head fast to the stakes. When Conan got the women within, he set fire to heather and faggots in front of the house, so that he might kill the women with the smoke. The Fiend were at this time opposite to the house of Ferabhuil on the other side of Caol Reidhinn, Caol, and when they saw the fire and the smoke rising up, they cried out loudly, striking their left hands on the front of their faces, with their eyes on the sky. Then they ran to succor their set of wives, but the strait was between them, but with their blades they leaped the strait, all, but one Mac and Reidhinn, Ramsay. Mac and Reidhinn fell in the strait and he was drowned. And since then to this day's day, the name of Reidhinn Strait has stuck to the Narrows. Valor so swiftly for wives of the Fiend. And each one sprang on the point of his spear. And they left Mac and Reidhinn in the strait. By good fortune the women all came through it but 1 or 2 of them, for the Fiend made mighty running to succor them. The Fiend were in great fury against Conan for what he had done, and they seized him to put him to death. Conan asked as a favour that the head should be taken off him with Mac and Luin that would not leave a shred behind, the sword of Finn Macdul, Macdugald, and that his own son Garb should smite him on the thigh of Finn. With earnest entreaty I would, ask it. And my soul's privation to seek it. The son of Luin to reap my soul. Upon the thigh of the sense of the fiend. This was allowed him, but first 7 grey hides and 7 faggots of firewood, and 7 tiruin of grey bark were laid about the thigh of Finn. Then the head of Conan was laid on that, and Grbh, his son, struck the head off him with Mac and Luin. And folds in the palm were not more plenteous. Then severed thews in the thigh of Finn. Then Grbh asked them where were the fiend, for he had gone mad, and they said to him that they were below beneath him. Then he went down till he reached the sea, and he slashed at it till he drowned himself. 68. On a day when Finn and his set of men were out hunting in Haslan, in Gordian Tawad in Isle, they saw coming to meet them an unhandsome man, with a shaggy eye in the front of his face. 152 He was running with might, and making right for Finn Macdul. When he met them he asked them to follow him to the door of the smithy. Said Finn, Where, stripling, is thy smithy? Or shall we be the better for seeing it? My smithy, said the fairy smith, is not to be found, and if it may, ye shall not see it. The fairy smith and Dairgloss stretched out against the mountain breast, and they would but give the one step over each cold desert glen. There could but scarce be seen a glimpse of their clothes on their hips. On nearing the door of the smithy the heroes neared each other. A little opening, said the fairy smith. Tear it before thee, said Dairgloss. Then turned round the fairy smith and he said, O king! That thou hast earned the name O Caoilt, slenderness, Dorglas shall not be thy name from this time. It was then that they began at Mac and Luin, and when they were at it the daughter of the fairy smith came in to the smithy, and she asked, Who is the slender grey fearless man? A Shinead at Pina Cruch. The maiden fell into weighty questions with Dairgloss, and she gave him notice that her father would say to him when the sword was ready, what did it want new, and that he should say, it wants one little thing yet. Then that he should seize the sword and thrust it through her father's body to temper it. Gaelic omitted. 69, Thomas of the Thumb. From Catherine MacFarlane in 1809. John Dewar. There was one before now whose name was Tomas Na Ceardach, and he was no bigger than the thumb of a stalwart man. Tomas went once to take a walk, and there came a coarse shower of hailstones, and Tomas went in under a dock leaf. And there came a great drove of cattle past, and there was a great brindled bull amongst them, and he was eating about the docken, and he ate Tomas of the Thumb. His mother and his father missed him, and they went to seek him. They were going past the brindled bull, and quoth Tomas Na Ceardach, Ye are there a-seeking me. Through smooth places, and moss places. And here am I a lonely one. Within the brindled bull. Then they killed the brindled bull, and they sought Tomas Na Ceardach amongst the paunches and entrails of the bull, but they threw away the great gut in which he was. There came a carlin the way, and she took the great gut, and as she was going along she went over a bog. Tomas said something to her, and the old wife threw away the great gut from her in a fright. There came a fox the way, and he took with him the gut, and Tomas shouted. Bis Telu. The fox. Bis Telu. The fox. Then the dogs ran after the fox, and they caught him, and they ate him, and though they ate the gut they did not touch Tomas Na Ceardach. Tomas went home, where his mother and his father were, and he it was indeed that had the queer story for them. This varies from the book Adventures of our old friend Tom Thumb, who is now supposed to have been the dwarf of King Arthur. The story comes from Glenfalloch, which is not far from Dumbarton, which was, according to family tradition, the birthplace of King Arthur's son. It was told to Dewar by a girl who took charge of him when a child, and it is known to one other man whom I know. I used to hear the adventures of Comhawise or Daig, Thumb's contemporary, from my piper nurse myself, but I was so young at the time that I have forgotten all but the name. The cry of bis talu may still be heard in the mouths of herd laddies addressing their collies, and it may be the same as tally ho, for which a French derivation has been sought and found, talis or. I would rather imagine King Arthur, and his knights, and his dwarf, shouting an old Celtic hunting cry, and red-coated sportsmen keeping it up till now, than trace it to Norman French. But in any case, here is something like tally-ho in the mouth of Tom Thumb, and in a glen where tally-ho has never been heard. Gaelic omitted. 70. The Bulls. The following is a very good gloss upon the language of bulls. The imitation can be made very close by any one who will repeat the Gaelic conversation of the champions, with the intention of imitating the sound of their angry bellowings. These go by the name of Borich in Gaelic, and oo, ee, and r, express the prevailing sounds. I have tried to spell these sounds, but I have small hopes of conveying an idea of them by letters. Whether this is a story founded on some old battle between tribes, which fought near the Stone of the Bulls, or if so, who these may have been, I will not attempt to guess. There are bulls and bulls' heads in the armorial bearings of several of the Highland clans, and the nickname of John Bull must have had some origin. There is a bull sculptured on an old stone near Inverness, which is figured in the Sculptured Stones of Scotland, from which work the drawing above is copied. The story is certainly the invention of some one familiar with bulls, whatever it means. From John Dewar, November 17, 1860. There came before now a red bull from Saeson, England, to put Alba into shame. He stood on the shoulder of Bean Vuurluig, and he bellowed. Straw en duik. Straw en duik. The country is pitiable. There was a black Gaelic bull on the other side of Loch Loymian, Loch Lomond, opposite the top of Dun Polacrod, Castle Pool Castle, and he bellowed. Kaasahoo. Kaasahoo. Whence art thou? Quoth the red bull, Atgir du Navaid. Atgir du Navaid. From thy foe's land. Said the black bull, Cud e hectanchir. Cud e hectanchir. What is thy land's produce? Cruinact es fien. Cruinact es fien. Wheat and wine, said the red bull. Hurin oon coir du hull. Hurin oon coir du hull. I drive thee backwards, said the black bull. Khm du rugato. Khm du rugato. Where wert thou born, said the red bull. An craw an duin. An craw an duin. In the castle fold, said the black bull. Cud bu va gut on vaoo de leo. Cud bu va gut on vaoo de leo. What was thy food since thou wert a calf, said the red bull. Bain es bar froich. Bain es bar froich. Milk and heather tops, said the black bull. An hour act chrome shaw am bale du clev. An hour act chrome shaw am bale du clev. This crooked horn in the front of thy chest, said the red bull. Who gad me? Han eagle do. Who gad me? Han eagle do. Shun me. No fear of me, said the black bull. And the black bull went round about the upper end of Loch Lomond, and the two bulls met each other on the upper shoulder of Bain Vuurluig, and they set heads to each other, and they struggled. The black bull drove the red bull backwards as far as a great stone that was there, and they rolled the stone over, and the stone rolled down to a level place that is at the side of the road, about 5 miles on the upper side of the Lomond Tarbot. And 3 miles on the lower side of the upper end of the Loch of Lomond. The black bull put his crooked born into the front of the chest of the red bull, and he killed him. And Clach nan Tarv, the stone of the bulls, is the name that is on that stone till this day's day, and that is the greatest stone that is in the 3 realms. Gaelic omitted. 71. The Hoodie catechizing the young one. The Hoodie fell to at catechizing the Guaigean, and she said to him. If thou sayest one coming, and a slender stick in his oxter, and a broad end to it, flee that will be a gun. He will be going to kill thee. If thou sayest one coming, and lifting a pebble, it is lifting it to kill thee that he will be flee. If thou sayest one coming fair straight forward, and without anything in his oxter, and without stooping, thou needst not stir, that one will not touch thee. What, said the croaker, if the stone be in his pouch? Oh, said the hoodie, I need not be instructing thee any longer. Gaelic omitted. 72. The Hoodie and the Fox. The hoodie and the fox were good at early rising, and they laid a wager with each other, for which should soonest get up in the morning. The hoodie went into a tree top, and she slept. And the fox stayed at the foot of the tree, looking aloft, to see, when the day would come. As soon as he perceived the day he cried, Sayan lay bani. It is bright day. The hoodie had never stirred all the night, and then she awoke with the cry, and she answered, Esad obe, Esad obe. It's long since it was. Then the fox lost the wager and the hoodie won. Gaelic omitted. 73. The Yellow Muilearteach. 1. Bard. On a day when the Finn were on Oiril's mound, a-watching the Arran all around, there was seen coming on the tops of the wave, the crooked, clamoring, shivering brave. 2. The name of that undaunted wraith was the bald russet Yellow Muilearteach. From Lauchlan's bounds, coming on brine, all in a day to cover Arran. A Muilearteach buity. 153. 1. Lata dh and Finn, Tulak Oiril, 1. A Coimhead na Arran mu Timchil. Chanakas a Tyan, Barabe Thon. An Era, Gerich, Craabhaid, Chrome. 2. 2. Say be ain dh and Futh knock be uthim. A Muilearteach mhail, Ruad buity. O Cryacan Lachlan, Tyan air sail. Guaigean a Comdak a dh on la. 3. A rusted glaive was upon her belt. We'll give them a grim darkling pelt, when the time of the fury of battle shall come. 4. There were 2 slender spears of battle upon the other side of the Carlin. Her face was blue-black of the luster of coal, and her bone-tufted tooth was like rusted bone. 5. In her head was one deep pool-like eye, swifter than a star in a winter sky. Upon her head gnarled brushwood, like the clawed old wood of the aspen root. 6. Her heart was merry for joy, as she saw in the south the fiantade. Will ye not teach the wretch to her ruin? Let not hers be a good gift without return. 7. And 100 warriors she sportively slew, and there was a grim on her rugged maw. A warrior exalted each warrior of these, and that were raised up on slender trees. 8. A pouring of their blood amongst the hounds, and the juice of the fruit of Waril was threatened. 3. Bha Claidhim Mirjich era Creos. Bear Dabe Caseged Duij, Doit 3. An Ammon D. Thigiad Gerbi Katha. 4. Bha de Schliga Chaula Chatha. Aaron Tab al Dh and Chalik. Bha Haedan Dubgorm Airdreachap Gwail. Sa Dudnabadak, Namroad. 4. 5. Bha Aeon Sol Glumak 5 Nasin. Buluath na Ryanag Gimraid. 6 Crayab Minich Chaz Era Scene. March 7th Choil Inich de Intishana Crithin. 6. Bha, Crid, Meyer Re Hadh. C. G. M. Hair Nam Fiantade Fo Diaz. Nak Dicht 8 Siba, Beist Thana Hamais. S. Gu, N. Farlad Letha Jean Gun Chomain. 7. S. Gu, N. Marbilu Habhatched Sud Layak. S. Gu, N. Rob Care 9 Era Garb Krayas. Layak Impeach Gach Layak A. Bh. An. S. A. Thogad Air Chaula Kran. 8. Air Scath Fala, Misk Nan Khan. SBHA Bri Myos Oiril, Ga Mowedhead. 9. Which Who are the warriors better than they? Outspoke the Yellow Muilearteach. Terror or fear there is not upon me. Before the king since I happened upon ye. 10. Bard. To Finn prince of the Finn there came. The ill-favoured goblin right valiant. By her there were slaughtered 9 in the plain. As she sought for detestable combat. 11. Which. Now since I have come over the brine. For the taking of all Erin. Let yielding be given me without pain. Or else a whole battle of hardy men. 12. Bard and Finn. Mac Chumhale would give that without displeasure. 100 hounds, upon leashes of leather. Take the bribe, and besides, behold. 100 ruddy apples of gold. 13. Which. Although I should get all the value of Erin. With her gold and her silver and her precious things. I would rather have on board of my vessel. The heads of Oscar, and Reidhinn, and Quarrel. 14. Bard and Conan. Spoke a hero that brooked no slur. Son of great Morna, by name Conan. Thou shalt loose the bush of thy round head. Because thou hast asked for the Son of Oisein. 9. Ciaiad na Lauica, es fear na sin. Ladhrach Muilearteach buadi. Fiam na eagle cha en Isle Orm. Roim en Rai, o en Tharladmi Thugab 154. 10. Gufin, Flath na Fin, Thanig. Am Futh Dithmasich, 10 Defdana. Marbhad Letha Nayanar, S.A. Bag. S.I.G. Iarade Futh Chad na Comrade. 11. Nison Thanig me air sail. Guaigean yul du gabhale. Thugta Geel gun doruindam. Ernio comrade crota Reidhinn. 12. Buried Mac Chumhale Syed D gun Diambad. Dyksud cu air choim lion isle. Gab and Kuma, is e, choir. Dyksud Ublin dur joyer. 13. Bwade na a Chirian gad gaben yul. Lut achor, s lut achergiad, s lut achionmas. B. Fear leam, air board air mo luwing. Sin Oscar, A's Reidhinn, A's Quirel. 14. Labhair Layak Nok D. Fulaing Tair. Mac Mor Morna D. B. Ain Conan. Calid 2 Dos Du Chin Cruin. And in Dale Meek Oisein Iarade. 15. Bard. When they saw the wrath of the monster. Up rose Finn the prince of the Finn. Up rose Oisein, prince of the men. Up rose Oscar, and Iallan. 16. Up rose Dermot o Duibni. Up rose they, and Yall o Bidni. 3 sons of the dusky black king Duin. Up rose they, and Serbal. 17. Up rose Guaigean o Damhak. Up rose they, and Ard Ambark. Up rose Sire Dub, prince of Lomhan. The doughtiest 4 that were in the Finn. 18. Went to do battle with the beast. 19. She was serving them out in turn. As a blade might run through flame. Until there met Mac Chumhale the Grand. And the Muilearteach hand to hand. 20. Their equal was never yet seen. Since the smithy of Lon Mac Liabhain, 155. There was dew on the point of the spears. Of Mac Chumhale of the side so fair. 15. Nwer Chunnak Iad called na beast. Gu N.D. Iric Fin, Flath na Fin. D.H. Iric Oisein, Flath nam Fear. Gu N.D. Iric Oscar A's Iallan. 16. Gu N.D. Iric Dermot o Duibni. Gu N.D. Iric Sin A's Yall o Bidni. Triuer Mac and Rai Kyrdub Duin. Gu N.D. Iric Sin Aga Sirbhal. 17. D.H. Iric Guaigean o Damhak. D.H. Iric Sin Agus Ardamhair. D.H. Iric Sire Dub, Mac Rai Lomhan. A Chithrar a beat Fogaintich Bha San Fin. 18. Cheda Chamar Grissa Beist. 19. Bha I Gam for Theolad Musich. Mara Ruthead Lon Roim Losser. Gus and Du Thatcher Mac Chum Hail and Aid. S.A. Muilearteach Lam Re Lam. 20. An Akehead Cha En Facus Mar Sin. O Ceardach Lon Meekan Liabhan. Bha Delt Er Baraba Shli. Aig Mac Chum Hail and Teoab Gil. 21. Her side was pierced with sharp wound. There was rain of her blood on the heather. The Muilearteach was slain by the king. And if she was slain, it was no smooth slaying. 22. Smith. The smith took with him her Bree 156. To Tur Leoin of the High King. My sorrow, said the smith of the axes. If bald Russet Muilearteach is slain. 23. King. The king said, the people never stood. That on the bald russet could bring blood. Unless in a land of holes fell she. Or was drowned upon the smooth bare sea. 24. There never yet have come of any. Those who the Yellow Muilearteach could slay. They did not slay her, but the Finn. A band from whom tribute is not won. 25. Great is the shame to the blossom of Fail. To give under to the people of a single isle. To the travelling, and to the west. Travel we in haste. 26. That I would give my vow again. If my mild Muilearteach has been slain. That I with my people should never return. Till Erin to a heap of ashes should burn. 21. Bha Tob Er a Thalad Lugwin. Bha Breon Dh a Fuel Er na Freyachabe. Marbhada Muilearteach Lays and Rye. Ma Marbhad Cha B E M Marbhad Min. 22. Thug and Goba Laza, Bry. Gu Tur Leoin, and Tiard Rye. Mo Bud, Arsa Goba Nan Tuad. Ma Marbhada Muilearteach Mhail Ruad. 23. Thord and Rye, Knock D F has a Shlu. Na, buried Fuel Era Mhail Ruaid. Marin Dichai En Talam Tol. Na, Bathid Er Mur Slimhuan, Lam. 24. Cha D, Thanig de Deoin, Sambith. Na, Marbhad a Muilearteach Buadi. Cha du Mar by ACH and Fin. Bidhian Bar Knock Binagir Sis. 25. S Morin Nair du Blaith Fail. Gila Thwart du Luch Dayon Eilean. Aaron Triolam, S Aaron Yar. Triolam, Agus Triolam More. 26. Gu N D Thugan Sa Mo Boyd Aris. Ma Marbhad Mo Muilearteach Min. A Choich Knock Tilin Lu M Shlu. Gus M Biod Aaron Na Tor Luatha. 27. In Aaron let me not leave a stone. In burn, or in moor, or in mountain lone. Unlifted upon the beaks of my fleet. Aaron level of such great weight. 28. I will bring my plungers upon the brine. To bring out of her sea bent all Aaron. 29. Bard. Great is the brag for the white ships. The whole of Aaron to uplift. And that there are not white ships in being. That could uplift 1/5 of Aaron. 30. King. Gather to me my worthy race. King of the Spaniards and his force. The king of Greece and of Gallia clean. King of Hispania and of the Inns. 31. Bard. Gather of the whole world the clan. The children of a king and of a single man. Goblin or champion shall not get clear. From the beautiful fin of the yellow hair. 32. 70 ships, and 1,000. Gathered the king, what a heavy band. For the taking of all Aaron. Could it be brought to Finn, prince of the Finn? 27. An Aaron na fagum clatch. An alt, na em monad, na em for each. Gun tho Gael Corabemo long. Aaron Cothramach, Cho Trom. 28. Berim Brebeneach Sail. Twert Aaron Uil as a tan. 29. S. Moran Spled du Luingias Bon. Aaron Yul du Thogfail. S. Gunda Luingias Bon Sam Bith. Na Thogad, a dh Aaron, Koijum. 30. Rai. Tyanail Thugam Mo Theolac Koyer. Rai Na a Chispanade, S. a Shlo. Rai Grage, S. Rai Galia Glan. Rai Na a Chispane As Na a Chinid. 31. Philid. Tyanail Sluan Tisaic Hail Yul. De Chlan Rai, S. de Dh Aon Duin. Futh Na Iraq Cha D. Thigaz. On Fin Aluan Faltbuity. 32. Seached Fishid As Mile Long. Thionale and Rai, S. Gu, M. B. Feach Trom. Gu Gab Hail Aaron Air Fad. Gu Fin, Flath Na Finna Na En Tart E. 33. There was not a port nor a half-port within. The 5/5 of the Aaron. That of beaked barks was not full. And of the barges of their lords all. 34. Though it was evil to be waiting for them. 'Twas no better for them that to us they came. 35. A messenger came from Blythe Fail. To find for him the Muilearteach. Or else the bold youth of all Aaron. The children of a single man or of a king. That Mac Shumhail would give to the King of Lachlan, and without a grudge. 36. 1000 helmets and fine mail. 1000 shields and sheathed glaives. 1000 collars of gold upon hounds. 1000 slender stingers of battle. 37. 1000 fine-colored flags. 1000 wise warriors whom he might choose. 1000 bridles of gold and saddles. 33. Cha Rob Port Na Leithfort An. And Coig Choigim Na Aaron. Knock Rob Lon de Barke Benak. Agus Berlinib O Thigurnan. 34. Gubi Ol Duin Abith Aaron Sion. Cha N and Dabe San A B Fear Teach Thugan. 35. Thanig Teach Der O, Blythe Fail. Muilearteach Featain de. Ernio Borbraid Aaron Yul. Eder Clan Rai, S. Aon Duin. Buried Mac Shumhail Syed Du Rai Lachlan. S. Gun Diamad. 36. Dyke Sud Clogad As Caol Luireach. Dyke Sud Sgiath As Claidheen Condakt. Dyke Sud Lomhain Oir Air Conabe. Dyke Sud Salta Chaola Chada. 37. Dyke Sud Bratak Mine, Date. Dyke Sud Sawid, Na M.B. Ale Lays. Dyke Sud Stryan or Agus Dialade. 38. Though he got all that, the king of Lachlan. And the bold youth of the whole of Reidhinn. For ever with his people he would not be still. Till Aaron should become a ruddy hill. 39. Lachlaners. Then spoke an answerable true wise bard. The lad that could answer with a knowing word. And he spoke timidly and like a sneer. Unto the king that was too early. 40. Bard. Though you, like the whole of the Finn. In the front of battle and combat. You must come as lions, weighty and grey. Or else you will work out your own decay. 41. It were better to get us on a single place. Than from billow to be on our trace. 42. King. Thy counsel is lying, thou musical bard. Outspoke the king, wrathfully, hatingly. Because a third part of what is there, seen. Thou hast never beheld in Aaron. 43. Fiend. 157. Then spoke Geraid of the Glens, 158. If you will take my counsel, Finn. Let submission be given on the sea. That for ever under his sway you may be. 38. Get a Gibhead Rai Lachlan Syed. Agus Borbraid Na H. Irian Yul. Choich, cha stated lung shlu. Gus biod Aaron na tor ruid. 39. Thuart philid frigarak, fierglik. And gil frigrad gu chielak. Labhair gu from haid, fad. Ris and rai, gu rob thrath. 40. Philid. Gu math labes and fin yul. And tus cath agus comrade. Thig sib and liamana trom, gloss. Ernio ni sib namelias. 41. Fear fain aeonabal. Na, bith, Syriad o thuin gu tuin. 42. Rai. Brugak du beached philid bin. Thuart and rai gu fwathak, feargak. Agus trian na, beal and sin. Nak faka tu riam and Aaron. 43. And sin labhair garade nan gleen. Ma gabas sib, comheril, fin. Rakid geel a thwart air sail. Gu, biod sib gu brath fo Iona. 44. Bard. Up rose Iolan with a hero's tread. And each one followed him side by side. To give a leathering to Garade from the wild. Who the service of man could not abide. 45. Fin. Stay thou, Iolan, as thou mayest be. Said Macchumhail, the prince so high. Though evil the counsel of the man. Stalwart his hand when the strife began. 46. Oscar. Said Oscar, as he felt the pain. Whatever ship is of loftiest sail. Shall swim in blood beneath her keel. If there be enough within her hull. 47. Bard. Then raised they, and they were not scarce. Their slender pennons on their slender shafts. The standard of Macchumhail of victories. Sun's brightness, above the trees. 48. There were 9 chains from it downward fell. Of the yellow gold, of no luster dull. A hero at every chain of these. That was holding them against the stays. 49. In the camp there was many 1,000 of men. Many a one with blades and spears so keen. Many a trunkless head was there. Many a neck there was swept bare. From the first of the sun till the same evening. 44. Iric Iolan, sbu chum lawik. Gach ti lean e tob re tob. Thwart leadert garade o, fasach. Cha b ale lays duin ga fazdad. 45. Fin. Stad ort Iolan mar ta Thursday. Arsa Macchumhail and ard flatha. Gubi ulk impotent fur. Butium, a lamb ans an Irgil. 46. Oscar. Thuart Oscar, Gabhail loon. Gubi long a, erd seol. Snamhaid I'm fuel fo, a dryam. Ma the na urad na colin. 47. Philid. Thog iad and Syed, cha bugan. And Caol shrolt, Aaron Caol croin. Bratak Meekchumhail and aid. Guile grain, as Cyan cranub. 48. Bha neoid slabratian iced sios. De, n or buidi gundalsgiam. Layak gach slabrade diu sin. A bha gon cumail ris na slathian. 49. Bulionar sa, crow mile fear. Bulionar fear gur lawn, sleefan. Bulionar scene and gun com Iona. Bulionar muinil and maulad. O thus grain gu confiscar. 50. Those heroes the greatest of the tribe. That came to us with an army, of pride. To them the camp was the narrowest. Ere their rough vaporing was dispersed. 51. In the thick of the people Oscar slew 100 spearmen for the first time. Another 100 of the people by 3. Seeking a way to their ard rai. 52. Another 100 of the hosts of men. On the further side of the king of Lachlan. Until he slew, in the thick of the host. The king for all his great honors boast. 53. When they saw that the king had fallen, their courage failed them, and in great swiftness they went all in ranks to the sea. And the battle poet was driving them. 54. Amongst the warriors in turn, it was the Oscar that was urging them. After he had given the war, came succor to the hero of bright arms. 55. For through the spear holes there might go the sickles, 159, through the back of Oscar. 50. An Ladhrach sin bu mo dhen slyacht. A thanig thugan lug more feached. San dabe san bu chewing and crow. Maen du scoilid and garthsglio. 51. Marb Oscar, and tie and slough. Sud fear sliga mar chud wear. Sud isle as a fobola try. Ag iaraid thun and ard rai. 52. Sud al de shlu naun fear. And tob thal de rai lachlan. Gus and du marbi, en tie and slough. And rai muilearteach. 53. Nwer chunaik iad gun d thud and rai. Thrag miem na iad more loathas. Chade iad nan sreedhan gu sail. Sa, Clier Chadha Gon Iomain. 54. Eater na Reidhinn Musich. Sent Oscar a Bha Gon Iomain. And D's a bith tabherd of Blair. En thanig cobhair gu laoch armgil. 55. Oyer rakad, roim thalab nan sleef. Na corin roim dryam oscar. 56. Whatever that day might hap to be. On the battle's steep side of Bainyadain. Such like great peril was not there found. From the first of the Finn till one day. On the day when the Finn were on Oiril's mound. Wrote down this poem from the recitation of Angus MacDonald, Stowenbrake, South Uist, September 1860, and again from that of Alan MacFie, Taylor. MacDonald gives the same authority for it as for the Great Fool, and MacFie says he learned it from one Donald McIntyre, who has gone to America, and if living is now about 80 years of age. In Barra, I heard it from Alexander MacDonald, Berg. And from Donald MacFie, Smith, Brubhaig, who learnt it from an uncle of his, Hector MacLean, also a smith. Some versions have lines which are wanting in others, and in some lines there are a few slight variations. I have inserted those lines and words which I thought best when differences occurred. HML 56. Gubi e bithead and lata sin. Tabucht katha bain yudain. Alethid de beagle cha d foiras n. O thus na fin gus an aeon lata. S lata dhan fin tulak oiril. Point to a division into quatrains. I am indebted to the collector for a literal translation, which has been of the greatest assistance, but I have here and there followed Armstrong's dictionary, which contains many rare words, avowedly taken from the Ossianic poems. If there be errors in the translation, I hope they may be overlooked. MacDonald, who sang this and two other poems to me in Barra, September 10, 1860, did it with only one mistake. He forgot something near the beginning, and stopped short, and uttering several expressions of strong disgust at his own forgetfulness, he turned back to the first line and began again. And got over the difficulty with a rush that reminded me of a man taking a running leap over a stiff hedge. With that one mistake he recited a whole poem. And so far as I can judge, from hearing such crabbed Gaelic once, it was the same poem which is here given, but we made out that there were 80 verses in it, whereas there are but 55 incomplete in Maclean's manuscript. I observed that, 2 or 3 times, in reciting this and other poems, MacDonald repeated a couple of lines to fill up the time and complete a quatrain. The poem was attributed to Oisein, and whoever composed it, clearly did so in the character of that old half-mythical bard, for he speaks like an eyewitness, and dwells on the prowess of his son Oscar. I am not sufficiently acquainted with early Norwegian and Irish history, to be able to guess at the event which is celebrated, or at a date. But I suspect the poem was composed in remembrance of some real invasion of Ireland by the sea rovers of Lachlan, in which they got the worst of the fight, and that it has been preserved traditionally in the Hebrides ever since. Could it be Brian's famous battle, AD 1014? Maclean has named his authorities. One of them, MacDonald, is referred to above. He is a workman who cannot read, and who speaks no language but Gaelic. He is a fine intelligent man, with a clear grey eye and smooth dark hair, very fond of the old poetry of his native country, and charmed to recite it to an audience able to take an interest in it. The audience was a numerous one on the 10th of September, and we were highly attentive. One woman was industriously weaving in a corner, another was carding wool, and a girl was spinning dexterously with a distaff made of a rough forked birch branch, and a spindle which was little better than a splinter of fir. In the warm nook behind the fire sat a girl with one of those strange foreign faces which are occasionally to be seen in the Western Isles, and which are often supposed by their neighbors to mark the descendants of the Spanish crews of the wrecked Armada. A face which, at the time, reminded me of the Nineveh sculptures, and of faces seen in St. Sebastian. Her hair was as black as night, and her clear dark eyes glittered through the peat smoke. Her complexion was dark, and her features so unlike those who sat about her, that I asked if she were a native of the island, and learned that she was a Highland girl. Old men and young lads, newly returned from the eastern fishing, sat about on benches fixed to the wall, and smoked and listened. And MacDonald sat on a low stool in the midst, and chanted forth his lays amidst suitable remarks and ejaculations of praise and sympathy. One of the poems was the Lay of Diarmaid, much the same as it appears here. As I had got it from Maclean, who had written it from the dictation of another man elsewhere. Och! Och, ah! Is not that sad? Said the women when Diarmaid was expiring. One of the audience was a stranger from the south, a Campbell, who had come to Barra from some other place, and who, as usual, hailed me as a kinsman, claimed Diarmaid as our common ancestor, and Mac Gillane Moore as the head of his family. His hair was yellow, though tinged with white, and amongst the short, dark natives of Barra, he looked large and gaunt and bony. He gave me his prose version of the escape and pursuit of Diarmaid and Reidhinn, and brought the fugitives from Ireland to the Isle of Skye. The main incidents were similar to those already given, but in detail they differed entirely, as all versions which I have, do from each other. The house where our meeting was held was one of those which are only to be found in the far west, and this may serve to give a notion of the people, who still preserve and delight in this old Gaelic poetic lore. May 11, 1861. Since this was printed, I have found a version of Duan Na Ceardach in a collection of Gaelic poetry, made by Hugh Gillies, and printed in 1786 at Perth. I am indebted to the Reverend Mr. MacLauchlan for a loan of the book, which is rare, and which I had sought in vain at the British Museum and elsewhere. There are 112 lines arranged in stanzas in the published version, 213 in the traditional version here given. The story, and some lines of the poetry, also appear in the Proceedings of the Antiquaries of Scotland, Volume 3, Part 2. 1861, these are taken from a MS collection made in Lewis. It appears that the heroine was wife of a superhuman Celtic sea smith, who is a kind of Neptune, and who had been maltreated by the fiend. Another version of the poem was written from the dictation of a man at Gairlach 10 years ago. And another has lately been written by Mr. Torrey in Benbecula, from the recitation of an old beggar wife. 74, the story of the Lay of the Great Fool. Written by Rector Maclean, September 13, 1860. Recited by Angus MacDonald, Constable, at Stony Bridge, South Uist, who styles himself Aongas, Mac Ian, Meek Aonghais, Meek Domno, Meek Thormaid, Meek Ian, Meek Neil, Meek Chalane, Meek Iagain, Meek Aonghais Oig, Meek Aonghais Moir. Meek Shean Aonghais, a isle, s the Iadag rad knock rob ecli. That is to say, Angus, the son of John, and up to the 13th ancestor, old Angus from Islay, and they say he was not weak. MacDonald says he learnt this poem 58 years ago from Aongas, Reidhinn Bain, Meek Ian, Meek Domhnall, Domhnallake, Meek Gileaspeg, Meek Ian, Meek Uisdean, Meek Eonghais, Meek Reidhinn, H. Irake, that is to say, Angus of White Ronald, the son of John, and up to the 10th ancestor, who lived in North Uist, at Baal Rathhael, and who died more than 50 years ago, about 70 years of age. He could neither read nor write, and he learnt this and other stories from his mother, who died about 70 years ago, at the age of 100 years. He, MacDonald, says that the song A Nigian Bluid Bain Nam Falb had 2 Liam. Gun Sinacane Gunda Nt Siota Dut. Thou fair yellow girl, if thou dst go with me, that I'd buy a gown of the silk for thee, was composed by her. The poem is, as usual, preceded by a short prose story, which is as follows. There were 2 brothers once in Erin, and one of them was a king and the other a Reidhinn. They were both married. On the night there was a track, that is, the knight had children, and there were no children at all to the king. It was a source of insult to the knight and his lot of sons, that the king should have the realm at all. The thing that happened was, that they gathered armies, both of them, on each side. On the day of the battle that they gave, the knight and his 3 sons were slain. The wife of the knight was heavy, and the king sent word that if she were to have a babe son to slay him, but that if it were a baby daughter to keep her alive, and keep her. It was a lad that she had, and there was a kitchen wench within who had a love son. Brahamall was her name, and Domhnall was the name of her son. When the son of the knight was born, this one fled with the 2, the knight's son and her own son. They were being fed at the cost of the knight's wife. She was there on a day, and for fear they should be hungry, she went to a townland to seek food for them. They were hungry, and she was not coming, and they saw 3 deer coming towards the bothy. The knight's son was where the other was, and he asked what creatures were there. He told him there were creatures on which there was meat and clothing. If we were the better for it I would catch them, said B. He ran and he caught the 3 deer, and they were before his muim when she came. She flayed them, and they ate, and she made a dress for him of the deer's hides. 160 Thus they were in a good way till the deer failed, and hunger came upon them again, and she went again to the townland. There came a great horse that belonged to the king, a wild horse, to the place where they were. He asked of Donald what beast was that. That is a beast on which sport is done, one is upon him riding him. If we were the better for him I would catch him, said he. Thou ill-conditioned tatterdemalion. To catch that beast. It would discomfit any man in the realm to catch him. He did not bear any more chatter, but he came round about, and he struck his fist on Donald, and he drove his brains out. He put an oaken skewer through his ear, and he hung him up against the door of the bothy. Be there thou 50 beyond the worst, said he. Then he stretched out after the horse, and the hides were trailing behind him. He caught the horse, and he mounted him, and the horse that had never borne to see a man, he betook himself to the stable for fear. His father's brother had got a son by another wife. When he saw the palace he went up with wonder to look at the palace of his father's brother. His muim never had called him anything but the great fool and crud orm. When he perceived the son of his father's brother playing shinty, he went where he was, and, crud orm, said he. Who art thou, said the king's son, of the gentles or ungentles of the realm, that has the like of that speech? I am the great fool, the son of the knight's wife, the nursling of the nurse, and the foster brother of Donald the nurse's son, going to do folly for myself, and if need were, it is I that could make a fool of thee also. Thou ill-conditioned tatterdemalion. Make a fool of me, said the king's son. He put over the fist and he drove the brain out of him. Be there, then, thou 50 over worse, as is Donald the nurse's son, with an oaken skewer through his ear. He went in where the king was. Crud orm, said he. Who art thou, said the king, of the gentles or ungentles of the realm, that hast such a speech? I am the great fool, the son of the knight's wife, the nursling of the nurse, and the foster brother of the nurse's son, going to make folly for myself, and if need were, it is I that could make a fool of thee also. Well, then, it is not thou that made me that, but my counsellor, on the day that I slew thy father, and did not slay thy mother. Then the king went with him. Every one, then, that he fell in with in the town, they were going with him, and that was their blessing, crud orm. There was a splendid woman in the realm, and there was a great Facnac, that had taken her away. The people thought, if they could bring him to the presence of this woman, that he would set his head upon her, and that he would let the people away. That it was likely they would come between himself and the Fachach, and that the Fachach would kill him. That time he was an utter fool. Of the poem, MacLean remarks, some of the phraseology and pronunciation is such as is considered Irish. For example, the particle ni for cha, do for dha, cos for cas, but these forms of expression were common in the Highlands, add to which, a cultivated dialect was probably common to both countries. The versification is exceedingly harmonious and varied. In some lines the number of syllables is shorter, to give room for the emphasis and slow utterances required by the sense. In reciting the poem, the pronunciation of the reciter was peculiar, and differed widely from that of his conversational dialect. It appears that this lyric was considered by the Gael their best, for it is said, Gach don gu don and dirg. Gach leoid gu leoid and Amadane Muir, Gach eachdraid gu eachdraid Caol. Each poem to the poem of the Red, each lay to the lay of the great fool, each history to the history of Caol, is to be referred as a standard. In Dar Smith's Sean Dana, there is a Leoid and Amadayum Muir, quoted, entirely different from this one. H. Mackel. The lay is in Sean Dana, as part of Cath Manuus. Another long poem was published under the name of Leoid and Amadane Muir, which I have failed to get at the British Museum. The language of the version here given is difficult, and it differs in construction and in sound from the spoken modern Gaelic of the district. There seems every reason to consider it as a fragment. It seems to describe a single adventure only, and there must have been a prelude and a sequel to it. Perhaps Gilman, fair fine, was the lady whom the Fachach had taken away, and who made an entire fool of the mighty simpleton. There is something allegorical in the adventure. There is a mystic valley in which the hero is tempted, and yields to a cup of pleasure, but when he perseveres, his punishment is lightened, and he gets to the Golden City. There he yields to sloth, but when he holds to his promise, and resists temptation, and fights manfully, he is delivered from all his woes. If this view be correct, this may be part of the same tradition which is interwoven with the romances of Arthur and his knights, which were certainly founded on Celtic traditions, and which pervade all Europe. The story of Perron Nic Lydiat, in the Foyer Breton, is of the same class. The hero is an orphan, and a simpleton, and proves himself a hero with sharp wits. He takes service as a herd at a farm, and there sees knights going to Kerglas to seek the golden basin, and the diamond lance. The one is filled with any food which the owner desires, cures diseases, and raises the dead. The other crushes all that it touches, and shines like a flame. Both belong to a giant magician who lives at Kerglas. Now Kerglas might be Cathair Glass, the grey or mystic city. The golden basin, though it has more virtues, has the same properties as the Gaelic Ballan Eichleint, vessel of balsam, and the shining lance is own brother to Claidheim Geal Soluus, the white glaive of light. Kerglas was surrounded by an enchanted forest, in which rivulets seemed to be torrents, and shadowy rocks and veins shows terrified the wanderer. Beyond that, a dwarf Corrigan guarded an apple tree, which was the same which grew in Eden. Further on, a lion with vipers for a mane, guarded a magic flower, which dissolved enchantment still further. A shoal of dragons watched the lake in which they swam, and lastly, a terrible black man, with many eyes, guarded a fearful valley. He was chained to a rock and armed with an iron bullet, which returned to him when he had thrown it, and he at least is a common character in Gaelic tales, see page 15. When all these dangers were past, temptation assailed the adventurer in the shape of delicious food, pleasant drinks, and fair women, and if he yielded he fell. All these dangers Perron Nic the Breton idiot overcomes by wily stratagems. The Gaelic Amadan more overcomes temptations also, but he conquers by valor and dogged perseverance, rather than by wiles. Perron Nick, the half-starved idiot, catches a colt of 13 months, rides through the wood, and at last, by the help of a yellow lady, who turns out to be the plague, kills the magician, and acquires the magic basin and lance. He appears on the side of the Bretons in a war with the French at Nantes, kills his foes with the lance, brings his friends to life when killed, and feeds them when alive with the magic basin. And finally, he goes to Palestine, where he destroys armies, forces the emperor of the Saracens to be baptized, and marries his daughter, by whom he had 100 children. By some accounts he still lives with all his family. The great fool does not go to Palestine, but Conall Gilbenacht does, and he there acquires a magic shining sword, and a talisman, which brings the dead to life. I am inclined to rank the great fool with Perron Nick the idiot, to place the Golden City on the same magic hill of the imagination as Kerglas, and to consider the Lay as one episode in the adventures of a Celtic hero, who in the 12th century became Perceval Loucheur du Bassin. He, too, was poor, and the son of a widow, and half-starved, and kept in ignorance by his mother, but nevertheless he got a horse and venison, and acquired knowledge from King Arthur's knights, and joined them. And in the end he became possessed of that sacred basin Le Saint Graal, and the Holy Lance, which, though Christian in the story, are manifestly the same as the Gaelic talismans which appear so often in Gaelic tales, and which have relations in all popular lore: the glittering weapon which destroys, and the sacred medicinal cup which cures. May 18, 1861. The 14 verses numbered with an are inserted from a version written down for Sir Kenneth Mackenzie, in 1850, at Gairla, chiefly from the recitation of John Macpherson, then 88 years old. And thus headed, How the Might, Nert, of the Great Fool got the victory over the glamour, Druig Heacht, of Manannán, Manannade, and how he took his legs back again from him by his might. I am indebted to Mr. Nicholson of Edinburgh, who had the MSS. The 12 verses numbered with are not in the Gairla version. The remaining 37 verses are common to both. No two verses, hardly 2 lines are identical. But the variations are slight, and the phonetic value of the words is preserved in almost every instance. This seems a strong argument for the traditional preservation of these poems. 2 and 3, which are not in my version, and 4, which is not in the other, together lead me to suspect either that this was composed to imitate an older poem, and to teach a moral lesson, or that someone has tried to give an old poem a moral turn. The language of 2 and 3 is biblical, for it is magical, and so is the bulk of the poem, and the rhythm of 3 and 4 is different from the rest. The bearing of this on Welsh tradition is referred to elsewhere. The Lay of the Great Fool. 1. Bard. Tale of wonder that was heard without lie. Of the idiot to whom hosts yield. A haughty son who yields not to arms. Whose name was the mighty fool. 2. The might of the world he had seized in his hands, and it was no rude deed. It was not the strength of his blade or his shield, but that the mightiest was in his grasp. On his falling on a hidden glen, wherein he never before had stayed, of loveliest strath and grass and plain, and sound of the waves gainst each bright stone. C5. ELK, from a stone in the churchyard of Meagle. Sculptured Stones of Scotland, PL 72. See Note, 2. To chert an glean diam herdo. Ens knock rob e fos roim riam. B ailt srath a's fear a's fawn. Fuin nan ton re slios gach lug. Gairla 4. 3. Lasting long ere we had come. Many a chief is beneath his sway. Another little tale I'd tell. But it there discerned, and it is strange. 4. A day when the mighty fool was in Lochlawn's bounds in a magic cloud. Himself and one beauteous dame. As a woman he beauty sufficed. 5. Meeting in a vast shore glen. As a rose ever growing through it. Floods, and strife, and grass, and sound. Roar of waves on shore of sea. 6. Gilveen. There was seen, said Gilveen young, a Gruagach of the yellowest cloak in the way. A new coloured vessel in his grasp, 161. Like to a cup in which was drink. 7. Fool. It was then that the great hero spoke. Is it an empty flower I see? It is, when greatest is my thirst. That its coming were best for health. 8. Gilveen. An earnest entreaty I make to thee. Drink not his draught, take not his food. Till thou knowest what is the glen. Wherein thou wert, never before. 3. A Lianchuan fad ere Duan teached. Iamad Sutta the Fu, smatched. Skul Beguile Dh Inshawn N. Tugir Thal, Gu Beal E8. 4. Lata Duan Amadan Moor. An Craik and Lachlan Fo Chio Drod. Ethin Agus Aona Maka Na. Buliwar a Leached Marm Nai. 5. Tichert and Glean Diam Hair, Rod. Mar Ros Faz Roim Ryam. Cyanin, Strub, A's Fur, A's Fawn. Stwarm Nan Ton Re Stios Nale. 6. Chanakas, Arsa Gilman Og. Gruagach, San Rod A's Bid Brat. Soit Heach Ur, Date, Na Dorn 162. Koltak Re Korn Am Bio Diak. 7. Sin N Where Labhair Macab More. Ani Ros Fas, 163, the Mia Rear. San Where A's Modem Othart. S Gu Mb, Fear a Theached Gu Betha. 8. Akanaic a Dh Iarams Art. Na Ol a Diak S Na Gab Abayad. Gu Fiasrake Gu Day N Glean. Knock Rob Thursday and Roim Ryam. 9. Gruagach. After that had been spoken to him. Outspoke the Gruagach of the cup. Be not downcast stalwart youth. Be merry and quaff thy draught. 10. Bard. In the like commune with him. Outspoke he, and it was no wise speech. He gave a haughty clashing dart. And there was no drop in the cup but he drank. 11. Away went the Gruagach of the cup. Unlucky was the cup to drink. The 2 legs down from the knee were wanting to the mighty fool. 12. Gilveen. Then it was young Gilveen spoke. Great is this woe has befallen thee. Scarce are thy friends in the great world. Unliked by them is thy want of feet. 164. 13. Fool. Hist. Now thou Gilveen young. Cease thy woe and be thou still. No leg shall be under one in the land. Or I myself will get my 2 feet. 14. Bard. There they wended the pair. The woman and the hero of heaviest tread. Swifter was he on his 2 knees. Then 6 at their swiftness of foot. 9. And day sin Folklachad do. Gu en du Benoch Gruagach at Chwern. Na by Dubhak Oglaich Moir. By Subhuch Ol du Diak. 10. Era Chomain Chiadna do. Labhair Ezen S Cha B E Gwar Glick. Thug Sithead Bruisnich Borb. S Cha Rob Brayon S A Chorn Nok D Gib. 11. Gu N D Image Gruagach at Chwern. Neobwadhak a Chwern Re Ol. And a choice, Fon Gluin Shios. Bha Dith and Amadane Moir. 12. Sin N Where Labhair Gilman Og. S More M Bron Seo Thanigort. S Turk Du Charade San Domhan More. SNI Neo Oil Leo Thursday, Bith Gun Choice, 165. 13. Uist a NIS a Gilman Og. Skier ad, Braun, A's by Nad, Thost. Chabi Cas Fo Fear as Tier. Neo Gib me Fin Mo DT Choice. 14. DH Image IAD and Syed, Nan Dis. A Bean, San Layak Bu Trum Trost. Bu luaith as an air a dha gluin. Na Caesir loathas and cos. 15. They heard the hunt in the glen. The voice of the hound and music sweet. Rapidly chasing the elk, 166. On the moorland that suited best. 16. On the moorland that suited best. Was seen the deer from the mountains wild. The red-cared and very white hound. Keenly baying upon his track. 17. Swiftly he gave a dart. That sudden cast with his keen blade. There was driven by force of the hero's hand. The spear through the deer's two sides. 18. Fool. They caught hold of the white stag-hound. And out of hand put him on leash. Be there making music by me. Till one come after thee from the chase. 19. Bard. There was seen descending a glen. A gruagach in full splendor of gold. Hand on blade on his left side. And his two spears and his shield in his grasp. 20. Certes they asked a tale from him. Or what road the stranger used. They took an alternate tale about. What was the land where they used to be? 15. Chul iad and faghade, sa, glean. Goose gadhair and a bin sel. Up ruth na a chilid guthan. Aaron fireak a b fear doik. 16. Aaron fireak a b fear doik. Chanakas fiad o binane borb. S gadhar kluas dirge gle gil. A tabhan gugur na lorg. 17. Thug as and sithead gu grad. An urcher klis ud lulongur. Thartad, lunert lam and lawik. An tisleaf roim dha theoban feed. 18. Bear iad era gadhar bon. S era lame gu en trier isle. By 2 augum dianad sul. Gu en d fig fear o en eula d day. 19. Chanakas a turnad lugleen. Gruagach and lon deer sad oyer. Lam lon a theob cli. Sadha shli sjayath na dorn. 20. Dh foinicht iad skull death gu beached. Na ko en rod a cleached and a wid. Gab iad stula death musich. Syed I en tir an du cleached a be. 21. Gruagach. Reidhinn Corcair is my name. And on each spot I have victory won. I am the Gruagach of the white staghound. That has fallen into thine hand. 22. Fool. Thou Gruagach of the handsomest mien. I will give thee assurance of this. That Gruagach of the white staghound shall not henceforth be said to thee. 23. Wilt not suffice thee, mighty son, a make weight or two to be in the scale, as the whole of the hunt is beneath thy power, to leave the white staghound with me. 24. Gruagach. It is I, indeed, who made the hunt. As the idiot is wrathful and fierce. Whichever one is of strongest hand. His be the white staghound and the deer. 25,167. Since my staghound has fallen to thee. And thy feet are a-wanting. Food and clothing take thy desire. I would give that to thee and thy wife. 26. Gilveen. Accept that, said Gilveen young. And give the white staghound to him. I'll give him, and a speckled hound. And if it pleased thee, a greater thing. 21. Reidhinn Corcair b aim. S gach ball gu n d thug me bwade. S mice gruagach at gadhair bon. A tharlad and an lame Thursday. 22. A gruagach ud at s aon delb. Bear mice dierbhad sin dut. Knock by gruagach gadhair bane. As an seo re rad riot. 23. Knock foghain litza, mice moire. Leitrim no diachith bith san roin. Essen Tseal Gul, Bith Fod Bin. Essen Gadhar Bon a Legion Leam. 24. S Meist Sin a Rin and Tsealg. Mar Then Tiamadan Garg, Dien. Sgeb Nietzsche's Trees Lamb. S Lays and Gadhar Bon, S M Fiad. 25. S O Tharlad Mo Gadhar Ort. Agus Du Cho San Gu Di Dith. Biades Aedak, Gab Da Rear. Byron Dut Fien, S Du Di Nawai. 26. Gab Syed, Arsa Gilman Og. Essen Gadhar Bona Thwert Do. Barim Agus Gadhar Break. S Na, B Aol Na Biumo. 27. Baird. Then wended they on the three. Under the guidance of the man. He raised in the hollows of his shield. The sling shaft, 168, and the woman, and the deer. 28. Then was seen, appearing aside, a still city filled with the glitter of gold. And there was no hue that I hath seen. That was not in plenty the court within. 29. Fool. Then asked the mighty fool. What was the city of gold by the way? Of noblest form and most beauteous mien. Shall I find out from whence it came? 30. Gruagach. Gold Yellow City is its name. From Mount Modest and glens of gloom, 169. And there are in it of guileful men. But I only and my single dame. 31. Yonder glen that thou camest through. Full of glamour it is always. But little it has taught to me. But to behold the worth of my dame. 32. A young wife that I found in the tower. The sight of an I no better was. Whiter than very snow is her form. Gentle her eye and her teeth like a flower. 27. Dh image iad, and sin, nan triuer. Ans and yule a rin em fear. Thog en cranagabe asgiath. And cran tabwil, s em fiad, sa, bean. 28. Chanakas a, tyan retab. Cathair chaum, s lon deer sad oyer. S cha rob dath a chanaik sul. Nok rob ens a, chuert na, s liwar. 29. Dh foinicht and tiamadan more. Ko I, chat hair oyer, re hul. As bray cruth, s is aeon dreach. S em fami mok ko dethatus. 30. Chat hair orbwid gu, mb, aim. O dun turb, s o glianta small. S cha, n island a dh firabe foil. ACH mice fos as m aona bean .170. 31. And gleen sin roim d thanig Thursday trid. Lon de dradhact the e nath. S big a dh feagluim e dom fien. ACH bith gm hark bus mo mana. 32. Bean og a fuermi san tur. Nok rob em hair sol na beat fear. S guile na gach sneeched a corp. S mala rosk, sa didmar blath. 33. Lady. The dame of exceeding beauty blessed. The gruagach so lovely and brown. Who is the lady stately and young? Or the big man thou hast yielded to? 34. Gruagach. The mighty fool is his name. And his wife is the young fair fine. The men of the world are at his beck. And the yielding to him was mine. 35. Lady. I think marvellous what thou say'st. So said the young fair fine. If the men of the world are at his beck, that he'd let his legs go with them. 36. Gruagach. I'll give thee my word, O dame, that the men of the world are at his beck. And were it not glamour of Comine Cross, he'd not let his legs go with them. 37. And now that I may go to the chase, to the ruddy mountains and glens of gloom, do thou watch, my brother of love, my house, my wife, and my store of gold. 38. so long as I am without. Do thou nor slumber or droop thy head. Let never a man within. Or a man out, if one come in. 33. Beanic a bean a be fierce no. Do na gruagak aluan don. Comacung stood geel og. No, fear more d thug Thursday geel. 34. And tiamadan more gur e aim. A guilbin og gur I, bean. Fur and domhain the gu main. Mice fine guen guilda. 35. Iagnad leam na the Thursday ag rad. Say labhair a guilbin og. Fur and domhain gu beal gu main. Gu lagiad a chasen leo. 36. Bear misamo Ladhrach bean. Fur and domhain gu beal gu main. Marbi druid heached chomain croys. Cha lagiad a chasen leo. 37. Gu nd thade mice nis a shielg. A bianti dirge a glianti small. Mathaic thusa, brathair grade. Mo theach, smom nigh, smo chuid oyer. 38. Cho fad, guem by micemue. Na diansa locked na crom du chayan. Na league dwin eider a steach. Na duin mock mathig en. 39. Bard. They went to the chase the three. The dog, and the gruagak, and the white stag-hound. The two fair ones and the great sun. Stayed waiting within the city of gold. 40. Fool. Then out spoke the hero large. Gilveen young, here at my head. A heavy sleep is enticing me. We did not yield up in the glen. 41. Bard. He was not long in his sleep. A gruagak came in from the way. And gave a kiss to the gruagaka's dame. And the lady was not ill pleased that he came. 42. Bard and Gilveen. The young wife sat beneath his head. In her mien she pictured a son. And said she to the stalwart youth. Thou hast slumbered, but not for thy good. 43. Thou hast slumbered, but not for thy good. There came a mighty warrior in. And gave a kiss to the gruagak dame. Unlucky it is that the stranger came. 44. Bard. Up rose the mighty fool. To the doorway went he. Never struck blacksmith, tinker, or wright. A door more strongly than the angry wight. 39. Image iad a shield nan triuer. And see you, and gruagak, and gadharban. And dithis ban macab more. Fan a chathair oir re hul. 40. Sin du labhair macab more. Gilman og seo aig mo chayan. The cadal trom gam red. Oisein suas sa glean. 41. Cha beat fada bha na shuain. Thanig gruagak a rada steach. Du bean a gruagak thug pog. Cha be fwathak lazen oika theached. 42. Guen shuid an og bean fo chayan. Mac samlai dialba I re grain. Thord I ris an oglak more. Rin Thursday swamias, cha be fiam. 43. Rin Thursday swamias, cha be fiam. Thanig gaisjak trina steach. Du nawai gruagak thug pog. Neobwadhak and a wid a theached. 44. Iriknan tiamadan more. Thun and Dorwis a gab Cha di, Bwail goba, seared, na sar. Kamla, trees na en layak borb. 45. Fool. Unless I were sound enough. He had not come in from the road. Till comes the gruagak of the golden dune. With my will he goes not out. 46. Gruagak. Up rose the warrior straight and brown. And the arms were seized by grasp. Leave the doorway, stalwart youth. Thou art there instead of right. 47 Fool. Thus answered the warrior great to the hero of the firm speech. Till he comes, the Gruagach who is out. Thou shalt he in o'er thy head. 48. Still will I give my vows, though thou thinkest much of thy speech. When comes the Gruagach of the golden dune, he will repay thee for his wife's kiss. 49 Gruagach. Wilt not suffice thee, thou mighty man? 7 vats full of glittering gold, cattle and horses, and untaxed land. Plain of the plains and the woman's dune. 50. Thou mayest get that, and to boot, my tissue vesture and horse, who's as ready on sea as on land. If thou wilt but let me go out. 45. Moor bithin a shuain gulur. Cha tiged a rod a steech. Gus and tig Gruagach dun an oyer. Lulmo dioin cha tide machine. 46. Dh Iric and Gaisjack dias, don. Glacad lays na erm na dorn. Fag and doruz o glaich moir. Anite coira biad 2 n. 47. Frigert du macab more. Era Gaisjack na gwar than. Gu nd fig and Gruagach the mule. Bid tusa steech no du chaen. 48. Bear misamo Briathra fos. Gulmore leet na beal Thursday ag rad. Nwer thig Gruagach dun an oyer. Guen diol ort pagamana. 49. Knock fognad leets a meekum wire. Seached lawn dabhake, a dh or glan. Crod a's ike fear and sar. Rayon nan rayon a's dun nam ban. 50. Gibhead 2 sin a's and I, esma. Mo collade shroil agus each. Co dias lays mur agus tier. A cayenne mo ligiad a machine. 51 Fool. Still will I give my vows, though thou thinkest much of thy speech. When comes the Gruagach of the tissue cloak, he will repay thee for his wife's kiss. 52 Gruagach. From the Gruagach of the cup I got thy 1 foot to let me in. I'll blow it beneath thee with joy, if thou leave the way to go out. 53 Bard. With his own magic he blew his 1 foot beneath him as ever it was. And said the Gruagach, who was wise, it is time for me now to depart. 54 Fool. Thus answered the warrior great. A little stay yet for a slow space. The other foot for a sturdy step. I'll take from thee o'er thy head. 55 Gruagach. When the hero was in hard straits, he suddenly sprang to the breast of his dame. My comeliness I throw upon thee. Guard me my feet and my hand. 56 Fool. If death be a terror to thee, for the poor wife of most beauteous mien, the other foot thou wouldst give away, a refuge in that hour for thy head. 51. Bear misamo Briathra fos. Gulmore leet na beal Thursday ag rad. Guen tig Gruagach a brait shroil. Guen diol ort pagamana. 52. Fuer me o Gruagach a chwern. Du leith chas am liga steech. Sidim fod had I guem dioen. Maligias and rod a machine. 53. Shide as an Ladhrach fiend. A leith chas foid mar bha I ryam. Thord and Gruagach a bha glick. Gertim dom bith nis a triol. 54. Frigert du macab more. Stad beeg fathast gu foil mol. A chas al gu siam cruade. Bear mice yut no du chaen. 55. Nwera bha en Gaisjack and cas cruade. Duibluem gu, lothri ucht na nai. Tiljid me mo chumran, 171, ort. Dion dom mo cho san, smo lam. 56. Ma, sh eagle leet bas. Du en grade bean a's aon delb. A, ches al buried tu yut. Didian, Aaron where, do di, chayan. 57, Bard. He was not allowed to come to words. When the Great One was upon him. And unless other foot was given him. Slice in two. Ere he could cry for Finn. 50, Gruagach. Then with his own glamour he put his two legs under him as they were. And said the Gruagach, who was wise. It is time for me now to be gone. 59, Fool. These feet I have now got below. I yield not to thee nor to them. The day will not come that thou goest out. Till comes the Gruagach of the Golden Dune. 60, Gruagach. I am the Gruagach of the Golden Dune. And great is my boast of thy goodwill. And, I am, the Gruagach of the White Stag Hound. That fell into thy hand. 61. And that took these feet off thee. To try thy courage and thy force. I blow them beneath thee again. Right as straight as thou wert. 62. Youth of most beauteous mane. I esteem thee great in each thing. It was I took thy leg off thee. To try thy valor and mind. 57 T. Cha di legiad gu focail do. Nwhere bha fear more as a cayenne. Es gonna cha silthwire do. Sgial na do ma en guarirfin. 58. Chwir en sin la druidicht fine. A dha chas foda mar bha, iad riam. S Thursday and Gruagach a bha glick. S mythic a nis a b trial. 59. Na kazan seo fuer mi fadam. Cha lead me leet iad na leo. Cha d thig and la thade Thursday mock. Gus and d thig Gruagach dun an oyer. 60. S mice Gruagach dun an oyer. Sbu more mo bosed as du ruin. Agus Gruagach gadhair bane. A tharlad and an lamb Thursday. 61 T. S a thug na kosan ud diet. A deerbad du niamaze du luff. Sidine fodhad iad a reese. Chayart cho derich s a bha Thursday. 62. Oganake is ailt dreech. Gurmorimo beach or s gach cuis. S gurmi bun du chasen d iot. A deerbhad du niam s du thurn. 63 Bard. Then they laid hold hand on hand. Love on love, and goodwill on goodwill. One little tale on the dames, 172. A wondrous tale heard without a lie. 63. Rug iad and sin lam lam. Jail gale as min min. Aona skull big na nai, 173. Skull wamhar, a chualas gun brag. Kaagad, 50. Ibh, to drink. Cyanin, I do not know this word, unless it is a corruption of Scythian, a knoll. Strubh, I do not know unless it is a strath. The line might be read this way. Scythian, strath, as fear as fawn. Knoll, strath, grass, and land. Stos na lay, I think is Sleos na lay. Lia, an old name for a stream, on the side of the stream. Rdh, I suspect, is, very extensive. Maka mna, is, I think, a superior women. Sithich date na dorn, should be, I think, na dorn. HML. On the authority of Armstrong, and taking similar words, I have put a meaning on the doubtful line, but I am not sure that it is correct. See various readings, footnote. JFC Gaelic omitted. 75, Guaigean Ladhrach, Lorian Spagach. From Kate McFarlane, as early as 1810, John Dewar, October, 1860. There was at some time a king in Albion whose name was Cumhal, and he had a great dog that used to watch the herds. When the cattle were sent out, the dog would lead them to a place where there might be good grass, and the dog would herd them there for the day, and in the evening he would bring them home. There were certain people dwelling near to the king's house, and they had one son, and they used to send the son on matters to the king's house every evening. There was one beautiful sunny evening, and the boy was going to the king's house on a matter, and he had a ball and a shinny, and he was playing shinny forwards on the way to the king's house. 174 A dog met him, and the dog began to play with the ball, he would lift it in his mouth and run with it. At last the boy struck a blow on the ball while it was in the dog's mouth, and he drove the ball down the dog's throat. He stuffed it down with the shank of the shinny, and he choked the dog, and since he had choked the dog, he himself had to go and keep the king's cattle instead of the dog. He had to drive out the cattle in the morning, to drive them to good grass, and to stay and to herd them all day, for fear they should be stolen, and to bring them home in the evening, as the dog used to do. So since he killed the dog, and since it was in the place of the king's dog that it was Ciuchum Hale, Caol's dog, that they used to say to him, and afterwards they altered the name to Cuchulainn. 175. On a day of the days, Cuchulainn put out the cattle, and bedrove them to a plain that was there, and he was herding them. And he saw a giant who was so big that he thought he could see the lift between his legs, coming to the side where he was, and driving a great ox before him. And there were two great horns on the ox, and their points were backwards instead of being forwards. The giant came forward with the ox where Cuchulainn was, and he said, I am going to take a while of sleep here, and if thou sayest any other man of the giants coming after me, awaken me. It may be that I will not easily be wakened, but waken thou me if thou canst. What is waking to thee, said Cuchulainn. It is, said the giant, to take the biggest stone thou canst find and strike me on the chest with it, and that will wake me. The giant lay and slept, and his snoring was as loud as thunder. But sleep was not long for him, till Cuchulainn saw another giant coming, who was so big that he thought he could see the lift between his legs. Cuchulainn ran and he began to awaken the first giant that came, but waken he would not. Cuchulainn was shoving him, but his wakening could not be done, but at last he lifted a great stone, and he struck the giant in the chest with it. The giant awoke, and he rose up sitting, and he said, Is there another giant coming? There is. Yonder he is, said Cuchulainn, as he held his forefinger towards him. The giant struck his two palms on each other, and he said, Ach, he is, and he sprang on his feet. The other giant came forwards, and he said, Yes, Guaigean Ladhrach, 176 thou hast stolen my ox. I did not steal it, Warian Spagach, 177 said he, I took it with me in the sight of every man as my own. Shamble Shanks seized one horn of the ox to take it with him, and Crumple Toes seized the other. Shamble Shanks gave a swift jerk at the horn which he had in his hand, and he took it off the bone. He threw it from him with all his strength, and he drove it into the earth, point foremost, and it went down into the earth to the root. Then he seized the bone, and the two hauled at the ox to drag it from each other. At last the head of the ox split, and the ox tore asunder down through his very middle to the root of the tail. Then they threw the ox from them, and they began at wrestling, and that was the wrestling. There was no knowing which of them was the stronger. Cuchulainn came to bring aid to Crumple Toes. He could not reach up aloft to give a blow to Shamble Shanks with a sword which he had, but he began to cut at the back of his legs to try to make a stair up the back of the giant's legs, up which he might climb to give him a blow of his sword. Shamble Shanks felt something picking the back of his legs, and he put down his hand and he threw Cuchulainn away, and where should Cuchulainn go but foot foremost into the horn of the ox, and out of the horn he could not come. But at that time that Shamble Shanks was throwing Cuchulainn away, Crumple Toes got a chance at him, and Shamble Shanks was levelled, and Crumple Toes got him killed. When that was done he looked about for Cuchulainn, but he could not see him. And he shouted, Where art thou now, thou little hero that wert helping me? Quoth Cuchulainn, I am here in the horn of the ox. The giant went to try to take him out, but he could not put his hand far enough down into the horn. But at last he straddled his legs, and he drove his hand down into the horn, and he got hold of Cuchulainn between his 2 fingers, and he brought him up. Cuchulainn went home with the cattle at the going down of the sun, and I heard no more of the tale. John Dewar. I have not given the Gaelic of this, because there is nothing peculiar in the language. It is curious as having a general resemblance to the adventures of Jack the Giant Killer and Tom Thumb, Thor, and other such worthies, and as showing 2 well-known Ossianic heroes in a nursery tale, as early as 1810. Cumhal the father of Finn, and Cuchulainn. I have another version of these incidents in a story dictated by Neil MacAllister, Port Charlotte, Islay, and written by Mr. Carmichael at the request of my old friend, John MacLean, of Cullabus. The Feen were all in Islay to drive away the Lochlanners, and when they had succeeded, Cuchulainn fell in with a fairy sweetheart, who had flocks and herds, and he stayed, while the rest went north to fight the Lochlanners in Skye. The fairy sweetheart bore a son, and by desire of his father, called him Conlake. There was a neighbor called Garb Mac Stern, who was far stronger than Cuchulainn, and one day he went to take his fine light-colored bull. Cuchulainn disguised himself as a herd, met the giant, told him his mistress was ill in bed, and then ran round, and got into the bed behind her. The wife said she had got a baby, and the giant poked his finger into his mouth, to see if he would make Fizian Queen, a whelp of Con, and the hero bit him to the bone. The wife complained of the draught from the door, lamenting her husband's absence, for he would turn the house away from the wind. The big man tried, but could not, so he made off to the cattle. The seeming herd got there before him, and they seized the bull by the horns, and tore him in 2. Then they try the feats which Cuchulainn could do. The giant carries a millstone which the herd cannot lift, to a hill top, and the herd rides it to the bottom. The giant tries, and gets many a hard fall. They go to a rock more than 100 fathoms high, and perform a feat which used to be attributed to Islay boys. They measure 2 feet and 2 fists over the edge. The giant puts one heel on the edge, the other against his toe, stoops, and places his clenched hands on each other, on the other toe, and tumbles headlong into the fierce black-green sea. Cuchulainn gives a feast, and then goes to Skye to help Finn, leaving a ring for his son. He grows up and follows, and his mother swears him never to tell his name till forced. Conlake finds the Feen fighting at Taymile and Endura. Finn sends to find out his name. Conan goes, they fight and Conan is beat. Cuchulainn goes, and the son keeps him off with his sword. They go out into the sea, to the bands of their kilts, to try Cath Bilg, and they cast their spears at each other, but the son casts shaft foremost. At last he is pierced by his father, and discovers himself, and they curse the fairy mother. The last few lines are fragments of a poem, and make 6 verses. The death of Conlake is told in an undated quarto misses in the Advocate's Library. The action is partly in Scythia, and there is much more incident. The poem of Carthon is founded on the incidents, but the names are different. This then is Old, Ossianic, mythological, and Celtic. It is common to Scotland and Ireland, to misses, print, and tradition. See Carlton Irish Stories, Dublin, 1846, p. 107, etc. 76. Conall Gulban, or Gulbenach, or Gulbernich. In translating this I have departed from my first plan, which was to give in all cases exactly what I got from one man, and abstracts of other versions. In this case the longest version was translated, and to its passages and notes were added from 3 other written versions, and from 2 of which I took notes myself. Where the same incidents are given by 2 men in different words, the passage which seemed best has been selected. Where one version has an additional incident which the rest have not, it is inserted in its order. Where versions vary, the variation is given in a note. Thus many passages are substituted and inserted, but I have carefully avoided adding anything of my own invention. At the earnest request of the publishers, the Gaelic of this long story is omitted, to make room for other matter, but the manuscript is preserved, and some few curious passages are given in footnotes. The chief author, as the scribe calls him, is John McNair, who lives at Clachaig, near the powder mills at Dunoon. The scribe is John Dewar, a labourer now working in the woods at Roseneth, and their version fills 60 foolscap pages. I find that there is a tendency to change dialogue into narrative in writing a story, as is the case here, but when these men tell stories, dialogue predominates. McNair, who is a shoemaker, got the story about 35 years ago from an old man named Duncan Livingston, who lived in Glendaruel, and was then about 65. Dewar says that he was a shoemaker, and grandfather to another old shoemaker, James Leach, who lives at Eas Glackbane in Glendaruel, and from whose dictation Dewar has taken down several long and curious stories which I have. Leach says that his grandfather had Ossian's poems by heart, and many tales skillacht, and a list of those who still know the latter is given. Of Livingston, McNair says, "I have an interesting story about that old man. In the time of the American War, the laird was pressing the tenants to go, and this old man seemed not willing, so they pursued him through a deep river, or burn, as we call it. And when he saw he could not escape, he placed his leg between two stones and snapped it in two, so they had to carry him home." The second version was written by Hector MacLean, and fills 25 pages. The reciter was Alexander MacNeil, who lives in Barra, and who names as his authorities several old men. He also recited No. 36. The third was also written by MacLean, from the telling of John MacGillivray, labourer, Colonsay, in July 1860. It fills 14 pages, and has this tradition attached to it: two ministers, long ago, desirous of trying the powers of the Gaelic language, composed this story in the Night of the Red Shield. No. MacLean suggests two monks of Iona. The fourth was written by Mr. Fraser of Mauld, near Bewley, Inverness Shire, and fills 6 pages. It was told by Dougald Martin in Crokel. I have heard the story told by various reciters, particularly by Donald MacFie in South Uist, and Charles McIntyre in Benbecula. The latter spoke for an hour. I did not time the former, but bespoke for a long time, and I though his version the most consistent and the most complete story which I had then heard. The story then is very widely spread in Scotland from Bewley on the east, to Barra on the west, and Dunoon and Paisley in the south. No two give it in the same words, or give exactly the same incidents. But McNair's version written in Dunoon, and MacNeil's in Barra, written independently by different scribes, so far as they go together, closely resemble each other. Dewar, who is a very intelligent man, suggests that the story is purely Irish, and that it was composed about the time of the Crusade, as it tells about the Turks invading the King of Yubhar's country. He thinks the Green Isle is one of the Orkneys. Inst terrain, the Isles of Noise. Ossian's poem on Cathal, so called because covered with fir trees and with large rocks facing the sea, against which the waves make a great noise. There are no trees in Orkney. Dewar does not think this tale so old as many of the others which he has written for me. My own opinion is that the story is mixed with the adventures of the North Sea rovers who frequented the Western Isles. And that it is impossible to say whether it was composed in Ireland or in Scotland, but it is clear that it was composed a long time ago, and by someone able to imagine and carry out an elaborate plot. There are many old men in Scotland, widely separated, and who cannot read, who know the story and can remember the plot, in whole or in part, so it must be old. It is also known in Ireland. I have traced the incidents amongst Irish labourers in London. One man, a bricklayer, had seen Caol Gulban in an Irish manuscript, and a story so called is mentioned in the Transactions of the Ossianic Society of Dublin. The story of Caol Gulban. There was at some time a young Cainian Aaron, and when he came to man's estate the high councillors of the realm were counselling him to marry. But he himself was inclined to go to foreign countries first, so that he might get more knowledge, and that he might be more instructed how the realm should be regulated. And he put each thing in order for matters to be arranged till he should come back. He stayed there a while till he had got every learning that he thought he could get in that realm. Then he left Greece and he went, Duan Fidelt, to the Italy to get more learning. When he was in that country he made acquaintance with the young king of Een Uibhear, and they were good comrades together. And when they had got every learning that they had to get in Italy, they thought of going home. The young king of the Uibhear gave an invitation to the young king of Erin that he should go to the realm of the Uibhear, and that he should stay a while there with him. The young king of Erin went with him, and they were together in the fortress of Uibhear for a while, at sports and hunting. The king of Uibhear had a sister who was exceedingly handsome. She was Stuama Busak, modest and gentle in her ways, and she was right, well, instructed. The young king of Erin fell in love with her, and she fell in love with the young king of Erin, and he was willing to marry her, and she was willing so marry him, and the king of Uibhear was willing that the wedding should go on. But the young king of Erin went home first, and he gathered together the high counselors of the realm, and he told them what he desired to do. And the high counselors of the realm of Erin counseled their king to marry the sister of the kin of Uibhear. 178. The king of Erin went back and he married the king's sister. And the king of the Uibhear and the king of Erin made co-chinghol, a league together. If straits, or hardships, or extremity, or anything counter should come upon either, the other was to go to his aid. When they had settled each thing as it should be, the two kings gave each other a blessing and the king of Erin and his queen went home to Erin. At the end of a little more than a year 179 after that they had a young son, and they gave him Eabhan as a name. Good care was taken of him, as should be of a king's son. At the end of a little more than a year after that they had another son, and they gave him Ladhrach as a name. Care was taken of this one as had been taken of his brother. And at more than a year after that they had another son, and they gave him Caol as a name, and care was taken of him as had been taken of the two others. 180. They were coming on well, and at the fitting time a teacher was got for them. When they had got about as much learning as the teacher could give them, they were one day out at play, and the king and the queen were going past them, and they were looking at their children. Clan. Said the queen, "This is well, and well enough, but more than this must be done for the children yet. I think that we ought to send them to Guaigean and Reidhinn to learn feats and heroes' activity, Luth Gaist, and that there is not in the 16 realms another that is as good as the Guaigean of Reidhinn." 181. The king agreed with her, and word was sent for the Guaigean. He came, and Eabhan and Ladhrach were sent with him to be in Reidhinn to learn feats and activity, and what things soever besides the Guaigean could teach them. They thought that Caol was too young to send him there at that time. When Eabhan and Ladhrach were about a year by the Guaigean, he came with them to their father's house. They were sent back again, and the Guaigean was giving every learning to the king's children. He took them with him one day aloft up Reidhinn, and when they were on high about half the mountain, the king's children saw a round brown stone, and as if it were set aside from other stones. They asked what was the reason of that stone being set aside so, rather than all the other stones on the mountain. The Guaigean said to them that the name of that stone was Clach Nan Ceardach, the stone of the heroes. Any one that could lift that stone till he could place the wind between it and earth, that he was a hero. Eabhan went to try to lift the stone, he put his arms about it, and he lifted it up to his knees. Ladhrach seized the stone, and he put the wind between it and earth. Said the Guaigean to them, "Ye are but young and tender yet, be not spoiling yourselves with things that are too weighty for you. Stop till the end of a year after this and you will be stronger for it than you are now." The Guaigean took them home and taught them feats and activity, and at the end of a year he took them again up the mountain. Eabhan and Ladhrach went to the stone, Eabhan lifted it to his shoulder top, and set it down, Ladhrach lifted the stone up to his lap, and the Guaigean said to them, "There is neither want of strength or learning with you. I will give you over to your father." At the end of a few days after that, the Guaigean went home to the king's house, and he gave them to their father. And he said that the king's sons were the strongest and the best taught that there were in the 16 realms. The king gave thanks and reward to the Guaigean, and he sent Caol with him. The Guaigean began to teach Caol to do tricks and feats, and Caol pleased him well, and on a day he took Caol with him up the face of Reidhinn, and they reached the place where the round brown stone was. Caol noticed it, and he asked as his brothers had done, and the Gruagach said as he said before. Caol put his hands about the stone, and he put the wind between it and earth. And they went home, and he was with the Gruagach getting more knowledge. The next year after that they went up Bain Eden where the round brown stone was. Caol thought that he would try if he was, Na Ceardach, stronger to lift the hero's stone. He caught the stone, and he raised it on the top of the shoulder, and on the faggot gathering place of his back, and he carried it aloft to the top of Bain Eden, and down to the bottom of Bain Eden, and back again. And he left it where he found it. And the Gruagach said to him, Ach. Thou hast enough of strength, if thou hast enough of swiftness. The Gruagach shewed Caol a black thorn bush that was a short way from them, and he said, If thou canst give me a blow with that black thorn bush yonder, before I reach the top of the mountain, I may cease giving the instructions, and the Gruagach ran up the hill. Caol sprang to the bush. He thought it would take too much time to cut it with his sword, and he pulled it out of the root, and he ran after the Gruagach with it and before he was but a short way up the mountain. Caol was at his back striking him about the backs of his knees with the black thorn bush. The Gruagach said, I will stop giving the instructions, and I will go home and I will give thee up to thy father. The Gruagach wished to go home with Caol, but Caol was not willing till he should get every knowledge that the Gruagach could give him, and he was with him after that more than a year, and after that they went home. The king asked the Gruagach how Caol had taken up his learning. It is so, said the Gruagach, that Caol is the man that is the strongest and best taught in the 16 realms, and if he gets days, he will increase that heroism yet. The king gave full reward and thanks to the Gruagach for the care he had taken of his son. The Gruagach gave thanks to the king for the reward he had given him. They gave each other a blessing, and the Gruagach and the king's sons gave each other a blessing, and the Gruagach went home, and he was fully pleased. 182. Macnair. The young king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach were comrades, and fond of each other, and they used to go to the green mound to the side of Bain Eden to seek pastime and pleasure of mind. The king of Erin had 3 sons, and the king of Ladhrach 1 daughter, and the youngest son that the king of Erin had was Caol. On a day, as they were on the green mound at the side of Bain Eden, they saw the seeming of a shower gathering in the heart of the northwestern Ert, and a rider of a black filly coming from about the shower. And he took his way to the green mound where were the king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach, and he blessed the men, and he inquired of them. The king of Erin asked what he came about. And he said that he was going to make a request to the king of Erin, if it were so that he might get it. The king of Erin said that he should get it if it should be in his power to give it to him. Give me a loan of a day and a year of Caol thy son. I myself promise that to thee, said the king of Erin, and unless I had promised thou shouldst not got him. He took Caol with him. Now the king of Erin went home. He laid down music, and raised up woe, lamenting his son. He laid vows on himself that he would not stand on the green mound till a day and a year should run out. There then he was at home, heavy and sad, till a day and a year had run. At the end of a day and year he went to the green mound at the side of Bain Eden. There he was a while at the green mound, and he was not seeing a man coming, and he was not seeing a horseman coming, and he was under sorrow and under grief. In the same Ert of the heaven, in the mouth of the evening he saw the same shower coming, and a man upon a black filly in it, and a man behind him. He went to the green mound where the man was coming, and he saw the king of Ladhrach. How dost thou find thyself, king of Erin? I myself am but middling. What is it that lays trouble on thee, king of Erin? There is enough that puts trouble upon me. There came a man a year from yesterday that took from me my son. He promised to be with me this day, and I cannot see his likeness coming, himself or my son. Wouldst thou know thy son if thou shouldst see him? I think I should know him for all the time he has been away. There is thy son for thee then, said the lad who came. Oh, it is not, he is unlike my son, so great a change as might come over my son, such a change as that could not come over him since he went away. He is all thou hast for thy son. Oh, you are my father, surely, said Caol. Thanks be to thee, king of the chiefs and the mighty. That Caol has come, said the king of Erin, I am pleased that my son has come. Any one thing that thou settest before me for bringing my son home, thou shalt get it, and my blessing. I will not take anything but thy blessing, and if I got thy blessing I am paid enough. He got the blessing of the king of Erin, and they parted, and the king of Erin and his children went home. MacNeill. After the sons of the king of Erin had gotten their learning, they themselves, and the king and the queen, were in the fortress. And they were full of rejoicing with music and joy, when there came a messenger to them from the king of Ubhar, telling that the Turkaic were at war with him to take the land from him, and that the realm of Ubhar was sore beset by the Turks. That they were, Lionar Nerthmore Sborb, numerous, powerful, and proud, Guard, right fierce, merciless without kindliness, and that there were things incomprehensible about them. Though they were slain today they would be alive tomorrow, and they would come forward to hold battle on the next day, as fierce and furious as they ever were. And the messenger was entreating the king of Erin to go to help the king of Ubhar, according to his words and his covenants. 183 The king of Erin must go to help the king of the Ubhar, because of the heavy vows, if strife, danger, straits or any hardship should come against the one king, that the other king was to go to help him. 184. MacNair. They put on them for going, and when they had put on them for going away, they sent away a ship with provisions 185 and with arms. There went away right good ships loaded with each thing they might require, noble ships indeed. The king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach gave out an order that every man in the kingdom should gather to go. The king of Erin asked, Is there any man about to stay to keep the wives and sons of Erin, till the king of Erin come back? O, thou, my eldest son, stay thou to keep the kingdom of Erin for thy father, and thine is the third part of it for his life, and at his death. Thou seemest light-minded to me, my father, said the eldest son, when thou speakest such idle talk. I would rather hold one day of battle and combat against the great Turk, than that I should have the kingdom of Erin altogether. There is no help for it, said the king. But thou, middlemost son, stay thou to keep the kingdom of Erin for thy father, and thine is the half for his life, and at his death. Do not speak, my father, of such a silly thing. What strong love should you have yourself for going, that I might not have? There is no help for it, said the king of Erin. O, Caol, said the king, thou that hast ever earned my blessing, and that never deserved my curse, stay thou to keep the wives and sons of Erin for thy father until he himself returns home again. And thou shalt have the realm of Erin altogether for thyself, for my life, and at my death. Well then, father, I will stay for thy blessing, and not for the realm of Erin, though the like of that might be. 186. MacNeill. The king thought that Caol was too young for the realm to be trusted to him. He gathered his high councillors and he took their counsel about it. The councillors said that Caol was surely too young, but that was, failing a bha downan a dole am fiabas, a failing that was always bettering. Though he was young, that he would always be growing older, and that as Eabhan and Ladhrach would not stay, that it was best to trust the realm to Caol. MacNair. Then here went the great nobles of Erin, and they put on them for going to sail to the realm of the Turk, themselves and the company of the king of Ladhrach altogether. 187. MacNeill. They went away, and Caol went along with them to the shore. He and his father and his brothers gave a blessing to each other. And the king of Erin and his two sons, Eabhan and Ladhrach, went on board of a ship, and they hoisted the speckled flapping sails up against the tall tough masts, and they sailed the ship Fuelpand 188 Fueland. 189 Sailing about the sandy ocean, where the biggest beast eats the beast that is least, and the beast that is least is fleeing and hiding as best he may, and the ship would split a hard oat seed in the midst of the sea, so well would she steer. And so she was as long as she was in the sight of Caol. And Caol was heavy and dull when his father and brothers left him, and he sat down on the shore and he slept. And the wakening he got was the one wave sweeping him out, and the other wave washing him in against the shore. Caol got up swiftly, and he said to himself, "Is this the first exploit I have done? It is no wonder my father should say I was too young to take care of the realm, since I cannot take care of myself." He went home and he took better care of himself after that. McNair. There was not a man left in the realm of Erin but Caol. And there was not left a man 190 in the realm of Ladhrach, but the daughter of the king of Ladhrach, and 500 soldiers to guard 191 her. Anna Diucalas, daughter of the king of Ladhrach, was the name of that woman, the very drop of woman's blood that was the most beautiful of all that ever stood on leather of cow or horse. Her father left her in his castle, with 500 soldiers to keep her, and she had no man with her in Ladhrach but the soldiers, and Caol was by himself in the realm of Erin. Then sorrow struck Caol, and melancholy that he should stay in the realm of Erin by himself, that he himself was better than the people altogether, though they had gone away. He thought that there was nothing that would take his care and his sorrow from off him better, than to go to the side of Bain Udain to the Green Mound. He went, and he reached the Green Mound. He laid his face downwards on the hillock, and he thought that there was no one thing that would suit himself better, than that he should find his match of a woman. Then he gave a glance from him, and what should he see but a raven sitting on a heap of snow. 192 And he set it before him that he would not take a wife forever, but one whose head should be as black as the raven, and her face as fair as the snow, and her cheeks as red as blood. Such a woman was not to be found, but the one that the king of Ladhrach left within in his castle, and it would not be easy to get to her, for all the soldiers that her father left to keep her, but he thought that he could reach her. He went away, and there went no stop on his foot nor rest on his head, till he reached the castle in which was the daughter of the king of Ladhrach. McNeill. He took his burden upon him, and he went on board of a skiff, and he rowed till he came on shore on the land of the king of Ladhrach. 193 He did not know the road, but he took a tale from every traveller and walker that he fell in with, and when he came near to the dun of the king of Ladhrach, he came to a small strait. There was a ferry boat on the strait, but the boat was on the further side of the narrows. He stood a little while looking at its breadth. At last he put his palm on the point of the spear, and the shaft in the sea, he gave his rounded spring, and he was over. McNair. Then here he was on a great top that was there, and he was looking below beneath him, and he saw the very finest castle, Luchert, that ever was seen from the beginning of the universe to the end of eternity. And a great wall at the back of the fortress, and iron spikes within a foot of each other, about and around it. And a man's head upon every spike but the one spike. Fear struck him, and he fell a-shaking. He thought that it was his own head that would go on the headless spike. MacGillivray, Collinsay. The dun was guarded by 9 ranks of soldiers. There were 9 warriors, Curadnian, at the back of the soldiers that were as mighty as the 9 ranks of soldiers. There were behind the warriors 6 heroes, Gaskake, that were as mighty as the 9 warriors and the 9 ranks of soldiers. There were behind these 6 heroes 3 full heroes, Lan Gaskake, that were as mighty as all that were outside of them. And there was one great man behind these 3, that was as mighty as the whole of the people that there were altogether, and many a man tried to take out an Iuchdaris 194 but no man of them went away alive. He came to near about the soldiers, and he asked leave to go in, and that he would leave the woman as she was before. I perceive, said one of them, that thou art a beggar that was in the land of Erin. What worth would the king of Ladhrach have if he should come and find his daughter shamed by any one coward of Erin? I will not be long asking away from you, said Caol. McNeill. Caol looked at the men who were guarding the dun. He went a sweep round about with ears that were sharp to hear, and eyes rolling to see. A glance that he gave aloft to the dun he saw an open window, and breast of light on the inner side of the window combing her hair. Caol stood a little while gazing at her, but at last he put his palm on the point of hip, spear, he gave his rounded spring, and he was in at the window beside breast of light. Who is he this youth that sprang so roundly in at the window to see me, said she. There is one that has come to take thee away, said Caol. Breast of Light gave a laugh, and she said, Sawest thou the soldiers that were guarding the dun? I saw them, said he, they let me in, and they will let me out. She gave another laugh, and she said, Many a one has tried to take me out from this, but none has done it yet, and they lost their luck at the end. My counsel to thee is that thou try it not. Caol put his hand about her very waist, he raised her in his oxter, he took her out to the rank of soldiers, he put his palm on the point of his spear, and he leaped over their heads. He ran so swiftly that they could not see that it was Breast of Light that he had, and when he was out of sight of the dun he set her on the ground. McNair. Was not that the hero and the worthy wooer that his like is not to be found today? McNeill, Bara. Breast of Light heaved a heavy sigh from her breast. What is the meaning of thy sigh? Said Caol. It is, said she, that there came many a one to seek me, and that suffered death for my sake, and that it is, Geltair, the coward of the great world that took me away. I little thought that the very coward of Erin that should take me out, who stayed at home from cowardice in the realm of Erin, and that my own father should leave 500 warriors to watch me, without one drop of blood taken from one of them. McNeill. How dost thou make that out? Said Caol. It is, said she, that though there were many men about the dun, fear would not let thee tell the sorriest of them who took away Breast of Light, nor to what side she was taken. 195. That's it, the women ever had a torturing tongue, Tina Goint. McNeill. Said Caol, Give me thy 3 royal words, and thy 3 baptismal vows, that thou wilt not move from that, and I will still go and tell it to them. I will do that, said she. McNair. Caol turned back to the dun, and nothing in the world, in the way of arms, did he fall in with but one horse's jaw which he found in the road. McNeill. And when he arrived he asked them what they would do to a man that should take away Breast of Light. It is this, said they, to drive off his head and set it on a spike. Caol looked under them, over them, through, and before them, for the one of the biggest knob and slenderest shanks, and he caught hold of the slenderest shanked and biggest knobbed man. And with the head of that one he drove the brains out of the rest, and the brains of that one with the others' heads. Then he drew his sword, and he began on the 9 warriors, and he slew them, and he killed the 6 heroes that were at their back, and the 3 full heroes that were behind these, and then he had but the big man. Caol struck him a slap, and drove his eye out on his cheek, he levelled him and stripped his clothes off. McNair. And he left no one to tell a tale or wear out bad news, but the one to whom he played the clipping of a bird and a fool, and though there should be 10 tongues of a true wise bard in that man's head, it is telling his own exploits. And those of his men that he would be. The plight that the youth who had come to the town had made of them. 196. McNeill. He asked him where was the king of Ladhrach, and the big man said that he was in the hunting hill with his court and his following, Caol, of men and beasts. Said Caol to him, I lay it on thee as disgrace and contempt, ter agus tailsees, that thou must go stripped as thou art to tell to the king of Ladhrach that Caol Gilbeanach came, the son of the king of Erin. And that he has taken away his daughter Breast of Light. 197. When the big man understood that he was to have his life along with him, he ran in great leaps, and in a rough trot, like a venomous snake, or a deadly dragon. 198 He would catch the swift March wind that was before him, but the swift March wind that was after him could not catch him. The king of Ladhrach saw him coming, and he said, What evil has befallen the dun this day, when the big man is coming thus stark naked to us? They sat down, and he came. Said the king, Tell us thy tale, big man. That which I have is the tale of hate, that there came Caol Gilbeanach, son of the king of Erin, and slew all that there were of men to guard the dun. And it was not my own might or my own valor that rescued me rather than the sorriest that was there, but that he laid it on me as disgrace and reproach that I should go thus naked to tell it to my king. To tell him that there came Caol Gilbeanach, son of the king of Erin, and he has taken away Breast of Light, thy daughter. Much good may it do him then, said the king of Ladhrach. If it is a hero like that who has taken her away, we will keep her better than I could keep her, and my anger will not go after her. 199. McNair. Caol returned, and he reached the woman after he had finished the hosts. Come now, said he to Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn, and walk with me. And unless thou hadst given me the spiteful talk that thou gavest, the company would be alive before thy father, and since thou gavest it thou shalt walk thyself. Let thy foot be even with mine. My fine fellow Caol, that's the way with her. McNeil. She rose well pleased, and she went away with him. They reached the Narrows, they put out the ferry boat, and they crossed the strait. Caol had neither steed, horse, nor harness to take Breast of Light on, and she had to take to her feet. When they reached where Caol had left the curragh they put the boat on the brine, and they rowed over the ocean. They came to land at the lower side of Bean Iden, in Erin. They came out of the boat, and they went on forward. McNair. They reached the green mound at the foot of Bean Iden. McNeil. Caol told Breast of Light that he had a failing. Every time that he did any deed of valor he must sleep before he could do brave deeds again. 200. McNair. There now, I will lay my head in thy lap. Thou shalt not, for fear thou shouldst fall asleep. And if I do, wilt thou not waken me? What manner of waking is thine? Thou shalt cast me greatly hither and thither, and if that will not rouse me, thou shalt take the breadth of a penny piece of flesh and hide from the top of my head. If that will not wake me, thou shalt seize on yonder great slab of a stone, and thou shalt strike me between the mouth and nose, and if that will not rouse me thou mayest let me be. He laid his head in her lap. 201 and in a little instant fell asleep. He was not long asleep when she saw a great vessel sailing in the ocean. Each path was crooked, and each road was level for her, till she came to the green mound at the side of Bean Iden. There was in the ship but one great man, and he would make rudder in her stern, cable in her prow, tackle in her middle, each rope that was loose he would tie, and each rope that was fast he would loose. McNeil. And the front of each rope that was on board was towards him. 202. McNair. Till he came on shore at the shoulder of Bean and Maiden. McNair and McNeil. He came in with the ship at the foot of Bean Nair. Iden, and the big man leapt on shore. He caught hold of the prow of the ship. 203 and he hauled her own 9 lengths and 9 breadths up upon green grass, where the force of foes could not move her out without feet following behind them. He came where Breast of Light was, and Caol asleep, with his head on her knee. He gazed at Breast of Light, and she said, McNair. What side is before thee for choice? Or where art thou going? Well, they were telling me that Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn, was the finest woman in the world, and I was going to seek her for myself. That is hard enough to get, said she. She is in yonder castle, with 500 soldiers for her guard, that her father left there. Well, said he, though she were brighter than the sun, and more lovely than the moon, past thee I will not go. Well, thou seemest silly to me to think of taking me with thee instead of that woman, and that I am not worthy to go and untie her shoe. Be that as it will, thou shalt go with me. McNeil. I know that it is thou by thy beauty, Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn. Thou hast the wishing knowledge of me, said she. I am not she, but a farmer's daughter, and this is my brother. He lost the flock this day, and he was running after them backwards and forwards throughout Bean Ydain, and now he is tired and taking a while of sleep. McNair. Be that as it will, said he, there is a mirror in my ship, and the mirror will not rise up for any woman in the world, but for Ucht Soluist, daughter of the king of Reidhinn. If the mirror rises for thee, I will take thee with me, and if it does not I will leave thee there. He went to the mirror, and fear would not let her cut off the little finger, and she could not awaken Caol. The man looked in the mirror, and the mirror rose up for her, and he went back where she was. Magilvray. Said the big one, I will be surer than that of my matter before I go further. He plucked the blade of Caol from the sheath, and it was full of blood. Ha, said he, I am right enough in my guess. Waken thy champion, and we will try with swift wrestling, might of hands, and hardness of blades, which of us has best right to have thee. 204. Who art thou? Said Breast of Light. I, said the big man, am Macamoir Macrai Sorca, son of the mighty, son of the King of Light. McNair. It is in pursuit of thee I came. 205. McNair. Wilt thou not waken my companion? Said she. He went, and he felt him from the points of the thumbs of his feet till he went out at the top of his head. I cannot rouse the man myself, I like him as well asleep as awake. McNeil. Breast of Light got up, and she began to rock, a crieth naked, Caol hither and thither, but he would not take waking. Said Macamoir, unless thou wakest him thou must go with me and leave him in his sleep. Said she, give thou to me before I go with thee thy 3 royal words and thy 3 baptismal vows that thou wilt not seek me as wife or as sweetheart till the end of a day and a year after this, to give Caol time to come in my pursuit. Macamoir gave his 3 royal words and his 3 baptismal vows to Breast of Light, that she should be a maiden till the end of a day and a year, to give time to Caol to come in pursuit of her, if he had so much courage. Breast of Light took the sword of Caol from the sheath, and she wrote on the sword how it had fallen out. She took the ring from off the finger of Caol, and she put her own ring on his finger in its stead, and put Caol's ring on her own finger, and she went away with Macamoir, and they left Caol in his sleep. McNair. He took the woman with him on his shoulder and he went to the ship. He shoved out the ship and he gave her prow to sea, and her stern to shore. He hoisted the flapping white sails against the mast, tall and enduring, that would not leave yard unbent, sail untorn, running the seas, plochkanach plachkanach, blue clouds of Lochlanach, the little bucky that was 7 years on the sea. Clattering on her floor with the excellence of the lad steering. When Caol awoke on the green mound he had but himself, a shorn one and bare alone. Glance that he gave from him, what should he see but herds that the king of Erin and Ladhrach had left, dancing for joy on the point of their spears. He thought that they were mocking him for what had befallen him. He went to kill the one with the other's head. McNeil. And there was such a scran, grim look upon him that the little herds were fleeing out of his way. He said to one of them, what fleeing is on the little herds of Bean Iden before me this day, as if they were mad are ye mocking me for what has befallen me? 206. McNair. We are not, said they. It was grievous to us, to see, how it befell thee. What, my fine fellow, did you see happening to me? McNeil. Said the little herd, thou art more like one who is mad than any one of us. If thou hadst seen the rinsing, and the sifting, and the riddling, and Luisgad, and Cathad, as in Crenacad, that they had at thee down at the foot of the hill, thou wouldst not have much esteem for thyself. I saw, said the little herd, the one who was with thee putting a ring on thy finger. Caol looked, and it was the ring of Breast of Light that was on his finger. Said the little herd, I saw her writing something on thy sword, and putting it into the sheath. Caol drew his sword, and he read, there came Macamoir, the king of Sorca, and took me away, Breast of Light. I am to be free for a year and a day in his house waiting for thee, if thou hast so much courage as to come in pursuit of me. Caol put his sword into its sheath, and he gave 3 royal words. 207. McNair. I lay it on myself as spells and as crosses, that stopping by night, and staying by day, is not for me, till I find the woman. Where I take my supper, that I will not take my dinner, and that there is no place into which I go that I will not leave the fruit of my hand there to boot, and the son that is unborn he shall hear of it. And the son that is unbegotten he shall hear tell of it. 208. McNeil. Said the little herd to him, there came a ship to shore at the port down there. The shipman, Stiob, went to the hostelry, and if thou be able enough thou mayest be away with the ship before they come back. 209. Caol went away, and he went on board of the ship, and he was out of sight with her before the mariners missed him. McNair. He gave her prow to sea, and her stern to shore, helm in her stern, rope in her prow, that each road was smooth, and crooked each path, till he went into the realm of Lachlan 210. McNeil. At a place which was called Cath Nam Pylern, Battle of Bullets, but he did not know himself where he was. He leaped on shore, and he seized the prow of the ship, and he pulled her up on dry land, her own 9 lengths and 9 breadths, where the foeman's might could not take her out without feet following behind. The lads of the realm of Lachlan were playing shinny on a plain, and Gilbhan Gredna, the son of the king of Lachlan, working amongst them. 211. McNeil. He did not know who they were, but he went to where they were, and it was the Prince of Lachlan and his 2 scholars, and 10 over a score, and the Prince of Lachlan was alone, driving the goals against the whole of the 230 scholars. Caol stood singing Ayala to them, and the ball came to the side where he was. Caol struck a kick on the ball, and he drove it out on the goal boundary against the Prince of Lachlan. The prince came where he was, and he said, "Thou, man, that came upon us from off the ocean, it were little enough that would make me take the head off thee, that we might have it as a ball to kick about the field. Since thou wert so impudent as to kick the ball, thou must bowl a goal of shinny against me and against the 230 scholars. If thou get the victory thou shalt be free, if we conquer thee, every one of us will hit thee a blow on the head with his shinny." 212. McNair. Well, said Caol, I don't know who thou art, great man, but it seems to me that thy judgment is evil. If every one of you were to give me a knock on the head, you would leave my head a soft mass. I have no shinny that I can play with. Thou shalt have a shinny, said Gilbhan Gredna. Caol gave a look round about, and he saw a crooked stick of elder growing in the face of a bank. He gave a leap thither and plucked it out by the root, and he sliced it with his sword and made a shinny of it. 213. McNair. Then Caol had got a shinny, and he himself and Gilbhan Gredna, cheery fire, went to play. 2 halves were made of the company, and the ball was let out in the midst. On a time of the times Caol got a chance at the ball, he struck it a stroke of his foot, and a blow of his palm and a blow of his shinny, and he drove it home. Thou wert impudent, said Gilbhan Gredna, to drive the game against me or against my share of the people. That is well said by thee, good lad. Thou shalt get 2 shares, Erin, of the band with thee, and I will take 1 share. And what wilt thou say if it goes against thee? If it goes against me with fair play there is no help for it, but if it goes against me otherwise I may say what I choose. Then divisions were made of the company, and Gilbhan Gredna had 2 divisions and Caol 1. The ball was let out in the midst, and if it was let out Caol got a chance at it, and he struck it a stroke of his foot, and a blow of his palm, and a blow of his shinny, and he drove it in. Thou wert impudent, said Gilbhan Gredna a second time, to go to drive the game against me. Good lad, that is well from thee. But thou shalt get the whole company the 3rd time, and what wilt thou say if it goes against thee? If it goes by fair play I cannot say a jot, if not, I may say my pleasure. The ball was let go, and if so, Caol got a chance at it, and be all alone. And he struck it a stroke of his foot, and a blow of his palm, and a blow of his shinny, and he drove it in. Thou wert impudent, said Gilbhan Gredna, to go and drive it against me the 3rd time. That is well from thee, good lad, but thou shalt not say that to me, nor to another man after me, and he struck him a blow of his shinny and knocked his brains out. 214. McNeil. He looked, Tyrrell, contemptuously at them. He threw his shinny from him, and he went from them. He was going on, and he saw a little man coming laughing towards him. What is the meaning of thy laughing at me, said Caol. Said the little man, it is that I am in a cheery mood at seeing a man of my country. Who art thou, said Caol, that art a countryman of mine? I, said the little man, am Duan Na Ceardach, songster, son of magic, the son of a prophet from Erin. Wilt thou then take me as a servant, lad? 215. I will not take thee, said Caol. I have no way of keeping myself here without word of a gillie. What realm is this in which I am here? Thou art, said Duan, in the realm of Lachlan. Caol went on, and Duan with him, and he saw a great town before him. What town is there, Duanach, said Caol. That, said Duanach, is the great town of the realm of Lachlan. They went on and they saw a big house on a high place. What big house is yonder, Duanach? That, said Duanach, is the big house of the king of Lachlan, and they went on. They saw another house on a high place. What pointed house, Biorach with points? Palisades or what, is there, Duanach, said Caol. That is the house of the Tamhask, the best warriors that are in the realm of Lachlan, said Duanach. I heard my grandfather speaking about the Tamhain, but I have never seen them. I will go to see them, said Caol. It were not my counsel to thee, said Duanach. 2:16. McNair. On he went to the palace of the king of Lachlan, Bwail e Beam Skeith, and he clashed his shield, battle or else combat to be sent to him, or else breast of light, the daughter of the king of Ladhrach. That was the thing he should get, battle and combat, and not breast of light, daughter of the king of Ladhrach, for she was not there to give him. But he should get no fighting at that time of night, but he should get, Fardach, lodging in the house of the Amhusk, where there were 1800 Amhusk and 18 score. But he would get battle in the morrow's morning, when the first of the day should come. 'Twas no run for the lad, but a spring, and he would take no better than the place he was to get. He went, and he went in, and there was none of the Amhuish within that did not grin. When he saw that they had made a grin, he himself made two. McNeill. What was the meaning of your grinning at us, said the Amhusk. What was the meaning of your grinning at me, said Caol. Said they, our grinning at thee meant that thy fresh royal blood will be ours to quench our thirst, and thy fresh royal flesh to polish our teeth. And said Caol, the meaning of my grinning is, that I will look out for the one with the biggest knob and slenderest shanks, and knock out the brains of the rest with that one, and his brains with the knobs of the rest. McNair. Every one of them arose, and he went to the door, and he put a stake of wood against the door. He rose up himself, and he put two against it so tightly that the others fell. What reason had he to do that, said they. What reason had you to go and do it, said he. It were a sorry matter for me though I should put two there, when you yourselves put one there each, every one that is within. 7. Well, we will tell thee, said they, what reason we had for that. We have never seen coming here, one, a gulp of whose blood, or a morsel of whose flesh could reach us, but thou thyself, except one other man, and he fled from us. And now every one is doubting the other, in case thou shouldst flee. That was the thing that made me do it myself likewise, since I have got yourselves so close as you are. Then he went and he began upon them. I feared to be chasing you from hole to hole, and from hill to hill, and I did that. Then he gazed at them, from one to two, and he seized on the one of the slenderest shanks and the fattest head, he drove upon the rest, slyached, slatched, till he had killed every one of them, and he had not a jot of the one with whom he was working at them, but what was in his hands of the shanks. 217. He killed every man of them, and though he was such a youth as he was exhausted, enough if I might coin a word. Then he began redding up the dwelling, Reidhinn Na Ceardach, that was there, to clean it for himself that night. Then he put them out in a heap altogether, and he let himself drop, stretched out on one of the beds that was within. 218. There came a dream, Broadwell, 219 to him then, and he said to him, Rise, O Caol, and the chase about to be upon thee. He let that pass, and he gave it no heed, for he was exhausted. He came the second journey, and he said to him, Caol, wilt thou not arise, and that the chase is about to be upon thee? He let that pass, and he gave it no heed. But the third time he came to him, he said, Caol, art thou about to give heed to me at all? And that thy life is about to be a wanting to thee? He arose and he looked out at the door, and he saw 100 carts, and 100 horses, and 100 carters, coming with food to the Amhusk, supposing that they had done for the youth that went amongst them the night before. And a piper playing music behind them, with joy and pleasure of mind. They were coming past a single bridge, and the bridge was pretty large. And when Caol saw that they were together, Cruin round, on the bridge, he reached the bridge, and he put each cart, and each horse, and each carter, over the bridge into the river, and he drowned the men. There was one little bent crooked man here with them behind the rest. My heart is warming to thee with the thought that it is thou, Caol Gulban Mac Neil Naanalic, the name of a hero was on his hand 100 years ere he was born. Thou hast but what thou hast of knowledge, and the share that thou hast not, thou wilt not have this day, said Caol Gulban. He went away, and he reached the palace of the king of Lochlin. And he clashed his shield, battle or else combat to be given to him, or else breast of light, daughter of the king of Ladhrach. That was the thing which he should have, battle and combat, and not breast of light, for she was not there to give him. 220. MacNeil. So he went back and he slept again. Word reached the young king of Lochlin, that the big man who came off the ocean had gone to the house of the Tamhask, that they had set a combat, and that the Tamhascan had been slain. The young king of Lochlin ordered 4 of the best warriors that were in his realm, that they should up to the house of the Tamhask, and take off the head of the big man that had come off the ocean. And to bring it up to him before he should sit down to his dinner. The warriors went, and they found Duanach there, and they railed at him for going with the big man that came out of the outer land, 221 for they did not know who he was. And why, said Duanach, should I not go with the man of my own country? But it you knew it, I am as tired of him as you are yourselves. He has given me much to do, see you I have just made a heap of corpses, a heap of clothes, and a heap of the arms of the Tamhain. And you have for it but to lift them along with you. It is not for that we came, said they, but to slay him, and to take his head to the young king of Lochlin before he sits to dine. Who is he, said they. He is, said Duanach, one of the sons of the king of Erin. The young king of Lochlin has sent us to take his head off, said they. If you kill one of the children of the king of Erin in his sleep you will regret it enough afterwards, said Duanach. What regret will there be, said they. There is this, said Duanach. There will be no son to woman, there will be no calf to cow, no grass nor bread shall grow in the realm of Lochlin, till the end of 7 years, 222 if ye kill one of the clan of the king of Erin in his sleep. And go and tell that to the young king of Lochlin. They went back, and they told what Duanach had said. The young king of Lochlin said that they should go back, and do as he had bidden them, and that they should not heed the lies of Duanach. The 4 warriors went again to the house of the Tamhask, and they said to Duanach. We have come again to take the head off the son of the king of Erin. And Duanach said, he is yonder then, over there, for you, in his sleep. But take good heed to yourselves, unless your swords are sharp enough to take off his head at the first blow, all that is in your bodies is to be pitted after that, he will not leave one of you alive, and he will bring, skrios, ruin on the realm. Each of them stretched his sword to Duanach, and Duanach said that their swords were not sharp enough, that they should go out to the Tamhaz stone to sharpen them. They went out, and they were sharpening their swords on the smooth grinding stone of the Tamhask, and Caol began to dream, again. It seemed to him that he was going on a road that went through the midst of a gloomy wood, 223 and it seemed to him that he saw 4 lions before him, 2, on the upper side of the rood, and 2 on the lower side, and they were gnashing their teeth. And switching their tails, 224 making ready to spring upon him, and it seemed to him that it was easier for the lions that were on the upper side of the road to leap down, than it was for the lions that were on the lower side to leap up. And it was better for him to slay those that were on the tipper side first, and he gave a cheery spring to be at them. And he sprang aloft through his sleep, and he struck his head against a tie beam, Sail Shuimir, that was across above him in the house of the Tamhasgan. And he drove as much as the breadth of a half-crown piece of the skin off the top of his head, and then he was aroused, and he said to Duanach. I myself was dreaming, Duanach, and he told him his dream. And Duanach said, Thy dream is a dainty to read. Go thou out to the stone of the Tamhask, and thou wilt see the 4 best warriors that the king of Lochlin has, 2 on each side of the stone round about it, sharpening their swords to take off thy head. Caol went out with his blade in his hand, and he took off their heads, and he left 2 heads on each side of the stone of the Tamhask, and he came in where Duanach was, and he said, I am yet without food since I came to the realm of Lachlan. And I feel in myself that I am growing weak. And Duanach said, I will get thee food if thou wilt take my counsel, and that is, that thou shouldst go to court the sister of the king of Lachlan, and I myself will go to red the way for thee. 225. McNair. There were 3 great warriors in the king's palace in search of the daughter of the king of Lachlan, and they sent word for the one who was the most valiant of them to go to combat the youth that had come to the town. This one came, and the Een Was Ormanach was his name. 226. And he and Caol were to try each other. They went and they began the battle, Caol and the Een Was Ormanach. The daughter of the king of Lachlan came to the door, and she shouted for Duanach a Droud. 227. I am here, said Duanach. Well, then, if thou art, it is but little care thou hast for me. Many calving cattle and heifers gave my father to thy father, though thou art not going down, and standing behind the Een Was Ormanach, and giving him the urging of a true wise bard. 228. To hasten the head of the wretch to me for my dinner. For I have a great thirst for it. Fair. Fair. Watch, O queen, said Duanach, if thou hadst quicker asked it, thou hadst not got it slower. Away went Duanach down, and it was not on the side of the Een Was Ormanach he began, but on the side of Caol. Thou hast not told it to me for certain, yet if it be thou, when thou art not hastening thine hand, and making heavy thy blow. And to let slip that wretch that ought to be in a land of holes, or in crannies of rock, or in otters' cairns. Though thou shouldst fall here for slowness or slackness, there would neither be wife nor sweetheart crying for thee, and that is not the like of what would befall him. Caol thought that it was in good purpose the man was for him, and not in evil purpose. 229. He put his sword under the sword of the Een Was Ormanach, and he cast it to the skies, and then he himself gave a spring on his back, and he levelled him on the ground, and then he began to take his head off. Still be thy hand, O Caol, said Duanach a Droud, make him the binding of the 3 smalls there, until he gives thee his oaths under the edge of his set of arms, that there is no stroke he will strike for ever against thee. 230. I have not got strings enough to bind him, said Caol. That is not my case. 231. Said Duanach, I have of cords what will bind back to back all that are in the realm of Lachlan altogether. Duanach gave the cords to Caol, and Caol bound the Een Was Ormanach. He gave his oaths to Caol under the edge of his set of arms, that he was a loved comrade to him for ever. And any one stroke he might strike that he would strike it with him, and that he would not strike a stroke for ever against him, and he left his life with the Een Was Ormanach. McNair. Thou shalt have that woman whom thou art courting and making love to, a Surid sa Circanichad, the daughter of the king of Lachlan, said the Een Was Ormanach. Thou shalt have that woman for thyself, said Caol. It is not her that I am courting and making love to. Mac Gilvray. The daughter of the king of Lachlan was right well pleased that he had left his life with the Een Was Ormanach, so that it might be her own. But what should she do but send for Caol? 232. What should the daughter of the king of Lachlan do but send word for Caol to pass the evening together with the queen and with herself, and if it were his will that she would not give him the trouble of taking a step with his foot, but that she would take him up in a creel to the top of the castle. Caol thought that much reproach should not belong to one that was in the realm of Lachlan, against one that was in the realm of Erin, that he should go to do that. He went and he gave a spring from the small of his foot to the point of his palm, and from the point of his palm to the top of the castle, and he reached the woman where she was. 233. If thou art now sore or hurt, said the daughter of the king of Lachlan, there is a vessel of balsam, Ballan Fiachlaint, wash thyself in it, and thou wilt be well after it. He did not know that it was not bad stuff that was in the vessel. He put a little twig into the vessel, so that he might know what thing was in it. The twig came up full of sap, snodhack, as it went down. Then he thought that it was good stuff, and not bad stuff. He went and he washed himself in it, and he was as whole and healthy as he ever was. Then meat and drink went to them, that they might have pleasure of mind while passing the evening, and after that they went to rest, but he drew his cold sword between himself and the woman. He passed the night so, and in the morning he rose and went out of the castle. He clashed his shield without, and he shouted battle or else combat to be sent to him, or else breast of light, daughter of the king of Ladhrach. It was battle and combat he should get, and not breast of light, for she was not there to give him. Then the daughter of the king of Lachlan called out. Art thou there, my brother? 234. I am, said her brother. Well, said she, it is but little count that thou hadst of me. That man who has made me a woman of harrying and hurrying, to whom I fell as a wedded wife last night, not to bring me hither his head to my breakfast, when I am greatly thirsting for it. Fair. Fair. Watch, O queen, said he, if thou hadst asked it sooner thou hadst not got it slower. There are none of men, small or great, in Christendom, who will turn back my hand. He went, and before he reached the door, he set earthquaking 7 miles from him. At the first, mother, growl he gave after he got out of the castle, there was no cow in calf, or mare in foal, or woman with child, but suffered for fear. He began himself and Caol at each other, and if there were not Gastick there at work it was a strange matter. McNeil. They drew the slender grey swords, and they'd kindle the tightening of grasp, from the rising of sun till the evening, when she would be wending west, and without knowing with which would be loss or winning. Duanach was singing Iolad to them, and when the sun was near about west. 235. Then the daughter of the king of Lachlan cried out for Duanach Acha drawed that he should go down to give the urging of a true wise bard to her brother, to bring her the head of the wretch to her breakfast. That she was thirsting greatly for it. Bard, from across near Duplin. Duanach went, and if he did, it was not at the back of the king of Lachlan he went, but behind Caol. Oh, Caol, said he, thou hast not told me yet if it be thou. When thou art not hastening thine hand, but making heavy thy blow. And level that wretch that ought to be in a land of holes, or in clefts of rock, or in otters' cairns. Though thou shouldst fall, there would be no wife or sweetheart crying for thee, and not so with him. 236. Caol thought that it was in good purpose the man was for him, and that it was not in bad purpose. He put his sword under the sword of the king of Lachlan, and he cast it to the skies, and then he gave a spring himself on his back, and he levelled him on the ground, and he began to take off his head. Still thy hand, Caol, said Duanach Acade Drawd, little is his little shambling head worth to thee. 237. McNeil. You are long enough at that game, throw away your swords and try another way. They threw away their swords, and they put the soft white fists in each other's breasts, but they were not struggling long till Caol gave the panting of his heart to the young king of Lachlan on the hard stones of the causeway. 238. Said Caol to Duanach, reach hither to me my sword, that I may take off his head. Not I, indeed, said Duanach. It is better for thee to have his head for thyself as it is, than 500 heads that thou mightest take out with strife. Make him promise that he will be, Dials Dut, a friend to thee. Caol made the young king of Lachlan promise with words and heavy vows, that he would be a friend to Caol Gilbeonach, the son of the king of Erin, in each strait or extremity that might come upon him. Whether the matter should come with right or unright. And that Caol should have the realm of Lachlan under cess. 239. When the king of Lachlan had given these promises, Caol led him up, and they caught each other by the hand, and they made peace and they ceased. And the young king of Lachlan gave a bidding to Caol that he should come in with him to his great house, to dine with him. And the young king set a double watch upon each place, so that none should come to disturb himself or the young son of the king of Erin, while they were at their feast. McNair. A churchman was got, and the Een Was Oisein was married to the daughter of the king of Ladhrach. Mac Gilvray. When each thing was ready the royal ones sat at the great board. They laid down lament, and they raised up music, with rejoicing in great joy. McNair. And they were in great pleasure of mind. Meat was set in the place for eating, drink in the drinking place, music in the place for hearing. And they were plying the feast with great sport in the dining room of the king of Lochlan. MacNeil. And they so liking and loving about each, taking their feast. The soldiers were without watching, to guard the big house of the king, and they saw a great Tasbreltac 240 coming the way. They had such fear before him that they thought they could see the great world between his legs. As he was coming nearer, the watch were fleeing till they reached the great house, and into the passage, and from the passage into the room where were the young king of Lochlan and the young son of the king of Erin, at their feast. And the great raw bones that came began to fetter and bind the men, and to cast them behind him till he had bound every one of them, until he reached the young king of Lochlan, and he and the big man wrestled with each other. MacNair. He drew his fist and he struck the king of Lochlan between the mouth and nose, and he drove out 3 front teeth, and he caught them on the back of his fist, 241. MacNeil. But the end for them was, that the young king of Lochlan was bound and laid under fetters, and thrown behind together with the rest. MacNair. And the big man gave a dark leap and he seized the bride, and he took her with him. MacGillivray. Caol gazed on all the company that was within, to try if he could see any man rising to stand by the king. When he saw no living man arising, he arose himself. MacNair. Let that woman go, said he, thou hast no business with her. That he would not do. MacGillivray. He gave a spring, he caught the slender black man between the 2 sides of the door, bith, and he levelled him, and when he had levelled him, he let the weight of his knee on his chest. Has death ever gone so near thee as that? Said Caol. It has gone nearer than that, said the slender black man. He let the weight more on him. Has he gone as near as that to thee? Oh, he has not gone. Let thy knee be lightened, and I will tell thee the time that he went nearest to me. I will let thee stand up so long as thou art telling it, said Caol. 242. Caol loosed the young king of Lochlan and his men from their bonds and from their fetters, and he sat himself and the young king of Lochlan at the board, and they took their feast, and the big man was cast in under the board. Again when they were at supper the king's sister was with them, and every word she said she was trying to make the friendship greater and greater between her brother and Caol. The big man was lying under the board, and Caol said to him, Thou man that art beneath, wert thou ever before in strait or extremity as great as to be lying under the great board? Under the drippings of the waxen torches of the king of Lochlan and mine? Said B, If I were above, a comrade of meat and cup to thee, I would tell thee a tale on that. At the end of a while after that, when the drink was taking Caol a little, he was willing to hear the tale of the man who was beneath the board, and he said to him, Thou that art beneath the board, if I had thy name it is that I would call thee. Wert thou ever in strait or extremity like that? And he answered as before. Said Caol, If thou wilt promise to be peaceable when thou gettest up, I will let thee come up. And if thou art not peaceable, the 2 hands that put thee down before, will put thee down again. Caol loosed the man who was beneath, and he rose up aloft and he sat at the other side of the board, opposite to Caol, and Caol said. Aha! Thou art on high now, thou man that wert beneath. If I had thy name it is that I would call thee. What strait or extremity wert thou ever in that was harder than to be laid under the board of the young king of Lochlan and mine? Story of the king of Spain. Said he, My name is Garnas Giathlais Rai Na Io Spain, Garnas Skelans, king of Spain, 243 Let me tell you the hardest strait in which I ever was. MacNair. I was once a warrior, and the deeds of a warrior were on my hand well enough, and I was on my way to the dun of the king of Ladhrach to take out breast of light with right strong hand. And I saw Mac Amor, son of the king of the Sorca, and the most beauteous drop of blood that I ever saw upon his shoulder. I never saw a woman that I would rather wish to have for myself than that woman. I was working with my own sword at him as high as the band of his kilt. He had but the one Duan song, For me wilt thou not cease, and wilt thou not stop, but I gave no heed to him. 244. MacNeil. He fell upon me, and he bound me, and fettered me, and set me on the horse before him, and he took me to the top of a rock. The rock was high, and he threw me down the rock, and if I had fallen to the bottom I had gone to little morsels, but so it was that I fell into the nest of a dragon. 2:45 When I came to myself I looked about me, and I saw 3 great birds in the nest, and I held my hands and my feet to them, as they were bound, until they loosed them, the monsters, that they might tear me asunder. MacGillivray. I saw a cave at the back of the nest, and I dragged myself into the cave, and when the old dragon would come and leave food for the young ones, I would stay till the old dragon would go. And then I would come out and I'd take the food from the young dragons. That was all I had to keep alive upon. But at last the young dragons found death for want of food. The old dragon understood that something was eating their food, and she ransacked all about the nest, and she went into the cave. 2:46. McNair. She seized me then in her talons, she sailed to the back of the ocean with me. And she sprang to the clouds with me, and I was a while that I did not know which was heaven or earth for me, nor whether she would let me fall in the drowning sea, or on rocks of hardness, or on cairns of stones. McNair. She was lifting me and letting me down, till she saw that I was soon dead, on the breast of the sea. Though I was not heavy, when I took the brine I was heavy indeed, and when she was lifting me she was spent. She lifted me with her from the surface of the sea as I was dead, and she sailed with me to an island, and the sun was so hot, and she put me myself on the sun side of the island. Sleep came upon herself, and she slept. The sun was enlivening me pretty well though I was dead. McNeill. She had come down at the side of a well, and when she awoke she began at working herself about in the well. I understood that there was Iachlaint, healing in the well, because of how the side of me that was nearest to the well was healing with the splashes of water that the dragon was putting from her. And I moved the other side of me towards the well, till that side was healed also. Then I felt for my sword had always stuck by me. 247 And I got it, and I rose up and I crept softly, laid me, to the back of the dragon, and with the sword I struck off her head. But it was but simple to strike off her head, by keeping it off. The balsam that was in the well was so strong that though the head should be struck off her, it would spring on again, till at last I got the sword held between the head and neck, till the hag's marrow froze. And then I got the head and neck driven asunder. McNair. I did not leave a thong of her uncut, and that is the death that went nearest to me, till the blood dried throughout the island. McNeill. And when the blood dried I put the dragon into the well, and I went and I washed myself in it. And so it was that it seemed to myself that I grew stronger and more active than I had ever been before. And the first exploit, Gaischt, that I tried to do after that, was to try to contend against the king of Lachlan. And it would have gone with me hadst thou not been here. And my being cast into the nest of the dragon, and what I bore before I got out, is a harder strait and a worse extremity, in my esteem, than to be under the board of the king of Lachlan and thine. The Story of Conall Gulban, Part 2. When Garnas Jaathlais had finished his tale, he said to Conall, Now, thou man that art yonder, I should like to have thy tale, thy name, thy land, and what is the reason of thy journey to Lachlan. And Conall said, My name is Conall Gilbenach, son of the king of Erin. And he told his own tale. 248. The sister of the king of Lachlan was listening. She grew sorrowful, and the drops rained from her eyes when she understood that Conall had another sweetheart. She arose, and she left the room, and she was heavy and sad. Duanach followed her to console her, and put her in order as best he might. She took a ring from her finger, and she sent it to Conall by Duanach. Conall turned Duanach back with it to herself again. He said that he had a ring from another on his finger already, since he had got no gift, Tabhardas, to give it to her, as Iric. 249. She sent Duanach back again with the ring to Conall, and she asked him to wear it for her. Conall took the ring and put it upon his finger. McNair. Thou must go with me, said Conall to Garnas Jaathlais, in search of that woman breast of light. It is easier for me to bear death than to go to meet that man any more. Thou wilt find death where thou art, then, said Conall. "It is certain that if I am to suffer death where I am that I will go with thee," said the slender black man. MacNeill. The young king of Lachlan said that he would go too. Said Caol. "Who will be a guide to us to take us the shortest way?" Said Duanach, "I will make a guide for you, Een Was Set Up." Caol and his warriors made ready. The king of Lachlan's sister wished Duanach to stay with her till the rest should come back, but Duanach would not stay. MacNair. Away went Caol, and he rigged a ship, and when the ship was rigged he took with him the slender black man, Duanach Acha Drod, the king of Lachlan, and the Een Was Ormanach. They sailed, and crew enough with them, and they reached the realm of the Sorcha. 250. MacNeill. When they reached, Duanach went into the house of Macamoir, and he said, "Hospitality from thee, Macamoir. Thou shalt have that, a draeth oath. Champions to fight from thee, great warrior. Thou shalt have that, thou druid. A sight of breast of light," said Duanach. "Thou shalt have that, druid," said Macamoir. Duanach got a sight of breast of light, and he told her that Caol had come with his warriors to take her from Macamoir, and breast of light was pleased, for she was tired of being kept there. Duanach came out, and he told it to Caol, and the next day Caol came to the landmark of Macamoir. He clashed his shield, yielding or battle upon the field. "Yielding thou gettest not in this town," said Macamoir. Though it were but speech, it was a mark to Macamoir to come out to try a combat with Caol. 251. MacNair. "I should go up to seek the thing I want," said Caol. "Well, indeed, thou shalt not. There promised to fall first none but me," said the slender black man. "I will go up before thee, and I will come to thee with word how the place is up before thee." The slender black man went up, and he shouted battle or combat, or else breast of light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn, to be sent out. That he should have battle and combat, but not breast of light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn. 252. They stood, Caol, the young king of Lachlan, and Garnas Giathlies, opposite to the house of Macamoir, and they clashed their shields for battle. Macamoir sent out the 3 best warriors that were in his realm to battle with them. They drew their slender grey swords, and they went to meet each other, but the combat did not last long till the 3 heroes were slain. On the next day Macamoir sent the Ladhrach, the knight, the mangler, his brother, out to try a combat with any one of Caol's warriors who had the heart to try against him. "Who will go to battle with this hero of exploits today?" said Caol. "Myself," said Garnas Giathlies, "because of how his brother threw me into the nest of the dragon." They went to meet each other, they drew their slender grey swords, and the 2 battled with each other. But long before the sun went west, the Ladhrach was slain. Garnas Giathlies took off the head, and he opened the mouth, and he cut the tongue out, and he split the tongue, and he struck it 3 slaps against himself. And he said to Macamoir, "There, that is for thee, for how thou didst cast me into the dragon's nest." At night Duanach went into the house of Macamoir, and he said, "Hospitality from thee, Vic of War. Thou shalt get that, thou druid. Warriors to combat Caol tomorrow, Vic of War. Thou shalt get that, thou druid. A sight of breast of light," said Duanach. "Thou shalt get that, thou druid," said Macamoir. Duanach got a sight of breast of light, and he told her each thing as it was going on outside of the dun, and she was sorrowful that so much blood was being spilt for her, and Duanach came out, and he gave the tale of breast of light to Caol. On the next day Macamoir himself came out to try a combat with any one who had the heart to go to try him. "Who will go to battle with the hero of exploits today?" said Caol. "Myself," said Garnas Giathlies, "for the day that he cast me down the rock to the dragon's nest." They came in front of each other. They drew their slender grey swords, and they kindled a fire of fists with their swords, from the rising of the sun till she was going west. But at last it went with Macamoir to level Garnas Giathlies, to bind him and fetter him, and he took him with him, and he cast him into a den of lions that he kept for pastime for himself. And Macamoir would not come out again till the end of 2 days. When the night came Duanach went into the house of Macamoir, and he said, Hospitality from thee, Vic of War. Thou shalt get that, thou Druid. A sight of breast of light, said Duanach. Thou shalt not get that, said Macamoir. And then breast of light was put into a dark chamber, where she could not hear voice of friend, and where she could not see light of sun. When the battle day of Macamoir came, he came out, and he clashed his shield. 253. Who will go to battle with the hero of exploits today, said Caol. Myself, said the young king of Lachlan. 254. They came in front of each other, they drew their hard thin swords, and they went to battle with each other. But long before the sun went west, the young king of Lachlan was levelled, bound, and fettered, and taken away, and cast into the den of lions, where Garnas Giathlies was. And Macamoir would not come out any more to hold battle till the end or 5 days. Duanach went in every night of these to seek food, and he got it, and on a night of these nights he asked for warriors to hold battle against Caol. Thou shalt get that, thou Druid, said Macamoir. 100 full heroes were sought in order before the great house on the next day. It seemed strange to Caol to see the host going into order at the front of the big house. And he asked if there was any knowing what was the meaning of that host going into order, in ranks, at the front of the big house this day. Said Duanach, I thought thou wert finding the time long here, not doing anything, and I asked for warriors to combat with thee. I have no wish myself to be slaying men without knowing why. And, besides, how should I contend against 100 full heroes, and I alone, said Caol. So many as thou dost not slay with thy sword I will kill with my tongue, said Duanach. 255. They went to meet Caol. McNair. The smooth lad looked from 1 to 2, and where they were thickest, there they were thinnest, and where they were thinnest, there were none at all there. McNeil. He struck them under, and over, through, and throughout. And those who were thinnest, were most ill scattered, and as many as were dead of them were lying down, and as many as were hurt, they sat, and the rest that were alive of them ran away. 256. And when the 5 days of delay that Macamoir had were gone past, Caol went to the fence of his house. Macamoir had a bell on the top of his house, and he was a warrior, any one who could strike a blow on the bell. And when a blow was struck on the bell, unless Macamoir should come out, then he was a dastard, Clydhair. Then when Macamoir was eating his breakfast, Caol went up upon the top of the house, and he struck a blow on the bell, and he drove the tongue out of the bell. And the tongue fell down through the house, and down through the board at which Macamoir was taking his food, and Macamoir said, Ha, ha. Comrade, it was easier to hold battle against thee on the day of Bean Eadin than on this day. 257. Macamoir came out to hold battle. Caol clashed his shield, and he said, Yielding, or battle on the field. Yielding thou gettest not in this town, said Macamoir. Though it was but speech, it was a sign for Macamoir to come out, to try a battle with Caol. They drew their slender grey swords, and they kindled a fire of fists, from the rising of the sun till the evening, when she would be going west. Without knowing with which of them the victory would be. Duanach was singing Ayala to them, and he said, You are long enough at this play, throw from you your swords, and try it another way. They threw from them their swords, and they put their soft white fists in each other's breasts, and they wrestled, but they did not take long at the wrestling. Till Caol give the panting of his heart to Macamoir on the hard stones of the causeway. Stretch hither my sword, said Caol, until I reap the head off him. I will not stretch it, said Duanach. It is better for thee that thou shouldst have his head for thyself as it is, than 500 heads that thou mightest take out with strife, said Duanach. Take a pledge of him that will be faithful to thee. Caol made him promise that he would be faithful to Caol Gilbeonach, son of the king of Erin, whether the matter should come under right or unright, and that the realm of Scorcha should be under cess to the realm of Erin. And Macamoir gave these pledges to Caol, and he bound himself with words, and with weighty vows. Caol led him aloft, they caught hold of each other's hands, and they made peace with great friendship, and they were quiet. 258. Then the first thing that Caol did was to go to the den of lions, to see if his two comrades were alive, and they were. For it is as left with the lions that they will not touch, and that they will not do any hurt to kings, or to the clan of kings. 259. And Caol took Garnas Giathlies and the young king of Lachlan out of the lion's den, and he loosed each bond and fetter that was upon them, and they were free and whole. The next thing that Caol did was to take Breast of Light out of the dark place in which she was, and she was pleased and joyful coming out. Macamoir gave a bidding to Caol, and to Breast of Light, to the king of Iospain, and the young king of Lachlan, to come into his house to take a feast. They went there. They raised music, and they hid sorrow. Word was sent for a priest, and Caol was wedded to Breast of Light, and they made a wedding that lasted for the 6 days of the week, and the last day was no worse than the first. McNair. And that was the wedding that was cheery. Meat was set in the place for using, and drink in the drinking place, and music in the place for hearing. They plied the feast and the company with joy, and pleasure, of mind, and long was their mind of the wedding of Caol and Breast of Light. McNeill. But there was much envy, Farnight, with the young king of Lachlan, Garnas Giathlies, and Macamoir at Caol, to see him married to one so beautiful, modest, and learned, and that they themselves should be wifeless. And they thought her like was not to be found. Each one of them was as anxious as the rest that her like should be his as a wife, and they left it to Breast of Light to say who was the other one that would come nearest to herself in look, learning, and modesty. She said that there was Aelid, daughter of the king of Greece, but it was by mighty deeds that she would be got, Sargaist. The 3 kings made it up that they would go to seek Aelid, daughter of the king of Greece. Breast of Light was unwilling that Caol should go with the rest, but the rest would not go without him, and when she saw that she consented. It was left to Caol to say which of them was to get Aelid, and Caol said, since the king of Lachlan was the first king who had come under cess to him, that he was the first for whom he would get a wife. Duanach wished to go with them, but Caol left him to be a king, and to take care of Breast of Light till he should come back. Away went Caol, young son of the king of Erin, Macamoir, son of the king of Sorca, and Garnas Giathlies, king of the Hispain, to get Aeli, beauty, daughter of the king of the Greece, for the young king of Lachlan to wife. And they reached Greece. 260. An old man met them that was their guide. He gave them a tale about the realm of Greece, the desire of the hosts, the battle, the form of the arms, and the customs of the country, Mayan Sloyd, Fecht. S. Rian nan arm, Agus Cleach dan in na Duca, and he told them the tale of the king of Greece, and how his daughter was kept in the dun, and that no one at all was to get beauty, daughter of the king of Greece, to marry. But one who could bring her out by great valor. And the old man told them about the wall that was for a bulwark, Dainich, round about the dun, how many heroes and soldiers there were in the inside of the ramparts. And besides, that there was no way to get beauty but by strong battle, brave deeds, and ruse, Fecht later, Sargaist, Aga Sealtact. Caol went, and the 3 other kings, aloft up a mountain that was above the dun of the big town of the kin so that they might see what was going on below beneath them. They lighted upon hunting bothies, both ein shield, in the mountain, and they went in into them, and they were there all night, and on the next day they found old clothes in the hunting huts. Caol put on some of the old clothes which they found, to go in the semblance of a poor lad, to try if he could get to the inside of the gates, Caeclatian, of the dun of the king's town. And he said to the other kings if they should hear on the 3rd day a hunting cry, or any terror, Feighaid na Fwathas, that they should run swiftly to help him. He went, and he reached one of the gates, Gita, of the dungeon, Dainich, and he was as a shy boy, ill-looking, without the look of a man, without the port of a lad, or a dress of armor, Mar Balak Muatyr mis Giamhak. Gun Aagos Duan Gun Dreech Gil, Na Ceolaid Armacht. He reached the gatekeeper, Fear Glade Agita, but that one would not let him in. He asked him what he sought, and Caol said that he had come to see if he could get teaching in feats of arms, nimbleness, and soldiercraft, Ironsack and Iamert arm, Luth Clees, S. Geist. The gatekeeper sent word for the ruler of the fort, Fear Riaglad and Duin, and he came and he asked Caol whence he was. Caol said that he had come from the neighborhood, Iamel, that was farthest off of the realm. The high ruler asked him what customs the people of that place had, and if they tried to do any feats. Caol said that they used to try casting the stone of force, Clach Nert, and hurling the hammer. 261. The high ruler asked Caol to come in, and he set some to try putting the stone against Caol. Caol could throw the stone further than any of them, and they saw that he had no want of strength if there were enough of courage in him. A stick sword was given him, and they were teaching him swordsmanship, and Caol was coming on well. But it was little they knew about the teaching that Caol had got from the Gruagach of Bain Eden before then. Caol made himself acquainted with the keeper of the arms, and he was exceedingly anxious to get a sight of their almshouse, but the armourer said that could not be done, for fear of the high ruler of the dun. But on the morning of the third day, when the governor was eating his breakfast, the armourer said to Caol, that if he were able enough now, that he might act a sight of the armoury before the high man who ruled the dun should come out from his morning meal. Caol went with him swiftly, and the man who was keeping the arms opened the armoury, Teas Gairn. Caol went in and he looked amongst the arms, and he spied great glaives at the furthest off end of the armoury. He went where they were, and he began to try them. He would raise them in his hand, and brandish them, and some he would shake out of their hilts, Sinabert, and others he would break. The man who had the care of the arms began to shout to him that he should come out, but Caol was pretending that he heard him not. Caol would look at the swords, and some were rusted, and some were not. At last he found a sword that pleased him. 262. He was going the way of the door of the almshouse with it, and the man who had the care of the arms was begging him to put it from him, but Caol gave him no heed. And the man who had charge of the armoury said, If the high governor of the dun comes he will take the head off me for letting thee in. When Caol was at the door the governor came in, and he desired Caol to put away that sword. If he knew the name of the man who had that sword that he would not be long putting it from him that, his name was Morgeist na Morgled. Great valour of the great tricks. You may give it that name still, said Caol. The high governor said that he would drive the head off the man who had the care of the arms for letting Caol into the armoury, and off Caol for taking the sword out. Take thou care that it is not thine own head that will be down first, comrade. The high governor called for his men. Caol struck the head off the high governor, and he gave a hunting whistle, fed Feaghaid, and the people gathered with their arms about Caol. He struck them, under them, over them, through and throughout them. Where they were thickest there they were thinnest, where they were thinnest they were most scattered. The king came out, and he said to Caol, Thou man that came on us anew, hold on thy hand, and thy blade. 263. The three other kings came to the gate, but they were not getting in. Caol ran to the gate, and he struck it a kick, and he drove it into splinters. Then came the king of Lachlan, and the king of Light, and the king of the Hispained, in with their arms. The people of Greece fled back, and the king of Greece said, Baub of Vuv. What a wonderful turn has come on the matters. It was in the prophecies that a son of a king of Erin would come, and that he would lay the realm of Greece under cess, and instead of that is an awkward fellow of an ill-looking boy, that came and put the realm under cess. 264. Said Caol, with a high voice, Thou king of Greece, take not thou each man according to his seeming. 265 I am Caol Gilbinich, son of the king of Erin, but it is not to put the realm of Greece under cess I am come, but to take out Beauty, thy daughter. Said the king of Greece, Thou shalt have Beauty, my daughter, and 2/3 of my realm while I myself am alive, and the whole after my death. Caol asked that Aelid should be brought out, and she came, and she was right willing to wed Caol, but Caol told her he was married already to Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Ladhrach. And the king of Greece said, If thou hast got Breast of Light, it is no wonder though thou shouldst not take my daughter. Caol told Beauty that she had her two choices, to take the king of Lochlann, or be without a husband. And she preferred to marry the young king of Lochlann. And word was sent for a priest. And Aelid, daughter of the king of Greece, was wedded to the young king of Lochlann, and they made a wedding that lasted for the 6 days of the week, and the last day was no worse than the first day. And when they were at the wedding, they asked Aelid, the bride of Lochlann's king, who was the next one that was nearest to her in beauty and comeliness, virtue and learning. And she said that there was Cuimhir, 266 daughter of the king of Na Ceardach, the Franks, France. Caol asked Garnas Giathlies if we were willing to take that one as a wife, and he said that he was. Caol asked Aelid where Cuimhir was dwelling, and Beauty told that she was in the great royal house, and that there was a great fortress wall about the great house, and that there was a lion on either side of the gate. That was in through the wall, and that there was the house of the Tamhaing, the best warriors that the king of France had, a little further on. And the Tamhaing were proud and merciless to any over whom they might gain victory. 267. The valiant kings made ready to go to France, but Aelid was not willing to part with her new married husband, but the other warriors would not part from him. He must needs go with them, till they should put an end to all the valorous deeds they had to do, before they could get wives for Gardas Giathlies, king of Hispania, and Macamoir, son of the king of Scorcha. The 4 valorous kings put each matter in order in Greece as best they might, and they left Beauty in the care of her father till the king of Lochlann should come back. They went to France, and when they reached France they took a tale from each traveller that met them by the way, and so they got guidance to the great royal house, and when they reached the gate, that was without in the fortress wall, there was a great lion at either side of the gate, but that put neither fear nor sorrow upon them. 268 Because it is as a charge left with lions that they will not injure kings, or the clan of kings. And Caol went on past the lions, and no one of them stirred his head at him. He reached on forward to where the Tamhasgan were, and they began gnashing their teeth. 269 Making ready to spring upon him. He took sure notice of them, for the thick knobbiest one and the thin shankiest of them. He compassed them, under them, over them, through and throughout them. And he seized on the 2 shanks of the thin shankiest one amongst them, and he was driving out the brains of the rest, with the knob of that one, and the brains of that one with the knobs of the rest. Till the part that was thickest of them was thinnest, and the lot that was thinnest they were the most ill scattered. The king of France came out, and he said to Caol, Thou man that hast come on us from a strange land, withhold thy blade and thine hand, slay not my warriors holy. These are the Tamhaing, the best warriors I have to guard the great royal house, but they are but as reeds in the front of a meadow before thee. How camest thou past the lions? Thou and thy lions. Said Caol, I will go down past thy lions, and I will come up past thy lions, and they will not touch me, and I will bring up 3 other warriors, that are down here, and the lions will not touch them. Garnas Giathlies Macamoir and the king of Lochlann came up past the lions, kings were they, and a clan from kings altogether, and the lions did not stir their tongues against them. The king of France asked whence they were, and Caol told that he was Caol Gilbeonach, son of the king of Erin, and he shewed the young king of Lochlann, and Macamoir, son of the king of Sorcha, and Garnas Giathlies, king of Hispania. And he told him that it was not to disturb France they had come, 270 but to take out Cuimhir, daughter of the king of France, to be wife to Garnas Giathlies king of Hispania. Said the king of France, he shall get that. Cuimhir was brought out, and the matter was hidden, and it was Caol she would rather take, for it was he that had done the bravest deeds. But Caol told her that he was wedded already to Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Ladhrach, and that the young king of Lochlann was wedded to Aelid daughter of the king of Greece, and that it was Garnas Giathlies, king of Hispania, she was to have. Cuimhir was willing to take the king of Hispania, so that she might be a queen in a realm that was near the realm of her father. Word was sent for a priest, and the wedding was done, and they made a wedding that lasted for the 6 days of the week, and the last day was no worse than the first day. When they were at the wedding they were talking about who they should get for a wife for Macamoir, and they left it to be said by Cuimhir, the young Queen of Spain. Who was the one that was fittest, in her esteem, to be a wife to Macamoir? And she said that there was Deo Grain Nigian Ryan Eilean Ewan. 271. They asked her if that one was to be got. She said that she was not, but by exceeding valor. That there was a fortress wall round about the dun of the king, and that it discomfited the heroes, that Deo Grain would be in a turret that was on the top of the dun, and that none but a valiant warrior could get her. But if Macamoir should get her, that he had no cause to regret that he was the last of the kings who had got a wife. Macamoir was longing to be gone in pursuit of Deo Grain, and the rest were as willing and well pleased as himself. 272. When they were at the feast, the king of France was setting a ship in order for them. Quimir, daughter of the king of France, was not willing to let her new married husband, Garnas Giathlies, away with the rest, but when the rest saw that, they would not go without him. When Quimir understood that, she agreed to let him go with them. The king of France set his slender ship in order for them, with a crew of disciplined, active, strong, hardy men, and the 4 honorable kings went on board, and the Frenchmen sailed with them to the shore of the Green Island. 273. They brought the ship to port. 274. And they put Macamoir and the 3 gallant kings who were with him on shore, and they themselves sailed back, home to France. They went on forwards to the dun of the town of the king of the Green Island, taking a tale from each traveller and journeyer that might fall in with them. They got on till they reached the fortress gate of the dun of the king's town. Caol struck at the gate, and the gatekeeper asked what they sought. Caol answered that they came to seek Sunbeam, daughter of the king of the Green Isle, to be wife to one of them. Word was sent for the high governor of the dun, and he came, and he asked them who they were, and what they sought. Caol told him that they were kings, and they had come to seek Sunbeam as a wife to one of them. The high governor said that they should not get her but by exceeding valor, that they must hold a battle against the warriors of the dun, and gain victory over them. Caol asked who was the sturdy hero that would go first to battle against the warriors of the dun. Myself, said Macamoir. If I am to get the daughter of the king of the Green Island as a wife, I will shew that I am worthy to have her. They were asked in, and they went. Warriors were got to combat Macamoir, son of the king of Sorca. They drew their blades, and Caol, and Garnas Giathlies, and the young king of Lachlan were singing Iala to them. But they had not taken long of the contest, when Macamoir struck the head off the champion of the Green Isle. Said Macamoir to the governor, pick up the champion's head, and get me another one. Another was got. But they had not taken long at the combat when Macamoir struck the head off that one too. He asked for another, and another was got, but it was not long till the head went off that one in like manner. The king of the Green Isle was taking sport at them, and he said, I see, my hero, that thou wouldst slay my men altogether, one after another, if thou hadst chance of arms. I am not for spilling more blood, I will try it another way. My daughter is in a turret, that is at the top of the dun, and the man that can take her out shall get 2/3 of my realm while I live, and the whole of my realm when I die. I am but an old man, and it is not likely that I will be long alive now, at all events. 275. The way was shown them to the turret, in which was the king's daughter, at the top of the dun. Who is the first man that will try to take the king's daughter out of the turret? Said Caol. Myself, said Macamoir. The turret was aloft, on the top of 3 Carrigan Ard, lofty pillars. Macamoir went, and he did his very best, but he could not get aloft. He thrust the pillars hither and thither, he tried every way he knew, but it discomfited him. Who will try it again? Said Caol. Myself, said the young king of Lachlan. He went, and tried as well as he could, but he could not level one of the posts that was beneath the turret, but it beat him. Said the king of the Green Isle, I perceive, my men, that it will not go with you to take my daughter out of the turret. Many a man has striven to take her out, but it went with none of them, and I see that it will not go with you any more, you may be off home. Well, then, if it does not go with us to bring her out, it is a great disgrace to us, said Caol. He went and he struck a kick on one of the posts that was keeping the turret aloft, and the post broke, and the turret fell, but Caol caught it between his hands before it reached the ground. A door opened, the sunbeam came out. The daughter of the king of the Green Isle, and she clasped her 2 arms about the neck of Caol, and Caol put his 2 arms about Sunbeam, and he bore her into the great house, and he said to the king of the Green Isle, "Thy daughter is won." Sunbeam was very willing to stick to Caol, but Caol told her that he was married already to Breast of Light, daughter of the king of Reidhinn, and the king of Lochlin was wedded to Beauty, daughter of the king of Greece. And that Garnas Giathlies, king of Hispania, was married to Cumley, daughter of the king of France, and that great hero, son of the king of the Light, was the only one of them that was unmarried. The king of the Green Isle was pleased when he understood that they were honorable kings altogether, and that his daughter had been taken out with honor. And he said that he would give 2/3 of his realm while he was alive, and the whole after his death, to the one that his daughter should have, and that he was an old man, and that he would not be long alive altogether. Every one of them was married but Macamoir, and he was the most unblemished amongst them. Though Macamoir was not so handsome as the rest, he was a stately, comely, personable man. And Sunbeam said that he was the husband she would have, and word was sent for a priest, and Sunbeam, the daughter of the king of the Green Island, was wedded to Macamoir, son of the king of Light. And they made a wedding that lasted for the 6 days of the week, and the last day was no worse than the first day, and if there were better there were, and if not let them be. When the other heroes found that Macamoir was married, they were in great haste to go home to see their own wives. 276. The king of the Green Isle set in order a great high-masted white-sailed ship. There was a pilot in her prow, and a steersman in the stern, and men managing the rigging ropes in the middle. Each meat and each drink as seemly for kings was put on board. 277. When each thing was ready, and each matter arranged as it ought to be, Caol, son of the king of Erin, Garnas Giathlies, king of Hispania, and the king of Lochlin left a blessing with the king of the Green Isle, with Macamoir. And Deo Grain, and they went on board of the ship. The shipmen sailed with the ship, and they sailed to realm of Sorca, with Caol, the son of the king of Erin. 278. Caol reached the dun of the big town of Sorca, came to Breast of Light and Duanac, without their having hopes of him, and they rejoiced with great joy to see him. Caol and Breast of Light were a while merry, and joyously, and fondly about each other, and Duanac was blithely and cheerily with them. 279. And when Caol had spent a while cheerily joyously with Breast of Light and Duanac, he began to think it long that he was not hearing from the realm of Yubhar how the fight was coming on between his mother's brother and the Turks. 280. Or if his father or brothers were yet alive. He thought that he would go to the realm of the Yubhar to see. He wished to leave Duanac, as he was before, to take care of Breast of Light and the realm, but Duanac would not stay. If Caol would go the realm of Yubhar, Duanac would go with him. Breast of Light wished Caol to go first to Erin to see if each thing were right in Erin, but his own counsel was best with Caol, and he wished Duanac to stay. But this is what Duanac said: If thou goest, Caol, to the realm of Yubhar thou wilt fight, and I will be needful enough for thee. And so it was agreed that Caol should take Duanac as a servant and counsellor. Breast of Light, and Caol, and Duanac, went away. 281. McNair. Then he took with him the woman on board of the ship, and when he and his men were returning he was running out of provisions. There was an island here which they called Ilean Na Ceardach. The man who was over the island was, so, that if he was for giving food it could be got for money, and if he were not he had 3 big dogs, and he would let them out, and they would kill them all. Said the slender dark man to Caol, I would rather myself thou wouldst stay out of it, than go into it. I myself would not rather stay than go, I will go and I will get it. But if you see that he is not willing to give it to me, you will leave me the front, and you will stay behind me, if so be that he hounds the dogs at us, said Caol. He went up to the house, and he asked if he could get food. He said that they should not, that plenty were asking for it who were more likely to get it than he. He let out the dogs. Every one of the company stood at the back of Caol, and he himself went to the front. He caught a napkin and put it about his fist. Each one as he came, he was seeing his liver down through his mouth, from the rage that he had towards the men. He thrust his hand into the mouths of the dogs, one after another, and he took the heart and the liver out of them, and he killed them. "Come now and you shall get food," said the man who was over the island. "Thou mayest give that now, but I will not give thee one skillen for it, unless thou thyself hadst been a truster, a stingy filthy wretch, thou hadst got payment. But since thou wert so dirty, thou shalt not get payment, and we shall get meat in spite of thee." "That is easy enough for you now," said he. "But hast thou heard how it has befallen the king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach? They were fighting the Turk. Well then I have heard how it has befallen these doubtless. The battle went with the Turk, and all the company that the king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach have been slain. And the great Turk has the king of Erin and the king of Ladhrach bound back to back, under cats, and dogs, and men's spittle, and with shame and insult on themselves and on their hosts, that came to give battle and could not do it. That story is sad for me to hear, but though it is, keep thou this woman for me till I come back from these men." "Well, then," said he, "I will not keep her, I have no way of keeping her. The thing that I had myself for that, thou thyself hast put me in want of it. Unless thou hadst been such a truster of a man as thou wert, I had not put thee in want of it, but thou must keep this woman, or else there will not be much of the world for thee, after letting her go," said Caol. MacNeill. He went and he left the woman, and when they reached the realm of Yubhar the fighting was going on. Caol and Duanach did not go to the house of the king but to a hostelry. They got their supper that night and they went to bed. On the next morning Caol's waking was to hear shouts of hosts and clash of armor, 282 heroes starting, commanders arraying soldiers to go to give a day of battle to the Turks. Caol arose and Duanach, they put on them their army and their armor of battle, and they went to the fight on the side of the people of the Yubhar. The fighting began and Caol was mowing down the Turks as though it were a man who was cutting down sow thistles. There was one big man amongst the Turks, and he was mowing down the people of the Yubhar in the same way. It was not going with any one to slay him, and they thought that no arms could touch him. He and Caol met each other in the fight. They tried their nimble feats upon each other, and Caol slew the big Turk. When the Turks saw that their champion was slain they fled, and the people of the Yubhar followed the rout 283 and they thought that they had not left many of the Turks alive. In the night the people of Yubhar returned back, and they thought they would have peace on the next day and no one of them could understand who he was, the hero that had slain the big Turk, that had done them so much scathe. 284. As on the other days Caol and Duanach went to the hostelry where they were the former night, they got food and bed, and they thought, by the number of Turks that had been killed, that the war was at an end, and they went to sleep. The king of the Yubhar had never seen Caol before, but it seemed to him, by the look of his face 285 that he was of the people of Erin. They went to rest that night full of joy, thinking that the Turks would not bring any more trouble upon them. But no matter. What they got in the morning was, the tale of horror that the Turks were coming forward as numerous as they ever were. They had for it but that they must arise, and put men in their harness, to go to give a day of battle to the Turks again. And Caol's morning waking was to hear the shout of the chiefs calling out their soldiers to give a day of combat to the Turks. 286. Caol sprang out of his bed and he put on his array and armor, 287 and he went with the host of the Yubhar to battle against the Turks. When the two hosts met each other, Caol saw the big Turk that he had slain the day before coming forward that day again, and mowing down the people of the Yubhar as he used to do. Caol was mowing down the Turks till he and the big Turk met each other, and tried their agile valor upon each other that day again, and the big Turk was killed again that day by Caol. When the Turks saw that their champion had been slain, they fled, and the people of Yubhar followed the rout, and killed so many of the Turks, that it seemed to them there were not many of them to the fore, and they returned joyfully, cheerily, thinking that there was an end of the war. When Caol returned to the hostelry, he ate his supper and lay down to sleep. It seemed to the king of Yubhar, that the man who had done the great feats of valor was his sister's son Caol, and he went to inquire about him. He heard that it was in the hostelry that the gallant man was dwelling, and the king reached the inn. Duanach knew him, and the king asked Duanach if his master were in. "He is," said Duanach, "but he is in his sleep, and I will not wake him." "I am anxious to see him," said the king. "If thou choosest thyself to go to wake him," said Duanach, "thou mayest, but I will not wake him." "What is thy country?" said the king. "It is," said Duanach, "the country from which my master came." "What is the country 288 whence came thy master?" "That," said Duanach, "is the realm whence came the king of Erin." "What is his name?" said the king. "It is," said Duanach, "Caol Gilbeanach mac du Rai Erin. Tell Caol, when he wakes, that his mother's brother came to visit him, and that he wishes to see him at the house of the king of Yubhar tomorrow." "I will do that," said Duanach. 289. On the next day the Turks were coming on to drive the battle as they used, against the host of Yubhar, and it was rustling of plumes, and shouting of hosts 290 that awoke Caol. Then there were chiefs setting soldiers in order to go to bold battle against the Turks. Caol arose and put on his armor, and as soon as he could, and he went with the people of Yubhar to the battle. Caol saw the big Turk coming opposite to him the third time, and Caol killed the big Turk the third time, and the rout went over the Turks. The people of Yubhar followed them, and they slew the Turks with a great battle. 291 And when no more of the Turks were to be seen, the host of Yubhar returned. It seemed to Caol that there was something that was to be understood going on in the field of battle in the night. And he ordered Duanach to go to the hostelry to take his sleep, and that he himself would stay to watch the slain. 292 Duanach went a little way from Caol, and he stayed to watch Caol. When the night grew dark there came a great Turkish carlin, and she had a white glaive of light with which she could see 7 miles behind her and 7 miles before her, and she had a flask of balsam 293 carrying it. And when she would reach a corpse, she would put 3 drops of the balsam in his mouth, she would strike 3 slaps on their hurdies, and she would say, "Get up, and go home, thy Caol will be cold," 294 and they would rise and go. She was going from one to one, and bringing them alive, and they would be ready to come to fight again on the next day. At last she came where Caol was himself. She put 3 drops of balsam into his mouth, and hit him 3 slaps, and she said, "Get up, and go home, thy Caol will be cold." Caol sprang up suddenly, and she knew that he was not of the dead Turks, by his sudden rising, and she fled. Caol stretched out after her, she threw away the flask of balsam that she had, and the white glaive of light, but Caol ran till he was up with her, he gave a stroke of his sword, and he made 2 halves of her. He turned back, and he found the white glaive of light, but he could not find the flask of balsam. He was seeking it back and forwards, and hither and thither, and at last he saw Duanach, and he shouted, "Is that thou, Duanach?" "It is I," said Duanach, "and it well for thee that I am here." "Hast thou got the flask of balsam?" said Caol. "I have," said Duanach. Duanach took the flask of balsam where Caol was, and Caol gave the white glaive of light to Duanach to lead the Turks who had been brought alive out of the field, and Caol went to sleep since he could do no more good till he should sleep. And he put the flask of balsam under his head, and he slept. Duanach went away with the sword, and he led the Turks out of the field. He led them through mosses and bogs, and when he found that they were in a dangerous place he would put the sword out of sight, and the Turks could not see, and they would fall into holes, and they would go down into marshes, Criathracian, and into Wellies, Swiltian Cruthake, and they would be drowned. And again, he would bring the sword in sight, and the sword would shine, and the Turks that had not been drowned would follow, and Duanach would lead them through places where there were many scores. And Duanach would put a covering on the white glaive of light, and darkness would come, and many of the Turks would fall amongst the scores. And when they were out of that peril Duanach would bring the white glaive of light into sight to let them see, and he would lead them amongst crags, and he would hide the sword, and the Turks would lose their way, and they would go over the crags. It was thus that Duanach followed until he had put an end to all the Turks by leading them over crags, and through scores, and amongst bogs. Then Duanach turned back to where Caol was, and stayed near him till he had got his sleep over. When Caol awoke, Duanach told him how he had done with the Turks, and Caol was pleased that the war was over. 295. McNair. Then Caol brought the people that were slain to life with the balsam. He went about the field, and he found one of his brothers there levelled, and he said to Garnas Giathlies, Come thou and take this one with thee, and take care of him till I come back. He looked, and he searched about, and he found another of his brothers, and he put him on the back of the king of Lachlan, and he asked him to take him with him. 296. McNeil. He went in where his father was, and the great Turk came out on his hands and knees. Macphy. He found his father and the king of Ladhrach bound. He loosed his father and the king of Ladhrach, and he seized nobles as honourable as there were within, and he bound them instead of his father and the king of Ladhrach. Then he asked what death the great Turk was threatening for his father and the king of Ladhrach. They said that he was threatening to bang them to an oaken beam that was within, and to thrust 2 iron darts through the bodies of each one of them. The very death with which he threatened you I will give to him, said Caol. He seized the great Turk and he hanged him, and he thrust the darts through his body, and he did the very same to another great noble. 297. McNeil. The king of Erin was right well pleased, and that day they had peace. The king of Erin took Caol before the king of the Yubhar. The king made great rejoicings at seeing Caol, and because Caol had give peace to the realm of the Yubhar. No less would suffice the brother of Conal's mother than that Caol should be crowned king of the realm of Yubhar. The nobles of the realm, Flathon na Ceardach, were gathered, a great feast was made, and Caol was crowned king over the Yubhar. But though he did not stay in that realm. He was in haste to see Breast of Light. McNair. He took his father with him and the king of Ladhrach, and they sailed to the island, Na Ceardach. They took Breast of Light on board out of that realm, and they put the young king of Lachlan on shore in a fitting place for going to Greece, and Garnas Giathlies on shore in France. McNair. They sailed to Erin, and they sent a gill on foot, and a gill upon the top of a horse, and another gill swifter than that, to tell the queen of Erin that the king was coming home, and that Caol was married. And that he and his wife were coming home with the king. When the message came to the queen of Erin, that was the joyful tale for her. She made a great preparation that she might have a feast ready for them, and a cheery company gathered to give them a royal welcome, and when the king of Erin, Caol, and Breast of Light came home, there were there to welcome them. Duncan MacBrien, Murdoch MacBrien, Frenzy, and White Belly, red men from Mull, boatmen from Lorne, the brave blinding band of the king of Erin, and the great gentles of the realm, together as many as there were of them at the time. 298. They had a hearty feast, with joy and solace. They raised music, and laid down lament, and each one was content, they never saw such rejoicing before. And when the people thought the time fitting to go home, each one went to his own place, and there was peace and quiet in Erin. Caol and Breast of Light thought that they would go to the realm of Ladhrach to see her father. They made ready a ship, they went on board, and they sailed, they reached the realm of Ladhrach, and the king had no hope or expectation of them at the time, but he saluted them, and made them welcome. McNair. Each thing was set in order to make Caol and Breast of Light happy and merry. 299. And Caol and Breast of Light stayed in the realm of Ladhrach till they had their first son, and they were happy and pleased together, but that she had had a cut-slicing tongue at odd times, as happed to many of the women. And sure am I that Duan Na Ceardach stuck to Caol, and that his counsel was ever truly wise and truly moderate. McNeil. And again, their son was crowned emperor of Erin, and king over the realm of Ladhrach, and over the realm of Yubhar, and he had the realm of Lachlan, the realm of Sorca, the realm of Greece, France, and Hispania, under Cess. And so be they left. McNair. According to Macphy and others, Caol was the king's son, by a girl, who was daughter of a mysterious old man, and he was a comrade of the Finn, and lived underground. He is a magician always. Caol, at the end, puts a ring on the queen's finger, it tightens, and forces her to confess that her sons are not the king's children, and Caol reigns as the king's only son. This incident ends several long Gaelic stories of the same stamp as this long-winded history of Caol Gulban, which has the name of being the best of its kind. June, 1861. McNair tells me that his authority, Livingston, was an old tailor, not the shoemaker mentioned by Dewar, and he adds, that several passages in which his story seems to vary from McNeill's, are mistakes made by the scribe. There were 3 champions on board when they sailed from Lachlan, and 2 sailed to the realm of the Turk, so that all my authorities agree. The Gaelic passage, page 293, is one of those which often give a clue to other stories and traditions, which are clearly old, easily remembered, and hard to explain. Wishing to get all I could out of it, I asked several men to translate the passage and the names, and to give any reason for the epithets. The variety in these translations will perhaps be the best excuse which I can give for my own shortcomings, so I give a few examples. First, scribe who wrote down what he heard according to my special request, Duncan MacBrien and Murdoch MacBrien, passionate, and White Belly, Durge's men from Mull, and Fortress men from Lorne. The king of Erin's valiant band, and the great chieftains of the realm, altogether all that were with him at the time, at the wars. This gives the sound dirag as the proper name dirge, which translators made Durgo, and which means red. And it localizes an Ossianic hero in Mull. It gives Cronag, genitive of Cronag, the value of fortress, and suggests the wattled forts found in lakes and mosses, which are, I believe, called cranags by the learned in such matters. This is the simple country translation of an intelligent man, and it throws light upon the traditions and antiquities of his country. Second, from a gentleman who for a quarter of a century has been occupied about Gaelic books and translations. A native Highlander, who is an authority in Gaelic writings, and lives in a city, but who had nothing to guide him but the words before him, Duncan, son of Brian, Murdoch, son of Brian. Thaddeus and White Belly, ruddy men from Mull, swarthy men from Lorne, a valiant band from the King of Ireland, and all the nobles of the kingdom, as many as were with, or adhered to, him at the time. The same authority informs me that there is a place in Lorne called Dillacronag, and another in Mull called Durbhaig. This simply translates the Gaelic names into their modern English equivalents. Taoig into Thaddeus, Murcha into Murdoch, Donacha into Duncan, and so on. It gives the passage reasonably, and as it were historically or geographically. And it differs from the others in the meaning of Cronag, which it renders swarthy, from cron, brown, and this is the usual method of translating doubtful Gaelic into English, freely. I also had translated the passage freely. I was uncertain of the meaning of Taoig, but as it is the genitive of Tog, a fit of passion, I gave it that meaning rather than assume that it meant Teague, Thaddy, or Thaddeus, names which had some meaning once. It is established that a sound like Donacha shall mean Duncan and Muracha Murdoch, so I too followed the stream. But I should have done better to translate the names, for every Gaelic proper name has a meaning, which may be dimly seen in Gaelic, but is utterly lost in its English equivalent. The passage fully translated, as I understand it by the help of my peasant authorities and Armstrong's dictionary, would run thus: Donacha, 300 Brown of Battle, Mac, son of the judge, or ruler, or king, the man of words of authority. Brian, 301 Brian, Brethon, Bren. Muracha, 302 Wall of Battle, Mac, son of Brian the ruler, Fury and White Belly, the men of the red, from Muil, the bluff. Wattlefort, or boatmen from the grounds or settlements, from Lar, a floor, the ground, etc., or Ladhrach, an assembly, from Larne, a loch in Ireland, or Latharna, a district of Argyll, now Englished Lorne. The Camp Winnowing, or blind valiant, or brave blinding, Crow or Crotodalenda, from crow, a circle or fold, or enclosure, or cattle. Or from Crota, active, valiant, etc., and Dallin, a blind man, also a large fan for winnowing. From Dal, because of the blinding dust, hand of the king of the Western Island or islands, of which Ireland is one, and Great Britain another, and the great good ones of the kingdom altogether, as much as were with him in the time. Duer understands Gabhail Iola to mean taking notice of without joining in what was going on. The first word is the only one used for singing or reciting a tune, a song or story. And it has the meaning of taking, and many other meanings besides. The second is not in dictionaries, and I did not know it, but Yulat and Ialat have nearly the same sound as Iala, and mean fun, sport. Ialak is a shout, mirth. Yulak, guiding, directing, and from the context I believe the words to mean sometimes, that the lookers-on were enjoying the fight, taking sport, and at others, that they were shouting or singing to the combatants. Singing, Iala, a loud directing or guiding song, such as the words of Duanach to Caol. If I am right, this is a new Gaelic word. If I am wrong I cannot help it, but this will, I hope, excuse mistakes in my translations, for it shews that authorities may differ, and that dictionaries are bad guides. It will also shew the object which I had in view in generally translating as closely as I could, in utter disregard of English composition, rather than freely and according to precedent. Duer translates dos, a sounding horn. And 4 feet following, he gives rapid pursuit, tuar chas. He says, there is an Irish poem about Caol Gulbane coming to war against the Fians. He killed many of them, at last Oscar fought him, and it was doubtful for a long time which of them would have victory. At last Oscar struck Caol's head off and threw it off the battlefield. Music was got to cheer Oscar from his weariness, but the music that was best with Finn was what happened. It is evident that this tale was composed a long time after the Fians' time. Duer does not himself understand Irish of some kinds, for I tested him with an Irish blind fiddler whose dialect I could only partially understand myself. I know nothing more about this poem. Unless it be Caol Gulban, published by MacCallum, 1816, which is Gaelic taken down in Scotland, 162 lines. In this, Caol is slain by Oscar. 77, John, son of the King of Bergen. From Angus McKinnon, Taylor, South Uist. 1. Comrag. 'Tis the track of the youth beside the ford. And the great impetuous stride. 2. 'Tis not the daughter of Locha Lewin. And 'tis not Dermot of the clear eye. 3. It is not one of the band of Finn. That wended last night in the heavy glen. 4. I gathered my garments and wended forth. The gathering was hard throughout the moss. 5. I was rushing and bounding. And the big man hard striding. 6. Then at the time I caught him. And the precious woman between 2 scores. 7. I asked so quietly of him. Great man, whence comest thou thus? 8. Seithin. But little one, there, little man. Though thou asked, it was not wise. Seithin mac rai berb. 1. S. Lorg and Oga Sechin Tadh. S. and Siam Rod of the Aro Dian. 2. Cha en I Nagian Lacha Lewin. S. Cha en E Dermot and Ruisk Glain. 3. Cha en E Haon a Chuidich Fin. A Dh Imich and Rewar San Troma Glean. 4. Thruis me m Aedak s Tharmi as. Fed na Mointich bu Garb Truis. 5. Bha Mais na m Ruth s na m Luem. S m Fear more se na Cruid Chum. 6. And Sin and Wear a Rug me air. S.A. Bean League Eater de Scoyer. 7. GNND Fias Rake me Death Gu Foil. From Wire Syed as Mauricio. 8. ACH for Big Sin ACH for Big. Gada DH Farade Chabiu Glick. 9. Thou hadst need bring the whole of the een. To find out the race of a single man. 10. Comrag. If I should bring the whole of the een. A whole bone wouldn't be thy body within. 11. That which they would not crush with their hands. Sure with their breath they would consume. 12. That was the time, when his weapon he cast. the mighty spear that was in his grasp. 13. That he cast it beyond me, behind. 17 feet into the ground. 11. Seethin. Thy trimmed shaft has touched my heart. And the leech will not make my healing. 15. Farewell, and arise to thy house. Yellow-haired youth of the curling locks. 16. Comrade. For thee, it is all the worse. That thou didst not declare thy race. 17. That the head huntsman of Finn gave thee battle in the heavy glen. 18. Seethin. I am John, son of Bergen's king. Son of the fierce one of the sturdy tread. 9. Cha beat Yulier Dudan Fin Yul. Fort gu Slyaned and Aeon Duin. 10. And Fin Yul na Nd Thugan an. And name slan Cha Bayad Ad Colane. 11. A Chuid nak Pranad Iad Lu en Lamhan. S Derbgu en Loisked Iad Lu en Anale. 12. And sin and wear a thilg e arm. And T-sleef more a bha na dorn. 13. Gu nd Chweer e Itherum Seor. Seached Troidi diagram ans Talum. 14. Boin du cran glusta duem, Cree. S cha din and liachamo lagias. 15. Benact dut s Iric gu teach. Organic buidi, chol clanic. 16. Gurachan duits s misa sin. Nok d rin Thursday du schloiniata dinad. 17. Gu nd thug gil sin choin fin. Comrag diets ans entroma glean. 18. My seethan, mac rai berb. Mac and fur gerd bu more trost. 19. Comrag. My name shall be, on coming home. Combat of 500 pounds. I have not found this fragment anywhere else. This seems to describe a raid made by the son of the king of Bergen, who carried off a woman, and was tracked and overtaken, and slain in a rift by Comrag of the 500 hounds, Finn's head huntman. I am responsible for the division into stanzas of 2 lines. Seor generally means west, here it means behind, probably, for the same reason, that south and to the right are synonymous. A man facing the rising sun has his back to the west, and his right hand to the south, Dias. The left hand, Lam Thoscale, to the north, and the sun, Era Beveltab, on his mouth side, on Baal's side. This may be fancy, but unless some explanation is found, it does not appear how a man can have a north and south hand, and a western back. J.F.C. From Angus McKinnon, Taylor, Dallabrog, South Uist, who is a little dark-haired man, with quick-moving grey eyes, and lively, kindly manner. He wears neither shoes, nor stockings, nor bonnet, and seemingly never has. He sings these pieces with considerable pathos, and has a tolerably good voice. He appears to me to be about 70 years of age. Berby. Dictionaries translate Berby, Copenhagen, but it is more probably the Gaelic form of Bergen, which was formerly the capital of Norway, which is part of the Gaelic Lachlan, as well as Denmark. How Bergen may have passed into the Gaelic Berby, may be illustrated by the frequency with which bh passes into g, or gh, and vice versa, thus, ub or ug, an egg, dub, or dug, black, etc., ovug, do. H.M.L. September 16, 1860. 19. Gur-heb aim dom tyen gu teach. Comrag nan koig sudden con. 78. The Master and His Man. From John Dewar. There were at some time ere now bad times, and there were many servants seeking places, and there were not many places for them. There was a farmer there, and he would not take any servant but one who would stay with him till the end of 7 years, and who would not ask for wages, but what he could catch in his mouth of the seed corn, when he should be thrashing corn in the barn. None were taking service with him. At last he said that he would let them plant their seed in the best ground that he might have, and they should get his own horses and plough to make the thrave, and his own horses to harrow it. There was a young lad there, and he said, I will take wages with thee, and the farmer set wages on that lad. And the bargain that they made was that the wages which the lad was to have were to be as many grains of seed as he could catch in his mouth when they were beating sheaves in the barn. And he was to get leave to plant that seed in the best land that the farmer had, and he was to keep as much as grew on that seed, and to put with it what seed soever he might catch in his mouth when he was thrashing the corn. And to plant that in the best land which the farmer had on the next year. He was to have horses, and plough, or any other garios 303 he might want for planting or reaping from his master, and so on to the end of the 7 years. That he should have seen winters in the barn thrashing, 7 springs to plant, 7 summers of growth for the crop, and 7 autumns of reaping, and whatsoever were the outcoming that might be in the lad's seed. That was the wage that he was to have when he should go away. The lad went home to his master, and always when he was thrashing in the barn his master was thrashing with him, and he caught but 3 grains of seed in his mouth on that winter. And he kept these carefully till the spring came, and he planted them in the best land the carle had. There grew out of these 3 years, and there were on each ear 60 good grains of seed. The lad kept these carefully, and what grains soever he caught he put them together with them. He planted these again in the spring, and in the autumn again he had as good as he had the year before that. The lad put his seed by carefully, and anything he caught in his mouth when he was thrashing in the next winter he put it with the other lot. And so with the lad from year to year, till at last, to make a long story short, the lad planted on the last year every bit of ploughing land that the carle had, and he had more seed to set, and the carle was almost harried. He had to pay rent to the farmer who was nearest to him, for land in which the lad might set the excess of seed which he had, and to sell part of his cattle for want of ground on which they might browse. And he would not make a bargain in the same way with a servant for ever after. Underscore 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 underscore. This story only wants a moral to be a regular fable, and the meaning is so clear that to express it by a moral would be waste of words. Scotch men, all over the world, are noted for frugality, and here is the lesson taught by a Celtic peasant to his son. I suspect there has been a numerical puzzle upon the numbers 3, 7, and 20, which is lost. Words relating to agriculture are interesting, and this gives a number of them. I subjoin an attempt at phonetic spelling. Caol, shiel, seed, the young of fish, oats, etc. etc. Cran, cron, a tree, a plough, a mast, etc., etc. Cliathad, Cleaugust. Harrowing, from Cliath, basket work of any kind, a bush harrow, from which it follows that ploughs and harrows were made of wood. Treb, trio, to till, plough, probably from troim, through a thrave, a furrow. Sanskrit root, tra, an instrument of any kind, a plough. Bisanan, beganin, grains, beating, small, diminutive, Guaigean. Bualad, bualug, thrashing, beating, striking, hitting. Sabal, saval or saol, a barn. Arbor, arar. Corn as reaped, standing corn. Sanskrit root, ar, to plough, to cut open, to plough the sea. Gaelic, eithir, a boat. Ir, ear, land, also produce. Sanskrit, ira, earth. Iraq, yarak, spring, carrying time. Kur, kor, to plant, to put, to set. Cineas, kenyas, growth, also kin. Bar, top, point, crop. Buain, buine, to gather, pluck, reap. Torrid, torug, increase, probably from tor, a heap, a heaping. Mal, ma1, male, rent. Tuathanic tuanach, a farmer. Gaelic omitted. From my father more than 40 years ago, John Dewar. 79, The Praise of Goll. From Donald MacFie, Brubhaig, Bara. There came a stranger the way of the Finn, and he asked what sort of man Goll was, and Finn said. 1 high mind of Gaul, Fin's man of war. 2 broad, burly hero, dauntless and hardy. 3 fair generous hero, of sweetest speech. For his mildness mild, harmless his grace. 5 of brightest mood, teacher of schools. 6 king-like is Gaul, hide it not Fin. 7 might of the waves, by valor bright. 8 lion-like hind, valiant indeed. 9 powerful his hand, choice of the kings. 10 man friendly kind, forsakes not his friend. 11 in strife of kings, not slack his hand. 12 crushing his shout, hound-like his might. 13 youthful and soft, warlike and great. Molid Gil. Thanig Coigrich and Rat had na Fin a dh, Fioraic de en Siorsa Duan a bha and in Gaul, s Thurtfin. 1530. 1787. 1860. MS. Gillies. Oral. 71 lines. 18 lines. 13 lines. 1. 1. 1. Ard ein gil fear cogade fin. 2. 2. 2. Laoch Leothar, Lon, 304 Fulang Nok Tim. 9. 3. 3. Laoch, Fin, Feel, Aismail Gawar. 5. 4. A mine mean, Scheme Gun Kron. 12. 6. 5. S.E. Esglaing Jean 305 Oid Na Scoil. 26. 7. 6. Amhwil Rai A's Gall Na Ceardach Fin. 27. 8. 7. Trees Nan Tawn, Air Geist Grin. 306. 36. 9. 8. Liaman Mar Ak, Croda Na Niam. 37. 10. 7. Neartara Lam, Roga Nan Rai. 55 and a half. 15. 10. Fear Dameheil, Kaim, Nok Trega Dame. 56. 11. 11. And Kogad Rai Nok Laga Lam. 30. 17. 12. Prontak Agare, Konak 307 a 3-wire. 31. 18. 13. Firance Mean, Millianta Moore. From Donald MacFie, Brubhaig, Bara, who says he learnt it from his uncle, Hector MacLean, Brubhaig, Bara. October I, 1860, H.M.L. This is a traditional fragment of the poem given at page 29 of the selections from the Dean of Lismore's Mrs. 1530. Of the 13 lines here given, 9 are almost identical with the Gaelic, as given by Mr. MacLauchlan. There are 71 lines in the oldest version. The corresponding numbers are here placed opposite to the lines for reference. Another version is printed in Gillies' collection, 1784. Page 34, there are 18 lines, of which 13 appear here slightly modified, and in a different order. There are considerable variations in several of the lines, for example, Dam Hale, friendly, is Dudgeel, white-toothed. A fourth version, 18 lines, was published by McCallum, 1816, and has 5 lines which I have not. 80. Oscar, the son of Oisein. When Oscar was a boy he was sent to a school. When they used to get out at the midday, they used to go to play shinny on to a strand that was there. At the time when he was 16 years of age, there would be a like number of the lads working on each side, and the side on which Oscar might be, that was the side which would hold. He became exceedingly big, so that there was no one of his contemporaries that he was not twice as much as he. At last there used to be 2 divisions against him, and 1 division with him. At last there would be no man with him but himself, and the rest altogether against him. They were there on a day of these days playing shinny, and they saw a boat coming in, and 1 man in her, and they never saw a man equal to him. The scholars took great fear before the man when they saw him coming, and they gathered about Oscar, every begotten one of them, to make a protector of him, and this wild man that was here came down where they were. And not a bit of him to be seen but the eyes, with blue-green scales of hardening upon him. 308. He came towards them, and every one on whom he would strike his palm would level him on the strand. He struck Oscar and put him in a faint. It was but scarcely that he could rise, but he thought that it was best for him to lie still. If he should get up again that he would slay him utterly. Then he seized on Oscar, and he put him on the end of a withy, and 16 of the scholars on top of him. He put the withy on his shoulder, and he betook himself to the boat with it. He put in the withy, and its eye that was under altogether, said Oscar. 309. I am saying to you, said Oscar, that was as sore a blow as I have had, when he struck my ribs against the boat's floor, and the rest on top of me. Then he rowed the boat away for the length of a time, and he reached an island, and then he caught hold of the withy again, and he put it out. Then he took with him the withy on his shoulder, and I below. He reached a castle, and he went in. He left the withy there, and he went up to the end of the house, and there was a fine woman there. He said to her that he was going to take a nap, and when he should wake that the best hero who was there should be cooked before him. 310. She went where the withy was, and she began to feel them. And I was the biggest there. I caught her by the hand, and said to her to let me be for the present. She went and she took with her the best one she found of the others. She put the roasting steak through him, and she roasted him on the fire. Then he got up, and he asked if she had got him cooked. She said that he was. Then he said, there was a better boy than this there. I am going to sleep, and unless thou hast him cooked when I awake, I will have thyself in his place. 311. She went down then again and said, I must take thee with me now. That is not best for thee, but leave me alive. Art thou his wife? Not I. It is, so, that he stole me here 7 years ago, and I in dread that he will slay me every day. Do thou help me, and I will help thee, and may be that we might put an end to the monster. Put thou the poker in the fire, and when it is red give me notice. She did this, and when it was red she gave him notice. 312 Oscar went up then when she loosed him, and he took the poker with him to where he was in his sleep. There was no part of his face bare, with scales of hardness, but his 2 eyes. He put the poker down through his eye to the ground, and she caught hold of his sword, and she struck off his head. They went away then, and they took with them silver and gold enough, and Oscar hit upon the spot where they had left the little boat. He did not know to what side he should turn her prow, but they began to row, and they reached the very spot from which they had gone, on the strand. Then he reached the king of the Finn. They took exceeding good care of the woman that was there. 313. The heroes of the Finn went one day to the hunting hill, and they parted from each other. They went to a glen that was there, and they did not know that they had ever been in the glen before. They hit upon a kind of burg there, and a great wild savage of a giant in the upper end of the house. What's the news of the warriors of the Finn? Said he. Well, then, we have the news that we had no knowledge of ever having been in this place before. He arose, and he put a cauldron on the fire, and a stag of a deer in it. Sit, said he, and burn, fuel, beneath that cauldron, but unless the deer be cooked when I awake, you shall have but what you can take off his head, and by all you have ever seen do not take out the head. They were tormented by hunger, and they did not know what they should do. They saw a little shaggy man coming down from the mountain. Ye are in extremity, said he, himself, why are ye not tasting what is in the cauldron? We are not, said they, fear will not let us. They took the lid out of the end of the cauldron, when they thought it was boiled, and so it was that there was frozen ice came upon it. The old carle got up so wildly, and when he saw the little shaggy man, he laid the one great grasp upon him. The carle went down, and he asked battle or combat from them. Chowlight rose in front of him, and they began upon each other. He was about to have got Chowlight under him now, and the little shaggy man got up, and he shook himself. Take notice that I am here, said he to the giant. He took to the tuft of, fell upon, the giant, and he kept back Chowlight. They arose against each other now, and the little shaggy man slew the giant. Go now, and be going home. They went, and they were going before them, but they were not hitting upon the proper road. They saw the very finest man they had ever seen coming to meet them, and he met them, and he asked what was their wish. They told him that they were seeking, to get, home to the Finn. It were right for me, Oscar, son of Finn, said he, to tell the way to thee. I am the ugly man whom ye saw coming through the mountain, and that slew the giant. He has had me under spells for 8 years there, and I should have been there for ever, unless thou hadst come to help me to kill him. I am the son of the king of Greece, and it was a sister of mine that thou tookest from the other giant in the island. They reached the Finn, and the son of the king of Greece and his sister knew each other. He kissed her, and he himself and she herself went, and Finn, and Oscar, to Greece, and before they came back, Oscar married her. _______________________ The Gaelic is omitted to make room in the original JBH. This then gives part of the early adventures of Oscar. If any reliance is to be placed on early Irish history, he was a real personage. And if so, this, stripped of the marvelous element, would seem to shew that he was carried off by a mail-clad warrior, that he escaped, and made his way to Greece. The reasonable explanation would be that this is part of the history of a sea rover, who wandered, as the Icelanders did in the 9th century, from Labrador to Constantinople. The cauldron that froze, the more it was boiled, indicates a cold climate. But while there is a reasonable explanation for the story, there is a mythical element which cannot be reasonably explained. And probably the name of Oscar has attracted a lot of floating myths whose origin cannot be discovered. The following poem relates the death of Oscar, and is more reasonable, it certainly relates to some real event in Irish history. The first volume of the Transactions of the Ossianic Society of Dublin, 1853, contains an Irish poem on the Battle of Gabra, which embodies the main incidents, such as, war between Cairbre, the red-haired, and the Fiend. The death of Cairbre and his son, by the band of Oscar, the wounding of Oscar by a spear thrust from the hand of Cairbre, the arrival of Finn on the field after the battle, the placing of Oscar on a mound. The examination and nature of the wound, which had been foretold, the weeping of Finn, who never wept but for Oscar and for Bran, the death of Oscar, and the lament for him. There is enough resemblance to shew clearly that the two poems relate to the same events. There are several stanzas which seem to indicate a common origin, but there the resemblance ends. The two poems are wholly distinct, and probably separated from one another by centuries, and yet they must have had a common origin, unless they are independent accounts of a real event. At page 75 is this stanza. When we marched from Binedare, the bands of the Fians of Alba, and the supreme king of Britain, belonging to the order of the Fian of Alba, joined us in that battle. Binedare, say the Irish authorities, is the hill of Howth. It is the haunt of the Fian and of Conal Gulban, according to Gaelic stories, if it be Bain Udain or Edine. In the introduction to the Irish poem, which was taken as it appears from a comparatively modern MS, a fragment is quoted, taken from an ancient Irish MS. Now preserved in the college library, and supposed by good authority to have been written prior to AD 1150. This contains the incidents of the death of Oscar by the hand of Cairbre, the grandson of Con, and the death of Cairbre by the hand of Oscar, by a mighty spear, on a white horse's back. It seems, then, that this traditional poem, written from the dictation of a peasant in Barra in 1860, relates to a battle fought prior to 1150, near the hill of Howth, at which the Fenians of Alba were present. And that the battle was called the Battle of Gabra in Ireland. The Scotch Gaelic word used means corpses. The Irish explain Gabra to mean Garrystown, near Dublin. At page 25 of the selections from the Lismore Mizas, a Scotch poem on the same subject is given. It is attributed to Alan MacRuaid, and was written at least 3 centuries ago. The incidents are much the same, and several lines are common to this traditional version. Another version is quoted as written down in 1856, from the dictation of an old woman in Caithness. It is therefore beyond a doubt that this is one of many poems relating to the same ancient event. Some of which are orally preserved and still recited, and others are found in MSS. Of various ages. A poem, almost identical, was printed in 1787, at page 313 of Gillies' collection. Another version of 120 lines is given at page 167 of the same book. Another version, 247 lines, is at page 154 of McCallum, 1816. The incidents are the opening of Macpherson's Tamora, and I have heard of several other versions orally collected. Here, then, are 7 Scotch versions: one orally collected in 1860, one in 1856, one in 1816, 2 before 1886, Macpherson's versions, of doubtful authority, 1760, and Dean MacGregor's MS. Version of 1530, besides an Irish book of 1853, and an Irish fragment of some date before 1100, 9 Gaelic poems, all different, yet all telling the same story, and there are many other versions. The conclusion which I would draw is, that this was a Celtic popular ballad, composed to celebrate a real battle between an Irish usurper named Cairbre, and a band of warriors who spoke Gaelic, who were headed by the Oscar, the bounding warrior, who went from Scotland to Ireland on this occasion, whatever his native country may have been. Who was the grandson of Finn, the chief of the Finn, who on this occasion came from Scotland after the battle, and the son of Oisein, in whose person the poet speaks, and who is supposed to be addressing Padroig. He would be an illiberal Celt who claimed this for Scotland or for Ireland alone, and a very prejudiced critic who could now attribute Tamora wholly to Macpherson. This ballad is later than St. Patrick and earlier than 1530. The battle was earlier than 1100, I will not attempt to fix the date of either. 81. The Lay of Osgar. From Donald MacFie, Smith, Brubhaig, Barra, and others. It was said at that time that Erin was the better chased than Albain, that there were many great beamed deer in it, rather than in this Albain. It was this which used to cause the Finn to be so often in Erin, but true Albanian Gaul, Scotch Highlanders, they were. The red-haired Cairbre came in as king over the 5th part of Erin, at the southern end. The Finn were now over in Erin, and Finn had dwelling houses in every place in which it was most usual for them to stay. The Ord Fian, hammer of Finn, was a bell. It was not to be struck but in time of great rejoicing, and in time of barred straits, and it could be heard in the 5/5 of Erin. They had a house on the land of the red-haired Cairbre, and they came on the northern side of Erin to bunt. Padroig was asking Oisein, would their set of arms be on them when they went to hunt? Oisein said to him, without our armor and our arms, we should not go to hunt like that. There would be arms, and stout headgear. And in each man's grasp were 2 great spears. When the Finn went to hunt to the northward, they left Oscar to keep the house, and 300 of the old warriors with him, for they were heavy for walking. Said Oisein, when he was going to tell the old story to Padroig, Lay Of Osgar. Bhae era rad san mud gu mb erin a beat fear seal gna albain, gu en rob moran de dh feed shabrak mor in seach and albainasio. Se sin abiada, twert du en fin gu biod iad cho trick an erin. Ach se fear gaidheil albanac a bha anta. Thainigan Cairbre ruid astai na rai era choigim cuid de dh erin era che en dias. Bha en fin san mseo thal an erin, sbha taigian comnuid aig fin enza hul hite a bu trick leo a bith stad en. Clag a bha ens an ord fianta. Charab e re wallet ach an m toilinton wire, sen am eigen cruit s cluent and en coig choigim na hirian e. Bha tai aca air fear and a cherba ruade, s thanig iad air and tab mu thuath de dh erin a shilgariact. Bha padruig a foinich de dh Oisein. Am biod and cuid arm or yuln wear a racket iad a shielgeriact. Thuart Oisein ris. Gun arn ided, s gun arn erm. Cha rakamade a shielg mar sayed. Biad erm, ega sinapart chor. S de schlie morin dorn gachfer. Nwera chaden fin a shielgeriac duen tob tuath dh, fag iad oscara, gladehead and tie, s trichud de na shan lauic comla ris, o bha iad trom gu koisicht. Thuart Oisein where a bha dole a dh, inset and t sinicais du fadruig. 314. 1 Oisein. I will not style my strain, my prince. How sad is Oisein tonight. Oscar and the Cairbre stalwart. Ebb away in strife of courses. 315. 2. The venomous spear in the hand of Cairbre. In anger's hour, how baneful was it. The raven would utter with fear. That with it should be slain the Oscar. 3 Raven. It is worse, to himself he'd say. That black raven in his craze. These 5 to be washing about a trough. Then blood of men to be gorging us. 4 Oscar. Why should our own blood choke us? What weakness is on our eyelids? That we for such small cause should weep. 5 Washerwoman. The raven will croak tomorrow early. Upon thy cheek in the field of battle. From the socket thine eye shall be forced. Out of this thus much will come. Underscore 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 underscore. Said one of the old warriors, as she saw the hue of the blood on the water that she had washing the clothes of Oscar. 1 Oisein. Cha, ena bear me, mo thrieth, re Caol. Ciab oil lu Oisein e naked. Oscar agus Cairbre calma. Trager iad and in Cath Cairbre, 316. 2. And T-sleef nim, sin lame cherbra. Guen Creidteach I re where fearch. There edem fit heach re Guaigean. Gurachan letha, marpt and T Oscar. 3 Fit heach. S myosa there ed e ris fiend. Am fit heach dub na mhichil. A choigir a tased mu, 317, en clar. Ach fuel for a bith gar tacket. 4. Com and tacket ar fuel fiend. De Guaigean a th bear ar rascap. Nwera a Caoiniamaid Caol reachdabe. 5 Bean naid. Gerard em fithich, macha merich. Du grudesse ens an araic. Quirider du shola glutcht. As an sin a thig na uriad. Arsa fear de na shan tu lawic, se facen dath na fala and wischt a bh, eitza a, nighead aedak oscar. 318. 6. Surely it is a shroud thou washest. Red is the look that is upon it. But until this day had come, that shroud spaying was not evil. 7 Oscar. Thou which there thy clothes that washest. Make for us a sure soothsaying. By us shall a man of them fall. Ere that we all go to nothing. 8 She. 500 by thee shall die. Wounded by thee the king's self. Thus much, and a man of law, cut, off. Off the world all that came, 319. 9 Oscar. Let him not hear thee, Rask Macruade. Nor one that belongs to his people. Let not the een hear thee this night. Lest we be spiritless all. 10 Oisein. Heard ye of the raid of Een? The time he wended to Erin. There came the fierce carber of spears. And grasped all Erin under sway. 11. Away went we with eager hurry. As many feen as were of us. We laid our army and our people. On the northern side of Erin. 6. Derb Gurenabe sin the Thursday nighead. S. Dirge and Tiegask Athara. Ach Gus and D. Thanig and Dio. And Abe Sin Cha B. Alka H. Anil. 7. Oscar. A Baab Sin, a Nigias T. Aedak. Din Sa Duin Facenich Chintich. And Tuit Aeon Duin Diulane. Mayan D. Thade Shinyul Du Neo Ni. 8. IC. Marber Leetsa Koig Sud. A's Goner Leet and Rifeen. Mar Sin A's Fear Laga Death, 320. Bar Saighail Yul Gu N D Thanig. 321. 9. Oscar. Na Cloenid E Thursday, Rask Mac Ruade. Na Duin, Bines Dh, Ashlo. Na Cloenid and Fin Thursday Nakid. Ma M by Shin Yulgun Misnich. 322. 10. Oisian. And Quala Sips Turaz Fin. And where a Gluiz E Gu Hren. Thanig and Cairbrae Sligak, Garg. A's Glack E Aaron Fo Aeon Smatched. 11. Dh Faub Sin Luth and Dam Hair, 323. A Lion de N Fin Sabha Din. Ligad Lane Ar Feached, Sar Slow. Aaron Tob Mu Thuith de Dh Aaron. 12. There was sent down by Cairbrae. Word for fiends hardy Oscar. To go down to the fiends' carousal. And he would get his cess according. 13. He rose who never balked a foeman. The beauteous Oscar to the king's hearth. 300 stalwart men with him. To answer his will and need. 14. We found honor, we found food. As we ever before had found. We were merrily within. With Cairbrae in the house of the king. 15. Cairbrae. Upon the last drinking day. Said the Cairbrae with a voice so high. An exchange of spear shafts I'd like from thee. Thou brown Oscar of the Alba. 16. Oscar. What shafts exchange wouldst thou wish? Thou red-haired Cairbrae of the ports of ships. Oft were my spear and myself with thee. In the day of battle and combat, free. 17. Cairbrae. I'd need no less than cess and cane. From any warrior your shores within. And I'd need no less for my life's term. Than to get as I ask for it every arm. 12. Chwired look Cairbrae Nuas. Fios Oscar Cruid na Fin. Adal a Dh Iansuid fled na Fin. S Guem Faghead E Sis a rear sin. 13. Dh Iric, O Knock D Ob E Namhaid. And T Oscar Aluin Gu Leek Rai. Trichud Fear Trun Dh Image Lays. A Fresdal Dh a Thoil S Dh a Fiam. 14. Fuer Shin Onair, Fuer Shin Bayad. Mara Fuer Shin Roim Ryam. Bha Shin Gu Subhakastich. Male Re Cairbrae Santimraid. 324. 15. Cairbrae. And Lata Mu Deri Dh and Ol. Thord and Cairbrae Lugus More. Iamlaid Croin Sleef B Aolimut. Oscar Duin Na H Alban. 16. Oscar. Gouda and Iamlaid Croin Abayad Ort. A Cherbra Ruade Nan Longfort. A's Trick Bulit Me Fien, Smo Shli. And Lata Kath Agus Comrade. 17. Cairbrae. Cha B Yulier Limsa Sis A's Kane. Bar Aeon Seoid Abayad Nar Tier. S Cha B Yulier Lim Re M Lina Bose. Gach Suda Dh Iarain Gu M Fain. 18. Oscar. In sooth, there's nor gold or precious thing. That might be asked from us by the king. Without dishonor or disgrace. That were not thine, O Girnais. 19. But exchange of shafts without heads exchange. That were unjust to demand from us. The reason thou hast asked it is. That I am without een and father. 20. Cairbrae. Although the fiend and thy father. were as good as they were ever. I'd need no less for my life's term than to get as I ask for it every arm. 21. Oscar. Were but the fiend and my father as well in life as they were ever, that thou scarcely shouldest win thy dwelling's breadth in Erin. 22. Oisean. Coldness fell on the warriors keen at hearing the skirmishing. There were rough vows bandied there between the Cairbre and the Oscar. 23. Cairbre. I will give a lasting vow. So would say the red-haired Cairbre, that he'd plant the seven-edged spear between his reins and his navel. 18. Oscar. Cha en Isle or Na Uras, Gu Flor. A dh Iarid Oiran and Rai. Gun Tair, Na Tailsees Duan E. Nok Bu Litza, Thig Harnais. 325. 19. Ach Muileart Croin, Gun Muileart Sin. B. Ukarak Syed Iarid Oiran. Sem Fath Mu En Iarid 2 Oiran E. Maisbith Gun Fin, Gun Athair. 20. Cairbre. Get a Bayad and Fin A's T Athair. Co Math Sabha Iad Ryam Nam Betha. Cha B Ulier Limsa Re M Lin. Gach Suda Dh Iarain Guem Faghain. 21. Oscar. Na M Biod and Fin Agus M Athair. Cha Math Sbha Iad Ryam Nam Betha. Teen Air M Faghead 2 Sin. Lud Du Thay and an Aaron. 22. Oisean. Lion Furak Na Layak Loin. Re Clayston Na Hiomarbhaid. Bha Briathrin Garba, Leith Mar Leith. Eater and Cairbre, S and T Oscar. 23. Cairbre. Byriam Sabriathar Buin. Se, Thered and Cairbre Ruid. Guen Quiriad E Sleeth Nan Seached Siang, 326. Eater Ernian Agus, Im League. 24. Another vow against that. So would say the Oscar Valiant. That he'd plant the nine-edged spear about the shaping of face and hair. Reciter. The Cairbre had a place made in a pillar of rock, and there would not be a bit of him out but his face. 25. That lasting vow, then. That lasting vow. So would say the red-haired Cairbre. That he would bring chase and sorrow to Albain upon the morrow. 26. Another vow against that. So would say the Oscar Valiant. That he'd plant the nine-edged spear about the shaping of face and hair. 27. That night we were without aid. Hither and thither about the river. There was an isthmus in the midst. 327. There was a great isthmus betwixt us. 28. An Alya was heard with a soft voice. On a sweet-toned harp, bewailing death. Up rose Oscar in heavy wrath. And seized his arms in his mighty grasp. 24. Briathar Isle Enegade Sin. Se, Thered and T Oscar Kalma. Guen Quiriad E Sleeth Nan Naoi Siang. Mu Chumad Fwilt Agus Eadain. Am Furathris. Bha hit Aig at Cherbra, Era Dinad and Encarat Kraj, S Cha Bayad Mir Amok Death Ach and Tiadan. 25. Briathar Buin Sin, Briathar Buin. Say, Thered and Cairbre Ruid. Gu Nd Thugad E Sealgagus Creech. Du Dh Albain and Laar Na Merich. 26. Briathir Isle Enegade Sin. Say, Thered and T Oscar Kalma. Gu En Quiriad E Sleeth Nan Naoi Siang. Mu Chumad Fwilt Agus Eadain. 27. An Oichi Sin Duin Gun Chobhair. Thal Agus a Bose Mu Nm Hain. Bha Dwerlin Leith Mar Leith, 328. Bha Dwerlin Mor Edarin. 28. Chualas Alya, Lugus Tim. Clarsake bin a Twired Bice. Iric Oscar and Fearg. Glac Na Dornabe. 29. Uprose we upon the morrow. The whole of our people, as many as we were. We raised a raid upon Lay Of Goll. So swiftly, actively, strongly. 30. When we arrived there within the pass of combat of the narrow glen, then warmed the Cairbrae high, brandishing, and coming to meet us. 31. 50 of Gatehill fierce, that came to land in time of storm. These fell yonder by the hand of Oscar. 'Tis a rousing for the king of Erin. 32. 50 of men and bows, that came to Cairbrae's succor. These fell yonder by the hand of Oscar. 'Tis a rousing for the king of Erin. 33. 70 of men of war, that came from the snowy shore. These fell yonder by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 34. 70 men of grey glaives, that never went backwards a single pace. There fell yonder, by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 29. Iric Shin and Duan Na Ceardach. Sluyul, Sind Na, Bha Din. Thog Shin Creech Lay Of Goll. Gu Luth, Lascara, Lughar. 30. Nwera Rainig Shin An. Belak Comrade Nan Caol Gleen. And a Blath and Cairbrae Ard. Of Blenariacta, Tyan Nar Comdale. 31. Coig Fishid Gatehill Garg, 329. A Thanig Du En Tier and Wer Garb. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar Se Mosglad Gu Rai Irian. 32. Coig Fishid de Fire Boga. Thanig Cairbrae G. Achabhair. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar 330, Se Mosglad Gu Rai Irian. 33. Siecht Fishi de Firabe Fecht, 331. A Thanig a Tier Sneeched. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar The Thmaslad Gu Rai Na Irian. 34. Siecht Fiched Fear Claidheen Glass. Knock Deech Aon Troid Ryam en Ace. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar The Thmaslad Gu Rai Na Irian. 35. 400 of mighty men, that came to us from the Lion's land. These fell yonder, by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 36. 50 of a royal breed, whose birthright was valor and great deeds. These fell yonder, by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 37. Mangan Mac Cirque, 332, who was a foe that could combat 100 grey glaives. That one fell yonder, by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 38. The 5 who were nearest the king, of great valor and deeds. These fell yonder, by the hand of Oscar. The shame is for the king of Erin. 39. When the red-haired Cairbrae saw Oscar hewing the people, the envenomed dart in his hand, he let it off to meet him. 40. Oscar fell on his right knee, and the deadly spear through his waist. He gave another cast thither, and the king of Erin was slain by him. 35. Seether chud de Firabe Mora, 333. Thanig Oiern o Thur Nan Leaman, 334. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar The Thmaslad Gu Rai Na Irian. 36. Coig Fishid de Clanabrai. Mbu Dual Gaist Morniam. Thut Syed Lo Lame Oscar The Thmaslad Gu Rai Na Irian. 37. Mungan Mac Cirque Abiu Nam. A Comraged Sud Claidheen Glass. Thut Syed lo lame Oscar thol. The Thmaslad gu Rai na Chirian. 38. An Koigir a be, faced du en Rai. Bu mor gaisk agus niam. Thut Syed lo lame Oscar thol. The Thmaslad gu Rai na Chirian. 39. An where a Chunnak and Cairbre ruid. Oscar a Snadehead and Tislau. A Crayasak nim, bha na lame. Gu en du league na comdhail. 40. Thut Oscar era gluin dies. S and Tisleaf nim roimanias. Thug urcher al null. S marbhad lays Rai na Chirian. 41. Cairbre. Arise art, and grasp thy glaive. And stand in the place of my father. And if thou getst thy due of the world, I'll think that thou art a king's son. 42. Oisein. He gave another cast aloft. Its height appeared to us sufficient. There fell by him, by his aim's greatness. Art Mac Cairbre at the next spear cast. Reciter. The Cairbre was dead, and Oscar was upon his knees, and the spear through him. Cairbre had a seep made against the rock, and they put the seep, helmet, on the crag, so that Oscar might think he was alive. 43. Oisein. They set about the king his seep. Cairbre's people, rough in fight. That they might reap the fruit of the field. When they saw that Oscar was wounded. 44. He lifted a slab from a hard plain. From off the earth of the ruddy side. He broke the pillar on which was the seep. The last deed of my worthy son. 45. Oscar. Raise me now with you, Iana. Never before have you lifted me. Take me now to a clear mound. That you may strip off me my armor. 41. Cairbre. Iric art a's glac du claidhem. A's seas and an ite t ather. S ma glabe Thursday du dial saighail. Salad me gur mac rai Thursday. 42. Thug si urcheril en aired. Lane gu mbu liwar a aired. Ligad lays, aig menda chweems. Art mac cherbra an 80 urcher. Am furathris. Bha Cairbre marb, sbha Oscar a gluinian. San Tisleaf roim. Bha seep aig Cairbre a dinad ris o, Craig, s chwir iad and seep a Craig, doik, s gu, n saoled Oscar gu, n rob as en bio. 43. Chwir a chuman rai mu cheap. Slo cherbra bu garb gleached. An los guen bint leo bwade Ladhrach. Facen dabe Oscar gu Creidteach. 44. Thog leak a connarд cruaid. Bar na taum huin tabruaid. Brizd en carrick an rob en seep. Niam mu deridimo digmeek. 45. Oscar. Tigabe labe me nis Vienna. Nyer thog sib me roim ryam. Thugab me gu tulik glain. Ach gu bin sib diamond Ceardach. 46. Oisein. There was heard at the northern strand shouts of people and edge of arms. Our warriors suddenly started. Before that Oscar was yet dead. 47. Oscar. Death's shrouds be about thee, thou victory's son. A second time will thou lie to us. These are my grandsire's ships. And they are coming with succor to us. 48. Oisein. We all gave blessing to Finn. What though he saluted not us? Until we reached the hillock of tears. Where was Oscar of the keen arms? Reciter. Finn could heal any wound that might be on any being in the Een, unless there should be poison in it. 49. Finn. Worse, my son, wert thou for it. The battle day of Reidhinn. The sickles might float through thy waist. It was my hand that made thy healing. 50. Oscar. My healing does not increase. No more shall it be done forever. The Cairbre planted the seven-edged spear between my reins and my navel. 335. 46 Oisian. Chualas aig and tre muthoeth. Ibheach slue a's feabhar arm. Clisgear gaiskik gu luth. Ma en rob Oscar fathast marb. 47 Oscar. Marb feisk ort amik na wada. Ni Thursday brug and darna where doin. Luingias mo sheener a th an. Siad a teached look cobhair thugan. 48 Oisian. Benik shin you'll do dh fian. Gad the cha do benik duin. Gusan do rainig shin. Tulak nan doer. Faran rob Oscar nan armgur. Am furathris. Laysed fin crooked sam, bith abide niche san fin, ach gun puincian abith an. 49 Fin. S myosa, meek abide to death. Unlata katha bain yudain. Schnam had na koran roim d nias. Simo lamsa rin du lagias. 50 Oscar. Mo layas cha en il e faz. S cha mo anayatar e gu brak. Chwiran Cairbre sleef nan secht siang. Eater m in league agus m ernian. 51. I planted the nine-edged spear about the shaping of his face and hair. The deep sting in my right side. The leech has no skill to heal it. 52 Fin. Worse, my son, wert thou for it. On the battle day of Dundalgan. The geese might float through thy waist. 336. It was my band that made thy healing. 337. 53 Oscar. My healing does not increase. No more shall it be done forever. The Cairbre planted the seven-edged spear between my reins and my navel. 54. I planted the nine-edged spear about the shaping of his face and hair. The deep sting in my right side. The leech has no skill to heal it. 55 Oisian. That was the time that Finn went up to the mound above him. The tears streamed down from his eyelids. And he turned his back to us. 56 Finn. My own calf, thou calf of my calf. Thou child of my fair tender child. My heart is bounding like an elk. Not till the last day, rises Oscar. 51. Chwir my sleef nan naoi siang. Mu chumid fuiltsan agus eadain. And gath dom hain am, theobdias. Cha dual duen li alagias. 52 Fin. S myosa, mika bayad to death. Lata katha sin dun deal gain. Schnam had na geoid roim d nias. Simo lamsa rin du lagias. 53 Oscar. Mo lagias cha enil e faz. S cha mo a dh irias mi gu brak. Chwiran Cairbre sleef nan secht siang. Eater m in league agus m ernian. 51. Chwir my sleef nan naoi siang. Mu chumid fuiltsan agus eadain. And gath dom hain a m theobdias. Cha dual du en li alagias. 338. 55 Oisian. Sin and wear a chade fin. Aaron tulik as a kyan. Shruthad na diwar sios o rasgabe. S tyandade e ruin a chul. 56 Fin. Mo leo fin Thursday leo mo leo. Alanib mo lanib gil kaoam. Mo krith lumrake morlawn. 339, Gu lath brak cha en Iric Oscar. 57. The whining of the hounds by my side. And the wailing of the ancient warriors. The crying of women in turns. These were the things that pierced my heartstrings. 58. So it was that I ever thought. No fleshly heart was in my breast. But a heart of the holly spikes. All overclad with steel. 59. Pity it was not I that fell. In the battle of courses, not scarce in deeds. And thou in the east and the west ward. Thou dst be before the fluent in Osgar. 60. Conan. Although it had been thou that fell. In the battle of courses, not scarce in deeds. Alas! In the east or the west ward. Groaning for thee would not be Oscar. 61. Oisean. We raised with us lovely Oscar. On shoulders and on lofty spear shafts. We had a glorious carrying. Until we reached the house of Finn. 62. No wife would weep her own son. No man bewail his brother kind. As many as we were around the house. We were all bewailing Oscar. 57. Donnelake nan con re Theab. Agus Buirich nan Sean Layach. Gerich nam ban mu sich, 340. Syed and Rud a gon mo crith. 58. S and a shaoilmi roim ryam, 341. Nak crid fiola bha na cliab. Ach crid de gin na quillan. Era condachad lo stalin. 59. S true nak mais thuited en. An cath cairbre, an niam nak gan. As tusa, en ear agus an yar. Abayad roim na fiantan oscar. 60. Conan. Gad abiu tusa, thuited en. An cath cairbre an niam nak gan. Okan. An ear na, en yar. A, t, iargan cha bayad oscar. 61. Oisean. Thog shin lane and t oscar aluan. Gwalib t schlieghabe arda. Thug shin as iamkar grin. Gusan du reinig shin te fin. 62. Cha kaoaned bean a mac fiend. S cha kaoaned fear a brathair kaam. SCIA lion, SABHA shin mu en teach. BHA shin yul kaoaned Oscar. 63. Finn. Death of Oscar that tortured my heart. Erin's men's lord, our mighty loss. Wherein thy time was ever seen. One so hardy behind a blade. 64. Oisean. Finn never gave over trembling in woe. From that day till the day of forever. He would not take, and he would not desire. A third of his life though I should say. 342. 82. How the Een Was Set Up. From Angus MacDonald, Stonybridge, South Uist. There was a king on a time over Erin, to whom the cess which the Lochlanners had laid on Alba and on Erin was grievous. They were coming on his own realm, in harvest and summer, to feed themselves on his goods, and they were brave strong men, eating and spoiling as much as the Scotch and Irish, Albanic and Ironic. Albanians Iranians, were making ready for another year. He sent word for a counsellor that he had, and he told him all what was in his thought, that he wanted to find a way to keep the Scandinavians, Lochlanians, back. The counsellor said to him that this would not grow with him in a moment, but if he would take his counsel, that it would grow with him in time. Marry, said he, the 100 biggest men and women in Erin to each other. Marry that race to each other, marry the second race to each other again, and let the third kindred, Ginialac, go to face the Lochlanners. This was done, and when the third kindred came to man's estate they came over to Albain, and Cumhal at their head. 343. It grew with them to rout the Lochlanners, and to drive them back. Cumhal made a king of himself in Alba that time with these men, and he would not let Lochlanner or Irelander to Alba but himself. This was a grief to the king of Lochlan, and he made up to the king of Alba, that there should be friendship between them, here and yonder, at that time. They settled together the three kings, the king of Lochlan, and the king of Alba, and the king of Erin, that they would have a great ball of dancing, and there should be friendship and truce amongst them. There was a scheme between the king of Erin and the king of Lochlan, to put the king of Scotland to death. Cumhal was so mighty that there was no contrivance for putting him to death, unless he was slain with his own sword when he was spoilt with drink, and love-making, and asleep. He had his choice of a sweetheart amongst any of the women in the company, and it was the daughter of the king of Lochlan whom he chose. When they went to rest, there was a man in the company, whose name was Black Arkan, whom they set apart to do the murder when they should be asleep. When they slept, Black Arkan got the sword of Cumhal, and he slew him with it. The murder was done, and everything was right. Alba was under the Lochlanners, and the Irelanders and the Black Arkan had the sword of Cumhal. 344. The king of Lochlan left his sister with the king of Erin, with an order that if she should have a babe son to slay him, but if it were a baby daughter, to keep her alive. A prophet had told that Finn Mac Shumhail would come. And the sign that was for this was a river in Erin, that no trout should be killed on it till Finn should come. That which came as the fruit of the wedding that was there, was that the daughter of the king of Lochlan bore a son and daughter to Cumhal. Finn had no sister but this one, and she was the mother of Dermot. On the night they were born his Muim, nurse, fled with the son, and she went to a desert place with him, and she was keeping him up there till she raised him as a stalwart goodly child. 345. She thought that it was sorry for her that he should be nameless with her. The thing which she did was to go with him to the town, to try if she could find means to give him a name. She saw the schoolboys of the town swimming on a fresh water loch. Go out together with these, said she to him, and if thou gettest hold of one, put him under and drown him, and if thou gettest hold of two, put them under and drown them. He went out on the loch, and he began drowning the children, and it happened that one of the bishops of the place was looking on. 346. Who, said he, is that bluff fair son, with the eye of a king in his head, who is drowning the schoolboys? May he steal his name, said his Muim, Finn, son of Cumhal, son of Finn, son of every eloquence, son of art, son of Erin's high king, and it is my part to take myself away. Then he came on shore, and she snatched him with her. When the following were about to catch them, he leapt off his Muim's back, and he seized her by the two ankles, and he put her about his neck. He went in through a wood with her, and when he came out of the wood he had but the two shanks. He met with a loch after he had come out of the wood, and he threw the two legs out on the loch, and it is Loch Nan Legan, the lake of the shanks, that the loch was called after this. Two great monsters grew from the shanks of Finn's Muim. That is the kindred that he had with the two monsters of Loch Nan Legan. 347. Then he went, and without meat or drink, to the great town. He met Black Arkan fishing on the river, and a hound in company with him. Bran Mac Bidhaig, Black, or Raven, son of the Little Yellow. Put out the rod for me, said he to the fisherman, for I am hungry, to try if thou canst get a trout for me. The trout laid to him, and he killed the trout. He asked the trout from Black Arkan. Thou art the man, said Black Arkan, when thou wouldst ask a trout, and that I am fishing for years for the king, and that I am as yet without a trout for him. He knew that it was Finn he had. To put the tale on the short cut, he killed a trout for the king, and for his wife, and for his son, and for his daughter, before he gave any to Finn. Then he gave him a trout. 348. Thou must, said Black Arkan, broil the trout on the further side of the river, and the fire on this side of it, before thou gettest a bit of it to eat, and thou shalt not have leave to set a stick that is in the wood to broil it. He did not know here what he should do. The thing that he fell in with was a mound of sawdust, and he set it on fire beyond the river. A wave of the flame came over, and it burned a spot on the trout, the thing that was on the crook. 349. Then he put his finger on the black spot that came on the trout, and it burnt him, and then he put it into his mouth. Then he got knowledge that it was this Black Arkan who had slain his father, and unless he should slay Black Arkan in his sleep, that Black Arkan would slay him when he should awake. The thing that happened was that he killed the carle, and then he got a glaive and a hound, and the name of the hound was Bran Mac Bidhaig. Then he thought that he would not stay any longer in Erin, but that he would come to Alba, to get the soldiers of his father. He came on shore in Farbane. There he found a great clump of giants, men of stature. He understood that these were the soldiers that his father had, and they were as poor captives by the Lachlaners hunting for them, and not getting aught but the remnants of the land's increase for themselves. The Lachlaners took from the arms when war or anything should come, for fear they should rise with the foes. They had one special man for taking their arms, whose name was Ulam Lam Faba, Olav Lav Ada, Olav Long Hand. He gathered the arms and he took them with him all together, and it fell out that the sword of Finn was amongst them. Finn went after him, asking for his own sword. When they came within sight of the armies of Lachlan, he said, "Blood on man and man bloodless. Wind over hosts, 'tis pity without the son of Lewin." "To what may that belong?" said Ulam Lam Fada. "It is to a little bit of a knife of a sword that I had," said Finn. "You took it with you amongst the rest, and I am the worse for wanting it, and you are no better for having it. What is the best exploit thou wouldst do if thou hadst it?" "I would quell the third part of the hosts that I see before me." Olav Longhand laid his hand on the arms. The most likely sword and the best that he found there he gave it to him. He seized it, and he shook it, and he cast it out of the wooden handle, and said he, "It is one of the black-edged glaives. It was not Mac and Lewin my blade. It was no hurt to draw from sheath. It would not take off the head of a lamb." Then he said the second time the same words. He said the third time, "Blood on man, and bloodless man. Wind o'er the people, 'tis pity without the son of Lewin. What wouldst thou do with it if thou shouldst get it?" "I would do this, that I would quell utterly all I see." He threw down the arms altogether on the ground. Then Finn got his sword, and said he then, "This is the one of thy right hand." Then he returned to the people he had left. He got the Ord Fianta. Dord, of the Fian, and he sounded it. There gathered all that were in southern end of Alba of the Faintakian to where he was. He went with these men, and they went to attack the Lachlaners, and those which he did not kill he swept them out of Alba. 350. Gaelic omitted. From Angus MacDonald, Stowenbrake, South Uist, September 14, 1860. This story is very popular in South Uist and Barra, and is known to the most of old people in these islands. H. ML. 83. The reason why the dowlag, dog fish, is called the king's fish. From Angus MacKinnon, South Uist. What but that the king of Lachlan should come to the king of Erin to be a while along with him. The king of Lachlan and Finn went on a day to fish, and they had a little boat, and they had no man but themselves. They spent the greatest part of the day fishing, and they did not get a thing. Then there laid a beast on the hook of Finn, and he fell to fishing, so that he put the hook into him. 351 He took in the fish, and what fish was it but a dogfish? The hook of the king of Lachlan was in her maw, under the hook of Fiowen, and the hook of Finn was in the outer mouth. Then the king of Lachlan fell to it, taking out the dogfish, since it was his hook that was farthest down in her. They fell to arguing with each other, and Finn would not yield a bit till they should go to law. Then they went to land with the boat, and they went to law, and the law made, over, the fish to Finn. And that there should be a fine laid upon the king of Lachlan, since he had not felt the fish when first it struck him. With the rage that the king of Lachlan took he went home to Lachlan, and he told to his muim and his oid, his foster parents, how it had happened. The Muilearteach was his muim, and the smith of songs, who was married to her, was his foster father. She said that it was she who would bring out the recompense for that. Then she came till she reached Erin, and the king of Lachlan with her, and the smith of songs. The dowlag was never said after that but the king's fish. 352. The Lay of Magnus. A poem so called is known in Ireland, and is preserved in Mizas in Dublin, according to writers in the Transactions of the Ossianic Society. A poem of 172 lines, Comrag Fian Agus Mhanis, was published in 1786, in Gillies' collection. An Irish version was published by Miss Brooke, 1789. I have compared my version with the poem in Gillies. I find that they vary from each other. In words, in lines, and even in whole stanzas, but the two might be fused so as to produce a third, perfectly genuine, and more complete than either. The version orally collected in 1860 goes a step beyond the other, printed in 1786, and I feel certain that it is historical. This story is in substance the same as Fingal, and might be the germ of that poem. Irish writers claim it as Irish, and assert that the Lay of Magnus was Macpherson's original for part of Fingal. It first appeared in print in Scotland, and it is still repeated there, wherever it was composed. Irish collectors have copies taken down orally in Scotland long ago. Now, if Magnus can be identified, it would fix the earliest possible date for the poem, and a later date for the poet than is usually given to Oisein, by Scotch and Irish writers. And this opinion agrees with Miss Brooks. The prose tale is also about Magnus. It was written by Maclean. I heard it recited by old Macfie in 1860. He is failing fast, and cannot dictate slowly. I miss several of the measured prose passages, which I heard him repeat with the utmost fluency, when he was allowed to go his own pace. The story is manifestly incomplete, and it reminds me of one which old Macfie repeated a second time for me. He then gave disjointed incidents, and broken sentences, instead of a connected story in very good language, with few repetitions, with curious rhythmical passages interspersed, which he gave the first time. It is hard to say what this story means, unless it is Celtic mythology engrafted upon a bit of Norwegian history. I give it with all its shortcomings, because, if Celtic mythology is ever to be discovered, it will be found in some such shape. We have here, at all events, the king of the world, whose life is in that of a horned, deadly, or hurtful or venomous animal, and his son Brodram. The king of light, who is conquered by a lion. And his son, the white long-haired one, whose life is in that of 3 fish, who has 12 bald ruddy daughters, who marry 12 men, the foster brothers of Manus the hero. Balcan, the smith, who has 12 apprentices. And his son, who is a sailor, and has a wonderful spotted ship, and 12 sailors. In short, there are many things which suggest solar worship and mythology. Aries, Taurus, Leo, Pisces, 12 hours of day, 12 of night, 12 months, 12 signs of the zodiac, Light, the smith or artificer Balcan. The sailor, his son Vulcan and Neptune, and But while there is much to suggest inquiry, there is nothing definite. The poem, on the contrary, is definite enough, and in that respect it resembles other poems which I have collected, and differs from the prose romances. I have endeavored to restore this dress from various authorities. From grave stones. 2 in Iona, and 2 in Islay, of which I happen to have very rough sketches, and from tradition. I leave the legs bare, because there is no indication of any covering on the legs of the sculptured figures, and because Magnus the Great was called bare legs, when he adopted the dress of the islands. And because there is no mention of any covering for the legs in the traditional descriptions of dress. On the contrary, at page 442, volume 2, it appears that the warriors had shoes, but that their legs were bare. Some stones indicate that the arms were clothed in some material, with longitudinal folds, others indicate no covering. The shape of the shield is from a stone at Iona. On some there are traces of armorial bearings. The lion, snake, and griffin, are from the story as repeated to me by old Macfie. His boss covered, hindering, sharp-pointed shield on his left arm, with many a picture to be seen thereon. Lion and Cravenac, and deadly serpent. A lion and a serpent appear in the Welsh romance of the Lady of the Fountain, which this story resembles in some degree. The helmet and sword are copied from stones, some of which are roughly carved in relief nearly 6 inches above the surface. The tippet and shirt are very like the dress commonly worn by the Lapps of the Lullio River, and by little Scotch children at the present day. The Lapps wear a loose deerskin shirt, and a belt round the waist, and a tall conical cap. In rainy weather they slip a tippet over their heads, which is tied round the forehead, and protects the chin, throat, and shoulders, covering all but the face. Scotch children wear a kilt and sleeve waistcoat in one, into which they slip, and which, with a shirt, often constitutes their whole attire. The warrior's outer dress was probably some such garment made of leather, with iron scales. The same Gaelic word means patched cloak, and coat of mail, and such a dress seems to be meant at page 205, volume 2. The Virgin and Child are from the stone in Kilnaughton Church, Islay, and the symbol indicates a Christian warrior and a date. 84, Magnus. From Donald MacFie, Iachtar, South Uist. There was a king of Lachlan, and be married, and 2 sons were born to him. Wariel was the name of one, and Erlaid of the other. Their father and mother died. A parliament sat to put Ciliadiaract, a regency on the realm, till the children should come to age, and till they should take the vows of the realm on themselves. They sent word for the lads, and Wariel was a feeble man, and Erlaid was the bigger. Wariel said to the parliament that he would not have anything to do with the realm as yet. Clod of it you shall not have, said the parliament, unless you take it this day. Said Erlaid to Wariel, take thou the one half, and I will take the other half. Well, then, said Wariel, I will do that. The realm was written upon the lads. In a few years Erlaid married the daughter of the king of Greece, and Wariel married the daughter of King Sgiath-Sgial, king of the Arquin. 353. Sgiath-Sgial gave 6 maids of honor with his daughter, and the king of Greece gave the very like with his own daughter. 3 quarters from that night the ailment of children struck the daughter of the king of Greece. And besides, the ailment of children struck the daughter of Sgiath-Sgial, and sons were born to them, and 12 sons were born to maids of honor. Magnus was given, as a name, to the son of Wariel, and Eochaid to the son of Erlaid. The sons began to come on, Magnus was growing big, and Eochaid was but little. They were sent to school, and his own foster brethren were together with each one of them. They were playing shinny on the field, coming from school, and Magnus drove the ball against Eochaid. I will have my own father's realm, said Magnus. Said the daughter of the king of Greece, it were my wish to put an end to Magnus, of murdering and spoiling and slaying. Well, then, that were the great pity to put that end to the son of our brother, said the king. If thou wilt not do it, I will do it, said she. She went in, and gave a slight box on the ear, Ladyag, to her own son, and she drove him out of the house. Begone, said she, and betake thyself to the 4 brown boundaries of the world, and let me not see thy soul on the same land as long as the world is set. I will take Magnus with me, and he shall be a son for myself. She took Magnus in with herself, and she set her own son on a beautiful sunny single-stemmed hill, where he could see every man, and no man him. Magnus was within with her, and he was not getting to see his mother at all. Then his mother said that she would go where her muim was, and that she would take her counsel. At the end of a year she sent word for Magnus. And in a few years the wife of his father's brother sent word for Magnus. What, O Magnus? Said the daughter of the king of Greece, art thou thinking of doing this day? If thou wilt marry, thou wilt get the 3rd part of the realm, land, cornland, and treasure. Well, then, I am not of age to marry at all, said he. Thou needst not say that, said she. There is one man on my own land that will suit thee. Thou shalt go to ask his daughter, and thou shalt marry her. He is the Earl of Fiughaid, thou shalt marry the daughter of the Earl of Fiughaid. 354. She went away, and she took with her high families, and she would take with her 500 men. She reached the house of the Earl of Fiughaid, to give her to Magnus to marry. Said the wife of the Earl of the Fiughaid to her, my daughter is not of age to marry yet, and Magnus is not of age to marry. Well, said the daughter of the king of Greece, house or heap thou shalt not have upon my land unless thou givest thy daughter to him. The man thought that there was no good for him to refuse her, and Magnus and the daughter of the Earl of the Fiughaid were married to each other. They lay that night in the house of his father's brother. Is it thou that art here, Magnus, mighty son, and bad man? Dost thou know what wife yonder one gave to her own son, Eochaid? She gave him the swift March wind. It was not to a worldly wife she married him, so that he might take the head off thee. Thou with a wife on thy bed at this time of night. Thou wilt be going back every day, and thou wilt not hold battle against him. Is it thus it is? Said Magnus. He went where she was. Be leaving the realm, said the wife of his father's brother to him, or else thou wilt have but what thou takest to its end. Clod thou shalt not have here, said she. Thy share is under stones and rough mountains in the old Bergen. Well, then, since thou art putting me away, give me the 6 foster brothers of Eochaid, that I may have 12. He got that, he went away, and he betook himself to the old Bergen. When he reached the old Bergen, no man dared to come near his castle. There were sheep in the old Bergen, and sheep of Corachar, is what they were called. They fell to making pits in the earth. The sheep were going into the pits, and they were catching them and they were killing them, and keeping themselves in flesh thus in the old Bergen. 355. Be it from me. Be it from me, said Magnus, it is a year since I saw my muim. I had better go and see her. It were not my advice to thee to go there, said they, but if thou art going, thou hast 12 foster brothers, and take them with thee. They were no sorry company for me to be with me, said he. He went. The daughter of the king of Greece was looking out of a window, and she perceived Magnus coming. She went down to where his father's brother was. The son of thy brother is coming here, said she, with costly colored belts on his left side, with which might be got the love of a young woman, and the liking of maidens. That it were for her pleasure to put an end to him, of murdering, and misusing, and slaying. His father's brother said that were a great pity, and that he would not be to the fore to do that to him. If thou wilt not do it, I will do it, said she. She went out of the house, and she took his 12 foster brethren from him, and she swore them to herself. He went back to the old Bergen by himself, gloomy, tearful, sorrowful, and it was late. What should he see but a man in a red vesture? It is thou that art here, Magnus, said he. It is I, said Magnus. I think if thou hadst bad or good arms that thou wouldst get to be king over Lachlan. I have not that, said he. Well, said he of the red vesture, if thou wouldst give me a promise I would give thee arms. What promise shall I give thee? I have not a jot to give thee. Well, I will not ask thee much. I was the armourer of thy grandfather, and thy great-grandfather, if thou wouldst give me a promise that I should be armourer with thee I would give thee arms this night. I will give thee that, promise, if so be that I am ever a king. They went and they reached the house. The man of the red vesture took out a key, and he opened a door, and when he had opened it the house was full of arms, and not a jot in it but arms. Begin now and choose arms, said the man of the red vesture. Magnus seized a sword, and he broke it, and every one he caught he was breaking it. Don't do that, Magnus, don't be breaking the arms, in case thou mightest have need of them yet. When I was a young man thy grandsire had a war, and I had an old sword, an old helmet, and an old mail shirt on, try them, said the man of the red vesture. Magnus seized the sword, and it beat him to break it. He put the sword and the helmet on. What should he see but a cloth, hanging, down from the ridge of the house? What is the use of that cloth, said Magnus. It is, said he, that when thou spreadest it, to seek food and drink, thou wilt get as thou usest. There is another virtue in it. If a foe should meet thee, he would give a kiss to the back of thy fist. He gave the cloth to Magnus, and he folded the cloth in his oxter. What should he see but an iron chain, hanging, down from the ridge of the house? What is the good of that chain, said Magnus. There is no creature in the world that if yonder thing should be put about his neck the battle of 100 men would not be upon him, said the man of the red vesture. Magnus took the chain with him. When he was going, what should he see but 2 lions, and a whelp with them? The lions came in front of him to eat him, and to put him to scathe. He spread the cloth, and the lions came, and they kissed the back of his fist, and they went past him. The lion whelp got in amongst the folds of the cloth, and he wrapped the cloth about him, and he lifted him with him to the old Bergen. 356. When he reached the old Bergen the daughter of the Earl of the Fughaid was within. He put the chain about the neck of the lion whelp. The lion whelp went, and he cleared the castle, he did not leave a creature or a monster alive in it. He set fire to the castle. 357 He was there a year, and he had no want. He went out one day, and he said he would go to see his muim. He took the lion whelp with him, and he went away. She perceived him coming. There was a sword at his side that day. She came out to meet him, and she had a brown lapdog. He went to meet Manus with his mouth open, to put Manus to scathe, and to eat him. Away went the lion whelp, and he went before Manus, and he set his paw at the back of the throat of her Maesan, and he let out his entrails on the earth. There, Manus, said she, but put thy whelp in at the ridge of the lion's house. He put the lion whelp in at the ridge of the house, and he put the chain about his neck, and he did not leave a lion under the ridge of the house unslain, and laid himself down, stretched for dead along with them. 358. Manus went home without whelp, without man, that night. What work should his 12 foster brethren be set to, but to clear out the lion's house? When they were put out there was not a lion under the ridge of the house that had not his throat cut. The lion whelp was without a drop of sweat upon him, and the iron chain that Manus had put on him, was about his neck. One of them said that the lion which was yonder seemed strange to him, without a drop of sweat upon him, unlike the rest. That is the lion whelp of the man of my love, said one of the company. The lion whelp of Manus. Well, then, said one of them, though we are sworn and not to go out of the town, before he rises we might go, and give a message. There is no man who goes out of this town, said the rest, after the coming of night that there is not the pain of 7 years upon him afterwards. They went to the window, and when they went to the window the lion's whelp opened his eyes, and he came alive. She went where her husband was, and she said to him to put the rough traveller 359 in order, and 500 men in it. He said that there would be the pain of 7 years on any being who should go out after the falling of the night. She said though there should be the pain of 17 years in it, that they should go to seek the head of Manus. The deaf halt man was what they used to call the man who was guarding the realm at that time, and he could not hear a jot till there should be 9 nines shouting in his ear. He could kill 9 nines backwards, and 9 nines forwards with his sword. What should awake him but the stormy sound of the rough traveller coming, and he thought that it was a foe that was there. He arose upon the rough traveller, and he did not leave a mother's son of the 500 alive, himself and the lion's whelp, and the 12 foster brothers of Manus went to the old Bergen. Never thou mind, said she. Though Manus did that to me. There is the red Gruagach, son of the king of Greece, and he will take the head of Manus out of the old Bergen. Then went his mother here, and she sent a ship to Manus to the old Bergen to take him away before the red Gruagach should take the head off him. What should his muim do but put a sea thickening on the ocean, so that Manus might not get away? His mother sent a pilot in the ship, and what should the ship do but stop in the sea thickening? Is there a ship in the world that will take us out of this? Said Manus to the pilot. Indeed there is the speckled ship of the son of Valken Smith, said the pilot. 360. They were on board, and they could not stir. At the mouth of the night the lion whelp thrust his head under the arm of Manus, and he went out off the ship, and Manus on his back. He went and he reached a score. He left Manus on the score, and he himself made a spring down the other side of it. Manus fell asleep, and he would like as well to find death with the rest, rather than be left by himself on a rock. There came a voice to him, and it said to him, Arise. He rose, and he saw a ship. Who was here but the ship of Macbalcan Smith, and the lion whelp in the shape of pilot at the helm, and Macvic Valken Smith and his 12 sailors dead on her deck. He reached the ship, and he put his 12 foster brethren and the daughter of the Earl of the Fughaid in the ship of Macbalcan Smith. He fell to at sailing amongst the thickening. What should he see but land, and when he saw the land he saw the very finest castle he ever saw. He went on shore, and he put Macbalcan Smith and his 12 sailors on shore on a point. He reached the castle, and he went in, and there was a fine woman there within, and 12 bald ruddy maidens. His 12 foster brothers sat beside the bald ruddy maidens. 361 They said that they would never go forever till they should get them to marry. It was not long till there came home the white Gruagach, son of the King of the Light, and a great auburn clumsy woman, his mother. "Who is here?" said he, looking my 12 brown ruddy daughters in the front of the face. And that I never saw a man that might look at them that I would not take his head off against his throat. "These are my 12 foster brothers, and they have taken love for thy bald ruddy daughters, and thou must give them to me to marry," said Magnus. "Well," said the white Gruagach, "the covenant on which I would do that, I am sure that thou wouldst not do it for me, that is, to put me in against my father, and that I am out from him for 7 years. "I will do that," said Magnus, "but that thou thyself shouldst go with me." On the morrow they went away, and they reached the King of the Light. The King of the Light came out, and he gave his right hand to his own son, and his left hand to Magnus. 362 The lion whelp went, and he seized him, and he levelled him. "Choke off me the monster before he takes my life from off me," said the King of the Light. "I will do that," said Magnus, "but write with a drop of thy blood that thy son is thy beloved heir." Well, it's long since I would have done that, if he had come himself to ask it. Then he went and he wrote, and they went away to come home. When they were coming the daughter of the Earl of the Fughaid was in a burn. "Oh," said the white Gruagach, "I am dead." "What ails thee?" said Magnus. "There is a stone," said he, "in the burn, and there are 3 trouts under the stone, and they are in thy wife's apron. As long as the trouts should be alive I would be alive, and thy wife has one of them now in the fire." 363. "Is there anything in the world," said Magnus, "that would do thee good? The king of the great world has a horned venomous creature, and if I could get his blood I would be as well as I ever was." They reached the house, and the white Gruagach was dead. Then Magnus went, and the speckled ship was stolen from him, and there was no knowing who in the world had taken it from him. One of his foster brothers said that Brodram, son of the king of the great world, had taken it with him. He went away to Brodram. He asked him what made him take that ship from him. He said that he had stolen her himself before, and that he had no right to her. He said that his father had a venomous horned creature, and that while the Bonnach Nim was alive that his father would be alive, and that if the Bonnach Nim was slain that he would have the realm. He went with Brodram, and the venomous horned beast was in a park. The lion whelp went into the park, and he put his paw into the hollow of the throat of the venomous horned beast. The venomous horned beast fell dead, and the king fell dead within. Then Brodram was king over the great world, and Magnus got the blood, and he returned back, and with it he brought the white Gruagach to life. "It may not be that thou wilt not go thyself with me now to put me in on the realm," said he to the white Gruagach. The white Gruagach said that he would go. He reached Brodram, and he said that he would go with him. Balkan and his 12 apprentices were working in the smithy, and he revived his 12 sailors. He asked him to go with him, and Balkan said that he would. There went Balkan, and the white Gruagach, and Brodram, and the Gruagach of the tower, son of the king of Sigyn, with him. They reached Lochlan. There met them a man in a red vesture. The white Gruagach, and the red Gruagach began. Fearfully, hatefully proudly. 3 destructions they would drive off them. To the cloud flakes of ether and heaven. There gathered stag hounds, savage hounds. To take pleasure in the monsters. They would make the sea dry up. And the earth burst. And the stars fall. The red Gruagach 364 was slain, and his head stuck on a stake, and Magnus was crowned king over Lochlan, and he did not leave a living man in Lochlan. Underscore 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 underscore. Here I had intended to give the orally collected version of the poem of Magnus as the fitting sequel and contrast to this story, but as there is scant room within my limits, I give the prose stories which go with it. The Lay of Magnus has often been translated. I hope to be believed when I say that Magnus, as I found him in 1860, resembles Gillies, 1786, very closely. This is the opening story of Magnus. When the Lochlanach came on shore, Finn said to the lads that they should go to hunt, that he wished to give them a feast that night, because it was not likely that they themselves had much. They went to hunt, and when the hunt was over, Caol was sent to gather the game since he was the swiftest. It was 300 deer they killed, and 20 boars. Now when Caol had gathered the game there went 200 to gather heather to cook them, 150 went to set in order the stones under the cauldron, and it was 10, Deichner, who were burning, the fuel, beneath it. 300 went to flay. Then Finn sent Fergus down to give a bidding to the Lochlanach, and they did not deign to answer him. Finn took much proud anger because the feast had been made and they had not answered. The Lay of Magnus was written from the dictation of Alexander MacDonald, and subsequently compared with the recitation of the other authority. Then follows the poem as repeated by Donald MacFie, Smith, Brubhaig, Barra, October 1860, who learned it from his mother, and traces it up, for 6 generations, to an ancestor who came from Kintyre. The poet, supposed to be Ossian, speaks as one who was present at Wishlauir nan Sruth Seam, where the scene is laid. They see 1,000 barks coming to shore. The Feen gather from every place, and converse. Conan, as usual, is cross-grained throughout. Fergus, the son of Finn, the brother of the poet, goes, and finds that it is. Manus Fulich am Fear Feel. May Rai Batha nan Sgiath Dirge. Ard Rai Lachlan Seen nan Clire, etc. Blood-spilling Manus, the generous one. Beath's king's son, of the red shields. Bergen. High king of Lachlan, chief of the brave, etc. Come to seek Finn's wife, and his famous hound Bran. A battle ensues, Manus is bound, and allowed to go home, and so it goes on for 164 lines of very smooth good Gaelic verse. In Gillies there are 172 lines, or 43 verses. I have a verse which is not in Gillies, and the variations only amount to different readings, and to variations in language and orthography. After the poem comes the sequel of the story, also taken down from Donald MacFie, which is not in Gillies. After the battle that was here, the Lochlanners were 3 years in disgrace with their wives. Finn had been before this in Lachlan, and the daughter of the king of Lachlan had taken love for him. The thing which they did was to send Athic, a monstrous warrior or giant, to ask him to a feast in Lachlan, to make the arrangement of a league between them, that there might not be disputes forever. In the Athic there was but one eye, and what was the very day that he reached the house of Finn but a day that Finn had a great feast for his set of lads. It was late that they had the feast, and when the Athic came in they had just sat at the feast. The Athic took his way up without leave or bidding, and he sat at the right shoulder of Finn. When Conan saw how bold he was, he arose, and he smote him, and he levelled him. Finn got up on the instant, and he seized his shoulder, and he raised him, and he set him sitting where he was before. Then Finn asked the Athic what man he was, and he told who he himself was. He said that he was a herald, Teachdare, from the king of Lachlan, that came to give a bidding to themselves to a feast in Lachlan. That the daughter of the king of Lachlan was in great grief with the love she had taken for himself, and, though he had another wife, if he himself should lay bare one side of her, there was no knowing but that she would be the better of it. When Finn heard that it was a herald from the king of Lachlan, he desired Conan to be seized, and the binding of the 3 smalls to be laid on him, and that he should be cast into a dark hole, where he should see neither night nor day till the feast should be finished. Conan was there but half an hour when Caol said, I never saw a herald coming from the king of Lachlan, for whose sake I would leave Conan bound, and that there is no knowing but he did the better deed. He let Conan loose, and he brought him in to the feast. They took well and right well to the Athic that night, and on the morrow they made ready for going with him. Said Finn to Gaol, It is a shame for us to carry arms to a feast. It will not be fitting to see them, but we will take with us knives, that we may hide under our cloaks, and do not uncover them for ever till I give you warning. Then here they went, and they reached Lachlan. And here let me point out how exceedingly inconsistent all this is with the common meaning of Lachlan, Scandinavia, and how simply is it all explained, by supposing Lachlan to be the possessions of the Lachlaners, the Scandinavians in Ireland, or in Scotland, or in any one of the islands. When they arrived, the Athic steered them to a great long house, with a door at its end. There was a board there, from the door till it reached the upper end of the house. The way of sitting they had was, one of the company of Finn was set about the board, and 2 Lachlaners at his side. When the house was filled, on each side there were 2 Lachlaners on each side of the fianton. The feast was on the board, but it was not to be touched till the king of Lachlan and the queen should come in. The king came, and the queen, and their daughter. When the king came in, Finn rose up standing to salute and welcome him, queer fealty air, and he would not take his hand. It seems that he would not take his hand till every one who had slain any of his lot of sons should tell in what place he had left him. Every man was telling where he left the son he had slain. It was from Oscar that he asked the last one, and said Oscar. Marb mis tru cliabain mu thuath. Farin du thut du morshlu. Gun tain du duin agabe da kyan. A dh faz ryam and Ryaghach Lachlan. I slew him on the strand of Cliabhain in the north. Where fell thy mighty host? In spite of a man of you of any kin, that ever waxed in the realm of Lachlan. An seo nwhere dh athnic fin. Gun rob myathlacht rebith an. Thoisic fin and sin. Ere Dianad ran. Here now when Finn perceived that ill blood was to be, then Finn began at making rhymes. Naam bithans am goba. S math a dinain sgenan. Chwyren Cruid nan Saidhian 365. S Chwyren Siam 366 nan Roinian .367. Chwyren Kazan Froich. Lu en sin buidi. En en cool thuga. Nam feab hartana. If I were a smith, well I'd make knives. I'd put temper in handles. I'd put shimmer on points. I'd put halves of heather, with their ends of yellow, in the thick backs of the keen edges. Then they arose and they fell upon each other. They had but their knives, and the Lachlaners were under full arms. Said Finn. Where are thy great vows, Manus? They were left where they were found, said Manus. Kate beal na myanan mor hanuis. Dh fagas faran d fuaras iad, Dharmanus. While the rest were at work, Finn was in a dark corner making love to the daughter. The Finn beat the Lachlaners with the knives, and Manus was slain. Finn took the daughter with him, and she was a year with him as a wife. Maclean truly says, this description of the manufacture of knives is wonderfully vivid and vigorous, and shews the richness of the language in such terms. While it appears to prove that the construction of warlike weapons was well understood in past times in the Highlands. But the next story seems to shew that the smith's art was not known in the days of the mythical Finn, who got his sword from the fairy smith of Lachlan. Archaeology seems to prove that the ancient inhabitants of Britain were once armed with bronze weapons, poor in iron, and rich in gold, and the Feen were armed with pointed sticks, hardened in the fire. When they put gold rings on the fingers of warriors whom they had slain, and wished to honor. Icelandic sagas speak of abundance of gold amongst the Irish. Gaelic stories mention gold frequently, and abundance of gold ornaments are up all over the United Kingdom. But iron swords are always mythical, and iron swords are rarely found, and their pattern is often Scandinavian on the sculptured stones. And when they are dug up, may not the Scandinavians have been better blacksmiths than the Western Islanders, and the Celts better goldsmiths, richer, and more civilized than the Norsemen, when they first met? Gaelic omitted. From Donald MacFie, Iachdar, South Uist, who learnt it from Ian MacDomhnall Ic Thormaid Domhnallach, Erdem Hatcher, who died 60 years ago at the age of 60. H.M.L. I heard the man tell part of the story myself. J.F. C. Underscore 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 underscore. Notes for Gaelic. A. Fawn, land generally on a larger scale than Fiann. Probably Fear and maybe Arfon, arable land. The F slipping in as frequently happens in Gaelic words. B. Trath Oichi, the time of night. Differing in meaning from Trath San Oichi, early in the night. C. A berby, sometimes the old man said bairn. This word is translated Copenhagen by some scholars, I don't know why. The sound is nearer to Bergen, for B and G frequently replace each other in Gaelic, e.g., ub, ug, dub, dug, etc. D. Irid, a dress, costume. Aedag Truscan, Ided Irid. Aedag is any clothes good or bad, Truscan is a good dress. Ided is a distinguishing dress or uniform, Irid is a dress rather distinguishing an individual from others. Ided Gade Helic, we could never say in Tierid Gade Helic. E. Brat, same as brat. F. Garb Theolac, this seems to have been some large kind of vehicle. It is spelt as it was pronounced. It might have been Garb Shiablak or Car Shiablak. G. Muirteach, some curious thickening of the ocean so as to prevent the ship from moving. Muirteach may be the same word as this differently pronounced, and if so, it means jellyfish. H. Mernia Lake, a pilot. I. Balkan. Is this the same as Vulcan? Bale means a plunge, a flood. The smith constantly plunging his iron or steel in water might receive this name in consequence. Fate is to bathe. K. Binsich, a big, strong, clumsy woman. L. Faelane, same as Foglaint or Foglainteach, an apprentice. M. An Gruagach Dirge, a different person from the other Fear Irraid Derg. N. Clade, a flake. Clydean Athair, sky flakes, clouds, probably the fine white clouds called cirri. May not this word be the root of cloud? HML. O. Fialcoin, so pronounced, probably Fiachoin, deer dogs, or wild dogs, wolves, probably the last. JFC. 85, The Song of the Smithy. From Donald MacFie, Brubhaig, Bara. 1 Oisein. On a day as were on wide-spread rushes. A valiant four of the company. Myself, and Bound, and grey earth. Fair's self was there, he was Bondage's son. 2. There was seen a coming from the plain. The big young lad on a single foot. In his black, dusky black skin mantle. With his dusky headgear so rusty red. 3. Grim was the look of the young lad. Hideous it was, and disfigured. With his large-headed mighty helmet. With his blunt plowshare, 368, that grew russet red. 4. Finn. Then spoke to him Finn Macshamael. As a man who was like to faint. At what place is thy dwelling? Thou lad with thy dress of skins. 5. Smith. Blade, son of Furbishing, my right name, 369. If you had the knowledge of a tale of me. I was a while at the smith's mystery. With the king of Lachlan at UPS. 370. Duan Na Ceardach. 1. Lata Duan Lucher Leathair. Du Chithrar Crota de N. Biden. Me Fien, A's Oscar, A's Dorglas. Bha Fin Fien N, SBE Mac Chum Hale. 2. Chanakas a Tien On Mag. An Tialik More Se Aona Choice. Nam Handel Dub, Sire Dub Crayason. Lucianabert Lachton, Si Rud Merg. 3. Bu Gruamak Koslas and Olaic. Bu Granda Sin Agus Bu Duagnid. Lu Clogata Sin More, Sutak. Lu Mhale Ided a Dh Faz Ruid Dirg. 4. Labhair Risfin Makshamhale. Mar Duin Bayad a Dole Si Chad. Co ball beal du thuinid. Ilug d collade crason. 5. Lawn 371 Macliabhan, BEM, aim cert e. Naem biota gabes orm beached stula. Bha me trice re wallet gobhain. AIG Rye Lachlan and in Spaley. 372. 6. I am laying you under enchantments. Since you are a people in need of arms. That you shall follow me, a band of quietness. Westward to my smithy doors. 7. Fin. Upon what place is thy workshop? Or shall we profit by seeing it? Smith. Do you see it, if it may be? But see it you shall not, if I can. 8. Oisian. Then they set them to their travel. O'er the 5th of Munster in their hurrying speed. And on the yellow glens about birch trees. Then went they into 4 bands. 373. 9. One band of these was the blacksmith. Another band of them Dorglas. Finn was behind them at that time. And a few of the chiefs of the Finn. 10. The blacksmith would cut but the one step. On each lonely glen through the desert. But scarcely his arms would reach to. A tuck of his clothes on his haunches. 11. Ascending the ground of the quarry. Descending the pass of the edges. A little delay, said the blacksmith. Shut not before me, quoth Dorglas. 6. The mice gur curse fo gisabe. O, s lucht sib the friesdal armabe. Sib gu leon tail, bidhian shakrak. Seor gu dorsen mo Ceardach. 7. Fin. Co ball beal du Ceardach. Naem feared sin ga facin. Goba. Faciad sibs I ma dh feadar. Ach ma dh foadas mais chayan faic sib. 8. Gu nd thug iad and sin nan siapol. Choij mumha nan luth dirg. Glianan bid mubith. Gu ndich iad nan seether bidnib. 9. Bu bidhian dio sin and goba. Bu bidhian il die Dorglas. Bha fin nan dighain and where sin. A's began de dh usli and na fin. 374. 10. Cha girid and goba achaona chum. Gach gleen nan fauen roin fasach. Cha ruiged erm ach eigen. Serb dh and aedlak schwaz mason. 11. De red re erler choir. Turnad re belak nam feabhar. Fozad b gort ars and goba. Na druid romham, arsa Dorglas. 12. Smith. Thou'dst not be in the door of my workshop. In a straight place, were I alone. 375. 13. Oisian. Then they got bags for blowing. The workshop was scarcely found out. For men were found of the king of Bergen. Of cross-grained men and unshapely. 14. To every smith there were 7 hands. 7 pincers light and substantial. And the 7 hammers that crushed them. And no worse would it suit with Dorglas. 15. Dorglas who watched at the workshop. 'Tis a certain tale that they fell out. He was red as a coal of the oak tree. And his hue like the fruit of the working. 16. Out spoke one of the blacksmiths. So gruffly, and eke so grimly. Who is that dauntless slender man? That would stretch out a bar of temper. 17. Out spoke Finn, who was standing. The man of good answer at that time. That nickname shall not be scattered. His name was Dorglas till this hour. 12. Cha bayad tu en doruz mo Ceardach. And hit teen, es me na meaner. 13. Fuer iad en sin bilg re shided. Fuarid eigen Ceardach. Fuaras Cithrar Deoan Rai Merby 376. De Deoan Dwerby, Medialpac. 14,377. Bha Siecht Lamhan Er Gach Goba. Siecht Tencherian Leather 378 Aetrum. S na Siecht Yurd a Bha Gon Spriget. S cha Bu Myosa Freegrad Dorglas. 15. Dorglas, Fear Na Ceardach. S Jula Derba Gu N Du Throid Iad. S E Cho Dirge Regwal and Deraic. S A Schnuid a Thorid Na A Choiber. 16. Labhair Fear de Na Goibnian. Gu Gramak Agus Gu Gromach. Co E M Fear Caol Gun Tyoma. A Thernida Mach Tain, 379, Cruadhack. 17. Labhairfin a Bha Na Shisam. Fear a Bu Math Frigert San Wer Sin. Cha B N Taim Sin Scaoilt. Bha Dorglas Gus and Weresio. 18. Then they got there stretched out. The arms that were straight and colored. The complete work that was finished. Of finished arms for the battle. 19,380. Hiss, and, Phi, and, make sure. And the, like blade, the smith's shop's daughter. And the long blade of Dermot. Many was the day that he tried it. 20. I had, the tinker of striplings. Of loud rattle in the battle keen. And, the son of the surge, that was Machamales. Which never left a shred of the flesh of man. 21. Then we took to our travel. To take a tale from the king of Lachlan. Then outspoke the king so high-born. With force of sweet words as became him well. 22. We would not give, by your fear. A tale of 6 of our party. We lifted up the spears. And it was in front of the banners. 18. Fuer Iad and Sin Nan Siniad. Na Hrm a Bha de reach date. S and Coimlianad a Bh a Dinad. De Dh Armabe Dinta na Faish. 19,381. Fed Agus Fuid, Agus Fastdale. S. A. Comlin Ic Na Ceardach. S. and Lon Fada, Bh Aig Dermot. S. Iamad Lata Ryam a Derbai. 20. S. Ogam Fien Bha Seared 382 Nan Gallon. A. B. Ard Ferrum N. Am Nan Garb Chaff. S. Macan Lewin a Bh Aig Mac Chum Hale 383. Knock D. Fag Fwighel Ryam Dh Fioil Deoan. 21. Gu En Du Gab Sin Mu Shubal. A Gabhail Stula de Rai Lachlan. Sin Wer Labhair and Rai Yuzel. Lunert Swears Marbiu Chubhade. 22. Cha D. Thugamaid, Bur en Eagle. Stula du Shizer Dh Uar Bidden. Gu En Du Thog Sin Nasligan. S. Gu M. B. and Riagade Nam Bratak. 23. They were in 7 battalions. And no warrior thought of fleeing. But on the ground of the field of Fine. We were there but 6. 24. 2 of these were myself and Caoilt. 3 of them was Wily Phelan. 4 of them was Finn the foremost. And 5 of them was Oscar Valiant. 25. 6 of them was Gall Macmorna. That brooked no slur that I can mind. Now will I cease from the numbering. Since the Finn have gone to decay. 26. We were good in the day of the Tivrai. In the workshop of Lon Macliabhain. This day how frail is my strength. After having numbered the band. So far this is almost the very same as the version given in Gillies, published 1786. The number of verses is the same, and the number of lines, and the order of the story the same, but there are considerable variations in a small way. In the 8th verse they set off to travel, as Trij Moga na Lundhirg, on a yellow mountain, as Bather, a dragon, which may mean, like the 5th of Munster of Limerick, but which I suspect refers to some other legend. For it does not appear how Munster should run like a dragon. In the 16th verse only one smith, he who spoke, has 7 hands. In the 20th verse Ossian's sword is Dir nan Calg, the end of anger. In the 26th, the word is Teen Ruth, hard running, instead of the word pronounced Tivrai. And there are many slight verbal differences and changes in orthography. The piece is without doubt the very same which is in Gillies, and if the book is in the Long Island it might have been learned from it. But, on the other hand, the book professes to be a collection made in the Highlands, its genuineness has never been questioned, and I believe that this is but a proof of the tenacity of popular memory for things which suit popular taste. Another version was taken down for MacCallum, and published in 1816, I have indicated the chief differences in the footnotes. There is an Irish prose version of the story lately published, Ossianic Society's 2D volume, which differs materially. It reduces the whole to a race. Finn carried his sword with him, the smith is a giant with 1 leg, 1 arm, and 1 eye, who is bound by Finn, his name is Rock, son of Diocan. As the Manx tradition, see Introduction, Volume 1, LVI. Agrees with these Gaelic poems, I suspect the Irish story is the tradition more fallen to decay. Now as an example of the way in which these poems pervade the whole traditions of the country and are interwoven with each other, let me give the following account of a visit to pick up a version of the poem in Islay. Maclean's letter seems worth preservation. Ballygrant, May 27, 1861. Sir, I called on old MacPhail at Scanlassel last Friday. It wagged the first time I had spoken to him for at least 20 years, for it is but lately that he has come to this parish. He left it fully more than 25 years ago, and was for a long time a workman with Dr. McTavish. There the poor fellow got hurt, and the result was that he lost his leg. It may be well to state that he was a skillful and industrious workman, as there is a current opinion that these storytellers are found among the worthless and lazy. Before he left this parish he was a workman with old Rounsfell at Persabas, and he was the person that was always sent to kiln dry and mill the corn at Ballygrant. It was then, while kiln drying corn, that he amused me with these Fenian stories. I regret to say that the verses are not so complete as I used to bear them from him. I reminded him of Sinceract Finn, of which he was wont to give me a long list, but of this he could remember nothing the other day. I remember it went this way: Finn Mac Cumhale, I see Trathuil, I see Trunmoyer, I see Cham Leora, but I cannot remember any other name beyond Cam Leora, or Crooked Toes. When I entered the house he was sitting by the fireside with his wooden leg. The old fellow's eye brightened when he saw me, and I told him I wished to hear some of his old lore again. Oh, said he, be, Ubhaeus Dom, bith, gon Gabhale sin a Chumail Toylinton riot, I used to be reciting these to thee to keep thee pleased. Cha Bayad Ezen Ach na phased and sin, he would be but a child then, said his brother's wife. Bhae na Balak Caol, Luarnich, San Am, he was a slender leggy boy at the time, a description which is not altogether inappropriate yet. I inquired of him about the old people whom he was wont to hear reciting these stories in his youth, and he enumerated several, and said that the poems were long and beautiful, and that to listen to them was the delight of all. He quotes something here and there of almost all I have got. Bas Garuid, he related to me the incident of the pigeons, but with respect to Fioan, he says his thigh was cut through, and that he was worthless ever afterwards. O bu lurak and each drade I nwera bayad I era achin recede goose cert, oh that history was one of price when it was rightly told, exclaimed he with enthusiasm. During the conversation I gave him 3 glasses of good strong whiskey, and you would not know that he had tasted it, further than being in good spirits. Verily alcohol is not always poison, as total abstainers pronounce it to be. I am, sir, yours sincerely, Hector Maclean. The conversation is written in Gaelic, but a translation is sufficient. I give the verses as an example of the way in which scraps may be picked up, which might be used in mending other versions. Duan Na Ceardach, etc. From Malcolm MacPhail, Scanlassel, aged 80 years. Learnt it from Alexander McQueen, per Sabas, 60 years ago. McQueen was past 80 years of age at that time. 2. Chanakas a teached ar coir. Fear more agus aona choice. Luam hantel dub siredhub creasin. Lo Ionar lachtuin s lo ruid bert. 2 new verse. Aeon sol moloch and clar eadain. Say sire dinad maksham hail. Co Thursday feen. Arsa maksham hail. Na cia as dut. 3 Goba. New. Thanig mis, kur fo gisabe. Sizir de mathib na fain. Abith gam ruth gun Israke. Seor gu doruz mo Ceardach. 4 New. Thug as mar gothan irake. Mach re bianabe dubba, nt slaby. 10. Cha d thugged each and aona chum. Dargach aon gleen fuarade, facade. S cha, n facid 2 ach eigen. Serb d a ided daramason. Fin re caoilt. Friger aga sin du chasen. S gabs julada, n ruga, 384. 11. At turnad aig altana, chumir. Fosglad gu ben d thug and goba. Na druid ramhan, arsa dorglass. 7. Caoilt. A ruga kate bil du Ceardach. Na b feared sin g a facin. Goba. Mo Ceardach cha n il re featain. S ma dh faudas mais chayan feic sib. 14. Labhair goba de na Guaigean. Lucura mor agus lugruaim. A rai ko fear Caol gun Tioma 385. A Shinias and Siniad Cruadhack. 15 Fin. A rai gu meal Thursday t a Macaoilt. Chabi dorglas ort on weresio. New. A Cruid Choscarak lon Oscar. An Ladhrach mor lon Caoilt. Mac and Luin aig fin maksham hail. Knock fag fwighel de dh fuel deoen. 2 Various. There was seen nearing us. A big man upon 1 foot. With his black dusky black skin mantle. With his hammering tools, and his steel lathe. New verse follows the 3D. 1 shaggy eye in his forehead. Making ever for Macshamhail. Who is thyself, said Macshamhail. Or whence art thou? New verse follows the 4th. I came to lay you under enchantments. 6 of the chiefs of the fane. To be chasing me without hurry. West to the door of my workshop. 7 Half new verse, follows 7th. He set off like the wind of the springtime. Out to the dark mountains of the high grounds. 10. He would take but a single step. O'er each single cold glen of the desert. Thou couldst have seen but hardly. A tuck of his clothing o'er his hurdies. Fin to Caoilt. New follows 10. Answer and stretch thy legs. And take a tale of the blacksmith. Ruga is a smith according to the reciter. Rot is a Lap nickname for a smith, as I learned on the Tana, where I took the sketch of the skin-clad smith, whose portrait I give as an illustration. See frontispiece. Here the old man forgot his poem, but remembered a bit of his story. When Caoilt was at full speed, thou mightst see 3 heads on him. His 2 shoulders would be rising aloft, as though there were 2 heads, and his head would be crouching down, he would be going as it seems half bent. At volume 2. 425, this occurs in the tale of the White Chief, and this explains what I did not understand. Then he went on with a few lines of verse. 11. Descending by the streamlet of the Shaper. At the opening that the smith made. Shut not before me, said Dorglas. 7 Caoilt. Oh, Ruga, where is thy workshop? Or should we profit to see it? Smith. My smithy is not to be found out. And if I may, see it you shall not. 14. Various. Outspoke a smith of the blacksmiths. With great care and a grim frown. King. Who is the slender fearless man? That will stretch the tempered bar. 15. Finn. King. Mayst thou snatch the name? Thou shalt not be Dorglas from this hour. 19. Partly new, follows 19. Victorious hardness, Oscar's blade. The big slasher, the blade of Caol. Mackin Lewin was Finn Macshumhales. That never left a shred of the flesh of man. Here this poem ends, so far as this old man is concerned, but enough remains to prove that he did not borrow from Gillies or MacCallum, for there are several lines and some verses which are not to be found in the books. It is also manifest that there is a great deal missing. In the Lay of Diarmaid, he says that he was one of the party, his sword is mentioned here, but he is not. Maclean writes at the end of this verse. MacPhail relates that the arms required to be tempered in the blood of a living person. That the smith's daughter took a fancy to Finn, who had a love spot, which was Dermot's property, and that she told him, unless he killed her father with the sword, that her father would kill him. This Finn accordingly did. This is different from the usual story, according to which the sword is tempered in the blood of the old woman, the smith's mother. Probably the variation may be owing to forgetfulness on the part of MacPhail, caused by old age and by having had a paralytic stroke last winter. This was when they got the arms. They had before, but, tunnikin, they were sticks with sharp ends made on them, and these ends burned and hardened in the fire. They used to throw them from them, and they could aim exceedingly with them, and they could drive them through a man. They used to have a bundle with them on their shoulders, and a bundle in their oxters. I myself have seen one of them that was found in a moss, that was as though it had been hardened in the fire. This then gives the popular notion of the heroes, and throws them back beyond the Iron period. There was a great day of battle between themselves and the Lochlanners, which was called Lata Nan Tunnikin, the day of the stakes. I have heard old men speaking of it, and it was down thereabouts, about Knock Angale that they gave it. They had a great day there. This then fixes the period, at the time of the wars with Lachlan in Islay. It was in the side of a knoll at Altanachuiran that the fairy smith had his smithy. There was a great carlin once in Lachlan. It is Muilearteach male ruid that. They used to say to her. She came from Lachlan, and she brought a smithy in the smith, Ceardach Agus and Goba, with her on her back to sharpen the spears. She was but a witch, but the Fane slew her. Said the king of Lachlan when he heard this. Here comes in verse 23 of the poem given already, page 144, with the English word sink introduced, and a few variations, and this joins the Lay of the Witch to the Lay of the Smithy. The Lochlanners were difficult, that is, cross and fierce, and they had so much iadramanic and witchcraft that it is thus they used to do much of their valour. Goll was the strongest man that was in the Fane, and he could eat 7 stags at his dinner. Finn was a patient worthy man, and they used always to take his counsel. Finn and Oscar, Goll and Oisein, for postation of the Fane, the high law people, lucht lad. This would seem to explain how 3 generations fill such a large space in Celtic popular tradition. If the names of the original warriors became the names of offices or officers, they may have been Celtic gods at first and commanders of Irish, Scotch Scandinavian, and British Fane afterwards, in the 3rd century and in the 12th. There were many Oscars at the Battle of Gura, and Finn, who is killed in 1 century, is all alive the next. Finn was not a king over land, he was but a chief over the men. Was there any other name said to him but Rhy Na Fane, king of the Fane? There was not. It is Conan who was the weakest man that was in the Fane, because they used to keep him male, cropped. He had but the strength of a man, but if the hair should get leave to grow there was the strength of a man in him for every hair that was in his head, but he was so cross that if the hair should grow he would kill them all. He was so short-tempered, Adh Goirid, that he used to be always fighting with them. So all accounts agree, and Kai, Arthur's attendant, was of the same disposition. When Goll would be in great rage, the one eye would come Dorn Gulban out, and the other eye would go Dorn Gulban in. I think myself that his appearance would not be beautiful then. Neither narrator, scribe, nor translator knows what Dord Gulban means, but Caol Gulban struck Dorn a fist on a man, and knocked his eye out on his cheek. Did you ever hear, what Rymor Bane, king of Morven, of Great Hills, said to Finn? I have heard it, Chul. This was put as an experiment to try the effect of a leading question, and it produced a contradiction. But he might have heard the name and have forgotten it till reminded. They would be always staying over at Fos Guaigean, at Guardian Taoid, when they were in this island, Islay, and the place for the cauldron is there yet, and they say that the cauldron is buried there. It is Eas Lagian Nan Sruth Seem that they used to call it Lyn of Lagian of the still streams, they were so fond of it. They had no house at all there. This joins Gaelic to Welsh and Irish traditions, for this cauldron is often mentioned, and it upset Scotch and Irish topography altogether. There came a woman on them there once from the westward, and they said to her, the sin, Cur Mar Choran, S Mar Gizanort. Gu, en Innis Thursday, Co Thursday Fi Na Co Dumuinter. S Mice Nagian Rai Na Sorchin. Sgiathan Erm. S Gur He, S Ain Dham Biderborb. S Gu, N D, Dwyer E Mice Lays. CIA More Bertrice as an Fain. CIA Beat Fada, En Oichigulata. Cha Biuna Lane, Bith Gun Cheol. We lay it as a circuit and as spells on thee. That thou tell us who thou art, or thy people. I am the daughter of the king of Sorchin 386. Shield of armies. And that his name is Biderborb. And that be will take me with him. Though great our time from the fane. Though long be the night today. It was not our wont to be without music. They were is such a great, Iamagain, trouble about the man who was coming that they did not set up any music. We will rise out in the morning, said they, to see who is coming upon us. Chinook as if teached ar coir fear more air stood Kyr dub, Rianagil, a coisich daran fairge, stay as an airden yar. Quiriamade ar cumberel re chile. Fuch co, gabas jula de, en oigir. Labhair gal locurum more as logruame. Co, thade fom skeethes a chumail diam nam billion cruadhack. Whale em fear a thanig beam skeeth, sdh yar e comrag coig sudleach. Luem and deo as a unnawayan and tabal diu lays an eagle. There was seen coming near us a great man on his dun black, white-haired steed, walking on the sea, in from the western airt. Let us lay our counsel together. See who will take a tale from the youth. Spoke Goll, with great care and a frown. Who will go under my shield to ward off the tempered strokes? The man who came struck a shield blow, and he asked for a battle of 500 heroes. The life leaped out of the women on the other side of them for fear. They killed him at last. Thiod Lacier Aig Bray and Eas. Fear more be you more mies agus myad. Schwirfin mac cumhail fain oyer. Gach mer Aig and onair and rye. They buried at the top of the Lyn. The great man of great honor and esteem. Fin mac Chamail put a golden ring on each of his fingers in honor of the king. I saw a man in Guardian Taoid, in Islay, and he found one of the rings on the point of his sock when he was ploughing Merchid mac Caol. It was one of the old Highland ploughs he had. There were great long beaks on them. The carle got much money for the ring. Now this is the story of the well-known poem of Fainzoyuas, localized in Islay, and the finding of a gold ring assumed to be proof positive of its exact truth by the old man who tells it. I also have a gold ring which was found in Islay with a lot of others. It is said that the finder made handles for a chest of drawers of these gold rings, and that a peddler gave him a fine new brass set in exchange for the old ones, which he carried off and sold. Some of them are said to be in the museum at Glasgow, one I have, and the rest were probably melted. I know of several discoveries of gold rings, chains, etc., made in Islay. Now it is possible that this tradition of the Fane may be true. The story is in Dean MacGregor's MS as a poem of 161 lines, attributed to Ossian in 1530. It is claimed by Irish writers as Moira Borb, 1789, in Volume 5, of the Ossianic Society's Transactions, 1860. I have 3 traditionary versions as poems, one written down in September 1860, in Barra, called Macoiga Rai Na Lorsmail. 84 lines from Donald MacFie, Brubhaig, who says he learned it from Hector MacLean, Smith, an uncle of his who could neither read nor write, and who died aged about 80 some 20 years ago. In this, Pedroig and Oisein, and Finn's 4 sons, and Oscar, and the daughter of the king under the waves, and a big man who comes in a ship, are the actors. The language is curious, and the poetry good. I regret extremely that I have no room for it. The other is from Patrick Smith, South Boisdale, South Uist, an old man who learned it in his youth from Roderick McVicar, North Uist, 73 lines, Macab Mor Mayrai Na Sorca. The story is the same, but Pedroig does not appear. The burial of the hero at the top of a linn with rings on his fingers is given, which is in the Dean's version. The last line, the Skull Big Agam Airfin, is the first and last line in the Dean's, and generally my version and this fragment and the Dean's might be fused so as to make a more complete story. And a longer and perfectly genuine poem in Scotch Gaelic. The third version is called Duan Na Ceardach, and has 84 lines, written by Mr. Torian Benbecula, from the dictation of Donald MacIntyre, who learned it some 50 years ago from an old man who afterwards went to America, John McInnes or Ian Og MacFianlai. This joins Scotch and Irish traditions, Macpherson's Ossian, with genuine traditions and old misses, and joins poetry to prose tales. There was a young lad in the fane, who was called Caol, and he used always to be in the house of the women, because he had not come to the age of a man. It is Goll that had mere morana fane, the great morsel of the fane, that was every bit of marrow that was in every bone to be gathered together and brought to him. Caol came in, and he took with him some of the marrow, and he and Goll fell out, went over each other. The law that Finn made, was, that they should drive bones through the wattled rods that were dividing the house, and the one with whom the bone should go, the marrow to be his. This is the common partition in Highland cottages, rods woven into a kind of rude basketwork, and plastered with clay. Rob Roy's house at the head of Glenshire, near Inverary, is so divided. They did that, and Goll dragged Caol through the wattled rods with the bone. After that they went to try each other to the strand, Cladach, and Caol one of Goll, and he left the woman's house. Cluish ri cluish nan soc. Cluish nan corcan est nam bien. A collade comrade a bhaig in dis. Cha, en faca mi roim ryam. Each game to the game of the ends. The game of the whittles and skins. The battle array that these two had, I never before have seen. This then paints the dwellings of the heroes as very rude, and gives the clue to another poem which I have, 60 lines of very good popular poetry, describing how Goll slew Caol at a merrymaking, and how Finn lamented over his son, and why he hated Goll thenceforth. I have not found this in any book as yet. It must be that the Feen were strong. Who? They were as strong as the horses. There was one who was called Muilearteach Mór, and he sent word for them at once, and the chase fallen short. When they arrived, they were put into a long house there, and they were without anything. A big black girl came in, and she asked a battle of warriors from them. Let me get to her, said Conan. Conan went, and she seized him, and she floored him, and she plucked 3 of her hairs, and she bound his 3 smalls. Then she went out, and they loosed Conan. She came in again, and she sought a battle of warriors. Let me get at her, said Conan. What canst thou do, said they to him. They let him go, and she floored him, and this time she did something else to him, and then she went out. They killed the Muilearteach Mór, and they had the keep of a day and a year there. This joins an Islay tradition to one published by Mr. Simpson in 1857, as current in Mayo, see pages 235 and 242, and it also joins in with a great many other stories which I have in manuscript, and with Magic Colgar, number 36, and so to ancient Mizas now in the Advocate's library. And thus one old Highlander with a failing memory, but who can still remember some scraps of what he learned in his youth, and could remember in his manhood, forms one mesh in a network of tradition, and manuscript and print. History and mythology, prose and poetry, which joins the whole Gaelic family together, extends over 3 centuries, and may be found to join them to the earliest records of the pagan world. This is no solitary case. The man is a specimen of a class which survives in faraway corners, but which must soon vanish before modern ways, together with the Gaelic language. 86. Guaigean Rai Fo Thuin. The daughter of King Under Waves. From Roderick MacLean, tailor, Ken Tangval, Barra, who heard it frequently recited by old men in South Uist, about 15 years ago. One of them was Angus MacIntyre, Bornish, who was about 80 years old at the time. Written by H. MacLean, 1860. I have selected this, because it shews one of the Ossianic heroes in a very mythological character. I omit the Gaelic for want of room, and translate closely but more freely. The Finn were once together, on the side of Bain Udain, on a wild night, and there was pouring rain and falling snow from the north. About midnight a creature of uncouth appearance struck at the door of Finn. Her hair 387 was down to her heels, and she cried to him to let her in under the border of his covering. Finn raised up a corner of the covering, and he gazed at her. "Thou strange-looking ugly creature," said he, "thy hair is down to thy heels, how shouldst thou ask me to let thee in?" She went away, and she gave a scream. She reached Ossian, and she asked him to let her in under the border of his covering. Ossian lifted a corner of his covering, and B saw her. "Thou strange, hideous creature, how canst thou ask me to let thee in?" said B. "Thy hair is down to thy heels. Thou shalt not come in." She went away, and she gave a shriek. She reached Dermot, and she cried aloud to him to let her in under the border of his covering. Dermot lifted a fold of his covering, and he saw her. "Thou art a strange, hideous creature. Thy hair is down to thy heels, but come in," said B. She came in under the border of his covering. "Oh, Dermot," said she, "I have spent 7 years travelling over ocean and sea, and of all that time I have not passed a night till this night, till thou hast let me in. Let me come in to the warmth of the fire." "Come up," said Dermot. When she came up, the people of the Finn began to flee, so hideous was she. 388. "Go to the further side," said Dermot, "and let the creature come to the warmth of the fire." They went to the one side, and they let her be at the fire, but she had not been long at the fire, when she sought to be under the warmth of the blanket together with himself. "Thou art growing too bold," said Dermot. "First thou didst ask to come under the border of the covering, then thou didst seek to come to the fire, and now thou seekest leave to come under the blanket with me, but come." She went under the blanket, and he turned a fold of it between them. She was not long thus, when he gave a start, and he gazed at her, and he saw the finest drop of blood that ever was, from the beginning of the universe till the end of the world at his side. He shouted out to the rest to come over where he was, and he said to them, "It is not often that men are unkind. Is not this the most beauteous woman that man ever saw?" "She is," said they, as they covered her up, "the most beautiful woman that man ever saw." 389. Then she was asleep, and she did not know that they were looking at her. He let her sleep, and he did not awaken her, but a short time after that she awoke, and she said to him, "Art thou awake, Dermot?" "I am awake," said Dermot. "Where wouldst thou rather that the very finest castle thou hast ever seen should be built?" "Up above Bain Udain, if I had my choice," and Dermot slept, and she said no more to him. There went one out early, before the day, riding, and he saw a castle built up upon a hill. He cleared his sight to see if it was surely there, then he saw it, and he went home, and he did not say a word. Another went out, and he saw it, and he did not say a word. Then the day was brightened, and 2 come in telling that the castle was most surely there. Said she, as she rose up sitting, "Arise, Dermot, go up to thy castle, and be not stretched there any longer. If there was a castle to which I might go, said he. Look out, and see if there be a castle there. He looked out, and he saw a castle, and he came in. I will go up to the castle, if thou wilt go there together with me. I will do that, Dermot, but say not to me thrice how thou didst find me, said she. I will not say 390 to thee for ever, how I found thee, said Dermot. They went to the castle, the pair. That was the beautiful castle. There was not a shadow of thing, that was for the use of a castle that was not in it, even to a herd for the geese. The meat was on the board, and there were maid servants, and men servants about it. 391. They spent 3 days in the castle together, and at the end of 3 days she said to him, Thou art turning sorrowful, because thou art not together with the rest. Think that I am not feeling sorrow, surely that I am not together with the Finn, said he. Thou hadst best go with the Finn, and thy meat and thy drink will be no worse than they are, said she. Who will take care of the greyhound bitch, 392, and her 3 pups, said Dermot. Oh, said she, what fear is there for the greyhound, and for the 3 pups? He went away when he heard that. He left a blessing with her, and he reached the people of the Finn, and Finn, the brother of his mother, and there was a chief's honour and welcome 393 before Dermot when he arrived, and they had ill will 394 to him. Because the woman had come first to them, and that they had turned their backs to her, and that he had gone before her wishes, and the matter had turned out so well. She was out after he had gone away, and what should she see but one coming in great haste. Then she thought of staying without till he should come, and who was there but Finn? He hailed her, and caught her by the hand. Thou art angry with me, damsel, 395 said he. Oh, I am not at all, Finn, said she. Come in till thou take a draught from me. I will go if I get my request, said Finn. What request might be here that thou shouldst not get, said she. That is, one of the pups of the greyhound bitch. Oh, the request thou hast asked is not great, said she, the one thou mayest choose take it with thee. He got that, and he went away. 396. At the opening of the night came Dermot. The greyhound met him without, and she gave a yell. It is true, my lass, one of thy pups is gone. But if thou hadst mind of how I found thee, how thy hair was down to thy heels, thou hadst not let the pup go. Thou Dermot, what saidst thou so? Oh, said Dermot, I am asking pardon. Oh, thou shalt get that, said she, and he slept within that night, and his meat and drink were as usual. On the morrow he went to where he was yesterday, and while he was gone she went out to take a stroll, and while she was strolling about, what should she see but a rider coming to where she was? She stayed without till he reached her. Who reached her here but Ossian, son of Finn? They gave welcome and honour to each other. She told him to go in with her, and that he should take a draught from her, and he said that he would, if he might get his request. What request hast thou, said she. One of the pups of the greyhound bitch. Thou shalt get that, said she, take thy choice of them. He took it with him, and he went away. 397. At the opening of the night came Dermot home, and the greyhound met him without, and she gave 2 yells. That is true, my lass, said Dermot, another is taken from thee. But if she had mind of how I found her, she had not let one of thy pups go. When her hair was down to her heels. Dermot. What saidst thou, said she. I am asking pardon, said Dermot. Thou shalt get that, said she, and they seized each other's hands, and they went home together, and there was meat and drink that night as there ever had been. In the morning Dermot went away, and a while after he had gone she was without taking a stroll. She saw another rider coming today, and he was in great haste. She thought she would wait, and not go home till he should come forward. What was this but another of the Finn? He went with civil words to the young damsel, and they gave welcome and honour to each other. She told him to go home with her, and that he should take a draught from her. He said that he would go if he should get his request. She asked that time what request that might be, one of the pups of the greyhound bitch, said he. Though it is a hard matter for me, said she, I will give it to thee. He went with her to the castle, he took a draught from her, he got the pup, and he went away. At the opening of the night came Dermot. The greyhound met him, and she gave 3 yells, the most hideous that man ever heard. Yes, that is true my lass, thou art without any this day, said Dermot, but if she had mind of how found her, she would not have let the pup go, when her hair was down to her heels, she would not have done that to me. Thou, Dermot, what saidst thou? Oh, I am asking pardon, said Dermot. He went home, and he was without wife or bed beside him, as he ever had been. It was in a moss hole he awoke on the morrow. There was no castle, nor a stone left of it on another. He began to weep, and he said to himself that he would not stay, head or foot, till he should find her. Away he went, and what should he do but take his way across the glens? There was neither house nor ember in his way. He gave a glance over his shoulder, and what should he see but the greyhound just dead? He seized her by the tail, and he put her on his shoulder, and he would not part with her for the love that he bore her. He was going on, and what should he see above him but a herd? Didst thou see, this day or yesterday, a woman taking this way, said Dermot to the herd. I saw a woman early in the morning yesterday, and she was walking hard, said the herd. What way didst thou see her going? She went down yonder point to the strand, and I saw her no more. He took the very road that she took, till there was no going any further. He saw a ship. He put the slender end of his spear under his chest, and he sprang into her, and he went to the other side. He laid himself down, stretched out on the side of a hill, and he slept, and when he awoke there was no ship to be seen. A man to be pitied am I, said he, I shall never get away from here, but there is no help for it. He sat on a knoll, and he had not sat there long when he saw a boat coming, and one man in her, and he was rowing her. He went down where she was, he grasped the greyhound by the tail, and he put her in, and he went in after her. Then the boat went out over the sea, and she went down under, and he had but just gone down, when he saw ground, and a plain on which he could walk. 398 He went on this land, and he went on. He was but a short time walking, when he fell in with a gulp of blood. He lifted the blood, and he put it into a napkin, and he put it into his pouch. It was the greyhound that lost this, said he. He was a while walking, and he fell in with the next gulp, and he lifted it, and put it into his pouch. He fell in with the next one, and he did the like with it. What should he see a short space from him, after that, but a woman, as though she were crazed, gathering rushes. He went towards her, and he asked her what news she had. I cannot tell till I gather the rushes, said she. Be telling it whilst thou art gathering, said Dermot. I am in great haste, said she. What place is here, said he. There is here, said she, Reidhinn fo Thuin, realm under waves. Realm under waves. Yes, said she. What use hast thou for rushes, when thou art gathering them, said Dermot. The daughter of King Underwaves has come home, and she was 7 years under spells, and she is ill, and the leeches of Christendom are gathered, and none are doing her good, and a bed of rushes is what she finds the wholesomest. Well then, I would be far in thy debt if thou wouldst see me where that woman is. Well then I will see that. I will put thee into the sheaf of rushes, and I will put the rushes under thee and over thee, and I will take thee with me on my back. That is a thing that thou canst not do, said Dermot. Be that upon me, said she. She put Dermot into the bundle, and she took him on her back. Was not that my lass? When she reached the chamber she let down the bundle. Oh! Hasten that to me, said the daughter of King Underwaves. He sprang out of the bundle, and Bee sprang to meet her, and they seized each other's hands, and there was joy then. 3 parts of the ailment are gone, but I am not well, and I will not be. Every time I thought of thee when I was coming, I lost a gulp of the blood of my heart. Well then, I have got these 3 gulps of thy heart's blood, take thou them in a drink, and there will be nothing amiss. Well then, I will not take them, said she. They will not do me a shade of good, since I cannot get one thing and I shall never get that in the world. What thing is that? Said he. There is no good in telling thee that, thou wilt not get it, nor any man in the world. It has discomfited them for long. If it be on the surface of the world I will get it, and do thou tell it, said Dermot. That is 3 draughts from the cup of rye Maffin Eagnaid, the king of Plain of Wonder, and no man ever got that, and I shall not get it. Oh! Said Dermot, there are not on the surface of the world as many as will keep it from me. Tell me if that man be far from me. He is not, he is within a bound near my father, but a rivulet is there, and in it there is the sailing of a ship with the wind behind her, for a day and a year before thou reach it. He went away, and he reached the rivulet, and he spent a good while walking at its side. I cannot cross over it, that was true for her, said Dermot. Before he had let the word out of his mouth, there stood a little russet man in the midst of the rivulet. 399. Dermot, son of Duibni, thou art in straits, said he. I am in a strait just now, said Dermot. What wouldst thou give to a man who would bring thee out of these straits? Come hither and put thy foot on my palm. Oh! My foot cannot go into thy palm, said Dermot. It can. He went, and he put his foot on his palm. Now, Dermot, it is to King Mag and Yunai that thou art going. It is indeed, said Dermot. It is to seek his cup thou art going. It is. I will go with thee myself. Thou shalt go, said Dermot. Dermot reached the house of King Wonderplain. He shouted for the cup to be sent out, or battle, or combat, and it was not the cup. There were sent out 400 Luff Gacejack, and 400 Lon Gacejack, and in 2 hours he left not a man of them alive. He shouted again for battle, or else combat, or the cup to be sent out. That was the thing he should get, battle or else combat, and it was not the cup. There were sent out 800 Lu Gacegeach, and 800 Lon Gacejack, and in 3 hours he left not a man of them alive. He shouted again for battle, or else combat, or else the cup to be sent out to him. There were sent out 900 strong heroes, and 900 full heroes, and in 4 hours he left no man of them alive. Whence, said the king as he stood in his own great door, came the man that has just brought my realm to ruin? If it be the pleasure of the hero, let him tell from whence he came. It is the pleasure of the hero. A hero of the people of the Finn am I. I am Dermot. Why didst thou not send in a message to say who it was, and I would not have spent my realm upon thee, for thou wouldst kill every man of them, for it was put down in the book 7 years before thou wert born. What dost thou require? That is the cup, it comes from thine own hand for healing. 400. No man ever got my cup but thou, but it is easy for me to give thee a cup, but for healing there is but that I have myself about the board. Dermot got the cup from King Wonderplain. I will now send a ship with thee, Dermot, said the king. Great thanks, Tang more, to thee, O king. I am much in thy debt, but I have a ferry of my own. 401. Here the king and Dermot parted from each other. He remembered when he had parted from the king that he had never said a word at all, the day before about the little russet man, and that he had not taken him in. It was when he was coming near upon the rivulet that he thought of him, and he did not know how he should get over the burn. There is no help for it, said he. I shall not now get over the ferry, and shame will not let me return to the king. 402. What should rise while the word was in his mouth but the little russet man out of the burn? Thou art in straits, Dermot. I am. It is this day that thou art in extremity. It is. I got the thing I desired, and I am not getting across. Though thou didst to me all that which thou hast done, though thou didst not say a word of me yesterday, put thy foot on my palm and I will take thee over the burn. Dermot put his foot on his palm, and he took him over the burn. Thou wilt talk to me now, Dermot, said he. I will do it, said Dermot. Thou art going to heal the daughter of King Underwaves. She is the girl that thou likest best in the world. Oh! It is she. Thou shalt go to such and such a well. Thou wilt find a bottle at the side of the well, and thou shalt take it with thee full of the water. When thou reachest the damsel, thou shalt put the water in the cup, and a gulp of blood in it, and she will drink it. Thou shalt fill it again, and she will drink. Thou shalt fill it the third time, and thou shalt put the third gulp of blood into it, and she will drink it, and there will not be a whit ailing her that time. When thou hast given her the last, and she is well, she is the one for whom thou carest least that ever thou hast seen before thee. Oh! Not she, said Dermot. She is, the king will know that thou hast taken a dislike to her. She will say, Dermot, thou hast taken a dislike to me. Say thou that thou hast. Dost thou know what man is speaking to thee, said the little russet man. Not I, said Dermot. In me there is the messenger of the other world, who helped thee. Because thy heart is so warm to do good to another. King Underwaves will come, and he will offer thee much silver and gold for healing his daughter. Thou shalt not take a jot, but that the king should send a ship with thee to Erin to the place from whence thou camest. 403. Dermot went, he reached the well, he got the bottle, and he filled it with water. He took it with him, and he reached the castle of King Underwaves. When he came in he was honored and saluted. No man over got that cup before, said she. I would have got it from all that there are on the surface of the world. There was no man to turn me back, said Dermot. I thought that thou wouldst not get it though thou shouldst go, but I see that thou hast it, said she. He put a gulp of blood into the water in the cup, and she drank it. She drank the second one, and she drank the third one, and when she had drunk the third one there was not a jot ailing her. She was whole and healthy. When she was thus well, he took a dislike for her, scarcely could he bear to see her. Oh! Dermot, said she, thou art taking a dislike for me. Oh! I am, said he. Then the king sent word throughout the town that she was healed, and music was raised, and lament laid down. The king came where Dermot was, and he said to him, Now, thou shalt take so much by counting of silver for healing her, and thou shalt get herself to marry. I will not take the damsel. And I will not take anything but a ship to be sent with me to Erin, where the Finn are gathered. A ship went with him, and he reached the Finn and the brother of his mother. And there was joy before him there, and pleasure that he had returned. Underscore 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 underscore. MacLean quotes a Gaelic proverb. Cha di thug jail luth knock di thug futhclis. None gave love quickly but gave sudden hate. Which might be the pith of this curious story. Unless it is mythological it cannot be explained. At all events, here is one of the heroes of Ossian meeting with the messenger of the other world in the realm under the waves, and crossing a river like the pious Aeneas, when he went below. The story is manifestly imperfect. Something should have been done with the greyhound, but I have no version which fills up the gap. There is an Irish story which seems to bear upon the incident. Tuarean, the sister of Finn's mother, is married to Iallan Eachtak, and his fairy sweetheart transforms her into a hound, and takes her to Fergus. She there gives birth to a couple of puppies, Bran, and Cialuin, Finn's favourite hounds, which were consequently his cousins. Dermot is one of the names mixed up with this strange Irish story, and this favourite hound might have been the transformed lady, and if so, Dermot's relative his grand aunt. It is not easy, then, to accomplish the feat of making the Finn of the stories a real commander of mortal Irish militiamen. The incident of the greyhound and her 3 pups, formed part of a story which was told to me at Polchar Inn on the 3d of September 1860. The narrator was a slender middle-aged woman, with black hair and grey eyes, returning from durance at the jail at Lochmatty. Her offence had been the sale of unlawful whiskey. I heard her crooning a very pretty old Gaelic love song to a baby, and went down into the kitchen. I found a whole tribe of black-haired girls, of all ages, barefooted, and bare-legged, clustered about the peat fire with their bare arms all twined about each other's necks and waists. and their bright eyes and teeth glancing in the red light over each other's shoulders, as they peeped at the stranger. An old man was smoking on a bench and the singer with black elf locks was dancing the baby on her knee. We soon got friends, and the story was the result. It was a stepmother story, and the wicked Muim gave away the pups to a captain of a ship, and accused the king's daughter of killing them, and broke candlesticks and laid the blame on the girl, till the king took her out to a lonely moor. And said, "Whether wouldst thou rather that I slew thee outright, or that I should cut off one hand, and one breast, and one knee?" Here the old dame used action and great emphasis, and a shiver of horror ran through the junior part of the audience, who were listening intently. The deed was done, and the girl crawled to a house where there lived 3 kings' sons under spells, and she went in and found food. They came home and put off their cockle, that is their enchanted form. And one of them said, "Here is a drop of king's blood on the board," and he sought, and found her, and dressed her wounds, and washed her, and dried her with a towel. She married this one, and had 3 sons, and by the help of a poor woman, and through the agency of a well, recovered her lost members. She went home at last, and found her father with a wounded leg, which would never be well, till his daughter cured it with her 2 hands. She laid her recovered hands on the knee, the penitent father cut a caper quite well, and the muim was roasted. This joins the traditions of the fane to Grimm's Handless Maiden. The idea of a land underground is also very common in Gaelic stories, and I had intended to give several illustrations of the belief. I had also selected a number of other specimens of traditions of the fane, popular history, and proverbs, stories of water horses, water bulls, and other such matters. The last number on my Gaelic list is 308, on my English list, 357, making about 665 stories, but the wish to give one long one as a specimen, and to preserve as much Gaelic as possible, has exhausted my allotted space. In the oldest Gaelic manuscript in Edinburgh, an ancient scribe has written, and I regret that there is not left of my ink enough to fill up this line, "I am Fithel, an attendant on the school. So I, like Fithel, must stop scribbling, though not for want of matter, and write." End of Volume 3. Volume 4. Postscript. A workman has reason to be grateful to anyone who will give him an honest opinion of his work. And he is fortunate if he has many able advisers, for when a number of independent opinions are brought to bear upon any one subject, a new light is thrown upon it. One critic may be a kindly, good-natured man, who wishes well to the work and its author, but knows little of the subject. Such a man will praise the work, and agree with the conclusions and arguments contained in it, and there is not much to be learned directly from him, but every man has a subject of which he knows more than his neighbors, and is apt to bring his special knowledge to bear upon other things, so it is a marvel if something is not learned from the criticism of any clever man. Another may be more skillful, though new to the subject. He will take the arguments and make them his own, and use the information which he acquires, and draw his own conclusions. Such a man sheds a new light on the matter, and there is much to be learned from him. A third may have a theory of his own, by the light of which he peeps about, and pokes into holes and corners to pick out that which suits his own purpose, and nothing else. From new materials so gathered, such a man will build up a structure of his own, and there is much to be learned from one who so treats another's work. Then comes one with more extended views, who has studied the question, and knows a great deal about it, and is conscious of power, and who views the new work all round, and turns it upside down and inside out, and throws a new light upon it, the electric light of superior knowledge. But the eyes of such men are apt to be dazzled by excess of light, they have looked at so many large objects that they overlook the small, their vision is telescopic, they can see microscopic details. And a short-sighted theorist, with his dim lamp, will poke out many things which he of the great light and the strong eyes will never see. But whoever reviews a book fairly, teaches something to its author, and he who knows most about the subject teaches most. Then come friends one with pleasant praise, which, if he be a wise man, is a valued reward and a wholesome cordial. Then one with unpleasant dispraise, which, if wisely administered and well taken, may be a useful tonic. Then one who picks out the worst bit, for which no one has a good word, and says it is the very thing which he should have expected, and he shakes hands and departs radiant with the consciousness of a compliment well turned. One says the work is learned, perhaps because he has not tried to understand it, another more truly says that it is not. One says that it is too long, another that it is too short. One, that it should all be written over again, another, that it never should have been written at all, and so by degrees the workman gets to know his errors. But at last there may come a great giant of a critic, armed with a brilliant intellectual sword of light, which makes smaller men quake. An author in his clutches feels that B is a small mortal in the presence of a very big one, that he must resign himself to his fate, and prepare for the worst. He may be cut up into little bits or eaten alive, and, if so, he is quite sure to disagree with the great man, but he must submit. He may hope to be as indigestible as Tom Thumb, who survived being eaten many times. But he may also hope to be raised up on the giant's shoulder, thence to see the world, or to be placed in the rim of his great hat, like Grimm's tailor, there to walk about in the sunshine, and admire the prospect. He may be crushed under the giant's great splay feet, or helped on his journey by his long legs, but unless some other giant interferes, or a dwarf shews him a mouse-hole to creep into, he cannot escape. But when all is done, giants and great men, purblind and keen-sighted, Grudgeon, Strongback, Bolegum Moore, and the rest of the gifted men and genii, friends and foes, are all working for good, and bringing stores of knowledge. If they are friendly, the mortal has need of friends; if unfriendly, B will, at all events, learn to keep out of their way. And if by any chance they should happen to go by the ears, and fight over his contemptible little body, he is not worthy to be the cause of such a fight who cannot pick up something worth having on the field of battle when the fight is done. It would be ungracious not to thank those who have done me good service, so I thank my reviewers here for much valuable information. My work has been treated as an honest attempt to place what I found amongst Highland peasants within the reach of English readers, and if I have got an occasional buffet, such pain does but enhance the pleasure of being patted on the back. Some have added praise which I can hardly think my due, and of which I would willingly transfer a large share to those who have really earned it. The real workmen are the old Highland bodies, with their extraordinary power of memory, who told Gaelic stories, and the men who wrote them down, men who have shown an amount of industry, talent, and fidelity, in carrying out their work, of which I cannot speak too highly, and whose genuine, kindly, generous, clannish nature, has made it a real pleasure to work with them. "Sir," said one of them, "I send you the story of, which I wrote from the dictation of. I am paid enough already. And yet these are the people of whom one of a different stamp lately said that they were barbarians to be civilized. A people whose language should be rooted out as the worst of all the jargons inflicted upon the human race as a curse at the Tower of Babel." Points for argument, statement of the case, current opinions. The names in the following pages are variously spelt on principle according to the authority referred to. Ossian is probably the correct modern orthography, but the sound has been expressed in many ways and I prefer to preserve them. Ossian is perhaps the oldest form extant. I have learned from my reviewers that the Ossianic controversy survives, and that the vigorous centenarian is studied with interest. That these Highland stories which bear upon Celtic mythology are most valued by those who know most about popular lore, and that I am blamed for not holding opinions as to the origin of such stories. At the risk, then, of floundering out of my depth, I will endeavor to tell what I know, and what I think about these three subjects. Ossian. In 1760, and during some following years, certain English compositions, the work of James Macpherson, were published. There is no dispute so far. He composed the English Ossian, but he described his works as translations, and it was asserted that they were his original compositions. It is well to define these two expressions here, for their meaning has been obscured in the controversy. 1. By a close literal translation, I mean that every word, phrase, and sentence in a composition in one language, has its proper equivalent in another. 2. By a free literal translation, that every phrase and sentence, but not necessarily every word, is rendered. 3. By a close translation, the expression in one language of the very same ideas which are expressed in another, such as the metrical translations of the Psalms, but prose may be verse, or verse prose. 4. By a free translation, I understand the same thing less accurately done, such works as Pope's Homer. In the strictest rendering, a translator has the choice of many words, and may thus lean towards the one language or the other. These volumes, for example, generally aim at a close literal translation, with a leaning towards the Gaelic idiom, but the loosest translator has no right to add one idea of his own, or omit anything. 5. The next step is not easy to define. The first scripture paraphrase is not an original composition, yet it is hardly a translation. It is a paraphrase. If compared with its model, it gives the general sense, but it also gives something which belongs to the author of the paraphrase. There is no authority for smiling ray, ancient night, and a great deal is left out. 6. The next step where original composition begins is still harder to define. The Idylls of the King are original compositions, but only a step removed from paraphrases, for they are founded on, and contain whole lines taken from old poems and stories, and so there are endless gradations. English and Scotch popular ballads, for example, owe something to Percy, Ramsay, Burns, Scott, and others, but they are old nevertheless. Some have equivalents in Danish, Coemp Vizar, of great antiquity, and part of the story of the Heir of Lynn is in Grimm's Eastern Tales. It would be hard to discover any one composition of any modern author in which something apparently borrowed from some other cannot be traced. Gray's poems, for example, are full of lines which are traced to the classics, and pointed out as beauties. The originals are quoted to enhance the poet's fame, and yet these are original compositions. 7. There are compositions which seem to have scarcely any relation to any that have gone before, such as Vatech, and one question for argument is, to which of these 7 classes do the poems of Ossian belong? Another question, and an important one, is, wherein does the authority consist? In the story or in the words, in the rhythm or meter of poetry, or its theme, or its ornaments and illustrations? Who, for example, will be the author of Mort Arthur when Tennyson's poem is completed? In 1807, after Macpherson's death, the Highland Society of London published certain Gaelic manuscripts which were all in Macpherson's handwriting. These contained Gaelic poems, and are the equivalents of nearly the whole of his English prose. The one is in fact a free translation of the other. The argument is concerning these. Were they composed by Ossian in the 3rd century as Macpherson surmises? Or by some other ancient or modern Gaelic poet? Or by Macpherson himself? Were they translated from the published English prose, or the English prose from the Gaelic verse? Were they compounded by any collector or collectors of other men's works, or were they original Gaelic compositions of the man in whose handwriting they were found? If they were compounded, from what originals? If they be original compositions, how far are the ideas contained in them and their language borrowed from older known compositions in Gaelic, or in any other language? Are they to be classed no? I or number 7? For they must be classed somewhere. These are some of the questions for argument. The prevailing opinions differ as widely. First, the commonest English opinion is, that the poems of Ossian were composed in English prose by James Macpherson about 1760, that he was the inventor of the character and incidents, and that the poems had no previous existence in any shape. To support this it must be shown that throughout all known Gaelic literature there is no mention of these names and incidents previous to 1760, and that no Gaelic poems concerning them existed previous to 1807. To refute this it is only necessary to quote some earlier mention of the characters, and some one early Gaelic poem, Irish or Scotch, concerning their exploits. This sweeping English theory, which ranks the poems in the 7th class, is quite untenable. The groundwork of much which is in Ossian certainly existed in Gaelic in Scotland long before Macpherson was born. There are many passages in ancient works written in some dialect of English, which prove beyond dispute that the chief characters figured in Gaelic compositions centuries ago, and Gaelic songs by well-known ancient bards. allude so constantly to Finn, the Féin, Oisean, etc. that there is no standing ground left for this theory. The West of Scotland magazine for 1858 gives much information on this point, in a series of able articles on the poetry and traditions of the Highland clans. 2d. An opinion still prevails amongst a limited number of Scotchmen, that Ossian's poems are historical, that the Gaelic is genuine old poetry composed by a bard of the 3rd century, who witnessed many of the exploits recorded. And that those passages which are said to resemble passages in Milton, may be the sources whence Milton borrowed ideas. To support this opinion, it is necessary to produce some proof, some early manuscript containing the poems, or one of them, or some early account of them. Or it must at least be shown that their language resembles in some sort the earliest attainable specimens of Gaelic as written by rule or by ear. Or that these very poems, or parts of them, are still, or were at some time, commonly known to some class of the population, and that they agree with all that is known of the history of these times. It is not now easy to support or refute this opinion, or prove a negative. The language of traditional poems alters, manuscripts get lost, manners change, and men die. But it might be shown that, so far as anything is known of early Gaelic literature, there were no such poems, and that their language is not that of some one period between the 3rd and the 18th centuries. Or that some one event which is mentioned happened later than the supposed date of the poet. And so argue on probabilities. I could quote modern books which assert that the works of Milton and Shakespeare were composed by Scotchmen, while Ossian's poetry is a genuine work of the 3rd century. And Macpherson tried to persuade the world that the poems were of that date. He maintained that they had been traditionally preserved in the Highlands, and written in ancient manuscripts which he had discovered there. That according to Irish history, Fingal died 283, and Oscar 296, and that these were the king of Morven and his grandson, that Caracol was the Roman Caracalla. And that Ossian, the son of Fingal, survived his father, and disputed with a Culdee concerning the Christian religion towards the latter end of the 3rd or beginning of the 4th century. That Fingal in his youth, about 210, performed exploits against the son of the Roman Emperor Severus. That Oscar, the son of Ossian and grandson of Fingal, fought the Roman usurper Carausius at the winding Carron, which runs in the neighborhood of Agricola's wall. And that Ossian sang of these deeds all of which it is extremely difficult to disprove or believe. 3d. There is an Irish opinion, ably set forth in the 5th volume of the Transactions of the Ossianic Society of Dublin, and probably held by many, though it is not held by some of the best Irish scholars. It may be thus stated. Macpherson stole the well-known poems of Oisein, who was an Irish bard of the 3rd century, the son of Finn and father of Oscar, and who shared in their exploits and survived them, and disputed with St. Patrick concerning the Christian religion, and boasted of his youthful deeds in his old age. These Irish poems were translated into English prose, and subsequently into Scotch Gaelic verse, and the Gaelic published in 1807 is the result of this double process, and of numerous forgeries, falsifications, and alterations done and committed by James Macpherson to discredit Ireland. To support this sweeping claim it is necessary to produce the Irish poems in question, and prove that they are genuine, old, and Irish, the work of Oisein and no one else. And then to point out the passages which are translations, and shew that they are not paraphrases, or the original compositions of Macpherson, or of some other ancient or modern bard. To upset this claim it is necessary to produce old Scotch versions of the Gaelic poems claimed, and to shew that they were known in Scotland, or published there, before they were published in Ireland. I hold that all these current theories are erroneous, and as the Irish is the most modern, the best supported, and the most opposed to the common English view, which is furthest from the truth. I will endeavor to shew how far I agree with its supporters, and wherein they seem to me to err. I would willingly add all that I can to the larger stock of knowledge possessed by others, and I would gladly discover the truth if I could. The arguments now used by the supporters of the Scotch and Irish controversy will be found in the publications of the Ossianic Society of Dublin, and in the West of Scotland magazine, which works are well worth the attention of all who care for Celtic literature, and admire Celtic combativeness. Valuable information is given, but valuable space is occupied by suicidal attacks on Celts, their language and their literature. Old rusty taunts, which great men hurled at each other in their rage nearly a century ago, are picked up by smaller men, and thrown freely about still, though they have lost their point and fall harmless. Irish writers attack writers on the Scotch side, who retaliate, and the others retort, and so the cause of Celtic literature is damaged by both, for each is intent on injuring the other, on pulling down rather than building up. The only writer who has attacked me is a brother Celt, who uses a borrowed weapon which owed its sting to its owner's fame, and says, that I am so intensely Scotch as to love Scotland better than truth. Whereas I simply stated my opinion about the controversy which generated the taunt. I am ready to admit that Ossian or Oisein was an Irishman, when it is proved. I know that traditional and manuscript poems attributed to him have been known in Ireland for centuries. It is true that most of the old Gaelic manuscripts are written in the so-called Irish character. But nevertheless, I hold that the Irish scholar who writes the following passages does not succeed in proving that Macpherson stole his materials from Ireland. It has also been shown, on unquestionable authorities, that the Gael of Caledonia were colonies from Ireland, and spoke and wrote in the language of their mother country. From the continued intercourse carried on between the two nations from the 3rd to the 16th century, it is evident that the same manners and customs, the same traditions, legends, historical compositions, poems, songs, and music were common to both. Page 227, Volume 5, Transactions of the Ossianic Society. In the first place, it is not clear that all the Gael in Caledonia emigrated from Ireland. It seems probable that a Gaelic-speaking population of Celtic tribes once pervaded the greater part of Europe and the whole of Great Britain, and some of these surely travelled north overland, if others crossed the sea from Ireland to Scotland. There are plenty of cases in which whole tribes have passed from Scotland to Ireland, for example, the MacLeans migrated from Islay. But be that as it may, if it be true, as it is asserted, that many of the poems of Oisein, the Irish bard, and other Fenian poets, are still preserved in Irish manuscripts, some as old as the 11th and 12th centuries. If these poems made their way to Scotland at an early period, and if there cannot be a stronger proof of their great antiquity than their preservation in that country for so many centuries by oral tradition, although with dialectic changes, if all this be true, and I neither admit nor deny the statement here, it does not prove the writer's case, though it supports mine. He asserts that Macpherson stole Ossian from Irish originals, I hold that he did not. And he shews that the very poems on which he founds his case have been known for ages, where Macpherson asserts that he found his originals, and that they existed in a traditional vernacular Scotch costume. He proves, mayhap, that the muse who, for anything I know, wears gilded vellum in Ireland, is a barefooted lassie dressed in ordinary homespun in Scotland. But who is to say which is nearest to the poems of Oisein, the language of the people, or that of cultivated scribes? Who is to decide whether these were popular ballads or courtly poems at first? Macpherson has enough to answer for without making him worse than he is, and it seems unjust to accuse him of stealing things which he found at home. Ossian resembles those ancient Irish poems which I have seen, less than it does the traditional ballads collected and printed in Scotland at the end of last century, many of which were again collected from the people last year. But this Irish introduction to the poems of Ossian by Macpherson will astonish an English reader unacquainted with the Celtic side of this curious controversy. The arguments fight amongst themselves, and the authorities quoted contradict each other, while the writer contends with friends, and allies himself with foes. We, children of the Gael, walk shoulder to shoulder, but we are apt to dig our elbows into each other's ribs. Thus it is argued that if Ossian wrote his poems in North Britain in the 3rd century, he must have been either an Irishman, or the descendant of an Irishman, who had recently come from ancient Scotia, Ireland, to settle in that country, Scotland. And his language must have been pure Irish, undefiled, of that period, and not the corrupt patois ascribed to him by Macpherson. But at page 199 it is said that the language of the poems, if properly spelled, and read by an Irish scholar, would be intelligible to the most illiterate peasant in Ireland. But if Ossian's Gaelic is Scotch, modern, and a corrupt patois, and comprehensible in Ireland, so is the Gaelic of the traditional poems claimed, and Irish must be a corrupt patois also. Further on, at page 227, the preservation in Scotland of certain poems in this Gaelic patois, common to modern Irish and Scotch Gael, is quoted to prove their Irish origin and their antiquity. But if the preservation of poems in patois traditionally on one side of the water be proof of their antiquity and origin on the other, ancient Gaelic manuscripts, wherever found, should at least be common property, and count for both sides. For there are no manuscripts in the Gaelic of the 3rd century, and one of the earliest known is attributed to Columcille, the founder of Iona. At page 179 Martin is quoted as mentioning the existence of Irish manuscripts in the Western Islands in 1716. And at page 190 it is stated that the Bishop of Clonfert, in 1784, found Gaelic manuscript poems there, on which Macpherson had founded some of his English, but it is said, it is now pretty certain that he, Macpherson, had no originals and Dr. Johnson's authority is used to show that the poems of Ossian never existed in any other form than that in which we have seen them, that is, in English. These authorities disagree sadly. It is asserted, p. 178, that fragments of the compositions of the Irish bard Oisein were conveyed to the Highlands of Scotland from time to time by the Irish Shanachis. They were there committed to memory by storytellers, and recited as they had been in Ireland. But a Shanachie means a teller of old tales and traditions, and some must surely have gone to Erin from Scotland since the supposed date of Ossian. Martin, Johnson, the Bishop of Clonfert, and the writer who quotes them, cannot all be right. It is argued that Irish and Scotch Gael and Gaelic were identical in the 3rd century, and are almost the same still. Gaelic manuscripts found in Scotland are quoted and claimed for Ireland, while it is said that the people bad all things in common, and are the same. Macpherson, it is said, had no originals and stole them from Ireland. Johnson says there was nothing but English, Martin that there were old Irish misses. The Bishop that there were, and that they contained poems which were the foundations of the English. But if Macpherson had access to Shanachis in the Western Islands, and there found old manuscripts which contained poems which he used, then he had originals. And the doctor and the essayist who quotes him are in error. If he had none of these things the doctor is right. But the essayist errs again, for in that case the English Ossian was the original composition, and Ireland has no claim at all, unless she will accept of Macpherson, who certainly was an original, whether he was a poet or not. So, whether Macpherson mistranslated Irish originals, or invented the English of Ossian's poems, the charge of theft is unjust, for a Scotch Celt had a right to use common Celtic property found in Scotland. And an author has a right to use his own ideas. If the story told in Drummond's Ancient Irish Minstrelsy, page 11, be true, Macpherson could not have used ancient Irish misses if he had found them in Scotland. He was shown some in the Bodleian Library, and was forced to acknowledge that he could neither read nor translate them. If so, he must have worked from Scotch traditions, or manuscripts more easily read, or from his own head. Again, the essayist, having made out that ancient and modern Irish and Erse were and are the same, at page 180, quotes Johnson, there are not in the Gaelic language 500 lines that can be proved to be 100 years old. He quotes the Venerable Charles O'Connor of Ballingar, who, in 1775, said the same on the great doctor's authority, and Dr. Young, afterwards Bishop of Clonfert, who, in 1784, held that Erse was not a written language till within a few years of the time when he was in the Highlands. But at page 219, an account is given of an ancient Irish vellum manuscript, compiled in the 12th century, which contained 2 poems by Oisein, who lived in the 3rd. And it is added, we have no reason to doubt their genuineness as being originally the compositions of Oisein, when we remember the many liberties of modernizing the language usually taken by the scribes, through whom they have been handed down to us. One of these poems by Oisein relates to the Battle of Gura, and has appeared in one of the volumes of the Ossianic Society. If the poem meant be that on the Battle of Gabra, the first book of Temora is founded upon the same incidents. And a traditional version, of 1860, is at page 304 of this volume, and that is almost the same as the traditional version printed at Perth in 1786, and got in Scotland. So the argument is all for Macpherson and against the authorities, for it proves that Temora is founded on incidents which were made the subject of Gaelic poems in the 12th century. A man cannot eat his cake and have his cake. He cannot claim property as common, and deny the right of a joint tenant. He cannot claim tradition, and withhold manuscripts, assert, and in the same breath deny the identity of Scotch and Irish Celts. Johnson, who knew neither Erse nor Irish, might err, but a writer who knows both should not use his authority, point out, and then adopt his error. At page 190 it is said, "It is notorious that the poems of Ossian are not mentioned in any Scotch history 100 years old." But at 186 is a quotation from Bishop Carswell's Gaelic prayer book, printed in Scotland in 1567, nearly 300 years ago. They, the Scotch Celts, for whom the book was printed, desire and accustom themselves more to compose, maintain, and cultivate idle, turbulent, lying, worldly stories concerning the Tuath de Danans, the sons of Myleisius, the heroes, and concerning Fionn mac Cumhale and Na Fionnabe. This seems to dispose of a good deal of the argument. It proves that Gaelic was not only written, but printed for Scotchmen to read at a very early date, and that Scotch Gael then composed and delighted in compositions relative to the same heroes who figure in Ossian, in ancient Gaelic MSS. And in modern traditional poems, Scotch and Irish. But Dean MacGregor's Gaelic MS was written in 1530, in Scotland, and is mentioned in books which are quoted by the essayist. So those who held that Gaelic was an unwritten language till the 18th century clearly erred, and he who knows the error should not use their authority. Again, it has been said that Macpherson had no originals, but at page 190 the Bishop of Clonfert is quoted to prove that he had. The bishop made a tour of the Highlands in 1784 to collect ancient Gaelic poems, and he there found several of the Irish poems on which, as he surmised, Macpherson had founded some of his English. These were contained in manuscripts which the bishop copied, and he points out how these supposed originals had been altered by the translator. He says, 191. Till the poems themselves be published, it will certainly be impossible to distinguish the ancient from the modern, the real from the fictitious, and therefore, however we may admire them as beautiful compositions, we can never rely on their authenticity in any question of history, antiquity, or criticism. When Macpherson professed to be merely a translator, he was not justified to omit what appeared to him to be modern fabrications, and in their stead to add passages of his own, as acknowledged by his advocates. He should have neither added or mutilated his originals, but ought to have permitted the world to judge in these cases for themselves. Against such reasonable arguments there is nothing to be said, but the introduction to the poems of Ossian aims at a great deal more. Its argument seems to amount to this. The Gael of Scotland were an Irish colony who crossed from Ireland to Scotland before the 3rd century, and placed about 16 miles of sea between themselves and the mother country. They have been in constant communication with her ever since. They wrote Irish, and spoke Irish, and still speak a corrupt dialect of that language. Scotch lowlanders called it Erse, meaning thereby Irish, Celts call it Gaelic, and mean the same. Scotland means the land of an Irish tribe, from whom Ireland should be called Scotia. The Celts on both sides have gone on repeating the same poems and legends for centuries. They have all things in common, and are the same people. But the people on one side have no claim to anything. Irishmen took over the Scone Stone, and founded the dynasty which has been crowned upon it ever since. Ireland sent Columcille to Iona, where a series of Irish, English, Scandinavian, and Scotch kings and chiefs were buried. And yet during all that long period of time, which includes nearly the whole history of England, and a large portion of that of the world, whilst the Norsemen, who possessed the islands of Scotland and a large part of Ireland, and migrated thence to people Iceland, were sailing about from Labrador to Constantinople, conquering Normandy and England, and making themselves a mighty name, and whilst Irish churchmen, some of whom reached Iceland before the Norsemen wandered over great part of Europe, and Iona was a refuge for learning. The small strait between Ireland and Kintyre allowed no reflux. Whatever is Celtic is Irish. I hold that this is claiming too much, and that Macpherson was scarcely more unjust when he threw discredit upon Irish antiquities. He made himself and a particular class of Gaelic poetry famous. But what he found was common property, derelict old Celtic poetry, little noticed before his day. When he claimed the whole, for Scotland, or altered what he got, he was unfair. But to maintain the identity of a people from the 3rd century till now, and deny the right of Celts to Celtic literature, is unreasonable. Whatever may be said, the poems of Ossian are printed in the Scotch dialect, in modern orthography, and Roman type, and some Gaelic poet must have composed them before 1807, they are poems, not prose translations from English prose. And their existence refutes this Irish theory, whose supporters refute each other. For example, at page 193 is the story of Colonel Shaw, secretary to the Marquis of Wellesley, who, when a boy, went to London and astonished an old lady there, who read him some of Macpherson's Ossian in English, by saying, "I have heard all these stories before from my nurse in Ireland, who related them in the original Irish. Then, were they genuine and composed by some Irishman? No, for at p. 195 is the other story that Macpherson, who was not Irish, acknowledged to a private friend the imposition of this English publication, with the attempt of translating it into modern Erse. Both these cannot be true, so it is best to believe neither, and follow the advice of O'Flanagan, who is quoted, p. 194. Let us both, modern Scotch and Irish, pursue the more honourable end of preserving the valuable remains of our own ancient literature, which was of yore, and may again be our common property. So say I also. But common property does not mean, what's yours is mine, what's mine's my own, as it seems to do in the introduction to the poems of Ossian. Let Ireland take her fair share of all the fame and all the blame that belongs to James Macpherson, for he was a Celt, and let her sons cease to run down poems which have gained a worldwide celebrity. Because incidents recorded in old Irish manuscript poems can be traced in them, and Celtic worthies and real Irish wars are clearly referred to. Let Irish nurses, shanachies, and scribes, take their fair share of credit for preserving what is old and genuine, but without refusing the credit due to old Scotch Highlanders who have done the same. Above all, let us search for the truth rather than seek out faults, for Ossian is perhaps the most famous publication of modern times, and it is Gaelic now, and was founded upon genuine old Gaelic poems and traditions. All argument and authority notwithstanding. While Macpherson's misdeeds meet their reward, let it be remembered that others similarly tempted have fallen and failed. Chatterton had no foundation for his attempt, and failed. Macpherson had a wide foundation, and built upon it, and succeeded, and made a fortune and a name. But honest Welsh Owen Jones, who followed them both, and whose work is all solid foundation, dug out of old manuscripts, is still almost unknown, though his patient industry commands the respect of all who know his history. 404. I hold, then, that an unprejudiced man who has read this Irish argument, must attribute much of the groundwork of the poems of Ossian to unknown bards far older than Macpherson, but not one line as it now stands to Ossian, Oisein, or Oisin. If that bard lived in the 3rd century. I doubt if any one old popular traditional ballad now exists anywhere in the same words in which it was originally composed, and I think that this national squabble between England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, Highlands and Lowlands, about poems which belong to the literature of the whole United Kingdom, should now cease. It is as if a man should fall out with himself, rap his own knuckles, tread on his own toes, punch his own head, bite off his nose to spite his face, and use his brains and his tongue to persuade and summon the rest of the world to help him to extinguish himself. The common opinion amongst lowland Scots is expressed at the 4th page of Irving's History of Scottish Poetry, a work of great research, published in 1861. In which it is shown that lowland authors, of all ages, have had a fling at Celts and their literature. It is no longer pretended that any Gaelic poetry has been preserved in early manuscripts, and indeed the period when Gaelic can be traced as a written language is comparatively modern. But the next sentence admits that ancient poems were preserved in the Highlands of Scotland, and the notes flatly contradict the text. The Bishop of Clonfert and the report of the Highland Society are quoted. The discoveries of the one in 1784 are mentioned above, the other gives an account of many ancient Gaelic manuscripts which contain poems, including Dean MacGregor's, which is some 40 years older than the MS. of George Bannatyne, and contains 11,000 lines of poetry, at least as old as 1530. Welsh writers who have taken part in the Ossianic controversy have generally taken a similar view. And now, having said this much as to opinions and arguments from which I differ, let me give the facts which I have been able to gather during the last 2 years, and state my own opinions, so that others may judge for themselves. And give their verdict. Authorities. The first question for inquiry is, who and what were the heroes of Ossian? According to Professor O'Curry's lectures, the following dates rest upon ancient authority. BC 110. Finn's pedigree begins. Finn son of Cumhall, son of Trenmer, son of Snailt, son of Elton, son of Beiskny, son of Nuada Necht, who was monarch of Ireland BC 110. AD 288. Finn slain, in the reign of Cair Bray Leifachar. 284. Battle of Gabra. Death of Oscar and Cair Bray, page 304. AD 432. Coming of St. Patrick to Ireland, p. 472, to whom Oisein, the son of Finn, and Celta's kinsman and contemporary, recited poems describing the glories of the ancient race, and the localities of famous events. In a matter of such antiquity it is of small importance that Oisein, who had a grown-up son in 284, must have been about 180 years old in 432, and more than 200, before St. Patrick could have built the monasteries in which the poor old blind Irish bard was so grieved, starved, and tormented by jangling bells, droning psalms, and howling clerics. It is proved that the names of the old Fenian heroes were known when very ancient manuscripts were written, and that is enough. So, taking the 3rd century as a starting point, let us take a rapid voyage of discovery down the stream of time, carrying with us the published Gaelic Ossian, and noticing anything old that bears upon Gaelic traditions at its proper place. If Scotchmen and Irishmen will not pull in the same boat, let there be no bumping, or jostling, or fouling, but a fair race for what may be left of the poems when the voyage ends. If any one is bored by such races he need not follow the boats, he may skip over a short cut to the winning post, but if he does he must not give an opinion about the line of country which he is too lazy to travel. First, then, let it be granted that Finn lived in Ireland at the end of the 3rd century, and that the first book of Temora is founded upon an event which took place in Ireland before the Book of Leinster was written, if not in 284. But it must be granted, on the Irish side, that Hector Boyce made Finn a Scot and a giant in 1526, when the Scotch historian published his work. The passage is partly quoted in the Highland Society's report on Ossian, and page 170, Hist. of Scotch Poetry, and part of it is as follows: Congition quidem in haec tempora. Finanum filium Celi, fun mac Caol vulgari vocabulo, virum uti ferent imani statura septinam enim cubitorum hominum fuis narrant. So, in the 16th century, Fun was the son of heaven, and the historian then ranked him with King Arthur, and tales and other compositions concerning Fun with the Arthurian fables. It must also be granted that numerous Celtic worthies bore Ossianic names. Besides the Irish heroes, Engenius I, son of Fincormacus, was a king of Scotland slain in battle with the Romans, AD 357. Fergus, Rathus, was the name of a Scotch king who was lost in the Irish Sea, BC 330, and many historical personages have borne that name, besides the Irish bard Fergus, the son of Finn mac Cumhall of AD 280. Cumhall, again, is like many Celtic names. It sounds like Coelus, who was a king of the Britons, and if he be the hero of the English ballad, his was a rough age. Old King Cole, unsophisticated soul. Neither read nor write could he. To read and to write he thought useless quite. For he kept a secret Ari. Congolus was a Scotch king in 501 or thereabouts. There were many Scotch kings called Donald, if we can believe Scotch history, and the men who wrote these names were generally of the race which now says, Gar Song, Ung Ver Du Vang, Et Ung Morceau Du Pang. The sound of the French and Gaelic nasal O and U are identical, and a man who would write Gar Song because he seemed to hear that sound, would also write MacDonald, as it is now pronounced in Gaelic, Macon-Gill. And one sound of Mac Cumhall would be Macunjal and another Macul. Now, if this erroneous ing, which expresses the Saxon value of the French and Gaelic nasal O and U, and the word Mac be struck out, there remains a nasal OIL or UIL, and so, instead of Cumhow, Coilus, Cole, Caol, Cool, Congolus, Donaldus, and Dougaldus, we come very nearly to Hole, whose son would be AP Hole, O Hole, or Mac Hole, and thus Finn may be made the son of the mythical Welsh Howl, or of some great man who bore the same name before the flood. By a like easy process, Finn becomes a MacDougald, and as Campbell is not an ancient Gaelic name, I may point out that Camel was the Celtic Mars, and that Cameloti, Camelodunum, and other such names, all savour of Cumhow. Though that word now means handmaid, or subjection, according to dictionaries. Fenian names also appear in the Milesian story, page 447 of O'Curius Lectures. Beginning with Japhet and Magog, the race is traced through Scythia, Egypt, Scythia again, Greece, and Spain, whence a colony came to Erin in the year of the world 3500. At which time Ireland was governed by the three sons of Sermna Milpoil, Honeymouth, Ether, Seether, and Feather. Mythologically known as Mac Quill, Mac Seacht, and Macgrain, who were Tuatha de Danann, and reigned at Tara. Skoda, the mother of the Milesian leaders, was shortly afterward slain in a battle, and one of her sons was Eber Finn. So Finn was a mythological Milesian long before the Finn of the 3rd century, and Mac Cool Finn's patronymic was also that of the mythological head of the race which the Milesians found in Ireland. Finn is also one of the commonest names in Scandinavia, and so is Cole, so we get Finn or Coulson, the equivalent of Finn Mac Caol. Oscar is also common, and is interpreted to mean Asgir the spear of the gods, and Oski is one of Odin's numerous names. In the 12th century Geoffrey of Monmouth names Coilas, and Seal, and Conan, as British heroes, and according to the chronicle Conan was made king of Armorica. Sir Gawain is probably the same personage as Gau or Gol, the son of Morna, so they may be Welshmen or Bretons. Finn, Mac Fun, Finlay, and scores of other names common in England, Scotland, and Ireland, also resemble the Ossianic names. But the Finns or Lapps inhabit Finnmark at this day, and have all along been magical people in the north, so the Celtic heroes may be Lapps. In the story of Gunhilda, Njal Saga, Volume 2, 378, we learn how, in the 10th century, a beautiful maiden was sent to Finnark to learn magic from the Finns, and some believe that Mattel the Finnish king himself was her master in magic. But Gunhilda's story is mixed up with that of the whole of the west of Europe, in that she was a Viking's bride, and mother of Scandinavian kings, so her master in magic may be Mac Caol himself in disguise. Fane may be Phoenician or Egyptian, if there be any truth in the old legend about Pharaoh's daughter. In like manner, Art is the Gaelic now commonly used for the Christian name Arthur, or Art is not to be appropriated to any one Irish king, though there may have been an early Cormac Mayart, for there was an early British Arthur, of whose deeds romance is full. So Bran and Conan were early Welsh kings, though Brian and Conan may have flourished in Ireland. Brenna sacked Rome about 930 BC, if Bran was Finn's magic black hound, AD 280. And generally it must be granted on all sides that the early history of Great Britain and Ireland must be Celtic history, and that the best place to get at it is Ireland, where the Celts were not much disturbed till a comparatively late period. But Irish, Scotch, Welsh, Manx, and Cornish, and Clyde Celtic history, and all the early romance of Europe, is so tangled and twisted together, that it will be no easy matter to unravel the skein. Without some knowledge of Gaelic it is hopeless to begin upon this dark history. Let me give one example. There is a Lord Mayor in London, and in every town in England. Monsieur le Maire is a French official in every village in France. The mayors of the palace played their part in French history, the Mormers were anciently Scotch great men. But very few know that Maor, pronounced nearly like the French word, is still the Highland constable and ground officer, and civil officer, though Inverness has a provost. But I have now to do with the heroes of Ossian's poems. In Professor O'Curry's book, a vast amount of curious information is given relative to Irish writings. It appears that many hundreds of these are preserved in various libraries and collections at home and abroad. They contain histories, genealogies, codes of law, historical tales, and tales of all kinds, romances, legends, and poems of various sorts, and numerous Ossianic poems relating to the Fenian heroes, some of them of great antiquity. The earliest writing is Latin, and attributed to the time of St. Patrick, about 480, others are attributed to St. Columcille in the 6th century, others to the 10th, 11th, 12th, and following centuries, and these are generally assumed to be Irish, not Scotch, because of their language and the character in which they are written. Most of them probably were written in Ireland, but such documents must be judged by their contents. I received a letter this year from a Scotch Highlander in Glasgow, part of which was written in the Old Hand. A song composed by Duncan MacIntyre, the Breadalbane bard, was written in the old character in 1768. It was commonly, though not always, used before that time. Inscriptions on the cross at Inverary and other old stones in Scotland are in old letters and in obsolete language. St. Columcille founded Iona, and if St. Patrick's churchmen used old letters, the saint is accused of having been born in Scotland. Those who only understand modern Irish or Scotch Gaelic cannot, without study, read or understand the old written language, which is and always has called itself Gaelic. So Scotchmen and Irishmen would do well to make peace, and help each other to use these old records, and call their language Gaelic, instead of Irish or Erse, which words are only used in speaking English, and produce discord. Now these ancient Irish documents and those which are preserved in Scotland, like Scotch and Irish traditions, are pervaded by the variously spelt names of Finn or Finn and his worthies. There is hardly a grown Highlander who is not familiar with their names. They are household words at the firesides of Irish peasants, and the characters and relationships of these mythical warriors are almost invariably the same. They are the heroes of Ossian. Professor O'Curry, who probably knows more about Irish lore than any man now living, and has spent great part of his life in reading and transcribing old manuscripts, holds that the Fenians, who answer to the Fingalians of English readers, were historical Irish personages who flourished in the 3rd century, but he shews, p. 10, that fair Feen was written in the Book of Balamote in 1391, in a poem composed in 1021, and B translates it, Feen men, these were farmers. Still, Finn's genealogy is traced to 110 BC. And it rests upon ancient authority that Dermot O'Doibn ran away with Grain, the bride of Finn, and daughter of Cormac Mayart, and that Finn's son Oisein was a warrior poet. Poems attributed to Finn Mac Cumhale, his sons Oisein and Fergus Finpoil, and his kinsman Celt, do exist in Gaelic Mizas 700 years old. 5 of these poems are attributed to Finn himself and exist in the Book of Leinster, which is said to have been compiled from older books in the latter part of the 12th century, and in the Book of Leachan, compiled 1416. 2 poems attributed to Oisein are in the Book of Leinster. One consists of 7 quatrains, and records the deaths of Oscar the son of Oisein, and Cairbre Leifachar, monarch of Erin, who fell by each other's hands at the Battle of Gabra, fought AD 284. The second is longer, and records early races on the Curragh of Kildare, wherein Oisein, Celt, and Finn were gentlemen riders, and magical personages acted the part of modern sharpers, and tempted the heroes into unhallowed dens near Killarney, where they spent a wild night after the races. Another Gaelic poem of undoubted antiquity is attributed to Fergus, and tells how Oisein his brother was enticed into a fairy cave, and discovered himself to Finn by letting chips cut from his spear shaft float down a stream. As Dermot betrayed his retreat to Finn in the tradition, page 43, volume 3. Another is a love story, which Celt is supposed to have recited to St. Patrick. Professor O'Curry nowhere says that the Poems of Ossian, as published in 1760 and 1807, or anything like them from which they could have been translated, exist in ancient Irish manuscript, and gives no support to the argument of his countrymen. But B also says, of Macpherson's translations, in no single instance has a genuine Scottish original been found, and that none will ever be found I am very certain. If he means that the Gaelic of 1807 never can be found in an ancient manuscript, he is certainly right, for the language must have obeyed the common law of change incident to all languages. But he has pointed out some of the incidents on which the first book of Temora is founded, in one of the two ancient poems which were attributed to Oisein in the 10th century. And it is beyond question that endless stories and poems about Finn and his people have been for centuries, and still are traditionally preserved in Scotland, as well as in Ireland. According to Irish authorities, then, Gaelic poems are preserved in ancient manuscript, and some relate to the Ossianic heroes, but they were Irishmen, who lived, and loved, and fought in the 3rd century, and not Scotchmen. But according to other Irish authorities, these men flourished much later. Scotch and British Fenians are mentioned, and Scotch Oscars appear in Irish poems, even Danish Oscars are named in Irish books. And the feats attributed to the ancient heroes who bore these Ossianic names, and whose chief was Finn, are often the exploits of giants and demigods. According to Macpherson and Ossian's poems, Fingal was king of Morven, and lived about the same time, according to tradition, which scorns dates, see no. LXXXII, Finn was the son of a Scotch king who came from Ireland, and of a Scandinavian princess, and drove the Scandinavians from Scotland, having first passed through many adventures in Ireland. Assuming that he lived in the 3rd century, he may have been a leader of Celts in their early fights with the Northmen, Danes, or Anglo-Saxons, who followed the Romans. Before any authentic account of their raids was compiled, and before men thought of distinguishing between Ireland and Scotland. But no tradition now current, and no ancient manuscript of which I have heard, makes any mention of the kingdom of Morven or its king Fingal. I believe that the kingdom is an invention of the compounder of Ossian's poems, whoever he may have been. The name Fionnagal is, however, no modern invention. Barber knew it as Fingal about the days of Bruce. It occurs in a Gaelic song printed by Gillies, 1786, and composed by Lane Lom, a bard who sang about the time of Montrose, and died 1710 at a great age. It is in an elegy on Glengarry composed in the 17th century, in which the poet Mac Mathane Matheson, Seaforth's bard, calls the MacDonald Slyacht Rye Fionnagal, the race of King Fingal, beauties of Gaelic poetry, Mackenzie. And the name also occurs in a traditional story now current in Islay. Rye Fionnagal according to this was a MacDonald, and King of the Isles, and lived in the island in Loch Finlagan in Islay, where are the ruins of the habitation of the Lords of the Isles. A family of MacIntyres, sons of the carpenter, claimed to be descended from an illegitimate son of this King Fingal, and Flora MacIntyre, one of my peasant contributors claims to be one of them. The story goes, that the king and his son were at sea in a boat, when the peg in the bottom came out and was lost, and the water rushed in. The young man, who had never gained the notice of his father, thrust his thumb into the hole and chopped it off with an axe. Mo Lauchan Sar Na Ceardach. My fine lad, the thumb carpenter, said the king. And from this MacDonald, son of Fingal, came the family of the thumb carpenters, who are still called MacIntyres in Islay, or in Gaelic, Mac and Tisaur Na Ceardach. MacDonald is often so pronounced as to make the name resemble Maccumhall. This story is well known about Eriseg. As for the poet, to whom nearly all the old poetry in the Highlands is now attributed, his date and origin are as uncertain as his father's. If he was Finn's son he could not have survived to converse with St. Patrick, and he could not have lived with a fairy lady in the land of youth. He is in Gaelic popular tradition and Old Gaelic lore the counterpart of Thomas the Rhymer, who was a living man in 1280, and yet went to fairyland, and has the credit of being a prophet, a magician, and a poet, the author of Sir Tristram. That ancient Scotch poem, Sir Tristram, and the oldest Scotch poems known, treat mainly of Celtic worthies and their adventures, and include the incident of the good knight who slays a dragon, and the false servant who claims the honour and the princess, which is in the Gaelic, Sea Maiden. And in a tale told to me by an Irish fiddler, in German, Norse, and other popular tales. There is a popular saying still current in Islay, which joins True Thomas to a common Celtic British legend. He is supposed to be still living, enchanted in Dumbuck, Dunabuick, the Bucks Hill, near Dumbarton, Dunbreton, Mount Breaton, and he appears occasionally in search of horses of a peculiar kind and colour. He pays for them when they are brought to the hill, and the vendor sees enchanted steeds and armed men within the rock. It is said, "Nwera a thig Tomas and Ryam, sa chuid each. Bidlata nan creech and cloyd. When Thomas of Power and his horses shall come. The day of plunderings will be in Clyde. The date of Finn and his family may be the 3rd century. But unless there were many who bore the same names, or the names were titles, the exploits of a series of men, and the fabulous deeds of mythological characters, must have gathered about the names of this single family. I am still inclined to believe that these heroes of popular romance were ancient Celtic gods. Be that as it may, I will endeavour to shew that their names have been current for a very long time, and that Ireland has not an exclusive right to them. _____________________ 203. According to a Scottish legend given by Verdun, etc., the nation of the Scots embraced Christianity in the reign of King Donald, consequently sculptured stones, even with Christian symbols, may be of very ancient date in Scotland. 360. Saint Ninian was born. He was son of a British prince, went to Rome, founded Candida Casa, or Whitehorn, and converted the southern Picts, who are supposed to have been the people between the Firth of Forth and the Grampians. 432. St. Patrick preached in Ireland. 503. Fergus, son of Ayr, who is said to have received the blessing of St. Patrick in his youth, led a colony of Dalriads from Ireland, and founded the Scottish monarchy. Ecclesiastical History of Scotland, pp. 4, 11, 44, 49. Fergus was succeeded by Domangart, Comgal, and Conal, by whom the island of Iona was bestowed upon Street Columba. The saint is supposed to have been born in Donegal, AD 521. 563. St. Columba landed at Iona, and shortly afterwards preached to the northern Picts. There are consequently good reasons why the traditions of Argyll should still resemble Irish traditions, and Conal and Patrick ought to be conspicuous names in West Highland tales, and Picts ought to appear. The only Gaelic traditional reference to a people with point name like that of the Picts is an occasional, but very rare, mention of Pyocach, as a kind of men. The word, pronounced Pyocach, is common all over the West, but it means a coal fish at a particular stage of its growth. Other sizes of the same fish are called cudane, which, as cuddy, is immortalized by Johnson as caught by Boswell. A larger size is cetnach, derived from su, the world, tine, fire equals cetine, part of April, the spring, directly after which came the festival of Beltane and its symbolical fires. So, cetnach means a spring fish, and something very like the fish meant is sculptured on a Pictish stone in Scotland. See Volume 3. Page 356, left hand, upper corner, and these stones date from pagan times, and probably have to do with pagan observances. The same fish, when grown very large, is called ugsa, pr. Uxi, which is the Norse for a bull, and the whole tribe is called glassasg, grey or green fish. As every clan has some fish, beast, bird, and plant for a badge, perhaps the Picts adopted this fish, or fish in general, as their badge, and thus the modern name of the fish may be the ancient name of a tribe. At all events, there are plenty of lowland traditions about Picts as a different race, but there are scarcely any in the Highlands. The Irish call them Cruithnic, for which word all manner of meanings have been found, including Cruinich, roundites. Some Irish writers hold that the Picts migrated from Ireland to Scotland before the Scots. There is also good reason for the continual reference to the island with fire about it, and the Scandinavians, for the churchmen of Iona or men of their class visited and settled in Iceland before the Norsemen. 783. First recorded hostile appearance of the Danes in England. 871. Ingolf, first Norse settler, set out for Iceland. 880–900. Harold Fairhair, King of Norway, rooted out the Vikings in the west, and drove a rush of settlers to Iceland. In the Norse accounts of these events a story is told of a sea rover who found his way to Iceland by letting ravens fly from his ship. I have a long Gaelic story in which a man finds his way over the sea in pursuit of a mysterious lady, by the help of 3 ravens, 2 of which he kills and tortures because they will not fly, but the third to save his life flies, and shows the way. Ossianic names occur in this tale. 700–800, a manuscript, supposed, for reasons given in the appendix to the report of the Highland Society on the poems of Ossian, to be of the 8th century, is believed to be somewhere in Edinburgh. It contains a version of The Táin, a poem relative to which the Ossianic Society of Dublin have lately published a volume of very curious matter, and which is also mentioned by Professor Oakery. Whatever may be the real date of this ancient MS. It throws the date of Oisein, or Ossian, or Ossian, and Finn, and of incidents in surviving traditions, both prose and poetry, very far back, but, so far as I am informed, it does not contain any of the Gaelic poems published in 1807. So we may pass on. 900–1000. An ancient Gaelic MS has been lately discovered in England. I am not aware that it is yet decided whether the language is most like Irish or Scotch Gaelic. But it is Gaelic and contains, as it is said, a charter of lands near Aberdeen, and it was probably meant to be read by people who lived where it was written. I mention it as evidence that Gaelic was written in the east of Scotland in the 10th century. The following sentence appears in the Saturday Review of December 8, 1860, as Gaelic taken from this MS. For chubas caichtwini imbia erith inlabran kali eritarda bendact formain in truagain rod scribal. The translation given is: Be it on the conscience of every one in whom shall be the grace of the booklet with splendor that he gave a blessing on the soul of the Miscellus who wrote it. In this form I can make nothing whatever of the Gaelic, and not much of the English. There is not one word, except bendact, which even looks like modern Gaelic, but the following sentence conveys as little meaning at first. Iemi auro bed ienthum bleezer vanto comd. The Gaelic, otherwise divided, looks better. The reader may puzzle out the other language for himself. Taking this to be phonetic spelling, it is not unlike modern Gaelic with one Latinist word, and would seem to be a formal gift of a wood on a hilltop, and a blessing on somebody mentioned before. Forcubus. Forchubus. To the forchi. Cach. Gach. To every. Duini. Duin. Man. Imbi a. Ambithi. To whom it may be. Ar wrath. Air wrath. Said. In. An. The. Lu. Leth. Hath. Bran. Braen. Of the top of the. Kali. Kali. Wood. Ar. Air. On. At. 8. The place. Ard. Ard. High. De. Dabe. To them. Bendact. Benact. A blessing. 4. 4. On the. And main. Anamain. The little soul. In. An. Of the. True again. True again. Poor little fellow. Rod. Rom. Before. Spryby. Scriapt. Written. To the Frchi. The Farquhars. To every man to whom it may be said. The half of the wood on the high place to them. A blessing on the little soul of the poor little fellow before written. It is difficult to know where a word begins or ends in old writings, and perhaps this arrangement of the letters may be as good as the other. I know nothing further of this manuscript, and very little of old manuscripts of any kind, so this is a mere guess at a puzzle. 1000 to 1100. Book of Leinster compiled, it contains numerous references to poems, tales, the Feen, etc. 1014. Brian's battle with the Norsemen was fought in Ireland. A description of this fight is given in the Njal saga, and though it is interlarded with supernatural portents, it is an account written not very long after the event, and is probably very true in the main. Having lately visited the scene of the Njal saga in Iceland, I have become impressed with the extraordinary truthfulness of every part of the story, which can now be tested. If a spot is described, the people who live there now will point it out, and the narrative there appears probable, for it accords with the locality. It is told that Gunnar stood on a height, and thence shot a number of men with arrows, and the nearest peasant mounted the only block of lava in the place that seemed to suit the description, and posed as Gunnar. Close to the spot, he pointed out a number of human bones, skulls, and teeth, which had been laid bare by a strong wind which had lately driven the black sand away from a small rising ground. Unless these were the bones of the men slain there by Gunnar, 800 years ago, it is not easy to make out how they came there, amongst the bare lava and sand near the springs. They bear every mark of great age, there is no burying ground near, and it was no one's interest to play a trick upon travellers. Though I cannot believe that Odin appeared at Brian's battle, or his course-choosers before it, or that ravens, and swords, and showers of blood, fell upon and attacked the pagan Norsemen, I can readily believe that such stories were told. And believed, and written down in Iceland as true, and that the smaller incidents of Brian's battle were truly recorded nevertheless. It appears that King Brian's army had banners, and in a traditional Gaelic ballad, at least as old as 1784, and now current, is a description of the banners of the Fane. The Celts had swords, and spears, and shields, and mail, like the traditional Fane. Curthiolfad is mentioned as a leader of the Celtic army, and in the Song of the Muilearteach, page 136, volume 3. Occurs the name Serble as a leader in some great battle between Celts and Lochlanners, in which the Celts won, and where they displayed banners, one of which was the banner of Finn, which is described in another poem. They used spears, and shields, and swords, and elsewhere it appears that they wore mail. A magic raven was the standard on the Norse side, and according to the saga, ravens attacked Broder's men. A raven plays his part in the Lay of Osgar. One of the saga heroes, on the Celtic side, was Ospec, one of the traditional heroes was Oscar, and they performed similar feats. Ospec had gone through all the battle on his wing, he had been sore wounded, and lost both his sons, before King Sigtrygg fled before him. Oscar, according to the Gaelic poem, broke his way through the battle to the king of Lochlann, whose name is not given, and slew him, and an Orkney earl was really slain, if the king was not. Oscar, like Ospec, was sore wounded, if sickles or herons could go through his waist after the battle. Ospec was a heathen Viking, but he would not fight against the good Celtic King Brian. Oscar was a heathen Celt, and according to part of his traditional history, he went to Lochlann as a boy, carried there by a scaly monster, who ate men, and came in a ship. A Viking might be remembered as such a being. If the man on the apple-grey horse be meant for Odin by the Norse saga writer, it is quite fair that a Celtic bard should bring down his Olympus, and Finn at the head, and so this Lay of the Muilearteach may mean Brian's battle. And be a tolerably true ballad account of that fight. It may also mean something much older, or more modern, but points of resemblance between a saga and a ballad are worth remark. Miss Brooke, in 1789, attributed the Lay of Magnus to the 12th or 13th century, and assumed that the Norse invader meant, was the Magnus who worked so much ill in Ireland about the latter end of the 11th century. This tells for the antiquity of traditional Gaelic poetry, and for the groundwork of Fingal, but not for the Gaelic of 1807. 1220. In a charter of lands in Murrayshire, the words Tuber na Fine occur. This is explained to mean the well of the great or Kempis men, which proves that the name of the fane was even then associated with the topography of the Eastern Highlands. Celtic Gleanings, MacLauchlan, 125. 1238. AMS. In the Advocate's Library contains, amongst other things, a version of the poem on which Darthula is founded. The character is Irish, but it seems, from internal evidence, to have been written in Caol. Several traditional versions of a poem on the same subject have been collected in Scotland and printed. The story is claimed as Irish, and this probably was a popular Gaelic ballad long ago. This throws the framework of one of the published poems very far back, but does not affect the Gaelic of 1807, for Darthula, as published, is not there. But Deirdre sings a plaintive ditty in a language which is not very different from modern Argyllshire Gaelic, though differently spelt, in which she takes her leave of that eastern land, Alba, with all its lakes, and names a whole series of places which correspond to places in Argyllshire about Lochaw, Caol, Glencoe, etc. A specimen of the poem is at pages 298, 299, appendix to H.S. report. So the groundwork of Darthula is common property, and genuine and old, for Professor Okery finds mention of the tale of the children of Usnech in early Irish manuscripts, 1319, and believes it to be as old as AD 1000. But the poem of Darthula must be carried further on. 1250. About this time the halls of barons, and even the courts of princes, were frequented by wandering minstrels, and in the romances of the period they are constantly mentioned. The Northmen were accompanied by their skalds in their warlike expeditions, and the accounts which these men wrote were in verse and prose. The verse is quite different in spirit and metre from Gaelic verse, but Skulacht, pr. Scale ach, tales, are often partly verse well. In the history of the Norwegian expedition against Scotland, d. 1263, is an account of the expedition of Hako, represented as the most formidable that ever left the ports of Norway. The prize disputed with Alexander, son of William, king of Scotland, was the possession of the Hebrides. In the manuscript, as described by the translator, are pictures, some of which represent a man killing a boar, and another fighting with a mermaid, both of which subjects form the groundwork of stories now told in the Highlands. Most of the figures are in armor. Their helmets are sometimes conical, so are the helmets sculptured on many of the Hebridean tombstones. The whole course of the expedition is minutely described. They sailed as far south as Loch Long, drew their boats over the isthmus now called Tarbert or Drawboat, harried the islands in Loch Lomond, and fought a great battle with the Scotch near the Cumbras, after which Hako sailed by Boater. Bute, Gaelic Bot, Hersey, Erin Ar Finn, Finn's land, according to some, Satyrs Mula, the Mull of Kintyre, Mailcheen Tyre, Bluff of Land's End, Goody, Gia Gyuga. Isle, where he levied a contribution of cattle, meal, and cheese, Myl, Mull, Mully, Ronnie, Rona, Seal Isle. Skeety, Skye, Island Skyathnak, the Winged Island, and thence by Harf, Cape Wrath, to Orkney, where the king sickened and died. In this early account by an eyewitness of a Norwegian expedition, mention is made of Kiarnaker's son Macamuls, a Scot who harried the Isle of Skye, and whose men had even taken small children, and raising them on the points of their spears, shook them till they fell down to their hands, and in the story abstracted, Volume 3, page 1841, and got in Islay, Finn Mac Chumhale goes from Islay to Skye to fight the Scandinavians. There is no mention of burnings and murders, but as such proceedings were then common amongst Vikings, according to Norwegian accounts, probably both sides were equally cruel. The translator suggests in a note, that as Macamal is elsewhere written Nyacamal, it may be a mistake for Niall Camel, a lord of Lochaw. The name was probably written from ear, and the name of the lords of Lochaw is not pronounced Caol nowadays in Gaelic. It seems possible that the name may be Cethiarnach, warrior, Mac, son of, come hail. But it might be a corruption of several other Gaelic names, as now pronounced, including the Big Macaulay, of whose deeds there are so many traditions current in the Long Islands. Be that as it may, petty rulers throughout these islands were then styled kings, as they are in Gaelic stories. Ships were generally small enough to be drawn overland, as described in Barber's Bruce, and in traditions. And there are many other traits which appear in popular tales still repeated in the places mentioned. This seems to give a vague reference to something like an Ossianic name. I have several Gaelic stories which clearly describe a Scandinavian descent upon the country about the Clyde, in which Finn is made to play a part. So this tells for the antiquity of these traditions. And shows how old records may have been destroyed, for there were religious houses on the islands in Loch Lomond. 1314. Bannockburn was fought. According to Barber, the West Highlanders were there in force. The Ferd Bat-tail the noble king took till himself in governing, and had intil his company the men of Argyll and of Kinter, and of Carrick all hailly, and of the Ely's Quarrif was Seer, Angus of Isle and but all the he of the plain land had Alsua. Of Armit men ein McKill rout. His bat-tail stalwart was and stout. It is strange to trace an anti-Celtic feeling in the bard who wrote this passage, and it is equally strange to find so little about Bruce in Highland tradition now. 1375. Barber, Archdeacon of Aberdeen, compiled his poem of The Bruss. The manuscript in the Advocate's Library contains the words, Hym all. Hart's edition, printed 1616, has Fingal. Jameson's 1820, has Hym all, and the edition of the Spalding Club, published from a collation of the Cambridge and Edinburgh MSS. Follows Hart. The Lord of Lorne, enraged at his men who durst not follow the Bruss, sets them an ensample. He said Methink Marthoki's son. Richt as Glomacmorn was won. To have fra Fingal his memi. Richt as all his fraus has he. The lowland poet here remarks that he might, Mar Mannerlich, have licknit him to Godiffer de Lares, and narrates an exploit performed by that hero of romance, which he knew, and thought a better illustration of Bruce's valor. So he probably gave the words of the Lord of Lorne as he had heard them, honestly, though he did not see their force. The passage refers to the strife which, according to tradition, was constantly going on between Gall Macmorna and Finn. And the Lord of Lorne, Mac Caol, spoke according to his lights, to men who understood what he meant. Irish history claims a real existence for Finn and Gall, and modern lowland stories have added supernatural incidents to the real history of the Bruce and Wallace. With respect to the various readings, Hym all makes no sense. Fingal does not accord with tradition, but Finn all would remove all difficulties, and mayhap the scribe wrote Hym for Finn, not knowing what was meant. Spelling and writing were not fettered by rules in the olden time, and the letter Y might well express the existing vowel sound of Finn. MacDougald of Dunolly, Macaul as anciently written, now owns a brooch which was won in fight with the Bruce in Lorne, near Morven, the supposed kingdom of Fingal. It is clear that Barber then expected lowland readers to understand this allusion to two Ossianic heroes, Highland Society's report, page 21. History of Scotch Poetry, 275. Barber's Bruss. 1391. The Book of Ballamote, above referred to, was written, and contains something relative to the heroes alluded to by Barber. So they were widely known about the time of Bannockburn, 1314, and the history of Bruce shoes that be at least courted the aid of the men of the West, who were stalwart and stout. 1408. A charter of lands in Islay was written in the usual form of Latin charters, but in the Gaelic language and character, by Fergus Beaton, generally called the Mole Doctor. This proves that the Gaelic character and language were then used in legal documents in Scotland. Celtic Gleanings, 76. This manuscript disproves the Irish claim to the exclusive use of the old character, and refutes the assertion that Gaelic was not a written language. It might as well be argued that English was unwritten because the Times does not use Chaucer's language and black letter. 1416. The Book of Leacane, above referred to, was written. 1432. Sir Colin of Glenorchy, ancestor of the Breadalbane family, got a charter from his father, and set up for himself. About this time the name Macaul was applied to MacDougald and Lorne. It is pronounced Magul now. This Colin is styled Black Colin of Rome. It is said that he was a knight of Rhodes, and that he was 3 sundry times at Rome. Here then is a foundation for some passages in the tale of Conall Gulban, got in Caol. Highland worthies went to the east and fought the Paynim. Amongst the movables at Taymouth, and the jewels of the house, mention is made of ane stone of the quantity of half a hen's e.g. set in silver, being flat at the ane end and round at the other end like a pyre, whilk Sir Colini Campbell. First Laird of Glenorchy, war when he fought in battle at the Rhodes against the Turks, he being one of the Nictus of Rhodes. This amulet appears to have been subsequently used as a charm for more homely purposes, and one like its description is still at Taymouth. I have seen many such amulets in the Highlands, and they are still used as charms, so here is foundation for the amulet in Conall Gulban. Printing invented by Coster. 1438. Gutenberg. 1442. Gutenberg's Bible completed. 1460. About this time Blind Harry composed Wallace. 1450. William Dunbar was born, and wandering minstrels fell into disrepute in lowland Scotland and elsewhere. It seems that there were Celtic bards then wandering about as well as the lowland minstrels, who were all classed with sturdy beggars by an Act of 1457. Holland, in a stanza, quoted page 181, Hist. Of Scotch poetry, abuses a bard out of Ireland, and mimics his language. It is bad Gaelic, written by ear by one who did not understand more than its general meaning. Banachadi is clearly Binachad Daya, God's blessing, which is a common Highland salutation on entering a house, and equivalent to the Irish salutation, God save all here. Other two lines mean said black knee give us a drink come, me drink. Sow of Mary's son, ACH. Great son. Me dry lake. The last lines quoted are Odareman, Odanal, Odacardi Drach. Thur are his Ireland Kingees of the Irishary. O'Crullan, O'Conacher, Ogarager, Macgrain. The Skennicky, the Clarschach. The Bensheen, the Balak, the Crechery, the Corach. Sco Kennis the Milkane. This is a list of names and certain words which mean the reciter of old tales, the singing woman, or the fairy woman, the boy, the spoiling, the battle. And these I take to be a list of current songs or poems which such hungry, thirsting, black-kneed, and therefore bare-legged, wandering minstrels recited, together with the genealogies, of kings and nobles. So here is a glimpse of Celtic dress and poetry, and it confirms the accounts given of bardic recitations. William Dunbar, who flourished in the reign of James IV, and was a churchman who satirized the church in the Interlude of the Droicus, Evergreen, page 259, says, My fair grandsir hecht foon Macaul. That dang the deal and gart him yowl. My fader meikle gow Max Macmorn. Out of his moderous wame was shorn. And hence it is evident that tales about the Fane were then commonly known to those for whom the poet composed, that is to say, the Lowlanders of Scotland. In one of his satires, The Daunts, Dunbar introduced the 7 deadly sins performing a mummery in the dress of the period, before Mahound and his infernal court, together with troops of those at whom the satires were aimed nuns, loose livers. And above all, shaven priests and celts. The fiend of the lowland bard concludes his entertainment thus. Then cried Mahound for a Helian Paddyane. Sai ran a fane to fetch Macfadine. Far northward in a nuke. Be he the Corenach had done shout. Irish men so gather at him about. In hell grit room they took. They tarmagantis with tag and tatter. Full loud in airsche begouth to clatter. And rope like Reidhinn and Rook. The devil sa devitt was with their yell. That in the deepest pit of hell. He smore at them with smeuk. From this curious composition a great deal is to be learned about the manners and customs of these rough times, and we get another distant glimpse of Highland ways long ago. There was a fierce war of words between Highland and Lowland nationalities then, as there was between Celt and Saxon in the days of Macpherson, Johnson, and Boswell. And as there is in our own day when Bon Gaultier writes his famous Celtic ballad. Fersian swore a feud against the clan MacTavish. It also appears that Lowland bards, then as now, did not know much about the Gaelic language, and made no distinction between Irish and Irish, but they knew the customs of the race. MacFadyen shouted a lament for the dead, so that was a Highland pageant, and all the airsche gathered about him and began to clatter, so the custom of crying the coronach, like that of keening in Ireland, was a Highland custom in the 15th century. This custom is clearly referred to in the traditional poem on the death of Oscar, and funeral processions are still followed by the bagpipes, and martial music accompanies a soldier to his last home. It also appears that these airsche were a fierce race of termagants, dressed in tag and tatter, some fluttering outlandish costume, wholly different from the fine lowland bonnet and flowing gown of pride. Who leads the procession in the infernal mummery which Dunbar imagined and described? From the former quotation it appeared that they were bare-kneed, black-knees, and it seems that the poet hated the whole race and their language, and satirized them, with other objects of his aversion, with all his might. It may be new to most English readers to learn that Mac Muirich, Clanranald's bard, long afterwards composed a Gaelic satire on national music. In this the coronach of women, no longer that of men, be it observed, and Piab Gledhair, the pipe of clamour. Highland sculptors also made stone satires upon the pipes, above the door of Dunderav, a ruined castle near Inverary. There used to be a figure playing a tune upon his nose, which suggested the above design of the spirit of the pipes. Lowland view. Are called the two-ear sweethearts of the black fiende noise fit to arouse the imps, and other epithets are used fully as bitter and coarse as anything in Dunbar's Daunce. Dancing to pipe music is a Scotch custom at least as old as the days of James IV. It is a custom which still prevails in Italy, Spain, Ireland, and Scotland. Dunbar in his Testament of Kennedy throws some light upon the manners and customs of Carrick, a Celtic district of Ayrshire. He makes a brother churchman, with whom he held poetic justs, desire that no priests may sing over his grave. Bought a bag pyp to play a spring. Eat una male wisp anti me. Instead of Torquus, for to bring. Quatuor legina servizii. Within the grave to set sick thing. In modum crucis juxta me. To fle the faintest then hardly sing. De terra plasmasti me. So the poet knew the sound of the bag pyp, and thought it an instrument fit to fle the faintest, as many lowlanders do still, but it was the music which a beer-drinking churchman would delight to bear, playing a spring. It seems that beer, not whiskey, was old Scotch drink. Caxton's Press set up at Westminster. 1471. First book printed in England. 1501. About this time, the beginning of the 16th century, Gavin Douglas, Bishop of Dunkeld, inscribed a poem to James IV, and wrote, I saw Ralph Coilier with his thrawn brow. Crabit John the Reef and Auld Cowkelpie's sow. And how the ran came out of Ailise. And Pyers Plumen that made his workmen few. Gright Gaumacmorn and Foon Ma Caol, and how they sold be God dis in Ireland as they say. There saw I Maitland upon auld beard grey. Robin hued and Gilbert with the quite hand. How hay of Nocton flew in Madden land. The verse is quoted in the report on Ossian, and page 170, History of Scottish Poetry. It is part of the Pollies of Honour, an allegorical composition, in which the poet introduces every famous personage of ancient or modern times, sacred or profane, of whom he knew anything. All the classical poets Brutus of Albion, Friar Bacon, Chaucer, and a mob of poets and their heroes. So here are two of the heroes of Ossian in good company at this court of honour, but even then their history was known to the author only by hearsay. There is consequently a good deal to be found about Finn in old times in the lowlands, but nothing, so far, of the poems which are referred to. It so happens that some older than that period have been preserved. While polished bards, Highland and Lowland, were exercising their wit on such compositions as are found in old manuscripts, the savage, Celtic people were repeating their own old ballads. And these were simple and free from the smallest tinge of coarseness. So far as I know anything of old Gaelic poetry, there is nothing to be likened to the satires above referred to. 1527. Bishop Percy, speaking of an Earl of Northumberland who died about this time, observes that he lived at a time when many of the first nobility could hardly read or write their names. 1512 to 1529. Dean MacGregor's MS. Was written at Lismore, in Argyllshire. 405. It is not written in the Gaelic character and it seems to have been spelt by ear for the benefit of English or Scotch readers. Amongst other matters it contains 11,000 lines of poetry, some attributed to Ossian and his comrades, some to bards of the period, including Sir Duncan Campbell of Glenorchy, who fell at Flodden, 1513, and Lady Isabel Campbell, daughter of the Earl of Argyll, 8th Mac Callan More. She was sister to Lady Maclean. Part of this manuscript has been deciphered and translated, and is in course of publication, and the editors will describe it. It probably is a collection written from dictation, and gives, according to the writer's ability, a faithful representation of the current language and traditional poems of the district of Lorne in the 16th century. I have seen a few sheets of this publication, and these prove beyond question that the groundwork of the first book of Temora had been made the subject of a Gaelic poem which was written down more than 3 centuries ago. But the poem of 1807 is not there. This manuscript, then, disposes of a great deal of the Ossianic controversy, and clears the ground. A great many of the incidents in Temora, even minute details, are given in a poem attributed to Alan Mac Royer, in 1530, and some of the same incidents are in the Irish poem attributed to Oisein in the 12th century. But Temora is attributed to Ossian, who lived in the 3rd, some 1200 years before Dean MacGregor wrote. And it seems highly improbable that a long and well-known traditional poem should have escaped the Dean's notice, while a short one on the same subject was written down. Lorne is close to Morven, but there is no mention of Fingal or his kingdom. It is thus proved that Finn and his heroes are not simply creatures of Macpherson's brain, or worthies who belong exclusively to Irish romance. And it seems probable that someone has added a Gal to Finn, and given him a kingdom, in the same way that the Gaelic name Temer has been expanded to Temora and contracted to Tara since 1391. It is proved that Erse was a written language 3 centuries ago, and has altered but little since, and that Johnson and his followers erred in many things. It is proved that old materials existed in Scotland from which someone might have concocted at least one book of Temora without stealing from Ireland. And the out-and-out supporters of the antiquity of the Gaelic of 1807 are bound to produce something like Temora as it now stands in some manuscript, equally old. Though it has been ingeniously suggested that the great traditional poems were then so notorious and so well preserved that no one would take the trouble to write them down or multiply copies. The Gaelic, then, of the poems of Temora, as published, was probably put together by some Gaelic bard who lived between 1530 and 1763, when the Gaelic of the 7th book of Temora was printed. Though Oisein lived and sung long before the 12th century. It remains to be seen whether the probable date of the published poems of 1807 cannot be more accurately determined. Dean MacGregor's MS. Was partly written in Argyllshire, and some of the Gaelic poetry contained in it is attributed to Duncan Mac Callan and Dygrider, Duncan, son of Colin the Good Knight, who fell at Flodden, and some to 2 ancestresses of the family of Argyll. The following is a translation of 6 lines, which Mr. MacLauchlan was good enough to copy and spell for me from the Lismore Misses, and which are there attributed to Isbol Nevc, Kellen, Isabel, daughter of Colin's son. Woe worth. Whose ailments love? Why so ear? I utter it. 'Tis hard from a partner to part. Sad is the case in which I am. That love which is given unknown. Since it's my wanted garden for lays, light ray in rhyming. Unless I plant passion betimes, my flower will be blighted and thin. That man to whom love is given, and must not be told from on high, out aloud. For him was I put into pain. Hey ho! For me, Jaimai, 'tis 100 woes. Woes. The rhythm indicates the division, and so do the assonances. Merg dhan galar and grad. G bith fath. Fan a brain e. Deker scaricdane are a furt. True and cause. S a biley mfhn. Several lines contain words whose sound, nowadays, would admit of a double or treble meaning, and some of these might be distorted by one who was led to expect something wrong, but there is no coarseness in this quaint little ditty. And if this be all her poetical sin, the poor lady's character has been sadly maligned. This class is amorous, moral and satirical, not Ossianic poetry. But if the nobility of those days who spoke Gaelic, composed in Gaelic, and wrote poems similar in spirit to those which were current at court, there were Ossianic poems of a different stamp then current amongst the people. If it can be shown that nobles continued to use the language at a later date, it becomes not only possible but probable that some species of Gaelic poetry, different from popular ballads, but founded on Celtic traditions, might have sprung up in Scotland before the times when Shakespeare and Milton flourished in England, or even later, and yet before Macpherson's time. If it can be shown what were the manners and customs of the district in which lords and ladies wrote Gaelic poetry about these times, the kind that would be apt to please may be surmised. From the genealogy of the Argyles, from which I have quoted in the text, I copy the following passage relative to Lady Maclean, sister of Dean MacGregor's poetess. She, according to common report, was exposed by her husband, the Laird of Maclean, upon a bare rock in the sea, called Lursker, near the island of Lismore, in view of the castle of Duart, that she might perish by the return of the tide, but people from on board a boat providentially passing that way, upon hearing the cries and shouts of the lady in distress, took her on board, and restored her to her friends, although, at the same time, these very men who were employed to expose the lady to the mercy of the sea returned to Duart Castle, where John Gorham, the first of the family of Loughnell, a boy of 3 or 4 years of age, was with his aunt, the Lady Maclean, whom they had left upon the naked rock. And as soon as they had entered the castle of Duart they kindled a great fire on the middle of the hall floor, and formed themselves into a circle around the fire, and caused strip the boy John Gorham naked, and placed him between them and the fire. When the boy, by reason of the heat, was forced to run round the fire, while each of them, as he passed within the circle, rubbed his naked skin with an hot roasted apple, which occasioned blue spots on the boy's skin ever after. For which he was called John Gorham, or Blue John. His nurse, though she ran into the hall in a furious manner, could not enter into the circle to preserve the child's life, until by means of one Gilvra of Glencannel, who had more humanity than the rest, and who, as they stood in a circle with their feet close, opened his legs a little, for he durst do no more for fear of suspicion, she rushed through the man's legs, and, entering the circle, snatched up the boy, and carried him off straight to the shore, which is hard by the walls of the castle, where, finding a boat at hand, they made their escape, and Providence so ordered matters that John Gorham and his nurse were out of danger before their enemy had full room to reflect upon their flight. For which cause the Laird of Maclean was killed at Edinburgh by John Campbell, the first of the family of Calder, brother to Lady Maclean, and uncle to John Gorham, the first of the family of Loughnell, who, as soon as he saw the Laird of Maclean, he thrust the sword, sheath and all, through his body. These things gave rise to a song composed in these days, Take up Maclean and prick him in a blanket. The main incidents of this story were all told to me by an old woman in September 1861. She speaks hardly any English, and is very old, and, like many of her class, speaks oracular predictions now and then. It is to be hoped that she knows the future as well as she remembers the past. Earl Archibald was slain at Flodden. So says the Argyll genealogy, whence this story is taken, of the days when Dean MacGregor wrote, and Henry VIII reigned, and Lady Cassilis composed amorous Gaelic poetry, if she be the lady meant by the family history. There was a lady called Margaret nan Oren, or something which looks like it, for her inclination to rhyming, who was a younger daughter of last Lord Lorne of the name of Stewart, and married Colin Earl of Argyll, Glenorchy's pupil. About 1460. But whoever the composer of these songs may have been, the fact remains, that before the times of Shakespeare, lords and ladies composed Gaelic poetry, and Dean MacGregor wrote some down as theirs. And they were people of a class likely to be affected by the court literature of their day and country, some of which was rude enough. Now, Ossian's poems are distinguished by a peculiar vein of sentimental grandeur and melancholy, and the popular manners and customs of the East and West in these days do not accord with such a spirit. Short, stirring, wild martial songs, like the current Ossianic poems, or political, or controversial, or amorous ballads, might suit the taste of the grim soldiers who roasted a boy, but a long epic would surely set them fast asleep. So unless the gentry or clergy wrote Ossian, we must abandon the 16th century, and, as the builder of Teignmouth said, Burrs Yont. But it must not be forgotten that, amidst all the ribaldry of ballads of that time, there is much beauty of feeling and sentiment in the lowland Scotch poetry of the clergy. And Shakespeare wrote as he did, although the amusement of roasting men had been pushed to the extreme about his time in England. 1535. Sir David Lindsay composed satires against the clergy, some of which were acted before James V and his queen, and are exceedingly coarse. In one of these compositions, a pardoner is introduced with relics for sale, amongst which are the following. Is een relict lang and braid. Of Foon Mac Cole the richt chaft blade. With teeth and al to jitter. Of Colin's cow is een horn. For eating of Mac Connell's corn. Was slain into Balquhitter. In one of his interludes he says. But doubt my dade yon man he's sworn. I trow yon be grit gow Macmorn. In another composition the poet says. Stewart of Lorne will carpe richt curious lie. And hence it appears that he knew something of West Country traditions, and mayhap alluded to the Stewarts, of whose work some are preserved. Foon Mac Cole and Gol Macmorn were clearly known to the poet and his audience, if Fingal was not mentioned by this author. Colin and Mac Connell and their cow might be a reference to some well-known story about a feud. But a horn that was a relic must have been that of a famous cow, and there are plenty of such animals in the old stories mentioned by Professor Okery, in one of which, the Tain above mentioned, Mac Cumhall plays a part. But, however he got there, Foon went to court about 1535, and was presented by Sir David Lindsay in a dress of motley for the second time. History of Scotch Poetry, 376, 425. 1530. A manuscript attributed to John Beaton, one of the family which furnished the MacDonalds of the Isles, and even kings of Scotland, with physicians for several centuries, is preserved with other missas at Edinburgh. These are supposed to have belonged to the Beatons, and contain medical, metaphysical, and mathematical discussions, all in Gaelic. If the dialect and character be Irish, it proves that early Irish and Scotch learning were identical, for this was part of the library of a Scotch family who flourished about this time. This also gives a clue to the knowledge of Gaelic matters, which Scotch courtiers who could not now speak Gaelic evidently possessed. 1549. A provincial council of Scotch clergy were so scandalized by the flood of ballads poured out against them, that they enjoined every ordinary to search for them, and take steps for the punishment of the offenders who sang them. Hist. Of Scotch Poetry, 391. 1550. The first book was printed in Ireland, the Liturgy by Humphrey Powell. 1565. In Lemoyne's History of Printing, it is stated that an Irish liturgy was printed in Dublin for the use of the Highlanders of Scotland. Reid supposes this to be an error. I have not heard of a copy, and the book meant probably is Carswell's Gaelic prayer book, printed at Edinburgh in Roman type. Of this, there is a copy at Inverary, which I have seen. It is the first printed Gaelic book extant, and in the preface it alludes to the habits of the Highlanders of Scotland, who then composed stories about the Fiannabe, etc. It proves that the Reformed clergy set their faces against the old heroic traditions which Dean MacGregor had striven to preserve 37 years before, and which some of the Reformed clergy now condemn. 1567. George Bannatyne collected Scotch poetry, and his 1568 manuscript is the chief source whence a knowledge of old Scotch poetry has been gleaned. MacGregor's far earlier Gaelic collection has been well known for a century, but such has been the neglect of everything genuine in Gaelic, that till now its contents have hardly been thought worth attention. From Bannatyne, Ramsay drew his materials for the Evergreen, published 1724, and he altered, added to, and retrenched his originals, with extreme licentiousness. History of Scotch Poetry, 416. It seems hard then to blame Macpherson as if he were the only man of his time who mangled old poetry to make new, and never to look at old authorities to see what was the truth. The fault has been as much on the Gaelic side as the other. But that fault is about to be amended. 1571. First book printed in the Irish character with a press and types got from Queen Elizabeth. It is a catechism. And, so far, it appears that Gaelic Scotland was ahead of Ireland in the literary race, for the first known Gaelic book was printed in Edinburgh. 1579 to 1582. Sir Duncan Campbell of Glenorchy delighted in, and is supposed to have twice transcribed a ponderous romance, which is at Taymouth, the Bike of King Alexander the Conqueror, a translation of the great French Roman d'Alexander. Executed by Sir Gilbert Hay, c. 1460, and extending to about 20,000 lines. This old knight died 1631, aged 86, he is styled Black Duncan of the Cap, and his history is given in the Black Book of Taymouth, and in Sketches of Early Scotch History by Cosmo Innes. Here then we have foreign romances creeping in amongst the aristocracy of the West Highlands, in the very family whose ancestors had composed Gaelic poetry. 1594. Mr. Donald Monro, High Dean of the Isles, wrote a statistical account of the Western Isles, which was printed in 1818. The first island mentioned is Manine, or Man in Irish, which was ordinate by Finan, king of Scotis, to the priests and philosophers, called in Latin Druids, in English Culdees, and Kildeis, that is, worshippers of God, in Irish, Ladhrach. Quilks were the first teachers of religion in Albion. So here is another Foon mixed up with Druids and Culdees, paganism and Christianity, and located in that stronghold of the fairies, Man. No. 161 is the Pygmies Isle, in which the Dean had found, in a small kirk, the small round heads of small men. So here were the fairies themselves. The houses of a small race still exist in the islands. Martin also mentions these small bones, page 19, as these of Lusberdian, and I have many Lewis stories about pygmies. Dean Monro gives very little about the manners and customs of the people of the islands, but he tells that they used to catch seals with certain great dog geese in Loch Gruinart in Islay, which must have been a curious scene. 1598. About this time the Black Book of Taymouth was written in Latin and Scotch. 1603. New Testament printed in Irish, and dedicated to James I. In this year a manuscript was finished by Ewan MacPhail, at Dunstaffnage, in Lorne. It contains a prose tale, concerning a king of Lochlan, and the heroes of Fingal, and a poem which seems, from the lines quoted, to be part of No. LXXAX, which is still traditionally preserved, and was written down by Dean MacGregor in 1530. I have seen this Dunstaffnage MS and can hardly read a word of the old writing. 1631. Sir Duncan of Glenorchy died. And in that year Calvin's Catechism was printed in Roman type in Gaelic at Edinburgh, so the reformed clergy were making efforts to reform the Highlanders, and they had already condemned the lying stories about Finn Mac Caol, which they probably supposed to be like the lowland ballads of the time. So profane literature of the old school was held at a discount all over Scotland, everything was changing, and the good was confounded with the bad. 1633. About this time, a correspondence took place which has been published by Mr. Cosmo Innes in his Sketches of Early Scotch History, page 319, 1861. The correspondence are Sir Colin Campbell of Glenorchy, Julianne Campbell, his wife, daughter of Hew Lord Loudon, the Marquis, and Earl of Argyll, who were both subsequently beheaded, and Margaret Douglas, Argyll's wife. It is a curious measure of the fee of the writer of the Argyll genealogy, that he omitted all mention of this death on the scaffold, with which, as Mr. Innes remarks, these were subsequently honoured. The spelling of the letters is obsolete. They give a curious picture of the times, and they are well worth perusal, but the reason of the correspondence is what concerns me. Argyll and his wife Margaret Douglas are anxious that their son Lorne should have a thorough knowledge of what they called Eris, which Irish and Scotch Gael call Gaelic. And they send the young chief of the clan Campbell to his relative to Bonnach, now Taymouth, where his foster father, writing of his tutor, considers it requisite he be ane discreet man that is ane scholar, and that can speak both English and Eris, quharif I think there may be had in Argyll. Accordingly, Lorne and Maester Joan MacAline set off with Duncan Archibald, and 2 horse with him, on to Mr. Johan, and on for my carriage. Soon after the 3rd day of September, when Archibald Campbell of Lorne wrote to his luing foster father, from Inverary, and Mr. Johan having misbehaved himself, someone else WSS procured to superintend his studies. His mother, Margaret Douglas, writes 14th December 1637, I hear my son begins to weary of the Irish language. I entreat you to cause hold time to the speaking of ITT, for since he has bestowed so long time and pains in the getting of ITT, I sould be sorry he lost it now with lee scenes in not speaking of it. On the 14th Juni 1639, Margaret Douglas wrote to Glenorchy, to Bonnach for her son, and he came by the house in Glenorchy to Inverary with a sufficient company, if his mother's letter was attended to. It does not appear from his accounts that he wore the Highland dress, his tutor did. Item, given to Mr. John Len, pedagogue to my Lord Lorne's son, in September 1633, Ane Hewitt plaid, price 12. Lib. Item, the 18th of Junii, to be coat and breeches to him, my Lord's son, ex quarteris of fine scarlet, 18. Lib. the L. XLV. Lib. Item, Ane pair of silk stockings, and there are French bever hats, orange ribband points, and a Spanish pistolet, for the young lord. Now, from all this gossip about historical personages of Western Argyll, it would seem that Gaelic was still the language of the Highlands, the language which one who was to command its people ought to know. But that some of the nobility now had to learn it, and wore breeches. This then would seem to be a time, for collecting all that could be got together, and modelling it into some connected shape, a period when Gaelic was a studied language, and when noblemen who spoke it delighted in the romance of Alexander. And all this took place in the immediate vicinity of the woody Morven, where Fingal was supposed to reign, and in the district where discreet persons could be found acquainted with Gaelic and English. There is no trace of the Ossian of 1807 to be found amongst any known writings of this time, but if the Bannatyne Missas and some others had been destroyed, most early Scotch poetry would have been lost. Tradition has not preserved the Palace of Honour, or the Daunts, though it has retained far older ballads. 1645. A deed of fosterage was written in Gaelic between Sir Norman MacLeod and John Mackenzie, which proves that Gaelic was then used in legal documents in the West. 1655. A miscellaneous collection of poems on various subjects, partly Scots, and partly Irish, was written by Eamon MacLachlan. These are said to be very good. 1659. First 50 Psalms printed in Gaelic. 1681. Colville, in the Whig Supplication, published in London, Part 2, page 24, gives a version of a story which has some resemblance to the legend in No. Lee. Though it is not like Ossian's poetry. One man, quoth he, ofttimes hath stood, and put to flight a multitude. Like Samson, Wallace, and Sir Bewees. And Finn Macaul, beside the Lewis. Who in a bucking time of year did rout, and chase a herd of deer. Till he behind, and they before, did run 100 miles and more. Which, questionless, prejudged his toes. For Redshanks then did wear no shoes. For to this day they wear but calf ones. Or if older, leather half ones. He chased them so furiously, that they were forced to take the sea. And swam from Caol into Erin. In which soil, though it be but barren, as learned antiquaries say, their offspring lives unto this day. I may add, that at this day men still point out Dun Fin, in Erin, and explain Airain to mean Air Fin, Finn's land, and that Caol, which sounds like Mac Caol, is still brimful of Fenian traditions. On West Loch Tarbet are places called Lay Of Diarmaid, the bed of Dermot. Duan Na Ceardach, the fort of the Black Dog, which is a curious old fort in a wood, and is said to be the place where Bran killed the Black Dog, as is told in the well-known ballad. Near that is Toran Tuirc, the Boar's Heap, where, according to tradition, the boar was killed by Dermot. And all these places are below Sliabhail, to which Dermot, or, according to others, an old hunter, addressed these lines when he was dying. They are known to many about Tarbert. Sliab mo crith essen Sliab Gael. Innis nan crod leo es nan each. Essen cha turna nuas. Mice cha di thade suas am feast. Mount of my heart and the mount of love. Isle of the calving cows and the horses. It will never descend. I will not mount up forever. Another place in the district is called Luem Namius, the Swine's Leap. And other similar names abound, which, together with Colville's verses, shew that Fingalian legends have been localized in the West for a long time. 1684. Kirk's edition of the Psalms has 4 lines of poetry which are quoted, page 21 of the Report of the Highland Society on Ossian, and which may be thus closely translated. Go leaflet boldly forth. With God's pure songs arouse them yonder. Hail the generous land of Finn. The rough bounds and isles of the stranger. In Goll, the Hebrides were so called from their Norse masters. This then proves that Scotland was considered to be the land of Finn 80 years before Macpherson published anything. 1690. First Irish version of the Bible, printed for the use of the Highlanders of Scotland, 3,000 copies, Roman type. 1691. A manuscript written by a MacLean, at Ardchonail, on Locho, in Argyllshire, contains tales and poems, one on the imprisonment of Archibald Earl of Argyll, at Edinburgh, about 1680. This MS is described as the Highland Society's report. So Gaelic continued to be written during the 17th century by Scotch men in Scotland, they used it in legal documents, wrote tales about the ancient heroes, and poetry of various kinds, but the poems of 1807 are not yet found. This was written, apparently, in the Scotch dialect, so it would appear that there was a popular and a cultivated dialect, both of which were supposed to pass current in Scotland. 1103. Martin, a Lewis doctor, wrote an account of the Western Isles, which gives a great deal of information about the ways of the people. At page 217 he speaks of the traditions of Finn Mac Caols, a great giant, whom he mentions as a well-known personage who had exercised his valor on the inhabitants of Earfún or Finn's stronghold, which is the derivation given for Erin. The standing stones are mentioned as confirmation of this story. It so happens that the ground about many of these stones was lately searched, and it seems that they really do mark burial places of the stone period. Human bones, charcoal, and flint implements, were found about the centers of circles, in whose circumference 4 large stones or more are placed. In one case the bones were much broken, and placed in a small grave about 2 feet long, scooped out of the rock. The bones were of the ordinary size, and did not appear to have been burned. So, unless the body was cut to pieces, it is not easy to make out how it was buried close to this grave, in a place called Dun Fin, Finn's Fort. This seems to place Finn in the stone period, when iron was rare, and elk survived in Britain, according to antiquaries. Popular tales and songs appear to do the same. 1720. Clanranald's bard wrote in the Irish hand in the islands. First Gaelic vocabulary printed. MacDonald's. 1740. First work published in the then Scottish dialect of Gaelic, Baxter's Call to the Unconverted, translated by an Argyllshire minister. Celtic Gleanings, page 138. So far, then, the printing press had been employed solely in the cause of religion, and anything in the nature of profane Gaelic literature had been condemned in the first book printed in Scotland. Or thereabouts, a Mr. Farquharson made a Gaelic collection about Strathglass, which he subsequently compared with Macpherson's English, which he pronounced to be a bad translation of good poems which he had. 1751. Alexander MacDonald's volume of songs, reprinted 1764 and 1802. These were much read and eagerly sought at the time, which proves that the old taste for native poetry was not extinct amongst the people. 1756. Jerome Stone's translation of Freke, of which the original Gaelic was recovered from his papers after his death, and is given in the Report of the Highland Society, Appendix, page 99. It still survives in fragments, in 1860, in Scotland, amongst the most unlearned classes. Stone was an Englishman, and his translation is a paraphrase, but faithful. It was first published in the Scots Magazine, and is an indication of the taste of the period. Attention had been called to Gaelic poetry and the Gael by the battles of 1715 and 1745. The first who translated made a paraphrase, and thought more of himself than of his original, and almost every attempt since made to translate Gaelic into English or English into Gaelic, has been of this kind. 1756. Mr. Pope's collection was made. He was Minister of Ray, and his manuscript contains a poem which can be traced in Temora, Aragon, called Dibard Fli Lathman, Cath Gower, with the death of Oscar. Duan Na Ceardach, an elegy on the death of that warrior, which was sung by an old Campbell, who, when he did so, always took off his bonnet in respect for his ancestor. These, and many other pieces, were sung in 1763 by people who had then never heard of Macpherson, but I have pieces, under the same names, which were still sung in 1860. It is not said that any of these correspond exactly with Macpherson's published translations, but Mr. Pope compared them with his originals, and recognized those above mentioned in Macpherson's English. Were I now to read the first book of Temora for the first time in English, I should in like manner recognize my traditional version of the death of Oscar, though it is not the Gaelic of 1807. Nor Gaelic from which the English of 1760 could have been translated. It seems, then, that during the 18th century, and before Macpherson's time, attention had been drawn to the manners and customs, poetry, and amusements of the Highlanders, who, in 1715 and 1745, had startled England and the Lowlands out of their propriety. And the first bit of direct evidence which tells strictly for the authenticity of Macpherson's translation dates from about a period when some collector might be expected to cater for the public taste, as Stone did. I think it highly probable that some one before Macpherson may have done that which Dr. Smith tells us he did after him, namely, gather all he could get, and tinker it according to his own notions of what an old Gaelic poet ought to have written in the 3rd century, but, with the exception of the Farquharson manuscript, I have found no mention of anything to support Macpherson's publications, so far, either in manuscript or print, though Macpherson's heroes pervade a whole series of early documents and Gaelic literature of all ages, Scotch and Irish. And his poems include bits which are clearly old. My theory then is, that about the beginning of the 18th century, or the end of the 17th, or earlier, Highland bards may have fused floating popular traditions into more complete forms, engrafting their own ideas on what they found. And that Macpherson found their works, translated, and altered them, published the translation in 1760, made the Gaelic ready for the press. Published some of it in 1763, and made away with the evidence of what he had done when he found that his conduct was blamed. I can see no other way out of the maze of testimony. If the statement of Mr. MacGillivray, given at page 50 of the dissertation prefixed to the large edition of Ossian, 1807, is not a deliberate falsehood, there is an end of the argument which makes Macpherson the author, though no early copy of the entire poems is known. It is said that the very poems which were translated and published, Fingal, Tamora, and many others, were collected, in Gaelic, in Scotland, from the people, long before 1760, and these were subsequently compared with Macpherson's published translations at Douay by the collector of the Gaelic, Mr. Farquharson, who did not know Macpherson, and the translations were found by Mr. Farquharson to be inferior to his Gaelic originals, inaccurate, but, in the main, translations so far as they went. Mr. Farquharson's manuscript was afterwards torn, and leaves were used by the Douay students to light their fires, and if any part of it now exists, it is lost. But it was not written in the 3rd century but in the 18th, chiefly in Strathglass. At page 75 of the dissertation is a statement which carries conviction with it, if such evidence has any weight. And, assuming the evidence to be admissible, and placing it beside what has been said above, there may have been some learned unknown Gaelic poet or poets who had collected, and arranged, and altered, the floating traditions of the country. Between Macpherson and Dean MacGregor. It is at least certain that Macpherson was a Highlander, and that some Gaelic bard wrote the Gaelic of 1763 and 1807, whatever his merits may have been. 1760. Macpherson's first publication appeared, The Fragments. A second edition was subsequently published, and these are now rare books. A Mr. Ewan Macpherson, a schoolmaster, accompanied James Macpherson to Skye and the Long Islands, and gives an account of their journey in his affidavit, page 95, H.S. Report. The schoolmaster wrote down a great many poems attributed to Ossian from dictation, and his companion took the manuscript away with him, as also a small manuscript belonging to Clanranald, and an order for a larger manuscript which was in Edinburgh. The schoolmaster declares his own conviction that the poems of Ossian are genuine, and that he had heard them commonly repeated everywhere, but as there was no Gaelic Fingal published when the affidavit was made, this does not apply to the publication of 1807. He had read Fingal in English, and thought, so well as he could remember, the substance of the original, that the translation was well executed. Another Macpherson, a residentaire at Portree, deponed that his brother, a smith, had given his namesake a Gaelic quarto manuscript, which contained poems which the smith could then repeat, and which he had no doubt were the works of Ossian. But this does not prove that these were the originals of the translations, for as this witness could not write, it is not probable that he could read English. The evidence of Mr. Hugh MacDonald, given in Gaelic, and confirmed by a number of gentlemen of the Long Island, is also subject to this objection. They all knew something of Ossian's poems, and believed them to be genuine, of very great antiquity, distinct from and superior to all other Gaelic compositions. But there was only some published Gaelic, for the poems of Ossian which the English public knew, and the Celts seemed to mean one thing, while the Saxons meant another. These collections have disappeared. 1762. The quarto edition of Fingal and other translations published, with a fine title page picture of Ossian, and a lady in flowing robes, who might pass for any classical characters that ever conversed. 1763. Tamora and other poems. This volume contains the Gaelic of the 7th book of Tamora, 423 lines. It is said that a manuscript copy in the handwriting of Macpherson of Strathmashie, with all manner of corrections, still exists. I have not seen it. This edition is commonly bound with that of 1762, and the selling price for the large quarto is now 5s. The following are specimens of the Gaelic, as printed by Macpherson in 1763, in Roman type. He says it is, stripped of its own proper characters, that a copy of the originals of the former collection lay for many months in the bookseller's hands for the inspection of the curious. And that the erroneous spelling of the bards is departed from in many instances. Published Gaelic and English, divided according to the rhythm. O Linna Dwarchoil na Lego. From the wood-skirted waters of Lego. Where, airy ceo Tobgorm nan tun. Ascend, at times, grey-bosomed mists. Nwhere dunas dorsa na oicha. When the gates of the west are closed. Yellow shul graina nan spur. On the sun's eagle eye. Tom Hale mo Lara Nansruth. Wide over Lara's stream. Theomas du Nile as Doricha Cruaim. Is poured the vapor dark and deep. Mar Glassaya, Roy Tauma Nan Nile. The moon, like a dim shield. Snam si chad tu Gelik na oicha. Is swimming through its folds. Close translation of the Gaelic, so far as it is understood by the translator. From the pool of the dark woods of Lego. The blue-sided wave mist rises at times. When the doors of night are closed. On th eagle-eyed son of the skies. Thick about Lara of the streams. Black clouds of darkest frown are poured out. As a grey shield, through the pouring of the clouds. Swimming past, is the moon of the night. This is not like the style or the spirit ol popular songs and ballads. It is not modern vernacular Gaelic, it is not the old written language, so far as I know it, nor is it Irish. But it is not a translation of the English given with it, for it has metre, and assonance, and a meaning of its own. It bears a resemblance to Mordup, and as it was published in 1763, it is a Gaelic composition at least 98 years old. The following 4 lines have the metre and assonances of some current ballads. An tob oitag gu palin nan seoid. Tornas iad. Seach nan spur. Gormthala du thanais knock beo. Gu m eri fawn. Marbron nan tud. In the side of a blast, to the hero's tent. They pour out. The mists of the skies. A blue hall for shades not alive. Till the rising time of the sound. Of the string's death moan. In this case the Gaelic, though it is not such Gaelic as men speak nowadays, expresses more, and seems to me better than its published English equivalent, which is not a true rendering of it. Often blended with the Gael. To some warrior's grave. They roll the mist, a grey dwelling to his ghost. Until the songs arise. There is a second metre, which also has its equivalent in popular ballads, and in Fingal. Ta tormana macher nan siran. Se konar re erin at an. Atauma ceotonise gu dlu. Phelan aig lubher nan sru. The translation given is. A sound came from the Desart. It was Conar, king of Innisfail. He poured his mist. On the grave of Phelan, at the blue winding Luber. The meaning, as I understand it, is. There's a moan from the outland of stems. It is Conar, Erin's king. Pouring out ghostly mist closely. Upon Phelan at Lubhair of the streams. And here again the Gaelic, with all its grammatical peculiarities, seems to have the best of it, and it is no translation. And so it is throughout the specimen. The Gaelic and English do not, quite fit each other, and the Gaelic seems to me to have been originally better than the English, though many words are used in strange ways, and the whole is spelt without any fixed rule. The Gaelic has most ideas, the English most words. The orthography is, of course, the scribes. It is such as comes to me from men who have not studied Gaelic writing. It is like my own spelling when I, who never learned to write Gaelic, try to take down a story rapidly from dictation. It is like the spelling of Dean MacGregor's MS or the Manx system in a transition state. It is, in short, something between phonetic writing in Old Gaelic, and that of 1807. As someone wrote in the Gaelic at the end of one of these ghostly passages. Doilier so. This is dim. As Macpherson says in his rendering of the line, which I strongly suspect was a comment, which the translator mistook for a line of poetry. It is night. But through this dimness and night it may be discerned that the writer of the English was not the writer of the Gaelic. No forger could have written Doilier so for it is night. Strathmachy did not write Gaelic of this kind when he wrote in his own name. But, on the other hand, Chatterton afterwards spelt Rowley's poems according to his notion of ancient English spelling, and so tried to make his language appear old, and succeeded for a time. And so Strathmachy, Macpherson, or someone else, may have done the same, but guessing is vain. 1768. Chatterton, in the earliest of his epistles extant, imitated the English of Ossian. My friendship is as firm as the white rock when the black waves roar around it, and the waters burst on its hoary top, when the driving wind ploughs the sable sea, and the rising waves aspire to the clouds, turning with the rattling hail. So much for heroics, etc. It is supposed that Fingal suggested the idea of Rowley's poems to that wonderful imitator and original genius, the author of the Rowley controversy, who poisoned himself at the age of 18. 1771. In this year a clergyman published a book, which he dedicated to Daniel Campbell of Shawfield, Esq., then proprietor of Islay. He called his work Fingal, an ancient epic poem in 6 books, by Ossian the son of Fingal, translated into English heroic rhyme by John Woodrow, M.A., one of the ministers of Islay. Edinburgh, 1771. This seems to be the work of a truthful, unsuspecting, prejudiced, wrong-headed, worthy man, who had a talent for English poetry. He believed implicitly in Macpherson translation. He tells the exact truth so far as he knew it. He never appears to have suspected that anyone could deceive him. He had a standard, and forthwith set to work to improve it, by translating Macpherson's English prose into good English verse of his own. While he was surrounded by people who were constantly repeating Gaelic poems, which they attributed to Oisein, and which he neglected to translate, or preserve. There is a perverse simplicity in thus openly and obstinately going wrong in the wrong way. In sticking to supposed truth against all evidence, that would have made the worthy minister die a martyr for the false religion if he had been instructed in its tenets. The book begins thus. To entertain any doubt of the antiquity or authenticity of the poems of Ossian, as some pretend to do, can only flow from an affected singularity of thinking, or from mere wantonness of prejudice. The grounds for this opinion follow. As to their authenticity, it was never so much as called in question in Scotland. Over all the Highlands and Isles, it is universally acknowledged. It is well known that the most illiterate old people there, can still repeat great parts of many of the poems. Unhappily, indeed, they are often found much interpolated and blended with the wild chimeras and absurdities of the bards of degenerate days. Of Macpherson's translation he says. His translation is faithful, accurate, elegant, and masterly. And it must be evident to many that he often falls short of his original. And having said so much, and some more on his own account, the minister gives an abstract of Blair's criticism on the English Ossian, which, just as it is, was not that of a man who knew Gaelic. Then at page XC comes the evidence of the Islay minister himself, which is more valuable. For my own part, I frankly confess that I am not possessed of any of the originals. They are to be met with at greater length, and in greater purity, in those parts of the Highlands and Isles most remote from Ireland, and furthest north. But when we get something traditional from the north this is found to be an error, unless Morda be a fair specimen. Yet in the southern parts of Argyllshire, I remember from my infancy to have been in use to bear fragments of them repeated by old illiterate people, and as soon as I could judge of anything. To have been much struck and astonished by particular passages. I now live in an island not half a day's sailing distant from the north of Ireland, the very scene of action in the poem of Fingal. Yet I could find but few that could rehearse any considerable portion of any of the poems, and that neither complete nor consistent with itself. What I have thus heard, commonly began and set out well in the pure and dignified style of Ossian, but soon fell off in mean conceits, disgusting absurdities, and ended inconclusively. The traditional stories, however, of these heroes are well known and abundantly familiar to all ranks in these parts. I have only mentioned this as an admonicle in support of Mr. Macpherson's position, that they are Scots and not Irish poems. There is scarce a hill, a heath, or vale where some large stones erected, or other monuments, are not to be met with, which tradition always refers to the time of Fingal. And the vulgar bestow names upon them, alluding to him or some one of his heroes. These are facts from which I would draw conclusions different from those of Mr. Wadrow, but he tells us more. He remembered to have heard of a class of historians inferior to bards, called Salacha, or narrators of facts. Tellers of tales is the real meaning, and the word is clearly the same as the Norse skald, the bard, as the minister says, used to sing to the harp, and the Salacha to fill up the pauses by telling prose history. He says, p. 97. I have met with some old people among the vulgar Highlanders, who, as a winter evening's entertainment, have rehearsed fictions, or tales of a very ancient cast, much in the same manner. The gallant or heroic parts were in rhyme or measure, and sung to an air, the ludicrous incidents, and such as were little interesting, were only told. Such as are acquainted in the Highlands must know that ballad singers of this sort are yet to be met with. And having told us what there really was, the minister leaves it with contempt, and gives his reasons for translating the English Ossian into English verse. And gives us Fingal in a measure which has no sort of resemblance to that of any Gaelic composition which I know, still it is a very readable poem. In the arguments we got some traces of Gaelic. The old superstition of corpse lights is given as derived from Ossian's ghosts. It seems that a ghost came mounted on a meteor, and surrounded twice or thrice the place destined for the person to die. And then went along the road through which the funeral was to pass, shrieking at intervals, though with a feeble voice, till it came to the place of burial and disappeared. The superstition survives. The telling of tales and singing of ballads goes on, but the poem is so far forgotten, that I suppose I am the only member of the family of the man to whom it was dedicated, who knows the book. Even I never saw it till November 1861, though I have always heard that an Islay minister had collected the poems of Ossian in Islay. The minister gives 2 specimens of his collection, but translations only, and they are not like the current traditional poems. I may as well say here, once for all, that I have been brought up in the belief that the poems of Ossian were something familiarly known to the people of the Highlands at some former period. And that I have been told the fact by a great many trustworthy witnesses. But I am now considering the poems of 1807, and I can only regret that I have not got Wadrow's opportunity of forming an opinion. 1773. Dar. Johnson arrived on the 14th of August at Boyd's Inn at the head of the Canongate, and shortly afterwards made his famous tour, of which he and Boswell both published accounts. From these dates, it seems that Johnson might have seen part of Ossian in the Strand, printed in Gaelic, if he had been so minded, 10 years before he went to the Highlands, and a lot of manuscripts at the publishers in London before that. 1774 to 1783. A certain Duncan Kennedy collected traditional poetry in the West Highlands, and named 17 of his authorities. The collection is now preserved in the Advocate's Library, in 2 bound volumes of manuscript. One is marked as the only volume given to Dr. Smith, and contains, besides a number of Gaelic poems, English arguments and versions of stories, many of which are quite familiar to me as current traditions still, some are given in volume 3. The name Fingal is used in the English, but in the Gaelic the name is Fian or Finn. The other volume is better written, and the arguments are in better English. A great many of the poems are versions of ballads still traditionally preserved. These are in the usual traditional meter, and consist of smooth regular quatrains with assonances. 2 words at the end of the 2nd and 4th lines are similar in sound and quantity, and 2 somewhere in the middle of the 2nd and 4th lines agree with the terminations of the preceding lines. The 2nd with the 1st, and the 4th with the 3rd. Thus, in the version of Magnus, on which poem, Fingal, is supposed to be founded, Oisein says. 1. A Clarich Achanas na Cearm. 2. Leam Fine. Gerbeab du Chal. 3. Knock Eisted 2 Tamil Skila. 4. Aaron Fian. Knock Caol Thursday Rmh. The poet is speaking to a churchman, Ladhrach, and his exordium might have been addressed to Bishop Carswell, and those who have followed him in striving to extirpate Gaelic lore. Thou clerk that utterest psalms. To me it seems. Thy wits are bad. Wouldst thou not hearken to a story of the fiend thou hast never heard? Some of these are in the form of dialogues between Oisein and his father-in-law, Peter MacAlpine, and sometimes Oisein represents the Fine as warriors of Erin. Someone appears to have thought this anti-Scotch, and has improved upon the original by importing from another poem. For example, the following line is struck out in ink. Ner thynal fian Erin gu tre. When gathered the fian of Erin to the strand, and a line is written in the margin, in a more modern hand. Which means, our heads are bent in the strife. Pedruig has been struck out, and other words suggested, which make the passages which follow apply to the fiend, and not to the saint, of Kennedy's authority. The stanza is given at the bottom of the 248th page of the H.S. Appendix, and is there made up from passages taken from 2 other versions, in which Pedruig was not mentioned. The original lines are not erased, so these are only suggestions, but this gives a curious indication of the unfair spirit which pervaded the Ossianic controversy. The poems which I can trace as still current, differ from other versions, and from the marginal notes it appears that some portions of them were claimed by Kennedy as his own compositions. The bulk of the poetry is plain narrative converted into quatrains of smooth musical verse, which could easily be sung and remembered, and I believe that it was written down from dictation, as Kennedy said. Some of the passages claimed by the collector as his own are more sentimental, with more similes, different in rhythm, and as I think, far inferior. Other parts claimed by the scribe as his own, have been found in much older manuscripts, and it is quite possible that a man who had learned so much poetry by heart, might confound the old with the new, unintentionally. I hold Kennedy's to be a valuable collection of the traditional poems of 1774 and 1783, and the Fiannabe were then considered to be Irish warriors by the people about Loch Awe, where Kennedy made part of his collection. About the same time a certain Fletcher learned a number of Ossianic pieces, chiefly in Argyllshire, which he had written down from his own dictation. He could hardly write at all, and could not read the manuscript which he sold to the Highland Society. But, nevertheless, be repeated to a justice of the peace, who knew Gaelic, one poem which is in the manuscript, The Death of the Children of Usno, which is the foundation of, but is not, Darthula. This bears strongly upon the controversy. Appendix B to the report of the Highland Society, extends from page 190 to page 260, and gives part of Fingal in English at the foot of the pages, and a Gaelic composition, and an English translation by Dr. Donald Smith, and these 3 coincide tolerably well. But the Gaelic is not good poetry, for it is made up of a number of separate lines taken from a great many different collections of traditional poetry, to which references are given. Each line is genuine, and in Kennedy's collection, and the rest formed part of a poem which bore some likeness to the story of Fingal, or to parts of it. Some stanzas are left almost entire, but the new composition is not a genuine work, and it is spoiled. The lines detached from their fellows lose all the rhythm and assonance which gave them a musical cadence, and stanzas so broken, mended, and displaced, lose their original meaning. Fingal is like this. The composition is no deception, but it is avowedly a mosaic constructed from several old works of high merit spoiled for the purpose. The makers took Fingal for a still older work, and pounded genuine old materials to make work like their model. As Dr. Smith did, so probably did the compounder of Fingal. Ramsay had done something of the kind with Scotch ballads, and Percy had done the same as Ramsay. Burns and others did the same, it was the fashion of these times. 1779. The Rev. Donald MacNicoll, M.A., Minister of Lismore in Argyllshire, published a reply to Johnson's tour. 406. As the minister lived close to Morven, his evidence is worth consideration. Boswell's account of his journey was published in 1785, about 9 months after Johnson's death. This, together with the doctor's tour and the minister's reply, gives a view of 3 sides of the question. And when the statements are picked out of the mass of opinions, there is as little reason for Johnson's famous attack on Scotch veracity as there is for MacNicoll's quotation, "Old men and travellers lie by authority." It seems as if the combatants, blinded by national prejudice, spent their energy in fighting shadows. The books are brimful of national prejudice, English and Scotch, Lowland and Highland. But they contain facts which can be authenticated, and statements which I believe, because the rest are true. It rests on Johnson's authority that there were plenty of Gaelic songs. Boswell gives the chorus of one by ear, and it still survives. It also rests on the doctor's authority, that people made statements about Gaelic matters, and that B did not believe them, which proves nothing. And that he heard of Gaelic manuscripts which he believed to be Irish, but which B could not have read if he had seen them. The minister, on the other hand, who understood Gaelic, says, p. 350. Every man of inquiry. Every person of the least taste for the poetry or turn for the antiquities of his country, has heard often repeated some part or other of the poems published by Mr. Macpherson. Hundreds still alive have heard portions of them recited long before Mr. Macpherson was born, so that he cannot possibly be deemed the author of compositions which existed before he had any existence himself. It is true that there is no man now living, and perhaps there never has existed any one person who either can or could repeat the whole of the poems of Ossian. Mr. Macpherson's great merit has been in collecting the disjecta membra poetae, and his fitting the parts so well together as to form a complete figure. This statement is supported by the Irish claim to the poems. And if it be remembered what people meant by translations in those days, it seems that the minister spoke the truth according to his lights, and the doctor according to his. MacNicoll mentions a great many Gaelic MSS. And many of these are quoted above, and exist, and he also mentions a number of other manuscripts which probably did exist then, wherever they are now. At page 360, MacNicoll, in speaking of the forthcoming Gaelic Ossian, says, "It would be impossible for any person, let his talents be ever so great, to impose a translation for an original on any critic in the Gaelic language." So the minister, knowing that there were Ossianic poems current, and recognizing them in the English, believed in the forthcoming Gaelic, and Johnson, who knew nothing but the English, held that Macpherson was the father of Ossian. And neither of them, as it seems, had looked at the Gaelic of the 7th book of Tamora, which might have prevented them from using such strong language. This seems to have been the prevailing spirit of the Ossianic controversy. Men have argued as partisans without first defining the points on which they would agree to differ, and like partisans, they have belabored each other unjustly. Boswell states that a certain Mr. Macqueen told Johnson, as to Fingal, that he could repeat some passages in the original, that he heard his grandfather had a copy of it, but that B could not affirm that Ossian composed all that poem as it is now published. Johnson had contended that, it is no better than such an epic poem as he could make from the Song of Robin Hood, page 127, Boswell, Routledge, 1860. Boswell held that Mr. Macqueen's statement amounted to what his hero Johnson had maintained. But Johnson called Macpherson, the father of Ossian, and he would not have called himself the father of Robin Hood if he had composed an epic about that half-mythical hero, so B was scarcely fair even if he was right. 1780. Mr. John Clarke published translations of ancient Gaelic poems, one of which was Mordub. Part of this was known to Mrs. Grant of Laggan, a lady whose Letters from the Mountains have made her name famous. The Gaelic appeared in Gillies, 1786. The English is like Macpherson's, the Gaelic like that of 1807, and I am inclined to rank Mordub with Ossian. 1780. Mr. Hill, an Englishman, got some copies of Gaelic poems from a blacksmith at Dalmally, in Argyllshire. These include a dialogue between Ossian and Pedruig, given in the appendix to the Highland Society's report, Cath Manuus, which survives, and a version of which was subsequently published in Irish by Miss Brooke. How Dermot Slew the Venomous Boar, which survives. How Bran Was Slain, which survives, and the Prayer of Ossian. These were published in the Gentleman's Magazine, and afterwards in a small pamphlet. The Prayer of Ossian, the dialogue referred to, resembles closely some of the poems in the late publications of the Ossianic Society of Dublin. There are 36 verses, or 144 lines of religious arguments on one side, praise of the ancient heroes, and pagan defiance on the other. I have not a doubt that these are perfectly genuine popular poems. 1760. About the same time Lord Webb Seymour and Professor Playfair also made a tour of the Highlands, and heard a poem repeated in Skye, which was translated, and which, from the description given of it, appears to be Moira Borb, or Fain Solus. Of which I have several versions, and which is an episode in Ossian, and these gentlemen heard tell of many other poems which seem to be the same as those still current, though now far rarer. They met an old lady who had herself repeated one such poem to Dr. Johnson. By this time Macpherson had risen in the world. 1785. Mrs. Grant wrote to her friend, Letter 26. Page 131, Volume 2. The bard, as I was about to tell you, is as great a favourite of fortune as of fame, and has got more by the old harp of Ossian than most of his predecessors could draw out of the silver strings of Apollo. He has bought 3 small estates in this country within 2 years, given a ball to the ladies, and made other exhibitions of wealth and liberality. He now keeps a hall at Belleville, his newly purchased seat, where there are as many shells as were in Selma, filled, I doubt not, with much better liquor. 1786. John Gillies, a Perth bookseller, who did not understand Gaelic himself, published a volume of Gaelic collected in the Highlands, which seems to deserve particular attention, and is referred to below. 1787. The Gaelic of Smith's collection appeared, it was avowedly patched, and mended, and pruned. It contains many lines and stanzas, which now survive in various shapes, and which were collected by others long ago, but it is not popular now, and it is little, if at all, known to the people. It seems to represent a different class of poetry, though the subjects are the same as the themes of the ballads which survive. Either these represent a class of poetry which had sprung up amongst the educated, and which is forgotten now that aristocrats have abandoned the old tongue, or these are popular songs mercilessly improved, till they have lost their character. I would rank them near Mordub, but they are nearer to the ballads than Ossian. So far, then, all the collectors found something which had some relation to Ossian's poems, but no one except Farquharson had found the poems themselves. And every one who translated, had written paraphrases of what he found. Stone, and Macpherson, and Smith, all took liberties alike. In this year Edmund Baron the Herald, gentleman of the bedchamber to the Elector Palatine, published an Irish Ossian, of which he says, these poems, though founded on tradition, are entirely of my composition. Still, they were called poems discovered by the Baron, and purported to be taken from Irish originals. The book was dedicated to Grattan. Whatever can be said against Macpherson's Ossian applies to this, and it wants the merit of originality. 1789. Miss Brooke published an Irish collection with a very free translation, but with the originals. It contains 1. Conlake, 2. Magnus the Great, 3. The Chase, 4. Moira Borb, 5. War Ode of Oscar, the Son of Oisein, in front of the Battle of Gabra, 6. Ode to Goll, the son of Morny, and some modern pieces. And this publication establishes the close resemblance which then existed, and now exists between Irish and Scotch Gaelic poetry. But as Gillies had published a Lay of Magnus, and one of Conlake, 2 versions of Moira Borb, a Death of Oscar, and an Ode to Goll, and many more of the same kind, collected in Scotland, 3 years before Miss Brooke's publication, which I believe to have been the first of its kind in Ireland. This does not support the modern Irish claim to everything, Gaelic and old, though it is a genuine work. 1796. In this year Macpherson died. Mrs. Grant of Laggan describes his end in a letter dated February 20, and tells that one of his latest acts was to frank a letter. So the Highland schoolmaster had risen high. 1803. A collection was made by MacDonald of Staffa. This contains pieces which I do not know. There are some prose tales, including one about the Great Fool. There are also a number of other paper manuscripts in the Advocate's Library, which contain fragments of collections made in the Highlands about this time. 1804. A collection of the works of the Highland bards, collected in the Highlands and Isles by Alexander and Donald Stewart, contains 592 pages, about 11,000 lines of poetry. The greater part consists of songs whose authors are known. Some of these I have heard sung, some I can sing myself, and many may still be picked up in the Highlands, wherever the Church has not stilled profane music. Amongst these are a number of compositions which differ from them as an oak does from a daisy. Such is the Battle Ode of the Clan Domhnall, composed by Lachlan Mór Mac Murich on the Battle of Harlaw. It is a string of alliterative adverbs so arranged as to imitate the rhythm of a pibroch, and exhaust all the epithets available under all the letters of the alphabet in turn. There are 8 other compositions which are old and Ossianic. Poems of Ossian were also collected by J. MacDonald in the western parishes of Strathnaver, Ross, and Inverness Shire. These are of the usual traditional class. There are many versions of well-known ballads, but no epic poetry. Now, all these were written while there was but little published Gaelic for Ossian. If there had been any epics then current, they would surely have been found. If there had been any inclination to make false translations there was ample opportunity. 1805. Report of the Highland Society on the authenticity of the poems of Ossian. Ossian. Published evidence. If anything could be ascertained relative to the authenticity of the poems, it was to be done by going direct to the oldest surviving inhabitants of the districts where they were said to be found. That was done, and collections were printed and written, of which very little is known. I have gone over the same ground myself once more with able assistance, and I have gone through great part of the work of my predecessors, and I will endeavour to give the result as briefly as I can. It has been proved that there were old Gaelic traditional poems, collectors of them, and men who made English paraphrases from them under the name of translations, long before Macpherson's time. N.B., according to the evidence in the report of 1805, spoke with men who had written collections. The affidavit of Archibald Fletcher, January 1801, number 16. Of the appendix, gives a list of poems collected by Fletcher himself, filling 194 pages, and deposited with the Society, and he names men with whom Macpherson spoke, and who knew such poems. Number 15. Of the same appendix gives 70 pages of comparisons between manuscripts in the possession of the Society and Macpherson's translation of Fingal. And these prove to demonstration that the poem in some form was known to the people, and that the published poem is not the popular version, though like it. Captain Morrison's evidence, No. 13. Is conclusive on this point, and proves that Macpherson had in his possession a great many such poems orally collected in Scotland, and that they appear in his English works. Kennedy gives a list of 17 persons from whose dictation be procured Gaelic poems, which he sold to the Highland Society, and which he collected between 1774 and 1783. It is therefore beyond all dispute that there were traditional poems in plenty, written and unwritten, attributed to Oisein, current in the Highlands, and accessible to Macpherson, many of which can still be traced in Ossian. The letters of Mr. Andrew Galley, published by the Committee, and dated Kincardine, March 12, 1779, and March 4, 1801, shew that Macpherson had old authorities also, and had little respect for them. The letters raise the curtain, and shew the translator at his work so vividly, that I give the following quotations. I remember Mr. Macpherson reading the MS. Found in Clanranald's, which was illuminated, and therefore old, and which is believed to be somewhere in Edinburgh now, execrating the bard who dictated to the amanuensis, saying, D.N. the scoundrel, it is he himself that now speaks. And not Ossian. This took place in my house in 2 or 3 instances. He goes on to say that it is well known that the poems as handed down got corrupted, and suggests that Macpherson had suppressed his old MSS. And he concludes thus: I think great credit is due in such a case, to him who restores a work of merit to its original purity. That is, great credit is due to Macpherson for distinguishing the work of a man who composed in the 3rd century from all intervening additions and alterations, and certainly great credit would be due to the workman if such work could be done. In 1799, Mrs. Galley confirms her husband's statement, saying, "Not any one thing is more in my remembrance than seeing with Mr. Macpherson, when he returned from his tour, the Gaelic misses as described by my husband. I remember Mr. Macpherson most busy at the translation, and he and Mr. Galley differing as to the meaning of some Gaelic words, etc." When such were the prevailing notions about translating, what becomes of authenticity? The report also gives a short history of Macpherson's start, and the evidence of those who placed him before the public, and it is not without interest. Macpherson's first publication 407 was made at the suggestion of Dr. Hugh Blair, who published the work, wrote the preface, 8 pages, and suggested a mission to the Highlands to collect more. The fragments are believed to be perfectly genuine, though very free translations, and include a bit of Fingal. The fight is about the next and following publications. And the evidence given by the men who set Macpherson to work is so strongly in favor of their general authenticity, so far as Macpherson is concerned, that it is hard to believe him to have been a mere forger. He must have had something more than we now know anything about. Dr. Blair saw his papers. Professor Adam Ferguson, who understood Gaelic, looked at them and compared them with the translations as they were made. And these appeared to be exact and faithful in any parts which were so read and compared. When this work was done, Macpherson went to London and published it. It was famous from the beginning, and soon after the grand battle began. It was a battle of giants, in which the burly figure of Johnson stalks in the first rank, with his shadow Boswell at his heels. David Hume Burke, a very ingenious Irish gentleman, the author of a tract on the sublime and beautiful, who told Hume that he had heard his countrymen cry out as soon as Macpherson's book was published, "We know all these poems. We have always heard them from our infancy," but who, on particular inquiry, could never learn that any one had ever heard, or could repeat the original of any one paragraph of the pretended translation. John Home, Mackenzie, Lang, and nearly every man of mark of that time, down to Humboldt and Lamartine of our own times, have all held opinions one way or the other, but the facts are the most important. Dr. Blair, in his letter, describes Macpherson as irritable, obstinate, and affrontable. He avows the probability of a combination of several pieces, the omission of some parts, and the insertion of others, which Macpherson did not then deny. In December 1797, Dr. Blair wrote that his work as it stands, exhibits a genuine authentic view of ancient Gaelic poetry. I am as firmly persuaded as I can be of anything. The letter, which is too long for quotation, seems to establish beyond cavil, that the Gaelic was written before the English, and that the published English was a fair representation of the Gaelic as collected and brought to Edinburgh in 1761. Dr. Adam Ferguson, in 1798, writes, "The fragments I afterwards saw in Mr. Macpherson's hands, by no means appeared of recent writing. The paper was much stained with smoke, and daubed with Scots snuff." And the doctor had himself, in his youth, heard poems repeated by an old tailor, of which he quotes 2 lines, which, though strangely spelt, are versions of 2 lines in Fingal. The Reverend Dr. Carlyle, the same whose memoirs have lately been published, who was at Prestonpans as a young man, and lived far on into this century, gives his account of the first starting of Macpherson, in which he had a large share. And of his intimacy with him in London in 1769 and 1770, when he saw him daily and lived in intimacy with him. And when he never was able to discover that he was any other than the translator. And Mr. Holmes states that Macpherson was an exceedingly good classical scholar. That he himself, in 1758 or 1759, met him with his pupil, Graham of Balgowan, afterwards Lord Lyndoch, at Moffat, that he had heard from Dr. Ferguson, who understood Gaelic, that there were remains of ancient Gaelic poetry in the Highlands, particularly one which he had himself heard repeated, and thought very beautiful. That he questioned Macpherson concerning this ancient Gaelic poetry, found that he bade some pieces written down, and persuaded him to translate one, the poem on the death of Oscar, which he brought in a day or two. In a few days he brought 2 or 3 more, which Home took to Edinburgh and shewed to Doctors Blair, Ferguson, and Robertson, and to Lord Elibank. And he subsequently, in the course of the year, carried them to London, and they were admired everywhere. Thus, in October 1759, and in a few days, Macpherson must have composed a great English work, if he was the author of The Fragments. A bit of his own original English composition may help to form an opinion of his merits as an original English writer. O Discord! Gnashing Fury! Ravenous Fiend! Hell's sharpest torment! Nauseous qualm of life! You bathe the poniard oft in friendship's breast. Peace, virtue, friendship, harmony, and love. Delightful train of graces shrink from thee. And so on. Another publication gives some measure of his knowledge of the Gaelic language. In 1771 he published, at Dublin, an introduction to the history of Great Britain and Ireland, and at pp. 176 to 177, he quotes 11 lines of Gaelic and gives a translation. The poem is said to be older than Christianity, but it is not said where it was got. If he wrote it himself, of course he knew what he meant. But in any case he seems to have made a mistake, whereon he founded a theory, and this was 11 years after the poems appeared. The Gaelic given is Marsin tun freigach a noir. Nuair schwanas duranis na nile fine. Thick riota ita gutin. Say spern, say scarda gugur. It seems to mean. Thus on bristling wanton wave. When sleeps Guaigean in her own cloud. Comes ice upon feather, tightly, or wing, or fin, or down, spray. And he striving in keenly splashing, or roaring. Macpherson translates it. Thus hovering over the bleak waves in the north. When Guaigean sleeps, wrapped in his cloud. A sudden frost comes on all his wings. He struggles, he loudly roars. There are no words for hovering, wrapped, sudden, or all, and tun is singular. It is not the sun who is frozen, but the wave, for Guaigean is feminine. But Macpherson argues that this sun, who could not resist a frosty evening but had his wings frozen, could not have been a Celtic god. But if the poet meant a wave, the argument is bad. And if he was Macpherson, and meant the sun, the Gaelic is not a good translation of the English, and it becomes highly improbable that Macpherson was capable of imagining the English Ossian, or turning it into the Gaelic of 1807. So it is argued. But direct evidence is better than argument. Mr. Home goes on to say, that, in travelling through the Highlands, which he did with Macpherson, he has met with several common people who repeated to him many hundred lines of the rhymes, as they called them. Mr. Home having usually with him one or more who understood the Gaelic language, made the rhymes be repeated again, which the person who understood both languages translated. So as to leave no room to doubt that the tales and songs sang by the boatmen and herds in the Highlands are the poems of Ossian. But the question is, were these the Gaelic poems of 1807? And of that Mr. Home could not judge. Having read one translation, he heard another like it. But he should have had the written Gaelic, and some one to compare it with the Gaelic which he had heard. And so far as I can find out, no one ever thought of trying that simple experiment on the street porters of Edinburgh, who are men of the class described, and could solve the problem. But 4 of the gentlemen who started, Macpherson gave valid reasons for their belief in the genuineness of the Gaelic materials collected by him, and in the general correctness of the translations. While they admit that which no reasonable man can now doubt, that he worked up these materials, and that the long poems never existed in the form which they now bear, before Macpherson's time. They held that Gaelic for nearly the whole of the translations had existed as detached fragments well known, and constantly repeated in the Highlands, but they did not maintain that Fingal and Tamora ever had been repeated from beginning to end. The report of the whole committee was in accordance with this evidence, 1st, that there had existed an abundance of impressive, striking, eloquent, tender and sublime Gaelic poetry. 2d, that the translations often contained the substance, and sometimes almost the literal expression of passages in poems, and fragments of poems, which the committee had been able to procure. But they had not been able to obtain one poem the same in title and tenor with the poems as published. They believed that they had begun too late. That Macpherson had far better opportunities of collecting and collating, and rejecting, and putting together, what might fairly enough be called an original whole. They point out modernisms in the later publications, such as Tamora, and generally the committee having good opportunities, made a report, which seems to settle the question, as well as such a question could be settled. But while all this argument and criticism and paper war was disturbing the non-Gaelic world, the Highlanders of the poorer class knew very little about the fight, and went on singing their own ballads. Though people who sought for old poetry after Macpherson had set the world by the ears, found no epics. It is useless to argue that the Highlands changed after the Battle of Culloden. It is true that whole clans have been displaced since then, and that the whole population of Great Britain is now rapidly assimilating. But I have spoken with men who remembered the 45, and with one who had not left his native island during his life, 108 years. Men and women of 70 and 80 are to be found all over the Highlands, and many of these trace their descent for many generations, and occupy the old holdings of their ancestors. From such people traditions can now be got, and they were got before, and almost immediately after Macpherson's first publication, and they were and are nearly the same still. I have already mentioned Stone, Farquharson, Pope, Kennedy, Fletcher, Hill, etc., as collectors. They found ballads, but Ossian is a collection of epics and they found none. 1807. The Gaelic of Ossian was published from a manuscript of Macpherson's. An edition was subsequently distributed gratis, in 1818. 1908. The Gaelic Society of Dublin, established for the investigation revival of ancient Irish literature, published a volume which contains, amongst other matter, a story from the Irish, which is said to be the foundation of Mr. James Macpherson's Darthula. It is the story of Deirdre, and the sons of Usnach, partly taken from Keating. In this occurs the following passage. It happened then on a snowy day that her tutor killed a calf to prepare food for her. And on his spilling the calf's blood in the snow, a raven came to drink of it, and as Deirdre noticed this, she said to Ladhrach, her nurse Chatterai, that she would be glad herself to have a husband possessed of the three colours which she saw. That is, his hair of the colour of the raven, his cheek of the colour of the calf's blood, and his skin of the colour of the snow. There is such a man, named Nisai, son of Usnach, of Connor's household, said Ladhrach. See Volume 3, 200. This incident seems to belong to the whole Celtic race. The story is followed by a version of the poem, with a translation, mixed with a prose story, which, as is usual in Gaelic recitations, helps out the poem. Most of the places named in the poem are in Argyllshire, Vale of Mawson, Vale of Urche, Vale of Ide, Glen Darroid, translated Vale of the Two Rows, Innis and Droyan, translated Dear is Drano, etc. The scene of the prose story is generally in Ireland, but nearly all the poetry relates to Scotland. The editor says that the tragic tale has been written since the 6th century, and if so, it is no wonder that it should be known both in Ireland and in Scotland in various shapes. The Irish version makes the children of Usnath cousins of Cuchulainn. Macpherson made them his nephews. The Irish story make them Ultonian nobles, reared with Aphai in the military school of Skye, where Cuchulainn was also educated. The volume also includes an historic tale of the sons of Usnath. A song to the blackbird, a hymn of Columcille, and a version of the ballad of Tail, the son of Trone, which is like Fain Solis. The editor says, with reference to Irish Fenian poems and stories, page 211. With every one of these, and all other stories in the Irish language, Mr. Macpherson appears to have been perfectly conversant. Nor has he omitted one of their beautiful expressions or interesting episodes. In the execution of his scheme, however, he has been totally regardless of epochs, and with fastidious insolence he rejects the very sources of his reputation. This is surely strong testimony in favor of the general authenticity of Macpherson's publication, from so keen an adversary and so good a scholar as the editor of this volume. The Gaelic of 1807 he condemns. He points out the Irish metre, of which he says it is a bad imitation, and asserts that Mr. Macfarlane was a very incorrect Gaelic pretender, who did not know the original Irish, which Macpherson knew well, and so erred in base modern corrupt erse. One Irish line mentioned, means, "My heart leaping as a blackbird." Macpherson gave it pathetic expression, thus: "The heart of the aged beats over thee." Tamora has it, as, "The crid na was fo spern." The heart of age is under woe. And this is said to be what Mr. Macfarlane aped to translate in his corrupt irregular dialect. To me it seems that this publication tells very strongly for the general authenticity of Macpherson's Ossian. If it be true that he lived for some years in the county of Limerick, with a cousin who kept a school there, and if he told the Bishop of Limerick that Fingal was an original, but that the characters were Irish, it surely is not advancing Gaelic literature to abuse the man who rescued it from obscurity. 1813. Turner's collection contains, amongst a number of songs, the Lay of the Great Fool, of which a traditional version is given at page 160, volume 3. The last is much longer. A version was printed in Glasgow in 1800, in a collection without a name, 12mo, 12 pages, price 2d. I have not seen it, but it is mentioned by Reid. In the 6th volume of the Transactions of the Ossianic Society of Dublin for 1858, published November 1861, there is a version of the same poem, 158 quatrains. On applying to Mr. O'Daly, the secretary to the Society, I learn that this is taken from a manuscript made in Kilrush, County Clare, by a blacksmith named Martin Griffin, in 1844. That the poem is very popular in Ireland, and that there are older versions in the library of the Royal Irish Academy, as the secretary remembers to have seen a copy there made in 1737. Mr. O'Daly thinks that it must be a Leinster composition, because of the localities named. I cannot see the force of this argument, for it would make Hamlet a Danish composition, and Macbeth a Scotch one. I can only say that it proves the poem to be old, Gaelic, and genuine, to find it current from Stornoway, Gairla, and Glasgow, to Kilrush and Dublin, amongst paupers, cottars, and blacksmiths, in Scotland and Ireland. And it seems to make the Scotch and Irish quarrel about old ballads which belong to both sufficiently absurd. The Irish version, Turner's, and mine, all vary from each other, but they were evidently the same composition at some period. I have much which the long Irish version has not, and it has a great deal which is not in my version or in Turner's. There is an episode and a sequel, and it looks more like a fragment of a popular romance made up from ballads. 1816. MacCallum published a collection made through ministers and others, all of whom gave their names, which are published. If the people were apt to learn, MacCallum would surely now have found them repeating the poems of 1807. But the people are only sturdy to retain what they have learned from their fathers, or what suits their everyday life, and MacCallum again found and published versions of old poems which had been printed in 1804 and 1786, which are in MSS. of 1530, and are still recited in 1860, chiefly in the islands, poems which are not those of Macpherson or Dr. Smith, but which can be traced in their Gaelic publications, and form their groundwork. It is proved, then, that before 1760, when Macpherson made his tour, there were plenty of manuscript and traditional poems current in the Highlands, and that he collected and used them. Mrs. Galley, Lord Lyndoch, Dr. Ferguson, and others saw him engaged upon these materials, and he had no respect for his authorities, new or old. When he died, none of these materials were forthcoming, but those who know anything of Gaelic, know what some of them must have been. The Irish writer, to whom I have referred above, quotes an essay by O'Reilly, in which the Irish poems are named, from which Macpherson stole his materials for Ossian. Carthon is founded on the Lay of Conlake. His Fingal is partly taken from the Lay of Magnus the Great. His episode of Borburn Fainasalis, in the third book of his Fingal, is taken from Moira Borb. Why not Tate Mac Trone? The fourth book of Fingal is founded on the War Ode of Gaul. The combat between Oscar and Iallan seems to be a bad imitation of Moira Borb. The Death of the Children of Usnag is the poem on which he framed his Dart Hula. The original of The Battle of Lara is not given by the Gaelic Society in their printed Gaelic originals. But a poem in Gillies's collection of Gaelic poems, printed at Perth in 1786, called Aragon, is the poem on which the Battle of Lara is founded. 224. The Death of Oscar, in the first book of Temora, is grounded on the Battle of Gura, and many passages of it are indeed literally translated. But great liberties, as usual, have been taken with the original. And the writer again refers to page 313 of the Perth edition. But this Perth edition is Gillies's, published in 1786, before Miss Brooke's work, and purports to be a collection, not of Irish poems, but of poems collected by gentlemen in the Highlands of Scotland. One of whom, Sir James Foulis of Colinton, Bart, procured and carefully revised many of them. So Gillies lands us in the Highlands of Scotland once more, and it is rather cool to quote him as an Irish authority, and ignore the collections of the Highland Society altogether. The book is now very rare. There is a copy in the Advocates' Library, but none in the British Museum. I have seen but 2 other imperfect copies, and never heard of it till 1861. When I read it first, I thought that my peasant reciters must have learned from the book, for it seemed to contain the very ballads which had come to me. But on looking closer at it, I was satisfied that tradition had borrowed nothing from this rare book, for there are endless variations. My collectors I can trust, and they are satisfied that Gillies was taken from tradition, and that the book is unknown to the men who recited poems which they wrote. On procuring a very dirty, torn, thumb-lead copy from Glasgow, with many names scribbled over it, and a perfume of fragrant peat emanating from every page, I set myself to consider whether dirt might not be an index to the modern reader's taste. And by sight and smell it soon appeared that the heroic age had passed from the Firth of Clyde, where I bad found none of the old poems. Most of the names and occupations of the former owners savour of ships and Argyllshire locks, of a life of industry, trade, and commerce, salt herrings, revenue laws, peace and plenty. The poetry which had delighted such men was not The Death of Oscar, which is still commonly sung in Uist and Barra, and used to be sung about Lochal. And was sung in Lorne about the time that John Gorm was roasted, and which is the groundwork of Temora, that is nearly clean. Mordub, the big black sentimental warrior, is nearly white, and so are most of the heroic pieces which treat of wars of the Lochlanners and the Feen, those which are old, and speak of a past age, and are claimed for Ireland. But Bray Loch Yull, a love song with a capital chorus, is nearly worn out, so is The Praise of a Young Man to His Sweetheart, and most of the love songs are in bad case. So is a lamentable ditty about an old deer hunter of Athoyle, who used a gun, and one about a gentleman who was drowned. Isabel Nicawid, Isabel Mackay, milking the Kye all alone, whom I have known all my life, is as black as the Hottentot Venus, and fairly torn to shreds by her numerous admirers. In short, it seemed that those who had read the book did not cultivate the class of poetry which prevails amongst the poorest class who cannot read at all, who recite these poems, and trace them to their ancestors, and believe in them. It seems that the thoughts of men of work and action, and some education, are of the present rather than the past, and that the heroic age is rapidly fading from the minds of people who rub shoulders with the rest of the world. The copy in the Advocates' Library looks as if it never had been read at all. The copy of Ossian, presented to the parish of Dunoon, is almost perfectly clean. I firmly believe that it never had been read till it was put into the hands of an old shoemaker friend of mine to extract his opinion of the work. How strange it is that poetry, which certainly is the germ of that Ossian which is still admired in palaces, should still be the fireside pastime of men described as savages, burrowing in middens, and furnishing good specimens of the ape idiot. While a thriving peasantry gets decorously drunk in its fine new house, and has no taste for pastimes which the palace and the hovel share, and utilitarians despise. It seemed then that I might safely take Gillies as a standard to which to refer anything I might pick up from the people, or find in other books. And it seems evident that there are several different epochs of wholly distinct poetry there represented. First, poems which might be divided into stanzas of 4 lines each, and which are so divided generally, which in spirit, in incident, in names, in rhythm, and in every respect resemble one another, and often refer to each other. Many which are still recited and sung by the people of the remoter districts of the Highlands. These are always attributed to Oisein by the people now, and Oisein generally appears as an actor in the incidents described. They relate to the wars of Lachlan and Erin. They are simple, they are like stories versified, there is no mention of Morven, Fingal is not once named. But Finn, and the rest of his family and friends, are the heroes of nearly all these poems, and they invariably bear the characters now attributed to them by the people in the prose tales and traditions of Scotland and Ireland. So far as I know them. These I believe to be popular ballads, many at least as old as 1530, probably very much older, and to be specimens of the poetry on which the Gaelic poems of Ossian were founded. Finn and Magnus of Norway fight a battle in one of these. And it is worth considering whether the events can be reconciled with Norse history, and whether the real composer's date cannot thus be ascertained. 2d. There are comparatively modern poems by known authors, which differ from the first in every particular. They are on different subjects, in different metre, and the ideas which they contain are those of a wholly different class of men. They are essentially modern, though some are as early as Charles II. They are to the first class of songs what The Last Rose of Summer is to Sir Lancelot, modern poetry to an old ballad. 3d. There are 2 specimens of compositions which resemble in some degree the Ossian best known to the world. These are to the ballads what Thomson's Seasons are to Chevy Chase. They seem to me, when I read them, to want the stamp of antiquity, to be more polished, to be poetry of a different class and time. They are like the popular ballads in incident, and in rhythm, but they have a dash of sentimentalism about them which seems foreign to popular taste. They are more refined and less quaint. It is hard to define an almost instinctive feeling, but the poet seems to have thought in English. These I take to be more modern, but still old. Specimens of poems such as Macpherson might have found ready-made to his hand, by some previous educated collector, infected with the vice of mending what he found. One of these is the Mordub, above mentioned. Now, the average length of these pieces, which I believe to be genuine old poetry, all of which were printed 20 years before the Gaelic of Ossian, is from 100 to 200 lines. And there is nothing unreasonable in supposing that such compositions have been handed down from generation to generation, learned by sons from fathers, gradually altered, and so preserved. Gray's Elegy has 128 lines, and I suppose there are thousands in England who can repeat it. John Gilpin, My Name is Norval, and scores of other pieces might be taken down from dictation amongst certain classes of the community, who might be puzzled to say who composed them, or when. And if all books in England were now to be destroyed, a diligent collector might still recover whole volumes of prose and poetry in England. I know English students who think they could repeat about 1,000 lines of various compositions. I have heard of one who repeated a book of the Georgics under the influence of champagne, and I know scraps of scores of songs myself. It is surely not too much to assume that a peasantry who have few books, and who live apart from the world, a people who have been famous from the dawn of history for rhymes, should have preserved a few remnants of very ancient poetry to this day. Popular ballads. It may be well here to attempt a definition of the word ballad. I understand it to mean a bit of popular history, or a popular tale, or romance, turned into verse, which will fit some popular air. It is not something definite, like a printed song by a known author, but something which is continually undergoing change. Chevy Chase is a familiar example of popular history versified. There are 68 stanzas, generally of 4 lines. In the version in Percy's Relics, the story is simply told, and the whole is exceedingly dramatic. There is not a bit of sentiment or natural history in it. But there is something which has made it popular for centuries. Many versions of the ballad exist, and the original composer is unknown. The Battle of Audiobook is another example. It has 70 stanzas of 4 lines. It is like the other, and it has a foundation in fact, so that it cannot be older than a certain date. An instance of a popular tale versified is The Frolicsome Duke, or The Tinker's Good Fortune, Percy's Relics, Volume 1, 255. The story is the same as that of The Sleeper Awakened, told in the Arabian Nights, but the whole machinery of the English ballad is English, not Arabic. A similar instance is The Heir of Lynn, the groundwork of which is in an Eastern tale, though the ballad is Scotch. Another is The King and the Miller of Mansfield. The story of that ballad is very widely spread. Sir Walter Scott tells it as Scotch history in the Tales of a Grandfather. I have something very like it in Gaelic. The adventure savours of Haroun of Raskid wandering in disguise, and Percy gives a whole list of similar songs and stories, in which some king converses with a poor man, is entertained by him, and afterwards discovers his rank, and rewards his entertainer. The style of this English ballad is humorous, rough, and popular. Its length, 40 stanzas, is not such as to make it difficult to remember, and the rhythm is that of a jolly tune. The story and the ballad might suit the subjects of a whole dynasty by altering a few words, and a few changes would make them suit any place where there are kings and countrymen. Thus even popular history has a vague date, but the popular tale has none. An instance of a popular romance in the form of a ballad is Sir Lancelot, and another gives the story of Mort Arthur. Another old ballad contains the whole story of King Lear and his daughters, and there are many such. A good example of the changes which ballads undergo is to be found in the versions of one which is still current in Scotch drawing rooms. In the minstrelsy of the Scottish border is a ballad whose chorus is Binnery, O Binnery, by the bonny mill dams O Binnery. The story told in dialogue is that of 2 sisters, the eldest of whom, in a fit of jealousy, pushes the youngest into a river, where she is drowned. All versions agree so far, and their meter has a general resemblance, but the details, the language, the tune, and the meter, vary according to the district where the ballad is found. A version is given in The Scouring of the White Horse, and is essentially English. There are many border versions, and a Tweedside antiquary might fairly claim the ballad, but another old version has the chorus of Edinburgh, Edinburgh, Stirling for aye, bonny St. Johnstone stands upon Tay. Another version which I have has this chorus. O Achone, Achonaree, on the banks of the Bannagh, Achonaree, of which one line is Gaelic. Another has Bow down, and I'll be true unto my love, if he'll be true unto me. Miss Brooks transcribed a version which S. C. Walker, historian of the Irish bards, sent to Sir Walter Scott. The chorus is Hey ho my nanny o, while the swan swims bonny o. And the lady got it from an old woman who sang it from memory. Drawing room versions now current are generally traced to some old nurse, who sang them to the young ladies, and these vary more than some Gaelic ballads which are separated from each other by centuries, and about which Scotch and Irish Gael quarrel heartily. Some verses are highly poetical, and savour of antiquity, others of modern times, some are almost absurd. He courted the eldest wi' brooch and wi' knife, but he loved the youngest as his life. Is pretty, but another is quaint. I did not put you in with the design, just for to pull you out again. One verse is picturesque, and another is almost ridiculous. They could na see her yellow hair, for the pearls and jewels that were there. Then up and spake her gayest Sae Green. D'ye know ken the king's daughter Jean? In another version it was no ghost, but the lady herself who spoke. Oh, Miller, I'll give you guineas 10. if you'll send me back to my father again. The miller he took her guineas 10. And then he popped her in again. In one version, a harper made a harp of the drowned lady's breast bane, and yellow hair, and it played magic tunes. Another tells us that the sister she sailed over the sea, and died an old maid of 103. The lover became a beggar man, and he drank out of a rusty tin can. A ballad then bears the stamp of originality, and the traces of many minds. It may be of generations of singers of all classes of society, and of many districts. It may even be found in several different dialects, or even languages, and yet be the same ballad nevertheless. To strike out any bit of a genuine ballad is to mutilate it, to add anything to it is to disfigure it. But it is quite legitimate to fuse as many versions as can be got, so as to complete the story, and to select the best of several lines, if the fact be stated. The banging of the miller, for instance, is a new incident, and should be added. And so should the verse. The miller's daughter was at the door, as sweet as any gilly flower. To sift out all the pretty bits of these ballads, strike out all that is quaint, compose a lot of similar poetry, and then attribute the whole to Thomas the Rhymer, would not be fair treatment of popular ballads. And yet something of the kind was done even by Percy in his Relics, for he added verses of his own. An event or incident must first be remembered as a tradition, therefore a popular tale is the oldest form. A popular ballad which can easily be sung, and remembered, is the next growth, and a romance or play, such as Mort Arthur, King Lear, Fingal, or the Idylls of the King, is the next and last. Besides these old-world ballads there are several other classes: sentimental songs which have no story, political ballads which are forgotten almost as soon as made, and ballads which never take hold of the popular mind, because their interest is local or temporary. Of these there is a crop every year, which springs up, and dies, like the undergrowth of flowers and grass, which springs up and decays under the branches of an old forest or a young plantation, and is mingled with its withered leaves. Current Gaelic traditions. Ossian and ballads. In 1859, 1860, and 1861, I collected Gaelic stories and latterly such ballads as came in my way. Mr. Hector MacLean searched the islands of Islay, North and South Uist, Benbecula, Barra, Minglay, Mull, and other places, for stories. Mr. Torrey, a native of Benbecula, tried some of the Outer Hebrides and Skye. Mr. Carmichael visited Lismore, his native island, walked through part of Sutherland, and the main land of Lorne, and searched the districts where he was stationed in Harris, Skye and Islay. John Dewar and McNair sent me what they had been able to learn about the traditions of Caol. Hector Urquhart what he had collected about Inverary. Mr. Osgood Mackenzie searched the neighbourhood of Gairla, in Rossshire. Mr. Fraser of Mould sent contributions from the Eastern Highlands about Bewley. Mr. Hugh MacLean tried the district about West Loch, Tarbert. Mr. Pattison and Mr. Taylor tried Islay, Glasgow, and Paisley. Mr. MacLauchlan sent something from Edinburgh, and I myself visited nearly all these places, and corresponded with a great number of friends in these and other parts of the Highlands, who corresponded with their friends. In short, though the search is incomplete, and I have often gleaned more than my collectors had reaped, it was sufficiently extensive to make certain of finding any widely spread class of poetry now current, and latterly we looked for it. In only one case have I been able to find any part of the poetry of 1807 in its present form known to reciters, nor have I been able to discover that any of the poems printed by Dr. Smith are ever recited in their published form. We have occasionally found copies of Ossian and Dr. Smith's work, but no one seemed to have read them. The Ossian presented to the parish of Dunoon, and all the copies which I have seen or heard of are in good condition. I have a tattered Sean Dana, but it is not thumbed. I may fairly say that the Gaelic Ossian of 1807, and Sean Dana of 1787, are almost unknown to the class who recite Gaelic poems which they attribute to Oisein. It is argued that the day for collecting Ossian is gone, and it is true, but something still remains amongst those who can neither read nor write, nor speak English, as I shall endeavour to prove. Underscore 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 underscore. In 1786, that is, 26 years after Macpherson's first publication, and 21 years before the Gaelic Ossian was printed, and about the time that Dr. Smith's Sean Dana appeared, the publication of John Gillies appeared also. It is a very rare book. It has made no stir in the world, and it never was distributed gratis. It is hardly noticed by the Highland Society in their report. And Macpherson only refers to it in a note. There is every reason to suppose that Ossian and Sean Dana ought to be known, and Gillies' poems unknown to the people, but the reverse is true. Many of the poems collected in 1860 are versions of those collected about 80 years before by Gillies. On looking through the books and manuscripts referred to above, I found the very same poems preserved in collections made in the Highlands long ago, together with other similar poems. But the Sean Dana and the Gaelic Ossian are nowhere to be found in any of these collections made from the people. In 1530 Dean MacGregor's collection was written, and it contains versions of poems which are now current. And one of these is the Lay of Diarmaid, so I take it as an example. When my version was printed, I asked and obtained permission to compare it with that of 1530. And I subsequently obtained another version, written at Gairla for Sir Kenneth Mackenzie in 1850, from the dictation of John Macpherson, then 88 years old. I am indebted to Mr. Nicholson for this. Other versions were written by Kennedy in 1774 or 1783, and printed by Gillies in 1786, and by McCallum 1816. And I believe that there are many other versions. All which I have read vary from each other in length, in language, in arrangement of verses, and of lines. Kennedy's traditional version has 86 quatrains, but some of them are repeated several times. Mine has 125 lines, 33 verses incomplete. The Gairla version has 21 verses, and of these 19 correspond with mine, though not exactly. 2 verses I had not got, they are as follows. Bu math meis dut fin. Sbu math me dut gu beached. Bu math me lata na tath brin. Sbha me en Ceardach lond meek Libyan. Tri Reidhinn thanag o en tuin. Mo lamsa dh fag iad gun chin. Sadh foiscale thuso lo fuel. C human treged tu. Me dha onfir. Good was I to thee, Finn. Surely to thee was I good. I was good on the day of the ford dwelling. And I was in Lon Maclibian's smithy. 3 kings came from the waves. My hand it was left them headless. And it was I loosed thee with blood. Why shouldst thou leave me of all men? On looking through Kennedy's version I find something like these in it, and they join in with 3 other Fenian traditions. For the ford dwelling, see page 169, volume 2. For the blood which loosed Finn, page 179, and for old manuscript authority for a similar story, page 187 of the same volume, for the Smithy story, see numbers LXVII and LXXXV. In volume 3. Neither of these verses are in the version of 1530, and I have several others which are not there. The variations in all these are remarkable, the lines vary more in sense than in sound, and the main story hardly varies at all. It seems as if successive reciters or scribes had caught up the story, and the assonance and rhythm, and substituted words, and transposed lines and stanzas from time to time. For example, Reidhinn, kings in the Gairla poem, is Nagianan, girls or daughters in the story Riran and Jinan being the sounds. Coisin, Nair, Earn, shame, is Tuar Ter, give disgrace, in which the sounds oi and ai are preserved, and the general idea is given, though the words are altered. And Sgiath Urla, the expert shield, becomes Sgiath Shutharl, the shield of Sutharl, the sounds Arsgia Orla, Sgia Hurl, Boen Te, from home, becomes T Agade, against the, Ontai, Ataie, and so on in many instances. The verses also are differently arranged. In the Gairla version and in mine, 1 and 2 agree, but 3 in the one is 10 in the other, 5 is 3, 4 and 6 are transposed, 16 is 30, 18 is 21, and so on. In short, this comparison of a number of versions of the same ballad, written down at various periods between 1530 and 1860, in different districts, is a very interesting study for a philologist. And for anyone who takes an interest in traditional lore. In the first place, there is a measure of popular memory, and it appears that tradition will not preserve a poem entire for 330 years, so it could not have so preserved much longer poems for 1600. It appears also that the language spoken in the Highlands has changed, though far less than English that time, but the change is sufficient to prove that Gaelic of the 19th century cannot be the language of a poet who lived in the 3rd. It is also plain that the orthography of the poems of 1807, which is that of the Highland Society's dictionary and the modern Bible, is not the orthography of the scribes who wrote Gaelic at earlier periods. And, consequently, the poems of Ossian are not a standard for language or spelling. Again, the rhythm and assonance of this traditional poem are such, that when I, on my own judgment, had separated lines written consecutively, into quatrains, I found, on inquiry, that previous collectors had done the same with similar passages. And our divisions correspond, and fit the music to which the pieces are still sung. Much of the Gaelic of Ossian and Sean Dana can be so divided, but a great deal of it will not break up into musical quatrains. And from this I would argue that it is not now in its original shape. Now, a poem of Dermot was published by Dr. Smith in 1787, and the doctor had then in his possession the version collected by Kennedy, but though the stories agree, the published poem and Kennedy's manuscript differ entirely. Dr. Smith says of himself, Smith's Gaelic Antiquities, page 128. 1780, Edinburgh. When the materials were collected, his next labor was to compare the different editions, to strike off several parts that were manifestly spurious, to bring together some episodes, etc. And he tells us, that he pieced in lines and half-lines, and sometimes threw in a few lines and sentences of his own. The result is, that there is no trace of Smith's Dermot to be found as an entire composition either in Old MSS or modern tradition. The poetry will not easily break up into quatrains, and but for occasional passages which can be recognized elsewhere, Smith's Dermot might almost rank with Ossian itself. But that was formerly considered to be the proper treatment of an original work of the 3rd century, and the work so treated was translated and published, and the whole process was openly described by the able scholar who did it. I have taken this poem as an illustration, because it has nothing to do with Macpherson's Ossian, and its history seems to indicate how the Gaelic of Ossian was put together, and from what materials it was made. The value of the materials will best appear by comparing the versions of 1530 and 1860 with intervening versions. There are 42 lines in the first which are clearly the same as lines in the last, and about 12 more which can be recognized. But no two lines are exactly the same, and those which resemble each other are scattered broadcast throughout the compositions, but the stories are almost the same. The old version was attributed to an unknown Alan MacRoyer. Tradition now attributes the Lay of Dermot to Oisein, and Irish scholars assure us that the main incidents are historically true, as this is but a part of the story of Dermot and Grain, who lived about the 3rd century. Few ballads have a better pedigree, or have met with worse treatment than this Lay of Dermot, 1530, Dean MacGregor, 104 lines Kennedy, 1774, 314, Smith, 1787, 193, McCallum, 1816, 161, Macpherson, 1850, 84, MacLean, 1860, 104. I have other versions, got from Mr. Torrey, etc., since the sheet was printed, and plenty more may yet be got, as the ballad is common enough in the Hebrides, and the story is known everywhere, and often contains lines of the ballad. This then is a Gaelic ballad, a story made into verse, and sung by the people time out of mind. It was easy to build up a new structure with such excellent materials, and so give a tolerable idea of the poetry of the country, partly true and partly false, and I have no doubt that the poems of Ossian were so made. Take one instance. What is true of Smith's Dermot is true of Tamora. I know no instance in which that poem can be repeated by any one, and no peasant of my acquaintance knows it. I got McNair, a shoemaker, to read the Gaelic Ossian, and he said plainly and decidedly, this is not the old stuff. Cha en so and Sean stuff. Hector MacLean entirely agrees, having read the book with the view of forming an opinion, and though many persons talk freely of Ossian, and give very decided opinions thereon, very few, indeed, have read the Gaelic. Now, if Macpherson's English Tamora be compared with no LXXXI, it will be found that the story of the first book and of the traditional poem is very simple, and that both agree generally. Moreover, stanzas 13, 14, 24, 15, 16, 39, 40, 46, 55, 56, 62, 57, 58, of the Gaelic, repeated in 1860, are represented by passages which follow each other in this order, about the middle of the first book. But the magic opening of the ballad, the talking raven, and the soothsaying, all which savours of a past age, is replaced in the epic by a vague but beautiful and masterly word picture of a landscape, through which stalk the half-described indistinct figures of gloomy warriors whose dress and arms are barely sketched, but whose peculiarities agree with the traditional accounts of them so far as they go. Thus, Cairbre has a spear, and his eye is red, if his hair is not. In the epic, the opening scene is shifted to Cairbre's camp, and then back to Fingal's side, and the whole is pervaded by a general resemblance to the opening of Fingal. But the first book ends with something which I have not yet been able to trace elsewhere. The ballad, on the contrary, begins with Oscar, follows him to the house of Cairbre, and through his quarrel, and back to his own camp, and through the fight till he dies, and then it accompanies his friends in their lament, and procession to his burial. The whole ends with a natural account of the grief of Finn, by Finn's son, the poet Ossian, who is supposed to be narrating the end of his own darling son, Oscar. The ballad is simple and natural. The epic is laboured and artificial, and it is no translation, according to my definition of the word, but it is like something elaborated and built up out of the materials of one or more ballads. A few well-known Gaelic lines are scattered about in an English dress, such as, the sword was at his side that gave no second wound, and a man who read Tamora for the first time, and held loose views of translation, and knew the traditional Gaelic ballads, might well say that the one was a translation of the other, but very inaccurate and inferior to the original. Macpherson knew of this ballad, and in his edition of 1790 quotes 2 stanzas of it, which were taken, as he says, from an Irish poem on the Battle of Gabra. These stanzas were printed by Gillies, and were found in Scotland at least 14 years before, in 1786. Versions of this ballad are very commonly repeated in the islands now, and no. 81. Might be considerably extended by further search in Islay, Barra, Uist, etc. I know that it was formerly recited about Loch Awe, and there is a man there still, who is said to know many such. In 1816, MacCallum got it from a Mr. Donald McInnes, and published it, page 151 of his book. Gillies gives 2 versions in 1786, at page 167 and 313. Kennedy gives it in his collection of 1783, and got it in Argyllshire. Macpherson made it the groundwork of Tamora, and of his first publication in 1760, and Dean MacGregor gives it in 1530. On the other side of the water, a similar poem was published in 1853 by the Dublin Ossianic Society, and in the 12th century a short ballad, attributed to Oisein, was written down in Ireland. And the best Irish scholars believe that the leading events recorded in the ballad, and found in Tamora, the battle and the deaths of Oscar and Cairbre, are historically true, and happened a.d. 284, in Ireland, where the scene is laid in every one of the compositions named above. This seems a respectable pedigree for a tradition, worked into an epic poem at least 100 years ago, and one that excites regret for the neglected state of Gaelic literature of all kinds. What has been said of Diarmaid is true of Lay Of Osgar. No 2 versions are identical, the language and orthography vary with the age and the scribe. Rhythm and assonance are preserved, stanzas are broken, parts found in one version are not to be found in another. And there is ample room for honestly mending, with its own fragments, that which has gone to decay, without playing such tricks as Temora. There is not one line of the Gaelic of the traditional ballad in the Gaelic of 1807, and the first Gaelic book of Temora, as then published, has still to be accounted for. It seems by no means a difficult task to make another sham epic out of genuine Gaelic materials. I have enough to make a goodly framework, and here is a specimen of the kind of translation, which might be founded on several measured prose passages, which are to be found in these volumes, and elsewhere. It is the sort of translation which some of my critics seem to have expected, instead of the bald literal translation, which I prefer. A few specimens of former work will shew, that if I have fallen into Charybdis, it was in avoiding Scylla. Page 190. Smith's Gaelic Antiquities. Graina, dost thou not remember the moans of the crane, as we wandered early on the hill of our love? With pity, thou didst ask the aged son of the rock, why so sad was the voice of the crane? Too long, he replied, he hath stood in the fun, and the ice hath bound his lazy foot. A similar passage will be found at pages 42 and 47, volume 3, and from the Gaelic quoted by Smith. His original seems to have been almost the same as mine. His Gaelic lines mean: early the heron cries on the meadow that is in Love's hill, sly of jail. The same author translates: as it were a bulrush on a slender reed of Lego. He grinds the hard tough spear of Dermot. A similar traditional passage is given in volume 3, 54 and 58. Smith's Gaelic is given by him at page 193. Shagnad a Schliegen red ruad. Marchwilk na liege no mar lucher. And it means: he would crunch his tough brown darts as reeds of liege or as rushes. Another passage is given by the same author at page 198, and whenever the Gaelic is placed beside the English, the spirit of the original poetry gives way to a prose imitation of Macpherson's peculiar English. Though the Gaelic is in a metre which clearly indicates a division into quatrains, of which each line is a separate portion of a sentence, and makes sense alone, the English is all heaped together. The result is, fine English and something new. I have striven to express, in the plainest words, the plain meaning of the old Gaelic as I got it. If my predecessors had been less free in their translations, and their critics less hard, I might have steered a middle course. As it was, my chief aim was to give a true rendering, without caring for my own style or that of Ossian. False translation of genuine Gaelic. They hoisted the lumbering yards, and the three great flapping sails, against the tall tough stringy bending masts, and the cordage rattled through the blocks. There was a gentle little breeze, such as sailors like at sea, a sighing, singing, whistling, rushing wind, that threshed up the heather on the hillsides, stripped off the rustling leaves from the willow trees, and tossed the thatch of the houses on the ridges and furrows of the fields. The sides of the vessel creaked as they set the sails. Then the ship went slipping swiftly along through the sheltered sound, while the rippling little blue wavelets came lipping gently against her bow, till she rounded the point with a whir, and went into the surging broken water outside with a plunge. Then the lumbering great ocean swell came thundering up against the dark rocks, and struck the ship's side with a heavy thud, as she bounded along. Their music then was made by splashing whales, and screeching seagulls, and silvery little fishes leaping through the waves before them. She could almost catch the swift March wind before her, but the swift March wind that followed behind could not catch her. And so they sailed on, tearing ocean, till a little island rose before them, and then they reached the port where they wished to be, and the rattling chains rushed over the side, and the rusty anchor made her fast. And they were still and quiet in the calm bay. Then 110 heavily armed, brave, active, valiant men landed, and then they advanced, with their booming, hindering, lumbering shields, on their left arms, and their sharp-pointed tall deadly spears, in their right hands. And the fighting began with the sharp singing sound of the swift flying spears through the air. But soon the close combat was joined, and the hard cruel blades were drawn out from their leathern sheaths, and whistled and clashed. And the creaking of armor was heard, and the crash of the battle. And the bright shiny clean sweeping swords hacked hard at the armor, and men met and struggled, and close locked together, they dashed down each other, while the shrieks of the wounded were heard, and the crashing of armor, crushed under foot. And the groans of the dying, and the shouts of the heroes, and the boom of the shields, and wild wailing piercing shrieks and cries made the terrible din of war. Such, O clerk, were the heroes of old. There gathered the horrid hounds about them to watch the strife, the ravens croaked over the brows of the slain, and they rest till the stars shall fall and the earth burst. The chief difficulty would be to find an audience nowadays. A century ago it was different. The world was agape after the Highlanders who had raised such a stir. The rebellion had been put down. There was a kind of satisfaction in discovering noble qualities in the unvanquished Scots, who had just been got to help to vanquish each other. Men believed in epics, and opened their mouths and shut their eyes, and swallowed what James Macpherson sent them, but when they had tasted the gift and opened their eyes, and began to suspect that they had been sold a bargain, men, like children, refused to take the nicest of jam, for fear of another dose. So far then, current tradition gives no support to the entire authenticity of the poems of Ossian, English or Gaelic. But it joins on to manuscript evidence and proves beyond dispute that there has been a mass of Gaelic poetry current in the Highlands of Scotland for a long time, that it is Ossianic, the germ of Ossian, but not Ossian, as known to the world. It seems as if stories had produced a crop of ballads, and someone had reaped the crop and sold it in the sheaf. The list of poems placed at the end of this volume will give some idea of the amount of Gaelic poetry of this kind which still exists, and where it may be found. The list has no claim to be complete, but will serve as a foundation for other inquirers, if such be found.